Chapter 1, Senior Sister, It's Not Too Late to Regret Now. Zhangchang, a love hotel. The room was a mess. A pair of men's jeans was casually thrown in the entrance, next to it was a t-shirt that was a little faded from washing. Further in, black lace stockings lay limp on the armrest of the sofa. A burgundy dress lay crumpled on the carpet. Not far away, there were exquisite women's underwear and a pair of men's boxer briefs. These scattered clothes extended all the way from the door to the huge round bed in the master bedroom. There was a sound of running water in the bathroom, and wisps of mist drifted out from the crack in the door, carrying the fragrance of shower gel. Chao Bian walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, his bronze skin glowing with a healthy luster under the warm yellow light. He wiped his wet hair, his eyes falling on the graceful curves on the bed. Xiao Wanqing was lying on her side, covered only with a thin silk quilt, outlining her breathtaking figure. A head of wine-red wavy long hair spread on the pillow like a burning flame. She seemed to have heard some movement, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her enchanting fox eyes. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks turned red, her eyes were a little evasive, and she subconsciously pulled the quilt up to cover the amazing scenery on her chest. Junior. Her voice was hoarse and a little nervous. Chao Bian walked to the bed and sat down, and the soft mattress of the hotel immediately sank. He didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. This senior, who was 1 year older than him, is a well-known cool goddess in school, a genius in the design department, and a god-level Wan Yi in the Kozer circle. The people pursuing her can line up from the south gate to the north gate of the school, including many rich second generations like Wang Hao. But she always seems to be indifferent to everyone, like a rose with thorns, who can only be admired from a distance. Chao Bian could never have imagined that a few hours ago, it was this thorny rose that took the initiative to present itself to him. In a tavern on the street, she accompanied him as he drank one glass of cheap beer after another, listening to him curse the fucking world incoherently. Finally, with a dazed look in her eyes and a blush on her cheeks, she said, "Junior, I have nothing to repay you with, except this. Do you want it?" Then, she took his hand and walked into the ambiguously decorated love hotel. Until now, Chao Bian's mind is still a little confused. "Junior, thank you." Xiao Wanqing suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Her voice was soft, but serious. "What are you thanking me for?" Chao Bian was a little confused. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She didn't answer, but slowly sat up, and the silk quilt on her body slipped off, revealing a body that would drive any man crazy. The proud bust, the slender waist that can be held in one hand, and the perky peach buttocks form a devilish picture. She showed it to Chao Bian so frankly. Chao Bian felt his throat suddenly become dry and his breathing became heavier. The fire in the body that had just subsided was about to spread like wildfire again. Xiao Wanqing slowly leaned towards him. The warm breath sprayed on Chao Bian's chest, carrying the fragrance after bath and her unique body fragrance, like a feather, gently scratching the tip of his heart. "Senior sister." Chao Bian's voice became a little hoarse, and he grabbed her hand that was trying to move further down. Xiao Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment, and she raised her head. Her beautiful fox eyes were full of confusion and anxiety. She was afraid that he would refuse her, afraid that he would think she was too cheap and too proactive. Chao Bian saw the anxiety in her eyes and his heart softened. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound steady. "Senior, have you thought it through? It's not too late to regret now." "Wei." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Wanqing gave him the answer with her actions. She kissed him directly. The last string in Chao Bian's mind broke with a bang. "Fuck Lin Mengyao. Fuck Wang Hao. Fuck your fucking life." He turned over and pressed this woman, who was so proactive that it made people feel distressed, under him. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and ambiguous panting sounds gradually sounded. At the moment when the two of them merged into one, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Chao Bian's mind. Ding detected that the host has had their first intimate contact with a woman with a beauty score of 95. Target is first time. Daily fortunes system binding successful. Ding newbie gift pack distributed successfully. Received 1 million yuan in startup capital. Received 1 elementary physical enhancement potion. Received 100 points of satisfaction. Ding make a fortune every day module activated. Completed my first intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing, appearance score 95, first time. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 95 million yuan. A series of prompt sounds exploded in Qiao Baiyan's mind, making his scalp numb and his movements pause for a second. System? 95 million? What the hell is this? Am I hallucinating from drinking fake alcohol? Junior, don't stop. Xiao Wanqing under him felt his hesitation. She twisted her body a little uneasily, wrapped her arms around his neck, and urged him on with a tearful whisper. This whisper instantly brought Qiao Baiyan back to reality from his shock. He looked at the woman under him, whose eyes were blurry, cheeks were flushed, and who had devoted everything to him without reservation. The last trace of distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared. Who cares what system it is? No matter how big the matter is, we have to wait until we finish the important work. Qiao Baiyan no longer hesitated, growled, and began to explore the mysterious garden that no one had ever set foot on. This night was completely crazy. As the night deepened, the city lights outside the window shone brightly, but the battle in the room intensified. From dusk to midnight, and from midnight to dawn. Qiao Baiyan felt as if he had turned into a perpetual motion machine, with endless energy in his body. And Xiao Wanqing, from her initial immaturity and nervousness, to her later enthusiastic response, and finally to her crying and begging for mercy, thoroughly demonstrated all the charm that a woman can possess. It was not until the sky outside the window turned pale that this long battle finally came to an end. Before Qiao Baiyan even had time to savor the moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue, and his eyelids felt as heavy as if they were hung with lead. He held the soft body that had already fallen asleep in his arms and fell asleep almost instantly. This was the deepest and most peaceful sleep he had had in 20 years. Chapter 2, the system is called Making a Fortune Every Day. Making a fortune every day? I don't know how long I slept, but Qiao Baiyan was woken up by thirst. His throat was so dry that it felt like it was on fire. He opened his eyes drowsily, and what caught his eye was the gorgeous ceiling of the hotel room and the sound of even breathing beside him. Memories came flooding back. Birthday, betrayal, humiliation, drowning sorrows in alcohol, and the sacrifice of a senior. Qiao Baiyan sat up suddenly and turned to look around. Xiao Wanqing was like a lazy cat, curled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. Her usually cold and stunning face was now filled with satisfaction, and there was a trace of a tear at the corner of her eye. It was unclear whether she had cried last night or had dreamed about something. Qiao Baiyan's heart softened all of a sudden. He carefully pulled his arm free from her pillow, tiptoed out of bed, went to the bathroom to take a shower, then called room service and ordered some food and water. After doing all this, he sat back on the bed and began to recall the strange sound from last night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 95 million yuan. 95 million. Qiao Baiyan laughed at himself. He was so poor that he even dreamed about money. He picked up the second-hand mobile phone with a cracked screen that was thrown on the sofa, unlocked it skillfully, and opened the banking app. Enter your password and log in. When Qiao Baiyan saw the long string of numbers displayed in the account balance column, his breathing stopped instantly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. 96 million.00. 96 million. Adding the 1 million novice gift package given by the system, it is exactly 96 million. Qiao Baiyan's eyes were as big as copper bells. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again closer. That's right, 96 million. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Fuck. The word national quintessence came out of his mouth. He felt his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. The blood rushed in his veins, making him dizzy. This is not a dream. That voice last night was real. Qiao Baiyan forced himself to calm down. He took several deep breaths and barely suppressed the ecstasy and shock in his heart. He tentatively muttered in his mind, "System? Host, I am here." The cold mechanical sound rang out in my mind again, very clearly. There really is a system. Qiao Baiyan was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bed. He suppressed his excitement and continued to ask in his heart, "What are you? Why did you choose me?" This system, called Daily Fortune, is dedicated to helping the host reach the pinnacle of life. It has been detected that the host experienced intense emotional fluctuations and mental stimulation on their 20th birthday, meeting the prerequisites for system binding, and has been automatically bound. So that's what's happening. Qiao Baiyan thought of the disgusting faces of Lin Mengyao and Wan Hao yesterday, and sneered in his heart. I really have to thank them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be able to activate this golden finger. Introduce your functions. Qiao Baiyan said impatiently. The next second, a blue translucent light screen similar to a game interface appeared in front of his retina. Only he can see this light curtain. The light curtain is divided into 4 main modules. The first one is the host panel. Host, Chao Bayan. Physique, 55-100. Note, the average score for an average adult male is 40 points, while the average score for a top-tier agent is 70 points. Charm, 75-100. Note, already a school idol, with naturally peach blossom eyes and a sunny disposition, he is highly attractive to women. Mall currency, 200 satisfaction points. Item, Primary Physical Enhancement Potion X1. Chao Bayan looked at his panel and was a little surprised. His physical fitness score is 55, which is much higher than that of ordinary people. This is probably due to years of playing basketball and working part-time. Charm score, 75, which is not surprising to him. From childhood to adulthood, people have always said that he is handsome. His eyes fell on the satisfaction value. What is satisfaction value? How to obtain it? When interacting intimately with the women featured in the beauty record, you gain satisfaction points based on your emotional and physical compatibility. Satisfaction points are the sole currency in this special goods mall. Last night, the host and Xiao Wanqing's interaction was extremely satisfying, earning a total of 200 points. Chao Bayan understood instantly. To put it bluntly, it means letting yourself and the beautiful woman applaud for love. The more harmonious the applause, the more money you will give. He chuckled and said he liked this feature. Then, he looked at the second module, Record of Beauty. This module is currently grayed out and has only a plus icon. Beauty Record can detect and record women with an overall beauty score of 80 or above. The host can view the detailed data panel of the included women. Chao Bayan's mind moved, and he thought of Xiao Wanqing beside him. Open Xiao Wanqing's panel. The light screen flashed, and a detailed information card popped up. Name, Xiao Wanqing. Age, 21. Overall appearance, 95. Measurements, 105e63-95. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Favorability, 70. Experience points, 1. Looking at these perfect data, especially the experience value 1, Chao Bayan felt a strong sense of satisfaction and possessiveness in his heart. I really didn't expect that the seemingly bright and flamboyant Kozer senior sister was actually doing this for the first time. He noticed that the favorability value was 70, which was not a low score, but there was obviously room for improvement. Let us look at the third module, Making a Fortune. The introduction of this module is simple and rough. You can get a one-time cash reward if you have an intimate relationship with a woman. Appearance 80 included in the red beauty record for the first time. Reward calculation formula: if the target experience value is 0, the reward amount is target appearance points x 1 million. If the target experience value is not 0, the reward amount is target appearance points x 500,000. All funding sources are absolutely safe and cannot be traced by any organization or individual. Chao Bayan took a breath of cold air. Xiao Wanqing, who scored 95 points, had already earned him 95 million. If there were a few more. He simply didn't dare to think further. This guy is making a fortune every day. It really is making a fortune every day. Awesome class. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the last module, Rare Goods Mall. After clicking on it, he was dazzled by the dazzling list of products. Primary Constitution Enhancement Potion, price, 1,000 satisfaction points. Comprehensively improves physical fitness, body proportions, and skin condition. Photographic Memory Capsule, price, 2,000 satisfaction points. Gain photographic memory after taking. God-level driving skills, price, 1,800 satisfaction points. Master all vehicle driving skills instantly. Strategy card, price, 100 satisfaction points. Provides detailed strategy directions for specific women. Absolute silent space one time, price, 1,000 satisfaction points. Creates an absolutely soundproof barrier in the designated area, lasting for 1 hour. The product list is very long, ranging from various magical potions and skills to various black technology props. Chao Bayan felt very excited when he saw this. Money, ability, beauty. This system is simply tailor-made for him. His life will be completely different from today. At this moment, Xiao Wanqing on the bed moved and let out a moan, as if she was about to wake up. Chao Bayan immediately closed the system panel, and the ecstasy on his face instantly subsided, replaced by a gentle smile. Now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing right now is the woman beside him who has entrusted everything to him. Chapter 3, The Past is Like a Knife. Xiao Wanqing's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. What caught her eye was Chao Bian's enlarged handsome face. There was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, and his deep peach blossom eyes were looking at her without blinking. Are you awake? Are you hungry? I ordered some food. Chao Bian's voice was low and magnetic, which made people feel at ease. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and those crazy and embarrassing scenes from last night flooded into her mind uncontrollably. She felt as if all the bones in her body were falling apart, especially in a certain place, which was extremely sore and swollen. She subconsciously tried to cover her head with the quilt, but was grabbed by Chao Bian. Senior sister, don't hide from me. There was unquestionable arrogance in Chao Bian's tone. Xiao Wanqing stopped moving. She raised her head and met his eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She felt a panic in her heart. She didn't know how to face him. Should I pretend nothing happened and leave gracefully? Or should I act like a nagging woman and ask him what he plans to do? But it was my own initiative. She just wanted to repay the favor and give her most precious thing to the only man she liked before she was abused by those scumbags. She never thought about what would happen next. Chao Bian looked at the confusion and anxiety in her eyes and sighed in his heart. He gently pulled her into his arms and let her lean against his chest. Senior, I know what you're thinking. He stroked her soft long hair and spoke slowly. What happened last night was not your fault, nor was it my fault. We are both pitiful people who have been forced into a desperate situation. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's body trembled violently and her eyes turned red instantly. Yeah, poor guy. Chao Bian began to recall everything that happened yesterday. Yesterday was his 20th birthday. He used the money he had saved from his part-time job for several months to book a private room at a fairly decent restaurant near the school. He bought a small but exquisite cake and prepared a gift that he carefully selected. He was happily waiting for his girlfriend of 3 years, Lin Mengyao. He wanted to give her a surprise, and also wanted to celebrate a real birthday with her for himself, an orphan. But what he waited for was Lin Mengyao holding the arm of a man he was extremely familiar with and extremely disgusted with, Wang Hao. Wang Hao, a famous rich second-generation student at Jiangcheng University, relies on his family's wealth to bully others in school. When the freshman entered college, Wang Hao, as a volunteer, fell in love with the pure and lovely Lin Mengyao. He used brand-name bags and sports cars to break through Chao Bian's 3-year emotional wall in just a few days. Chao Bian, let's break up. Lin Mengyao shook off his hand, her tone as cold as ice. I don't want to live this hopeless life with you anymore. Look at you, on your 20th birthday, you treated me to a place like this? The gift you gave me, you couldn't have bought it from some street stall again, did you? Wang Hao, with a playful look on his face, put his arm around Lin Mengyao's waist and stuffed a luxuriously wrapped gift box into her hands. He looked at Chao Bian with disdain. Poor bastard, do you see that? This is the life Yao Yao should live. You? An orphan who can't even support himself, you dare to compete with me for a woman? As he said that, he kicked over the cake on the table, and cream and fruit splashed all over Chao Bian. The pointing and talking of the people around him, Lin Mengyao's indifference, and Wang Hao's arrogance were like sharp knives that stabbed into Chao Bian's heart. He didn't argue, nor did he take action. Because he knew that in the face of absolute money, all his dignity and anger were just a joke. He just silently left the place that made him feel suffocated, ran to a tavern on the street alone, and tried to numb himself with alcohol. Just when he was half drunk, lying on the table, feeling that the whole world had abandoned him, a cold and familiar voice sounded in his ears. Junior? Is it really you? He raised his head and saw Xiao Wanqing's face, which was breathtakingly beautiful even without makeup. He recognized her. Shortly after school started, he came back from delivering a takeaway late at night and saw a few hooligans molesting a girl on a remote road near the school. That girl is Xiao Wanqing. He got so angry that he picked up a brick from the roadside and rushed forward. With his ruthlessness and the physique he had developed from years of playing basketball, he managed to scare those thugs away, but his arm was also cut. Xiao Wanqing was terrified at the time and kept thanking him. But in order to save money to buy a gift for Lin Mengyao, he was in a hurry to go to his next part-time job. He was afraid of being deducted for overtime, so he waved his hand and left in a hurry without even leaving any contact information. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. The two equally distraught people sat at the greasy little table and chatted casually. Xiao Bian told her about his experience, and Xiao Wanqing, with red eyes, told her about her desperate situation. It turned out that her gambling-addicted father owed a large sum of money to loan sharks. The creditor came to her house and threatened that if she couldn't pay back 500,000 yuan by today, he would take her to the club to work to pay off the debt. She called all the relatives and friends she could contact, but all she got in return was cold rejection and vicious ridicule. She was completely desperate. Anyway, I'm going to be ruined by those scumbags anyway. Xiao Wanqing's face was flushed from drinking, but she looked at him with unusually clear eyes. Junior, you saved me last time, and I've always wanted to repay you. I don't have anything valuable, but this. You're the only man I don't hate. Rather than letting those beasts get away with it, I might as well give it to you. Xiao Bian was already drunk at the time, and when he heard these words, he felt a rush of blood to his head. One was humiliated in public by the woman he loved, and the other was about to be forced into a fire pit and wanted to give herself to the woman. The two people who were pushed to the edge of the cliff by fate seemed to have found their only kind at that moment. So, there was that crazy night in the hotel. It wasn't just drunken sex, nor was it a transaction. It was a desperate girl who used her only and most precious thing to repay the only bright spot in her life in the purest way. He is also a heartbroken boy who grasps the only trace of warmth in the darkness. Thinking of this, Xiao Bian tightened his arms and hugged the woman in his arms even tighter. Senior sister, it's all over. He said softly, from today on, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Xiao Wanqing buried herself in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and warm body temperature. The tears that had been suppressed for so long finally burst out. Xiao Bian didn't say anything, but just held her quietly, letting her tears soak his chest. Chapter 4 Effects of the Potion. After Xiao Wanqing's emotions gradually calmed down, Xiao Bian supported her shoulders and asked her to sit down. Looking at her red and swollen eyes and her pretty face with tears in the eyes, Xiao Bian felt a surge of pity in his heart. He took a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her face. Okay, stop crying. It won't look good if you keep crying. Xiao Wanqing was amused by him and burst out laughing. Although he still had a nasal tone, the gloom between his eyebrows had dissipated a lot. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I'm going to take a shower. As she said this, she wanted to get out of bed, but because her whole body was sore, her feet slipped and she almost fell. Xiao Bian was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed her and picked her up horizontally. Ah! Xiao Wanqing screamed and subconsciously hugged his neck. Her cheeks instantly turned red as if they were about to bleed. You, what are you doing? Let me carry you to the bathroom. You look like you can't walk on your own? Xiao Bian said as a matter of course, with a wicked smile on his face. Do you want me to help you wash? No. Xiao Wanqing buried her head in his arms in shame, not daring to look at him. Xiao Bian laughed and carried her into the spacious bathroom. He gently placed her in the huge jacuzzi and considerately adjusted the water temperature for her. You soak first, I'll go see if the food is here. After saying that, he turned and walked out, closing the bathroom door behind him. Xiao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the door close. She immersed her whole body in the warm water, feeling the water massaging her sore muscles, and breathed a sigh of relief and comfort. The bathroom mirror reflected her body covered in red marks, recording the madness of last night. Xiao Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror with a complicated look in her eyes. She lost the most precious thing, but strangely, she didn't feel a trace of regret in her heart. Xiao Bian, how will he treat me? Will he be like those rich second generations who throw things away when they get tired of playing? No matter how he treats me, I owe him anyway. Xiao Wanqing remembered what he had just said, from today on, no one will be able to bully you anymore. I remembered his gentle eyes and domineering embrace. There was a strange feeling in the body. A blush crept up on her face. In the living room, Xiao Bian opened the door and took the dining cart from the waiter. After closing the door, he did not rush to call Xiao Wanqing, but opened the system panel again. His eyes fell on the primary physical enhancement potion in the inventory. System, how do I use this? Just drink it directly. Xiao Bian took out the bottle of potion from the system space. This is an ordinary-looking glass bottle, filled with light blue liquid, the color of the sky, emitting a faint glow. Without any hesitation, he unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it all. When the potion goes in your mouth, there is no special taste, just like drinking a sip of pure water. But the next second, an indescribable heat suddenly exploded from his stomach and instantly rushed to every part of his body. Chao Bian groaned, feeling as if his body was thrown into a furnace. Every inch of muscle, every bone, every blood vessel is being torn apart and reassembled by a violent force. The intense pain almost made him faint. He gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat poured down his body, instantly soaking the bathrobe he had just put on. He could clearly feel that the impurities in his body were being discharged frantically. His skin became tighter and tighter, and his muscle lines became clearer and smoother. Some hidden injuries caused by long-term work and unbalanced nutrition were completely repaired under the impact of this force. His facial features seemed to become deeper and more three-dimensional, especially his peach blossom eyes, which seemed to contain stars and were so deep that they could absorb a person's soul. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes, but it felt like a century. When the heat finally subsided and merged into his body, Chao Bian was completely exhausted and gasping for breath. He looked down at his body. His skin was covered with a layer of greasy black dirt, which gave off a foul smell. But inside the body, there is an unprecedented sense of strength and lightness. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. He couldn't wait to rush into another bathroom and wash off the dirt on his body. When he stood in front of the mirror again, even he was stunned. The person in the mirror is still him, but it seems not to be him. She is still 185 centimeters tall, but her body proportions are almost perfect. With broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, every muscle is just right, full of the beauty of strength, but not like those exaggerated muscular men in the gym. Her skin has also changed from its original bronze color to fair and delicate, but it does not look feminine, but rather exudes a sense of nobility. His face had clearer contours and his features seemed to have been carefully sculpted, making him breathtakingly handsome. Chao Bian opened the system panel and checked his data. Host, Chao Bian. Constitution, 70-100. Charm, 85-100. His physical fitness increased by 15 points, directly comparable to top athletes. Charm also increased by 10 points. This potion is so awesome. Chao Bian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just then, the door of the master bedroom bathroom opened and Xiao Wanqing walked out wrapped in a bath towel. When she saw the refreshed Chao Bian, she was completely stunned. Junior? You? She stammered, her beautiful eyes wide open. The Chao Bian in front of me seemed to be the same Chao Bian, but something seemed different. His temperament changed drastically. If we say that he was an unpolished jade before, he was sunny and handsome with a hint of immaturity and stubbornness. Now, he is like a piece of peerless jade that has been polished to a brilliant luster. His handsomeness is enhanced by a touch of lazy nobility and the calmness of being in control of everything. This fatal attraction made Xiao Wanqing's heart skip a beat. Chao Bian looked at her cute appearance, smiled, walked forward and held her in his arms. What? Senior doesn't recognize me? No. Xiao Wanqing pressed her face against his warm and strong chest, feeling the strong heartbeat, her cheeks burning incredibly hot. She found that his figure seemed to have improved. Senior. Chao Bian suddenly held her face and asked her to look into his eyes with an extremely serious expression. Ha? Xiao Wanqing's heart was in her throat. Last night, no matter what you thought, whether it was a one-night stand or drunken sex. Chao Bian spoke word by word, his voice clear and firm. But from now on, I will be responsible for you. You, Xiao Wanqing, are my Chao Bian's woman. Boom! It was as if fireworks were exploding in Xiao Wanqing's mind. She thought of countless possibilities. He might give her some money and let her go, or he might treat this as a fleeting affair and go their separate ways after dawn. The only thing she didn't expect was that he would say such a thing. Responsible? He has to be responsible for himself? Tears flowed uncontrollably from my eyes again. She looked at the man in front of her, the man who had descended like a god in her darkest and most desperate moments and pulled her out of the abyss. Not only did he give her an unprecedented experience and a place to stay, but now he also wanted to give her a promise and a status. Xiao Wanqing could no longer control her emotions. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. Well, I do. Ding. Xiao Wanqing's favorability increased by 15, current favorability, 85 admiration. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Chao Bian smiled. Chapter 5, 500,000? That's it? The two hugged each other tenderly for a long time, until their stomachs growled and they remembered the breakfast in the car that had already gone cold. Chao Bian asked Xiao Wanqing to wait in the room while he ordered another sumptuous meal. At the dinner table, Xiao Wanqing ate in small bites, seeming a little absent-minded. From time to time, she would look up and steal a glance at Xiao Bian opposite her. Her eyes were full of admiration, but there was a hint of unremitting sadness between her brows. Xiao Bian saw all of this. "Senior, are you still thinking about your father's debt?" He put down his knife and fork and asked directly. Xiao Wanqing's body stiffened, and she nodded, her face pale. "That group said if I don't see the money before noon today, they will come to the school to arrest me." When she thought of the ferocious faces of those debt collectors, her body couldn't help but tremble. "How much do you owe?" asked Xiaobian. The principal is only 200,000, but with the interest compounded, it has now increased to 500,000. There was a hint of despair in Xiao Wanqing's voice. 500,000 is an astronomical figure for a girl who is still in school. "That's it?" Xiao Bian chuckled. Xiao Wanqing was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "What does that mean?" "That's 500,000. Xiao Bian took out his phone, opened the bank app, and started operating it right in front of her. "Give me your bank card number." "Ah? What do you want the card number for?" Xiao Wanqing was a little confused. "I'll give you money, what else can I do?" Xiao Bian said as a matter of course. No. Xiao Wanqing immediately shook her head, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Junior, I can't take your money anymore. Last night I already..." She blushed before she could finish her words. What she meant was that she had already paid with her most precious thing and could no longer accept his money with a clear conscience. Xiao Bian saw through her thoughts and felt both angry and amused. This silly woman still treats that matter as a transaction. He stood up, walked to her side, and without saying a word, he took out the bank card from her worn wallet and wrote down the card number. Then, he directly entered a 1 and 6 zeros in the transfer amount column. 1 million. What are you doing?" Xiao Wanqing was so scared when she saw the number that she stood up from her chair and tried to snatch his phone. Xiao Bian hugged her in his arms and quickly clicked to confirm the transfer with his other hand. Bite. Xiao Wanqing's phone immediately rang with a text message alert. With trembling hands, she clicked on the text message from the bank. "Dear customer, a transfer of 1 million yuan was made to your savings card account ending in XXXX at 10:30 on October 8. The current account balance is 1,235.50 yuan. 1 million. It really is 1 million. Xiao Wanqing looked at the long string of zeros on the phone screen and felt her mind go blank, almost stopping thinking. In her 21 years of life, the largest sum of money she had ever seen was the more than 10,000 yuan in tuition that she had saved with great difficulty. And now, there is an extra 1 million in her card. "Junior, this money." Her voice was shaking, her lips were quivering, and she couldn't say a complete sentence. "Use the 500,000 to pay off your debts. You can keep the remaining 500,000 for yourself." Xiao Bian put his phone back in his pocket, sat back in his seat, and said lightly, "Buy some new clothes, get a new phone, and stop using that crappy wallet. Senior, you're mine now, you can't live so poorly." But where did you get so much money?" Xiao Wanqing finally found her voice. She stared at Xiao Bian, her eyes filled with shock and uneasiness. Did you do anything illegal?" In her opinion, it was impossible for a student as poor as her to come up with 1 million out of thin air. Xiao Bian knew she would ask this. He smiled and made up a pretext he had prepared long ago. "Don't worry, the source of the money is absolutely clean. Am I not an orphan? Some time ago, my biological parents, whom I have never met, contacted me through their lawyer. They are a wealthy businessman from abroad. They abandoned me back then due to some unavoidable difficulties. Now they want to take me back, and this money is their compensation to me." This reason is half true and half false. It explains the source of the money and is consistent with his identity as an orphan, making it difficult to doubt. Sure enough, after Xiao Wanqing heard this, the uneasiness on her face gradually faded away, and she was sincerely happy for him. "Really? That's great. Junior, you finally found your family," she said excitedly. "Yeah." Xiao Bian nodded and didn't continue the topic. "Now that the money problem is solved, how do you plan to deal with the debt?" When this was mentioned, Xiao Wanqing's eyes dimmed again. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, I'll pay the money back first. Then, I want to completely cut off all ties with my dad." When she said this, she no longer felt anything. Disappointments accumulate to a certain level. Love will disappear, even if it is between blood relatives. That man was no longer her father, but a vampire who only brought her endless pain and trouble. Xiao Bian looked at her resolute eyes and nodded. Okay, I support you. So, give me the creditor's phone number and I'll help you deal with it. You? Xiao Wanqing hesitated. Those people are desperate criminals, very vicious. Don't worry, I'm better than you at dealing with this kind of people. A cold light flashed in Xiao Bian's eyes. He had seen too many people like this in orphanages and at the bottom of society. He knew better than anyone that it was useless to reason with these people. You had to be more ruthless and direct than them. Xiao Wanqing couldn't persuade him, so she had to give him the debt collector's phone number. Xiao Bian made the call directly in front of her. The phone rang a few times before being connected. A rude male voice came over. Hello? Who is this? I'm Xiao Wanqing's friend. Xiao Bian said straight to the point. I have your 500,000 yuan ready. Let's talk about a place and we can do the transaction in person. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, as if they hadn't expected to get the money so quickly. Then, a burst of ecstatic laughter rang out. Ha! Great! Great! In half an hour, you'll be at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, bringing the money. Remember, don't play any tricks, or you know what will happen to that girl. Okay. Xiao Bian hung up the phone. Junior, do you really want to go alone? It's too dangerous. Xiao Wanqing nervously grabbed his arm. It's okay. Xiao Bian patted her hand and comforted her. Just wait for me at the hotel, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he picked up a knife from the dining cart, wrapped it in a napkin, put it in his pocket, then stood up and walked towards the door. Looking at his tall and reliable back, Xiao Wanqing's eyes became moist again. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 95, devoted and absolutely loyal. The corners of Xiao Bian's mouth rose slightly. Chapter 6. I'll give you 500,000, and you'll never appear in front of her again. West of the city, abandoned factory. This used to be Jiangqing's old industrial area, but now it has long been abandoned, with broken walls and overgrown weeds, looking eerie and scary. Several dilapidated vans were parked at the factory gate, and a dozen shabby-looking men were leaning against the vans smoking. The leader was a bald man with a big gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattooed over his shoulder on his arm. He was the debt collector, Brother Long. Brother Long, will that guy really bring money? Is he trying to trick us? A younger brother asked uncertainly. Brother Long blew out a smoke ring and snorted disdainfully. Don't worry, Xiao Laogui's daughter is so beautiful. Since that guy is willing to stand up for her, he must think she is a treasure. 500,000 for a top-notch beauty, this deal is worth it. The younger brothers around him all laughed obscenely. At this time, a taxi stopped not far away. The car door opened and a tall young man got out. He was wearing simple casual clothes, but his overly handsome face and calm temperament made him look out of place in this ruin. It was Xiao Bian. Wow, you really dared to come alone. Brother Long narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Xiao Bian, his eyes full of greed. In his view, this was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Bian walked straight up to them, his eyes calmly sweeping over each of them, finally stopping at Brother Long. I brought the money. Where's the IOU from Xiao Wanqing's father? Brother Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this young man was not afraid at all when facing so many people. He pulled out a crumpled IOU from his pocket and waved it in front of Xiao Bian. Here's the IOU. Where's the money? Xiao Bian pulled out a bank card from his pocket. There's 1 million in the card, and the password is 6 zeros. 500,000 is to pay you back, and the other 500,000 is for your hard work. Take the money, and don't harass Xiao Wanqing and her family anymore. Do you understand? 1 million. When they heard this number, Brother Long and his little brother's eyes widened and their breathing became heavy in an instant. They originally thought that 500,000 would be the most they could get, but they didn't expect the other party to give them 1 million directly. Understand. Understand. We understand. Brother Long's voice was so excited that he nodded and bowed hurriedly. Don't worry, little brother. We are in the underworld and we value our reputation the most. After you take the money, we promise to stay away from Xiao Wanqing and never bother her again. Very good. Xiao Bian threw the bank card over. A clever young man immediately took out the POS machine he carried with him, swiped the card and entered the password. Ding! The transaction was successful. Everyone gasped when they saw the balance displayed on the POS machine. It really is 1 million. Brother Long excitedly handed the IOU to Chow Bien, his face filled with a flattering smile. Little brother, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Wait. Before he could finish his words, he saw Chow Bien take out a lighter. In front of them, the IOU was burned to ashes. After doing all this, Chow Bien turned around and left, as if he had just come out to throw away some garbage. Watching him leave, a younger brother couldn't help but say to Brother Long, this guy is so rich, are we just going to let him go? Should we? He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Bang! Brother Long slapped him on the head and cursed, are you looking for death? Can't you see this guy? He can casually take out $1 million without blinking an eye. Either his family has a powerful background, or he's a ruthless person we can't afford to offend. Didn't you see the look in his eyes just now? It was like he was looking at a dead person. We just need to take the money, don't make any more trouble. The younger brother covered his head and dared not speak anymore. Brother Long looked at the direction where Chow Bien disappeared with a complicated look in his eyes. Although he may have missed a bigger fish today, he knew better that greed can kill people. When Chow Bien returned to the hotel, Xiao Wanqing was pacing anxiously in the room. Seeing him return safely, she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. You're back. Are you okay? Did they give you any trouble? She checked him up and down, fearing that he was missing a single hair. What could possibly happen to me? Chow Bien smiled and pinched her face. It's all resolved. From now on, those people won't bother you anymore. Xiao Wanqing's tears flowed down again. She buried her face in Chow Bien's arms and said with a sob, Thank you, Junior. Thank you. Silly girl, I've told you that you're mine. It's my duty to do all this for you. Chow Bien hugged her, his heart soft. Just then, Xiao Wanqing's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Dad. Her face turned pale instantly. Chow Bien took the phone, answered the call directly, and turned on the speakerphone. A man's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Is this Wanqing? My daughter. I heard you hooked up with a rich man. That debt collector Brother Long said that your friend paid back $1 million for you? My daughter, you are rich now, you can't ignore Daddy. Please send me some more money, 500,000. No, 1 million. Daddy has been lucky lately, he will definitely make a comeback. He didn't know where he got the news that Xiao Wanqing had paid back the money, but instead of caring about his daughter's safety, he came to ask for money again. Xiao Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over and her lips were bitten. Chow Bien's face also turned cold. He said coldly into the phone, Xiao Jiangwo, right? Xiao Jiangwo was stunned for a moment. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Chow Bien's voice was emotionless. If you want money from me, you can. But I have one condition. What are the conditions? Tell me. Xiao Jiangwo immediately became excited when he heard that there was money to be made. 500,000 to buy out the father-daughter relationship between you and your daughter. Chow Bien said word by word, I'll transfer 500,000 to you right away. After receiving the money, you must sign a statement severing the father-daughter relationship and then disappear from this city. From now on, you are not allowed to appear in front of Xiao Wanqing in any form or contact her again. If I find out that you have breached the contract, I can't guarantee that anything will happen to you. For example, getting hit by a car when you go out, or having your hands chopped off while gambling, etc. His voice was calm, but the threat and murderous intent in his words made Xiao Jiangwo on the other end of the phone shudder. Xiao Jiangwo was silent. 500,000 is a huge sum of money for him. But asking him to break off relations with his daughter. He was still hesitating, but Chow Bien lost his patience. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9, 8. I promise. I promise. Xiao Jiangwo shouted impatiently before Chow Bien finished counting. For a rotten guy like him, family affection and father-daughter relationship are not as good as real money. Very good. Chow Bien sneered, send me your card number. After the money arrives, within half an hour, I want to see a photo of your signed statement. Then, get out of Jiangcheng. After hanging up the phone, Chow Bien looked at Xiao Wanqing. Her face was covered with tears. Chow Bien said nothing, but just held her tightly in his arms. Cutting off this rotten family relationship is a new life for her. Soon, Xiao Jiangwo's card number and a photo of the signed statement were sent over. Chow Bien transferred 500,000 yuan to him. At this point, the nightmare that had plagued Xiao Wanqing for 21 years was completely and decisively cut off by Qiao Bian with 1.5 million yuan. This weekend was like a rebirth for Xiao Wanqing. And all of this was brought to her by the man beside her. She looked at Qiao Bian's profile and secretly swore in her heart that she would follow him for the rest of her life. Even if she had to work like a slave for him, she would be willing to do so. Junior. Xiao Wanqing pushed Qiao Bian down. She didn't know how to express her gratitude, so this was the only way. Chapter 7 Military Training Incident. Happy weekends are always short. On Monday, Zhangcheng University welcomed its 2-week military training for freshmen. The sun was scorching, and a wave of heat was rising on the playground. In the formations of people wearing camouflage uniforms, the backs of their clothes were soaked with sweat. The atmosphere in the square where Qiao Bian was located was a bit strange. Many people's eyes always drifted towards him intentionally or unintentionally, with a mixture of sympathy, gloating, and undisguised contempt in their eyes. Look, it's him, Qiao Bian. I got dumped by the most beautiful girl in school on my birthday, in front of everyone. It was so tragic. His girlfriend, Lin Mengyao, is with Senior Wang Hao, a well-known rich second generation in our school. TSK, this world is so realistic. But have you noticed that Qiao Bian seems to have become more handsome? After not seeing him for a weekend, he seems like a completely different person. Even his temperament is different. What's the point of being handsome? Not having money is a sin. Look at the edges of his shoes showing from under his camouflage uniform, they're almost coming apart. If I were Lin Mengyao, I would choose Wang Hao too. He has Ferraris and Chanels, so who would want to suffer with a pauper? Qiao Bian heard all these trivial discussions clearly. But he was calm inside, and even felt like laughing. His current state of mind is no longer the same as it was 2 days ago. To him, the opinions of these people are nothing more than the chirping of cicadas in summer, noisy but meaningless. If they knew that there was more than 90 million in cash quietly lying in the bank card of the pauper they called, the expressions on their faces would surely be very interesting. At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd not far away. Qiao Bian looked up. I saw Wang Hao hugging a girl with heavy makeup and walking towards this side in a swagger. Wang Hao was dressed in trendy brands, with a shiny Ferrari key dangling from his wrist, and his chin was almost raised to the sky. The girl in his arms was Lin Mengyao. The once pure and innocent girl has now changed into a sexy dress and is carrying the latest Chanel bag. She should have stood under the scorching sun like Qiao Bian, but obviously, Wang Hao's relationship allowed her to escape it easily. Her purpose of appearing here at this moment is self-evident. Show off. Wherever the two of them went, envious gazes followed them. Wang Hao enjoyed this feeling very much. He deliberately pulled Lin Mengyao and walked straight to the square where Qiao Bian was and stopped. His eyes swept over Qiao Bian, from his sweat-soaked forehead to the pair of liberation shoes that were about to be scrapped, and the sarcastic curve at the corner of his mouth widened. Hey, isn't this the handsome guy from our physical education department, Qiao Bian? Wang Hao spoke in a sarcastic tone, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around him to hear. It must be uncomfortable to stand at attention, right? Look at you, you're sweating all over. He pinched Lin Mengyao's cheek and said with a smile, unlike our Yao Yao, who can come and go as she pleases with the air conditioner on. Alas, people's fates are different. Lin Mengyao snuggled in Wang Hao's arms, looking down at Qiao Bian with a sense of triumph. However, the expected anger, jealousy, and inferiority did not appear. Qiao Bian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply treated the two of them as air. At the moment, he had more interesting things to do. A thought came to my mind. Lin Mengyao's panel appeared clearly in his mind. Name, Lin Mengyao. Age, 20. Overall appearance, 83. Measurements, 88 x 6380. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 60. I'm obsessed with your gun. Experience points, 5. Qiao Bian's gaze fell on the two columns of favorability value and experience value, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The favorability value is 60, which means that Lin Mengyao is still friendly to him, and even misses him a little. The note at the end, I can't forget your gun, almost made him laugh out loud. Look at the experience value again, 5. Qiao Bian clearly remembered that he and Lin Mengyao had been dating for 3 years. It was also when he was admitted to university and the two of them came to Jiangcheng to register that he took her virginity. After that, because both of them were busy adapting to college life and part-time jobs, the number of times they were actually together was only 3 or 4 times at most. In other words, Wang Hao, the rich second generation, spent so much money on sports cars and brand name bags, but he only drove a car once or twice after being with Lin Mengyao for such a long time? Combined with the note about never forgetting, a word suddenly popped up in Chao Bian's mind: thin dog. It seems that this arrogant young master Wang is not very good in some aspects. Thinking of this, when Chao Bian looked at Wang Hao again, his eyes involuntarily showed an indescribable pity and a hint of mockery. Wang Hao was waiting to admire Chao Bian's distraught expression. But what he got was complete disregard and an extremely strange look. There was no jealousy or anger in those eyes. Instead, it seems like, you're pitying him? A poor bastard. A poor bastard whose woman was stolen by him. How dare you look at me like that? Wang Hao's face instantly turned purple. He felt greatly insulted and exploded on the spot. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out. He pointed at Chao Bian's nose, roared, and was about to rush up and attack. The classmates and instructors around were all shocked. At this critical moment, Chao Bian finally spoke. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the furious Wang Hao and falling on the delicately made-up face in his arms. He asked slowly, "Are you showing off her to me?" Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he was so stimulated by these words that he straightened his chest, as if he had found his home ground. Why? Are you envious? Jealous? He laughed triumphantly. What a pity, she is my woman now. Upon hearing this, Chao Bian actually nodded seriously. There was even an extremely bright smile on his face. Well, it's definitely worth showing off. He paused, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the corner. After all, I tried. Indeed, very smooth. Chapter 8: Wang Hao's Provocation. After all, I tried it, and it's really moist. This sentence directly shocked the entire square formation. Even the students in the surrounding formations fell silent. All pairs of eyes were focused on Chao Bian, Wang Hao, and Lin Mengyao. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked by Chao Bian's direct yet informative words. The smug smile on Wang Hao's face froze instantly, and his expression turned ashen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chao Bian's words were not only humiliating him, but also telling everyone, the woman that you, Wang Hao, treasure now is just what I, Chao Bian, have played with. Moreover, I think the experience is pretty good. This is such a shame and humiliation. Lin Mengyao's reaction was even more intense. Her face, which was delicately made up, suddenly turned pale and bloodless. She never expected that Chao Bian, who once obeyed her in everything and didn't even dare to speak loudly to her, would. How could he say such obscene and shameless words in front of so many people? She felt that the gazes of everyone around her were like needles piercing her, full of contempt, ridicule, and amusement. You're talking nonsense. Lin Mengyao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Chao Bian and screamed sharply, Chao Bian, you're a lunatic who destroys everything if you can't get it. You're shameless. Am I talking nonsense? Chao Bian raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming more playful. Do you want me to describe in detail to your boyfriend what the shape of that small red birthmark on your lower back is? Boom! Lin Mengyao was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The birthmark on her lower back is her most intimate feature. Apart from herself and Chao Bian, there is no way that a third person could know. Even Wang Hao might not notice it. He actually dared to say it out loud. Now, no one doubted the truthfulness of Chao Bian's words anymore. The surrounding discussion sounded again, but this time, the wind direction changed completely. Holy crap! Is this true? Chao Bian is too awesome. What do you mean by also? This is clearly the revenge of the real ex-boyfriend. What is Wang Hao like? A scapegoat? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Wang Hao is clearly cuckolded. Lin Mengyao is the same. She got involved with someone else right after breaking up, and now her ex-boyfriend has exposed it in public. She deserves it. What do you mean by very smooth? It seems so profound. Chao Bian. I will kill you. Wang Hao finally recovered from the extreme humiliation. His eyes were red and he rushed towards Chao Bian with his fists waving like a mad bull. Facing Wang Hao's mad bull-like charging posture, Chao Bian didn't even change his stance. Just before Wang Hao's fist was about to hit him in the face, Chao Bian simply leaned sideways and casually stretched his right foot forward. Plop! There was a dull thud. Wang Hao, who was sprinting at full speed, was tripped by the sudden obstacle and fell heavily on the hot concrete floor in an extremely embarrassing dog-eating shit posture. The huge inertia made him slide forward a short distance, and blood marks were instantly left on his face and arms by the rough ground. He looked extremely miserable. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes at this dramatic scene. The rich second generation who was so arrogant 1 second ago was lying on the ground chewing mud the next second. The provoked pauper didn't even move his hands from beginning to end, but just withdrew his foot calmly. The contrast is too strong. Ha 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 ha. I don't know who couldn't hold back first, and a burst of laughter broke the silence. Then, the laughter spread like a plague, and the whole playground was filled with a happy atmosphere. I'm dying of laughter. Is this an acrobatic performance? There's a lot of thunder but little rain. I thought it would be a big fight. That's it? You still want to dig out people's eyes? I'm laughing. Wang Hao lay on the ground, listening to the laughter coming from all directions, and felt his face burning and embarrassed. He had never lost such a big person in his life. Lin Mangyao was also completely dumbfounded. She stood there blankly. He looked at Wang Hao lying on the ground, and then at Chao Bian, who was unharmed and had a calm expression. My mind is blank. What are you all arguing about? You don't want to train anymore, right? A roar was heard. The instructor finally came back after draining the water. He was a dark-skinned, burly veteran who walked towards him with a sullen face. He first glanced sternly at the students who were sniggering, then fixed his gaze on Wang Hao, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Wang Hao was covered in dust, his trendy branded clothes were covered in dirt, and his face was stained. He looked funny and pitiful. Are you the instructor? Your student, he beat people. Wang Hao was the first to complain, pointing at Chao Bian, trying to get back some ground. The instructor didn't even raise his eyelids, just stared at him coldly. This classmate. The instructor's voice was not loud. This is a military training ground, not a place for you to act wild. If you don't want to participate, get out of here and don't get in the way. Get away. Wang Hao didn't expect that this instructor would dare to scold him. As a rich second generation, he is praised wherever he goes. Today, he was first humiliated by his current girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, and then he was publicly scolded by a poor soldier. Wang Hao's face turned purple and his lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Under the instructor's tangible pressure, all his arrogance was extinguished. Let's go. He could only vent his anger on Lin Mengyao. Wang Hao squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth and glared at Chao Bian with resentment. Then he pulled the still-dazed Lin Mengyao over and fled the scene in disgrace amid the laughter of the crowd. A farce ended here. The instructor snorted coldly. What are you all laughing at? I'm just going to relieve some water, and you're still causing me trouble. It seems your training isn't good enough. Everyone. Stand. Stand at attention. Anyone whispering here will have to practice for an extra hour. Ah. There were wails everywhere and everyone was complaining. 2 hours. The entire formation fell silent in an instant, and all the students stood up unwillingly, enduring the torture under the scorching sun. Only Chao Bian stood straight with a calm expression. To others, it's a punishment. To him, it was nothing. After being baptized by the physical enhancement potion, his body has been reborn. The scorching sun was burning the earth, sweat soaked the camouflage uniforms of the students around me, and pain was written all over their young faces. Chao Bian didn't even break a sweat. His thoughts were not on this boring military posture at all. While they were still gritting their teeth over the 2 hours of punishment, Chao Bian was already planning in his mind which villa area in Jiangcheng had the best feng shui and the largest garden. When they were dizzy from the sun and fantasized about a bottle of ice water, Chao Bian was wondering whether his beautiful senior sister had woken up at this moment. Chapter 9 Xiao Wanqing delivers water. Sometimes, people really can't help but mutter. A hot image of Xiao Wanqing just flashed through Chao Bian's mind. The next second, that figure really appeared at the edge of the playground. A head of wine-red wavy long hair danced with a scorching light under the scorching sun. She wore the simplest white t-shirt to make it look like the thrilling rolling hills. The denim hot pants on her lower body barely covered her perky hips, and her long legs were so white that they seemed to be glowing. A devil's body and an angel's face. It was Xiao Wanqing. Fuck. Xiao Wanqing. Wang Hao's forward steps seemed to be nailed to the spot, and the anger on his face was instantly swallowed up by surprise and greed. He had pursued Xiao Wanqing and had spent a lot of money on her, but in the end he didn't even get a serious response from her. We actually met here today. The entire playground was once again in an uproar that had been suppressed because of her appearance. Oh my god. Isn't that senior Xiao Wanqing, the beauty from the design department? Why is she here? Oh my god, she's 10,000 times prettier in person than in the forum photos. This figure. I'm going to die on the spot. Who is she looking for? Isn't she looking for Wang Hao? I heard that Wang Hao pursued her for a long time. Look, Wang Hao is coming over. Under the focus of countless eyes, Wang Hao quickly tidied up his dusty trendy t-shirt. He forced a smile on his face that he thought was the most unrestrained and uninhibited, and completely forgot about Lin Mengyao, who was standing behind him with a pale face. Wanqing, what a coincidence, you're here for a walk too. Are you coming here specifically to see me? Lin Mengyao looked at Wang Hao's pig-like face, which she wished she could stick to him. She bit her teeth almost to pieces and dug her nails deep into her palms, leaving several blood-red crescent marks. However, Xiao Wanqing seemed not to hear it. It was more like he hadn't seen him. She walked past him without looking at him, as if he were just a piece of air in the way. Wang Hao stretched out his hand to say hello, but it froze awkwardly in mid-air, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Puff. A stifled laugh came from somewhere in the corner. The instructor's sharp eyes immediately swept over. Xiao Wanqing walked straight to a big tree next to the square formation, holding a bottle of still-cold mineral water in her hand. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was crisp and seductive. Younger brothers, come on. Boom. The boys in the entire square formation seemed to have been given a collective shot of cardiac stimulant. In an instant, they all puffed up their chests and heads, straightened their backs, and wished they could use all their strength. Only Chao Bian looked at the woman under the tree who was winking at him playfully, his face full of helplessness. This witch. Cough. The instructor coughed dryly, interrupting the collective fantasy of these little guys. He looked back at Xiao Wanqing, and a hint of understanding flashed across his dark face. Wow, the playground is so lively today. Just as an arrogant rich second generation and a gold digger left, an even more stunning beauty came the next. And judging from the posture, the target is clear, they are coming for the people in their own formation. Quite interesting. Everyone. Turn back. The instructor yelled at the top of his voice. Want to see beautiful women? No way. I won't let you see it. Bastard instructor. Chao Bian complained in his heart. The students wailed and could only make bitter faces and turn their backs to their goddess. Wang Hao's face turned pale and blue. He was actually ignored in public. He didn't give up, and once again leaned over with a lick on his face. Wanqing, don't misunderstand, Lin Mengyao and I are just ordinary friends. Xiao Wanqing finally glanced at him. That look was filled with undisguised disgust and coldness. Classmate, do I know you? Please stay away from me, thank you. Wang Haoru was struck by lightning and froze in place like a funny sculpture. The instructor crossed his arms and watched the scene with great interest, the fire of gossip burning in his heart. He looked at the time and it was almost time. Instead of letting these guys stand there distracted, it's better to watch a good show. Well, considering everyone's good performance today, let's end it early. Everyone, disband. What? Good performance? All the students were complaining in their hearts, Instructor, you idiot, you obviously just want to eat the melon up close. But no one was unwilling to disband immediately, and the team scattered in an instant. However, everyone tacitly did not go far, gathering in groups of 3 or 2, their eyes all fixed on Xiao Wanqing and Wang Hao. They are waiting. Wait and see who this school-famous ice goddess will go to. Xiao Wanqing moved. She took long steps through the scattered crowd, ignoring everyone's chats and whistles. He walked straight towards the young man standing at the end of the team, with a straight posture and a calm expression. Chao Bian. Xiao Wanqing stretched out her fair arm and held Chao Bian's arm very naturally and intimately. She pressed her amazing softness tightly against his arm. She raised her pretty face, and her fox eyes, which were cold as ice to outsiders, were now like melted spring water, filled with tenderness and dependence. Junior, I'm here to bring you some water. Thank you for your hard work. Her voice is soft and sweet, so sweet that you can squeeze water out of it. The entire playground was silent. Everyone was stunned. The color on Wang Hao's face faded completely. Lin Mengyao widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Xia Wanqing? Jiangcheng University is recognized as the most difficult goddess. Although he appears enthusiastic towards everyone, everyone knows it. No one can get close to her. Such a top beauty, actually, is so close to Chao Bian, a pauper? How is this possible? Oh my god. Am I dazzled? Senior Xia Wanqing is holding hands with Chao Bian? What's going on? He just got dumped by a pretty girl, and now he's hooking up with another even better goddess? Is this a fucking failure in love but success in gambling? No, it's even more success in love. What kind of magic potion did Chao Bian give Senior Xia Wanqing? This is too awesome. I understand. No wonder Chao Bian dared to confront Wang Hao so arrogantly. It turns out he's found a new backer. And this backer is 100 times more powerful than the original one. Lin Mengyao listened to the sharp discussions around her and looked at the two people in front of her who were so close to each other. An unprecedented jealousy and anger burned through her reason. She rushed forward, pointed at Chao Bian, and asked hysterically, Chao Bian, have you been hooking up with her for a long time? Have you cheated on her a long time ago? In her opinion, it must be so. Chao Bian must have cheated on her a long time ago, which is why he acted so indifferent about the breakup, and that's why Xia Wanqing treated him so well. But she never expected that she was the one who made the mistake first. Chao Bian looked at her face, which was distorted by jealousy, as if he was looking at a clown. He uttered 3 words. Neuropathy. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at her again. Xia Wanqing next to him frowned slightly. She glanced at Lin Mengyao coldly, as if she was looking at an annoying stone on the side of the road. There was no emotion in his tone. Sorry, you're in the way. A simple sentence, but filled with extreme contempt. It seems to be saying, you don't even deserve to be looked at by me for a second time. You guys. Lin Mengyao was so angry from this double blow that she was shaking all over. She couldn't breathe, her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted on the spot. And Chao Bian, in the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys in the audience, put his arm around Xia Wanqing's slender waist and turned away gracefully. Chapter 10, Senior, is there anything you love to do? The commotion on the playground meant nothing to Chao Bian. All he could think about now was the sweet and attractive senior schoolmate beside him. The saying, once you have tasted the marrow, you will know the taste, describes his current state. Senior, is there anything you love to do? Let's do it now. Chao Bian put his arm around Xia Wanqing's waist and whispered in her ear. His warm breath made her ears turn red. Xia Wanqing knew exactly what he was thinking. Her pretty face flushed, and she gently hit him, saying, hate you. It's broad daylight, and you have these indecent thoughts in your head. Although she said this, her body showed no sign of resistance. Instead, she clung even tighter to him and let him lead her out of the school gate. How can this be considered inappropriate? This is to promote emotional communication. Chao Bian smiled and stopped a taxi directly on the side of the road. Master, go to Junyue Mansion. The driver glanced at the handsome couple in the rearview mirror, especially Xia Wanqing's hot body, and smiled ambiguously. Okay, hold on tight. The car soon stopped in front of the most famous Grand Hyatt Hotel in Jiangcheng. This is a 6-star hotel, famous for its luxury and service, and only the rich and noble come here. Chao Bian, holding Xia Wanqing in his arms, had just walked into the magnificent lobby with a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the dome when he heard a familiar yet disgusting voice. Hey, who did I think it was? Isn't this Chao Bian, the poor guy from our school? What's up? Tired of standing at attention, so you came here to enjoy the air conditioning? Chao Bian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Hao standing at the front desk hugging a girl who was dressed seductively and had a chin so sharp that it could kill people. He seemed to be checking in. Behind him, there were several followers who were also rich second generations, all dressed well. Lin Mengyao was not seen. It seemed that after the farce on the playground, she was kicked by Wang Hao, the embarrassing idiot. He had just lost such a big face on the playground, but he was still in the mood to get a room. It seemed that he wanted to save some face with another woman. I don't know if he can find it back with his thin dog-like body. Wang Hao's followers also saw Chao Bian and Xia Wanqing, and immediately burst into laughter. Brother Hao, look at that kid. He actually brought senior sister Xia Wanqing with him. With how poor he looks, I'm afraid he can't even afford a standard room here, right? A yellow-haired henchman said sarcastically, I think they just came in to see the world. They'll leave in disgrace later. Wang Hao looked at the charming Xiao Wanqing beside Qiao Bian, and his eyes flashed with deep jealousy and lust. He deliberately raised his voice and said to the receptionist, get me a luxury suite with the best view. Also, bring me a bottle of your best red wine. He wanted to use this method to show off his financial resources and status in front of Xiao Wanqing. Let her see what the huge difference is between following that poor guy Qiao Bian and following herself. The receptionist smiled politely and said, yes, sir. The deluxe suite is 8,888 yuan a night. Please show me your ID. Wang Hao glanced at Qiao Bian triumphantly, pulled out a golden bank card from his wallet, and slammed it arrogantly on the marble counter. However, Qiao Bian didn't even bother to look at him. He put his arm around Xiao Wanqing and walked to another front desk. He said to the equally pretty receptionist, hello, please give me the best room you have. The receptionist was stunned for a moment and looked Qiao Bian up and down. Although his clothes were ordinary and even a little worn, his incredibly handsome face and calm demeanor made her dare not neglect him in the slightest. Sir, our best room here is the presidential suite on the top floor, and the price per night is 188,888 yuan. Are you sure? She confirmed carefully. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao burst into harsh laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Qiao Bian, are you fucking crazy because of poverty? Do you know what 180,000 yuan means? You? And you still want to live in the presidential suite? Stop pretending and get out of here. His followers also joined in the fun. That's right, why are you acting so high and mighty? Take a piss and look at yourself. Get out of here now, don't embarrass yourself here. Even the internet celebrity next to Wang Hao looked at Qiao Bian as if he were a fool, with a disdainful smile on his face. Xiao Wanqing felt the malicious gazes around her and quietly held Qiao Bian's hand with force. She felt sorry for her man being humiliated by these flies. But when she looked up and saw Qiao Bian's calm profile, all the worry and anger in my heart disappeared. My man, how could he be stumped by these clowns? Facing everyone's ridicule, Qiao Bian's expression did not change at all. He simply took out his second-hand mobile phone with a spiderweb-like crack screen from his pocket and opened the payment code. Open it, sweep here. The worn-out cell phone once again drew even louder laughter. The yellow-haired henchman laughed so hard he fell backwards. Hey, you're serious, right? This broken phone can't even be sold for 80 yuan, and you told me you can get 180,000 yuan here? Are you here to perform a skit? Wang Hao crossed his arms, a look of contempt on his face. Humph, he's just an orphan, he's just trying to save face and suffer. I'm putting this out there today, if he can afford this money, I, Wang Hao, will stand on my head and eat shit right here. Oh? Qiao Bian finally looked up at him and said slowly, say it again? I'm not afraid of you. Wang Hao was irritated by his indifferent look and shouted with his neck stiff, if you can come up with this 180,000 yuan, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Qiao Bian tapped the screen of his mobile phone, and then Wang Hao's angry voice came out from the phone's low-quality speaker. If you can come up with this 180,000 yuan, I will stand on my head and eat shit. The recording was crystal clear, echoing throughout the lobby. Qiao Bian put away his phone and said calmly, well, very good. I suggest you eat more, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have enough to eat later. After saying this, he ignored Wang Hao, whose face instantly turned the color of liver, and turned to the receptionist again, saying in a gentle tone, please help me get a presidential suite. The receptionist came to her senses. Although she was confused, she still professionally picked up the barcode scanner and pointed it at the screen of the broken phone. Drop. A soft sound. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. The next second, a payment successful message popped up on the receptionist's computer screen. She looked at the long string of numbers, then at the excessively handsome man in front of her, and her eyes instantly changed from a professional smile to shock and respect. The entire lobby was dead silent. The mocking expressions on Wang Hao and his followers' faces froze, their eyes widened like bells, and their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. I really paid it? The yellow-haired follower stuttered, his voice shaking. 180,000, and used that broken cell phone? Another follower rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe it. The internet celebrity next to Wang Hao's eyes changed instantly when she looked at Qiao Bian. It was a kind of passion and admiration for seeing a top prey. She subconsciously took a step to the side, trying to distance herself from Wang Hao, whose face was ashen. Chow Bian took the room card handed to him by the receptionist with both hands, then slowly turned around. I paid the money, Mr. Wang. His eyes fell on Wang Hao, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm looking forward to your handstand shit eating. You. Wang Hao's face turned purple, his lips trembling, and he kept mumbling you for a long time, but couldn't even fart. He felt like everyone in the hall was laughing at him, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Waste. He pushed the internet celebrity next to him hard, and without bothering to pull her up, he took the 8,888 yuan room card and rushed to the elevator without looking back. Well, like a dog. His followers also scattered like birds and beasts and followed him in shame. Chapter 11 Junior, I'll go and drain the water first. Under the respectful guidance of the receptionist, Chow Bian and Xiao Wanqing took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The elevator door opened with a ding. A corridor covered with thick wool carpet appeared before my eyes, and on the walls hung oil paintings that were incomprehensible but looked very expensive. Mr. Chow, Ms. Xia, this is the presidential suite of our hotel, the King's Suite. The receptionist used a special door card to swipe open the heavy wooden door and made a please gesture. Your dedicated butler is waiting for you. Wish you a pleasant stay. After saying that, she bowed and retreated, leaving the entire space to the two of them. The moment he stepped into the room, even Chow Bian, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but exclaim "oh fuck" in his heart. This can no longer be described as luxurious. The huge space of nearly 300 square meters has a polished marble floor underfoot and a dazzling crystal chandelier above the head. The huge floor-to-ceiling window occupies an entire wall. Outside the window, you can see the most prosperous night scene of the entire Jiangcheng, with thousands of lights and the hustle and bustle of traffic. The living room is furnished with a set of leather sofas that look very valuable, and next to it is a separate bar filled with various foreign liquors. Further in, there is a separate dining room, study, audio-visual room, and even a small indoor heated swimming pool. The water bed in the master bedroom is ridiculously large, big enough for 5 or 6 people to roll around on it. The air was filled with a light, high-end fragrance that was indescribably pleasant. Mr. Chow, I am your exclusive butler, Alan. During your stay, if you have any needs, you can contact me at any time through the call system in the room. An English butler wearing a tuxedo and white gloves, who looked like he came out of a movie, bowed to the two of them. I understand. You go down first. Chow Bian waved his hand casually, imitating the rich people on TV. Okay, sir. I wish you and the lady a pleasant evening. Butler Alan bowed again, then retreated quietly and closed the heavy door. In the huge suite, Chow Bian and Xiao Wanqing were the only two people left. Junior, are we really going to live here? There was a hint of unreality in Xiao Wanqing's voice. She had lived for 21 years and had never imagined that one day she would live in a place like this. 180,000 a night is enough for her gambling father to play for a long time. Certainly. Chow Bian hugged her gently from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head, smelling the fragrance of her hair. I said, from now on, you are my Chow Bian's woman. I will give you the best place to live, the best clothes to wear, the best things to use, and the best food to eat. His voice was low and gentle, like a feather, gently brushing against Xiao Wanqing's heart. Xiao Wanqing's eyes felt hot and her nose felt a little sore. She turned around, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips. Chow Bian could feel her inner love and the careful cherishment she gave her. He put his arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and her breathing was a little rapid. Junior, I'm going to run the water to take a shower. She shyly broke free from his embrace and, like a frightened deer, ran into the bathroom in the master bedroom, which was the size of an ordinary person's living room. Chow Bian couldn't help laughing as he watched her fleeing back. He walked over to the bar, expertly poured himself a glass of whiskey, and then walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at the tiny city beneath his feet, an unprecedented sense of ambition surged in his heart. Once upon a time, he was just an inconspicuous speck of dust among the thousands of lights. For a few hundred yuan of part-time job fee, I rode an electric scooter in the heavy rain. In order to save money on food, I ate the cheapest steamed buns. In order to buy Lin Mangyao a gift that she mentioned casually, he had to go to the construction site and move bricks for a week. And now, he stood on the top of this city, overlooking all living beings. Chow Bian took a sip of wine, and the spicy liquid slid into his throat, igniting the fire in his body. He put down his glass, took off his clothes that were in the way, and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom door didn't lock. He pushed lightly and the door opened. A misty vapor hit my face, carrying with it the unique scent of shower gel and Xiao Wanqing's body. The huge round jacuzzi was already filled with water, with a layer of rose petals floating on the surface. Xiao Wanqing was facing away from him, bending over, seemingly adjusting the water temperature. She was only wrapped in a white bath towel, the hem of which barely covered her curvy figure, leaving her two straight and long legs exposed to the air without any obstruction. Hearing the door open, Xiao Wanqing turned around. When she saw the naked Xiao Bian, her face instantly flushed and she felt a little at a loss. Junior, I haven't put the water in yet. It's okay, let's wash together and save water. Xiao Bian walked over with a smile. Xiao Wanqing's eyes uncontrollably fell on his well-defined abdominal muscles and mermaid line, and her cheeks were so hot that she could almost fry an egg on them. Xiao Bian didn't give her much time to react and picked her up sideways. Ah! Xiao Wanqing exclaimed and subconsciously hugged his neck. The next second, they both fell into the warm water sprinkled with rose petals. Water splashed everywhere. The temperature in the room began to rise uncontrollably. Xiao Bian looked at the woman in his arms with charming eyes and an alluring pink complexion, and he could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed her. The waves beat against the shore. The sound of waves. The waves are rough and the hair is flying. Ding complete 2 intimate interactions with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 95, extremely high satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 200 points. A cold mechanical sound rang in Xiao Bian's mind, but it did not affect his movements at all. Now he just wants to reach the top with the woman in his arms. Junior, no. I can't do it anymore. Can you take a break for a while? Xiao Wanqing's voice was filled with tears as she begged for mercy intermittently. However, her plea for mercy sounded like the most beautiful aphrodisiac to Xiao Bian. He felt like he had endless energy in his body. The water in the bathtub had become cold without me noticing. But the temperature in the room was getting higher and higher. The bathroom design is also interesting. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror at the entrance. Xiao Bian carried Xiao Wanqing to the bathroom mirror. Let her hold the mirror. In the mirror, the scene was extremely erotic. The air is filled with water vapor. Rose petals floated messily on the water, or stuck to the two people's skin, which was a mixture of white and bronze. Xiao Wanqing grabbed the mirror weakly, her long burgundy hair scattered against her snow-white back, creating a strong impact of color. The usually pure and charming face was now filled with passionate charm, and the corners of the eyes and eyebrows were soaked in the laziness after joy. Senior, you are so beautiful. Junior, you, ha. Senior, do you hate me? Then I'm leaving. Oh, you bad boy, you are the best, I love you the most. Chapter 12. Senior sister, do you still have the energy to eat? This battle in the bathroom lasted for an unknown amount of time. It was not until Xiao Wanqing completely collapsed into a puddle of water and no longer had the strength to beg for mercy that Xiao Bian finally called off his attack. He held Xiao Wanqing, who was completely powerless. I washed both of them myself. Then he carried her to the exaggerated big bed in the master bedroom. I wrapped her in a soft blanket and watched her fall into a deep sleep with tears in her eyes, looking satisfied. The always passionate school beauty senior sister now appears in front of him like a little woman. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged in Xiao Bian's heart. He bent down and kissed her gently on the forehead. Mum. Since the end of military training in the afternoon until now, he has been busy with exercise and has not even had dinner. This time they protested directly. Xiao Bian picked up the service manual in the room and called the exclusive butler. Hello, Mr. Xiao, how can I help you? The voice of our exclusive butler Alan came from the other end of the phone. Please prepare some food for me and send it to the room. I want the best you have. Xiao Bian ordered. Okay, Mr. Xiao, do you have any dietary restrictions? No, just follow the arrangements and be quick. Okay, please wait a moment, the meal will be served within 15 minutes. As expected of a presidential suite in a 6-star hotel, the service efficiency is truly beyond reproach. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bian sat down on the edge of the bed and opened the system panel. Host, Xiao Bian. Constitution, 70-100. Charm, 85-100. Mall currency, 800 satisfaction points. The lovemaking in the bathroom just now brought him another 200 points of satisfaction. Chow Bian chuckled. This satisfaction value is much easier to come by than money, and it also makes you happy. He clicked on the Special Goods Mall, and a dazzling list of goods appeared before his eyes again. His gaze lingered for a moment on skills like photographic memory capsule and God-level driving skills. These things are very tempting, but he only has 800 satisfaction points now and can't afford them. System, does this satisfaction value have any other uses besides buying things in the mall? Chow Bian asked in his heart. The host can exchange satisfaction points for cash at a rate of 1:10,000, meaning 1 point of satisfaction can be exchanged for 10,000 Chinese currency. 1 to 10,000? Chow Bian's eyes lit up. So, can his current 800 satisfaction points be exchanged for 8 million in cash? Holy crap, this system is so awesome. Not only can you directly reward hundreds of millions of cash, but even this satisfaction value can be exchanged for money. Now, he doesn't have to worry about money at all. Even if I disable the function of making a fortune every day, in the future, I can still rely on applauding for love with my senior. He can become a billionaire in minutes. It is worthy of the name making a fortune every day. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chow Bian turned off the system panel and walked over to open the door. Several waiters in uniform, pushing a huge food cart, stood respectfully at the door. Mr. Chow, the meal you requested. The manager in charge personally placed the exquisite dishes on the long dining table in the restaurant. Australian lobster, French caviar, top-quality Kobe steak, and a bottle of expensive-looking red wine. Mr. Chow, please enjoy your meal. After the waiters had arranged everything, they left quietly. Chow Bian looked at the table full of dishes and estimated that it would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. The life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. He walked to the bed and gently patted Xiao Wanqing's face. Senior, wake up and get something to eat. Xiao Wanqing moaned and opened her eyes in a daze. Junior, I'm so tired and don't want to move. Her voice was soft and sticky, with a strong nasal tone, and it sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Be good, your body can't handle not eating. Chow Bian said this and directly carried her out of the quilt. Xiao Wanqing was naked, and her perfect body was exposed to the air. Chow Bian felt that the fire that had just subsided was rising again. He forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart, took out a large bathrobe from the closet and put it on her. Then he held her and walked to the restaurant. When Xiao Wanqing smelled the aroma of food, her stomach started to growl. She was indeed starving. I can do it myself. Her face flushed and she wanted to get out of Chow Bian's arms. Do you still have the strength? Chow Bian smiled evilly, carried her directly to the chair, and placed her on his lap. Then he picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of steak and fed it to her mouth. Ah! Xiao Wanqing was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but under Chow Bian's doting gaze, she still opened her mouth obediently. As soon as you take a bite of steak, it melts in your mouth and the aroma of meat fills the air. Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. Tasty. If it tastes good, eat more. Chow Bian fed her mouthful by mouthful. Xiao Wanqing leaned in his arms, feeling his body temperature and eating the food he fed her. My heart is filled with something called happiness. She even felt that all the suffering she had endured before was worth it at this moment. The meal ended in an extremely sweet and ambiguous atmosphere. Chow Bian felt that the energy in his body had been replenished, and the sleeping beast in his body awakened again. He looked at the senior sister in his arms, who was well fed, with a rosy face and becoming more and more charming, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Xiao Wanqing felt uneasy when he looked at her and subconsciously shrank back. Junior. I'm full and want to sleep. Why are you sleeping? Get up and have fun. Chow Bian growled, picked her up, and strode towards the master bedroom. Ah! Chow Bian, you bastard. Put me down. Xiao Wanqing struggled desperately on his shoulders, punching and kicking him. However, her little bit of strength was no different from tickling in front of Chow Bian now. Asshole? Let me show you what a real asshole is. Chow Bian threw her on the soft big bed, and then pounced on her like a hungry wolf. In the room, ambiguous gasps and moving pleas for mercy were heard again. This night is destined to be sleepless. From midnight to dawn, the battle horns never stopped. At the beginning, Xiao Wanqing could still take the initiative to cater to it. Later he cried and begged for mercy. In the end, he became unconscious and fully realized Xiao Bian's terrifying fighting ability. It was not until the sky outside the window turned pale that Xiao Bian finally ended this long battle with satisfaction. Ding completed deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 95, and both parties' satisfaction reaches its peak. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 700 points. Current total mall currency, 1,500 points. Listening to the generous reward prompt in his mind, Xiao Bian glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who had fallen asleep in his arms and completely lost consciousness, and felt a pity in his heart. It seems that I went a little too far. Senior sister has a small body, so you better be careful with it. If she was not really unable to do it, Xiao Bian felt that he could fight for another 300 rounds. He held the soft body in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 13 Senior Schoolmate Delivers Meals. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Bian opened his eyes. He had only slept for less than 3 hours, but he was extremely energetic, his body was full of explosive power, and there was no trace of fatigue. Is this what it feels like to have a 70% fitness score? That feels amazing. He looked down into his arms. Xiao Wanqing was still sleeping, her long eyelashes were like two small brushes, casting a beautiful shadow under her eyelids. Her face, which usually has a heroic look. At this moment, he was full of laziness and satisfaction, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was having a sweet dream. Xiao Bian's heart softened all of a sudden. He carefully pulled out his arm that she was resting on and got out of bed quietly. Last night's madness left a mess on the big bed. Xiao Bian called room service to bring breakfast, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, a sumptuous breakfast was already on the table. He walked to the bed, bent down, and gently kissed Xiao Wanqing on her smooth forehead. Xiao Wanqing let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. When their eyes met, the crazy scenes of last night instantly flooded into her mind, and her face turned red. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Xiao Bian's voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. Xiao Wanqing wanted to sit up, but she felt as if all the bones in her body were falling apart. There was a certain part of her body in particular that felt sore and swollen, causing her to gasp. Don't move. Xiao Bian held her down and said softly, just lie down and I'll feed you. As he spoke, he brought over a bowl of warm porridge and fed it to her mouth spoon by spoon. Xiao Wanqing opened her mouth obediently and enjoyed his service. Her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Junior, don't you have to go to military training? She looked at the sky outside the window and asked worriedly. It's still early, no rush. I'll come over after dinner. The meal was finished quickly. Okay, you sleep a little longer, I'm going to school. Xiao Bian tucked her in, stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Wanqing replied dazedly, then suddenly remembered something and took his hand. Junior, at noon, I'll come to you for lunch. Although she was extremely exhausted, she didn't want to be separated from him for a moment. No need, just have a good rest. Xiao Bian smiled, pinched her cheek, and kissed her hard on the lips. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he turned and left the presidential suite, leaving Xiao Wanqing alone. With a sweet smile, she fell asleep again. Jiangcheng University, playground. Under the scorching sun, a group of freshmen wearing heavy camouflage uniforms stood in standard military posture under the scolding of their instructors. Sweat slid down the young cheeks and soaked the collars. Xiao Bian stood at the end of the team, his posture straight and his expression calm. For him, this level of training is no different from taking a walk. His thoughts had drifted back to the big bed in the hotel. I wonder if the senior sister has woken up. Did I torture her too hard last night? She is alone in the hotel now. Will she feel lonely? Just as he was thinking about it, his fat roommate Zhang Wei nudged him with his elbow. Brotherin, what are you thinking about? So absorbed? Are you thinking about that fairy senior of yours? Zhang Wei made faces and looked gossipy. They all saw the big scene on the playground yesterday. Not only did Xiao Bian slap Wang Hao and Lin Mangyao in the face in public, he also abducted Xiao Wanqing, the school's recognized top goddess. This record made him a legend in the boys' dormitory. What are you thinking about? Stand at attention. Xiao Bian gave him a cold look. Hey, brotherin, tell us how you managed to win over senior Xiao Wanqing? Share your experience with us. Another roommate also came over, his face full of admiration. Yes, yes, brother Kishi, you are now the idol of all the boys in our school. Chao Bian was given a headache by their noise. I don't have much experience, just being handsome is enough, he said casually. The roommates around him fell silent for a moment, feeling as if their hearts were stabbed. This is so fucking hurtful. But when they looked at Chao Bian's handsome face that was so handsome from every angle, they had to admit that what he said was true. At 12 o'clock noon, the whistle for dismissal finally blew. The students seemed to have been pardoned. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and desperately drinking water. A morning of high-intensity training almost exhausted all their physical strength. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Zhao Taizhu called out weakly. Higan, let's go to the cafeteria together? Chao Bian was about to nod when he caught a glimpse of the familiar figure at the entrance of the playground out of the corner of his eye. Today, Xiao Wanqing changed into a light yellow long dress. The hem of her skirt fluttered gently as she walked, like a blooming sunflower, bright and dazzling. She was holding an exquisite insulated lunchbox in her hand, her long wavy wine-red hair shone charmingly in the sun, and her beautiful face had a faint smile on it as she looked in his direction. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the playground. Oh my god! Look! Senior Xiao Wanqing is here again. Oh my god! She's carrying a lunchbox? Isn't she delivering food to Chao Bian? Of course she is. Look at the direction she's looking. Damn, did Chao Bian save the galaxy in his previous life? This woman is amazing. This figure, this face, this temperament. If I had a girlfriend like this, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion every day. Discussions, exclamations, and gasps of envy and jealousy rose one after another. Even the instructors in charge of training couldn't help but glance sideways, with smiles on their dark faces that only men could understand. Chao Bian's roommates were completely stunned. The other side, that's for you, right? Zhao Taizhu asked stutteringly, his eyes wide open. Chao Bian smiled and walked forward amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Senior, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to sleep a little longer? Chao Bian walked up to her and took the lunchbox from her hand naturally. Xiao Wanqing raised her pretty face, her charming fox eyes full of tenderness. You've slept enough. I was worried that you wouldn't eat well, so I made something for you. Her voice is soft and sticky. Come and try it. I specially asked the hotel to get the ingredients. I made them myself. As she spoke, she pulled Chao Bian to the stone bench under the shade of the tree next to her and sat down, opening the insulated lunchbox. Chapter 14, Trash belongs in the trash can. 3 dishes in one soup, all delicious and tasty. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried shrimps, mapo tofu, and a bowl of corn and pork ribs soup. Although they are just some home-cooked dishes, you can tell that the person who made them put a lot of effort into it. Chao Bian felt warm in his heart. In order to prepare this meal for me, she probably got up as soon as I left. Senior sister, thank you for your hard work. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his mouth. The ribs were stewed until tender, with just the right amount of saltiness, and the taste was unexpectedly good. How is it? Is it delicious? Xiao Wanqing looked at him expectantly. Delicious, so delicious. Chao Bian praised generously, Senior sister, you are truly a master in both housework and cooking. Whoever marries you will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed when he praised her, but she felt sweet in her heart. She picked up a tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. She said softly, then you have to work hard. Not everyone can get my blessing. This intimate action, this ambiguous conversation. In the eyes of the students who were still around and hadn't left far away, it was like a critical hit of 10,000 points. Damn it! This is murderous. Don't stop me, I want to challenge Chao Bian in a duel. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Wake up! Can you beat him? Didn't you see what happened to Wang Hao yesterday? I finally understand. Being handsome really means you can do whatever you want. No more talking. I'm going to Korea now. When I come back, I want to find a girlfriend like Senior Xia. Zhao Taizhu and several of his classmates gathered around. While chewing on the dry steamed bun, he looked at Chao Bian with tears in his eyes as he enjoyed being fed by the goddess. Why is the gap between people so big? Zhao Taizhu took a bite of the steamed bun in grief and anger, and felt that the steamed bun in his mouth had turned into a lemon, sour and astringent. Chao Bian doesn't care what others think. He ate the loving lunch prepared by his senior with big mouthfuls. It felt like the most delicious meal he had ever eaten in his life. He quickly finished all the food in the lunchbox, even drinking up all the soup. Eat slowly and don't choke. Xiao Wanqing looked at him wolfing down his food, feeling both distressed and amused. She took out a tissue and gently wiped the corners of his mouth. After dinner, Xiao Wanqing took out another bottle of sports drink, unscrewed the cap and handed it to him. Chao Bian took it, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Xiao Wanqing looked at him infatuatedly, feeling that she could never see enough of him. Junior, she suddenly leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Did you feel comfortable last night?" Cough. Cough cough. Chao Bian almost spit out his drink. He looked at Xiao Wanqing in shock. This witch asking such a question in public. Seeing his embarrassed look after being choked, Xiao Wanqing burst out laughing. Her eyes were moving and her charm was so charming that the boys around her felt their hearts skip a beat. Chao Bian grabbed her mischievous little hand. He lowered his voice and said viciously, "Senior sister, you are playing with fire. Wait until we get back tonight and see how I will deal with you." "I'm waiting." Xiao Wanqing stuck out her tongue playfully, not afraid of his threat at all. The two of them flirted as if no one was around, completely oblivious to what was happening. From the window of the teaching building not far away, a pair of resentful eyes were staring at them. Lin Mengyao stood by the window, her nails digging deep into the flesh, leaving several blood-red crescent marks. That position should have belonged to her. All the tenderness and love of that man were given to another woman. Why? Isn't Chao Bian just a pauper? How could a goddess as high and mighty as Xiao Wanqing fall for him? And she was so nice to him, bringing him water and food. Chao Bian must have been hooking up with her a long time ago. That's why he has no attachment to me. Yes, that must be it. The more Lin Mengyao thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more unwilling she felt. Just then, a gloomy voice sounded behind her. "Does it look good?" Lin Mengyao was startled and turned around to see Wang Hao with a livid face. Wang Hao followed her gaze and saw the intimate posture of the man and woman on the playground. Like a red-hot iron rod, it pierced into his eyes fiercely. The humiliation he suffered yesterday at the Grand Hyatt Hotel was still fresh in his mind. Now, the man who had humiliated him was hugging the goddess of his dreams and performing a love scene in front of him. "Come on. Follow me." Wang Hao's anger was completely ignited, and he grabbed Lin Mengyao's wrist. "Wang Hao, what are you doing?" Lin Mengyao was hurt by his grab. "What?" Wang Hao sneered. "Didn't you say he cheated on me? Now, I'm giving you a chance to seek justice. Tell Xiao Wanqing everything you've been wronged about." Wang Hao is not stupid. He knows that competing with Chao Bian in financial resources now would be humiliating. But he can ruin Chao Bian's reputation. How could a goddess like Xiao Wanqing still want a scumbag who is two-timing? Lin Mengyao instantly understood Wang Hao's intention, and a burst of ecstasy surged in her heart. Right. That's how it should be. If I can't get it, you can't expect it either. The two men, each with their own ulterior motives, walked quickly towards the shade of the trees in the playground. Chao Bian. A roar interrupted the surrounding noise. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Hao with a dark face. He pulled Lin Mengyao, whose eyes were red and about to cry, and walked over aggressively. Xiao Wanqing's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly. Chao Bian seemed not to hear it and continued to drink his drink slowly, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. "Chao Bian, you despicable and shameless scumbag." Before Wang Hao could speak, Lin Mengyao took the lead and rushed in front of the two of them. Pointing at Chao Bian's nose, his voice was sharp, full of grievance and accusation. "Have you been with her for a long time? Why did you lie to me? Breaking up with me for her, what do you think of me?" She acted with tears in her eyes, as if she was the victim who was betrayed. The surrounding students were suddenly in an uproar, casting gossipy glances at him. This plot is reversed? Could it be that Chao Bian really cheated first? Seeing this, Lin Mengyao cried even harder and turned to look at Xiao Wanqing. With tears in her eyes, she advised me, "Senior Xia, don't be fooled by him. He's a liar who plays with people's feelings. He can abandon me for you today, and abandon you for another woman tomorrow." This performance is nothing short of vicious. Not only did she want to ruin Chao Bian's reputation, she also wanted to plant a thorn in Xiao Wanqing's heart. However, Xiao Wanqing's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Facing Lin Mengyao's accusations, Xiao Wanqing's face did not show the slightest hesitation or anger. She didn't even look at Lin Mengyao. She just stretched out her delicate hands and gently helped Xiao Bian straighten his collar. Then she raised her breathtakingly beautiful fox eyes. His cold eyes fell on Lin Mengyao, as if he was looking at a fly buzzing on the roadside. Are you done? Xiao Wanqing opened her red lips slightly. Lin Mengyao's crying stopped. My dear classmate, Xiao Wanqing spoke slowly, her tone indifferent and without a trace of emotion. First of all, even if my man really abandons you, it will be your honor. Because this proves that you once had the qualifications to be abandoned by him. Secondly, Xiao Wanqing smiled slightly, a smile that captivated everyone, yet was also icy cold. Garbage belongs in the trash can. Instead of running out and trying to pollute other people's eyes. You understand? Chapter 15. When will the handstand and shit-eating you mentioned be arranged? Garbage belongs in the trash can. Lin Mengyao's face, which had just been tearful, instantly lost all color and froze in place. Wang Hao's face became even uglier than before. Xiao Wanqing's words were not only a scolding to Lin Mengyao, but also a veiled criticism of Wang Hao, saying that he was a garbage collector. Xiao Wanqing, don't be shameless. Wang Hao finally tore off his disguise and pointed at Xiao Bian with a ferocious look on his face. Why are you protecting such a loser? What good is there in a man who can only hide behind a woman? Isn't he just a gigolo? As soon as these words were spoken, the students watching the show around began to whisper. Indeed, from beginning to end, it was Xiao Wanqing who was fighting in the front. All Xiao Bian does is eat and drink, and it seems like he's really a gigolo. However, Xiao Bian just slowly drank the last mouthful of soup in the thermos lunchbox. He even let out a sigh of satisfaction. Then he put down his lunchbox and slowly stood up. He didn't look at Wang Hao, but lowered his head and smiled gently at Xiao Wanqing, then reached out to help her tidy up her hair that was messed up by the wind. The meal that senior sister made was so delicious that I finished all the soup without realizing it. After doing all this, he finally turned his gaze to the furious Wang Hao, with a lazy arc at the corner of his mouth. A gigolo? Xiao Bian chuckled. Soft rice is good. It's fragrant and soft, and it won't cause indigestion. He paused, his eyes swept between Wang Hao and Lin Mengyao, his smile becoming more playful. Unlike some people who can't even have a sip of hot soup and can only watch helplessly, how pitiful. Puff. I don't know who was the first one in the crowd who couldn't help but burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, suppressed laughter rang out everywhere. That's so hurtful. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She liked to see him look calm and composed, yet he could make people mad. Boyfriend? Wang Hao was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he was completely furious. He had been pursuing Xiao Wanqing for so long, but he had never heard a single good word from her. Xiao Bian, this poor guy, actually became her boyfriend without anyone noticing. Wanqing, have you been deceived by him? He is just an orphan and a pauper. What can he give you? Wang Hao roared in frustration. He couldn't figure out why he was inferior to Xiao Bian. As for the money he used to pay for the hotel room yesterday, who knows where it came from? Book a room? These two words exploded among the crowd like a bomb. What the hell? Did you get a room yesterday? My goddess, was captured by that beast Xiao Bian? No. My youth is over. The boys' wails came one after another. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed, then turned cold. You don't need to worry about what he can give me. Her tone was icy cold without a trace of warmth. What he can give me is something that someone like you can never give me in your entire life. Xiao Wanqing took Xiao Bian's arm. She rested her cheek affectionately on his shoulder, looked up at him, her eyes full of dependence. For example, a sense of security. These words, coupled with this extremely intimate action, were simply the ultimate killer. Wang Hao's face turned purple, he was shaking with anger and couldn't utter a word. The onlookers around were gloating. Ha ha, Wang Hao got criticized again, his face turned green. A sense of security? Senior Xia, what you said is so clever. That's right. Compared to an idiot like Wang Hao who's good for nothing but money, brother-in does feel much more secure. Lin Mengyao's face turned pale and blue as she listened to the discussions around her. Especially Xiao Wanqing's words sense of security were like a knife, stabbing her heart. Once upon a time, Xiao Bian also gave her a full sense of security. When she was harassed by thugs, he was the first to rush forward with a brick. When she was writhing in pain from her menstrual cramps, he clumsily made some brown sugar water and braved the rain in the middle of the night to buy her a hot pack. When she was sick, he carried her across half the city, registering and paying the bills, never leaving her side. But it was also she who pushed away this most precious sense of security with her own hands. She looked at Chao Bian and Xiao Wanqing, who were so close to each other. Looking at the doting smile on the man's face that he had once shown to her, she was overwhelmed by an unprecedented regret. If she hadn't broken up with him, she would be sitting next to Chao Bian now. Am I the one who was enjoying all his tenderness? Chao Bian. She spoke as if possessed by a ghost, her voice trembling, as if begging. Chao Bian finally looked up at her. That look was calm and indifferent, as if he was looking at an unrelated stranger. Then, he shifted his gaze back to Wang Hao, who was about to explode with anger, with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. Young Master Wang, let's get down to business. When are you going to perform yesterday's handstand shit-eating performance? I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to see people fulfill their promises. You. Wang Hao was choked by his words and almost died on the spot. He originally wanted to deny the matter, but he didn't expect Chao Bian to bring it up again in front of so many people. The surrounding discussions suddenly changed direction. Standing upside down and eating shit? What's going on? Young Master Wang has this hobby? He's quite lively. Holy crap, what happened yesterday? I feel like I missed out on billions. Young Master Wang, please give us a performance. We want to see it. Yes. Show. The students who were eager to watch the fun started to join in the commotion. Shut the fuck up. Wang Hao roared at the people around him, but it was useless and instead attracted even louder laughter. He glared at Chao Bian with red eyes. Chao Bian, don't be so arrogant. It's just a few bucks, right? Do you believe I can make sure you can't survive in Zhongcheng? When Lin Mangyao heard the word rich, she didn't know what nerve was touched and she immediately screamed. She didn't go to the hotel with Wang Hao yesterday, and had no idea that Chao Bian spent 180,000 to book a presidential suite. He's rich? What a joke. She looked at Chao Bian with contempt. He and I are from the same place. Don't I know what his family situation is like? He's just a pauper. I think the money he used to pay for the hotel room was probably from an online loan. He's risking the rest of his life just to pick up girls. How pathetic. When Xiao Wanqing heard this, she almost laughed out loud. Online loan? Does a person who has nearly 100 million yuan in liquid funds in his mobile banking need to go for online loans? This ex-girlfriend's vision is so pathetic and ridiculous. However, Chao Bian didn't say anything on his own initiative, and she was too lazy to expose it, so she just let them continue to be clowns. Oh? Really? Chao Bian had no reaction to Lin Mangyao's revelation, but just looked at Wang Hao with interest. Then I really have to wait patiently. He stretched and took Xiao Wanqing's hand. Senior, let's go. We have military training in the afternoon and we don't have time to play house with them. He put his arm around Xiao Wanqing's slender waist and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and turned around and smiled brightly at Wang Hao. By the way, young Master Wang. When you are ready to fulfill your promise, remember to post a notice on the school forum. I will definitely bring all the brothers in the dormitory to support you. After saying that, under the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys in the audience, Chao Bian hugged his stunning senior sister and left in a cool manner. Only Wang Hao and Lin Mangyao were left standing there, accepting the public execution under hundreds of gazes. Young Master Wang, eat shit. Handstand. Don't forget. Hurry up, I can't wait. Unable to bear the humiliation, the 2 men fled the scene in disgrace amid laughter. Chapter 16, Senior Sister, You Are So Beautiful. After the military training in the afternoon, he couldn't wait to run to the school gate. Under the big locust tree at the door, a beautiful figure was already waiting there. Xiao Wanqing was still wearing that light yellow dress with its fluttering hem. Like a sunflower blooming in the world, it makes everything around it dim. All the boys passing by looked sideways, and some even almost bumped into the telephone poles. Senior sister, you must have been waiting for a long time. Chao Bian walked forward with a smile and took her hand very naturally. Xiao Wanqing's hands were soft, with a hint of coolness. The moment he held her hand, a smile that captivated everyone spread across her face. No, I just arrived too. She clenched her hands and looked up and asked, "Where are we going now?" "I'll take you to a nice place." Xiao Bian smiled mysteriously and stopped a taxi. Master, Vientiane City. Mixi, the highest-end shopping mall in Jiangcheng, is a gathering place for luxury goods. Xiao Bian used to feel out of place even passing by here. But now, he is here. Bring his woman here to spend money. LV store. The uniformed receptionist at the door saw the two of them and greeted them professionally. When she saw Xiao Wanqing's face clearly, her expression instantly turned into surprise. "Wanqing? Why are you here? Xiao Tang? Are you working part-time here?" Xiao Wanqing was also a little surprised. Su Xiaotang is her classmate, a girl with pretty appearance and straightforward personality. Xiao Bian took a quick look, his heart remaining calm, and the system panel showed no reaction. It seems that this beauty score of over 80 points cannot be maintained by makeup alone. Su Xiaotang's gaze fell on Xiao Bian. She paused for half a second on his t-shirt, which had become a little pale from washing, and then calmly pulled Xiao Wanqing aside. "Wanqing, is this your boyfriend?" She lowered her voice. "Yeah." Xiao Wanqing nodded, unable to hide the sweetness in her eyes. "Okay, you're no longer single," without saying anything. Su Xiaotang made a joke at first, then changed the subject and became serious. "But I'm telling you, sister, this guy is wearing cheap clothes to LV. He's not expecting you to pay, is he? Don't let yourself get carried away and get ripped off." Xiao Wanqing felt warm at heart when she heard her best friend's worry, and she smiled and patted her hand. "Don't worry, he's not that kind of person." The trust and confidence in her eyes made Su Xiaotang slightly stunned. Xiao Wanqing pulled Su Xiaotang back to Xiao Bian. With a hint of apology, "Bian, this is my best friend, Su Xiaotang." "Hello. My boyfriend, Xiao Bian." "Hello." Xiao Bian smiled at Su Xiaotang. "Senior, please help Wanqing pick out some clothes that are most suitable for her." "There is no upper limit on the budget." Su Xiaotang was stunned. "Unlimited budget? This tone doesn't sound like something someone wearing street goods would say." She was skeptical, but still dutifully picked out a few new styles of the season. "I have to say that Xiao Wanqing is a natural clothes hanger. Whether it is an elegant long skirt or a playful short shirt. When she wears them, they look like they are tailor-made, perfectly outlining her devilish figure." Finally, Xiao Bian's eyes fixed on a black evening dress. The cut is bold to the extreme. The deep V design almost reaches the navel, while the back is completely empty. "Senior, would you like to try this one?" Xiao Bian pointed at the dress. This is too revealing." Xiao Wanqing's cheeks turned slightly red. "Senior, go and try it, I want to see it." "Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you." Xiao Wanqing took the dress and went to the dressing room. A moment later, Xiao Wanqing's shouts were heard from the locker room. "Bian, you come in and help me, I can't reach the zipper at the back." Su Xiaotang covered her mouth and winked at Xiao Bian. "Go quickly." Xiao Bian was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he raised a playful smile and pushed the door open. The moment the door closed, the world before his eyes seemed to be lit up. Xiao Wanqing had her back to him, her long burgundy hair cascading down like a waterfall, making her flawless back look even whiter and more dazzling. The black dress hugged her breathtaking curves tightly. The deep cleavage under the deep V and the perfect hip line outlined by the hem of the dress. It forms a picture that is enough to drive any man crazy. "Bian, can you help me check the zipper at the back?" On that beautiful face, her eyes were charming and her red lips were slightly parted, carrying a fatal temptation. Xiao Bian's Adam's apple rolled, and he moved closer step by step, trapping her between the mirror and his chest. He walked forward and his fingertips touched her warm skin, and Xiao Wanqing's body trembled slightly. Xiao Bian was not in a hurry to zip up his pants. Instead, his fingers slid slowly down her spine. "Junior, you." Xiao Wanqing's voice was trembling. Xiao Bian leaned over to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her earlobe. "Senior sister, you are so beautiful that I want to commit a crime." He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and helped her zip up. The other side. Xiao Wanqing turned around, stood on tiptoe, and exhaled a sweet breath. Xiao Bian could no longer restrain himself and bent down to kiss her. There was a lot of conversation. Both of them were breathing heavier. Xiao Wanqing stopped Xiao Bian's increasingly presumptuous hands. "Not here." Xiao Wanqing's eyes flickered with a subtle light. "Be obedient, go back." I'll do whatever you say. The last few words were as light as a feather, but they hit Chow Bian's heart hard. Poof. He chuckled and warned her fiercely in her ear, "You'll be in trouble when you get back." In the end, Xiao Wanqing changed into a relatively conservative beige dress. But that surging figure cannot be concealed by any cloth. Xiao Wanqing also enthusiastically picked out some clothes for Chow Bian. It is said that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Chow Bian, who is 185 centimeters tall and has a tall figure, changed into a well-tailored casual outfit. His sunny and handsome temperament was magnified several times, attracting the attention of other female customers in the store. Just as the two were getting sweet and ready to pay the bill, a discordant voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Wanqing, the big star of our Jianda cosplay club?" Chapter 17. Why can't a broken phone be used to buy 1.25 million? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle appearance but a sinister look in his eyes walked over. Chow Bian doesn't know him. But Xiao Wanqing's face turned cold in an instant. Li Jia? The visitor is Li Jia, the vice president of Zhengcheng University's cosplay club. He is also Su Xiaotong's nominal boyfriend. In the past 2 days, the rumor that Xiao Wanqing, whom he thought was a sure thing, was won over by a poor young man has spread throughout the community circle and has become a laughingstock for almost everyone. Li Jia's eyes swept over Chow Bian, and the contempt in his eyes was almost undisguised. "Qingqing, who is this? Can you introduce her to us?" He smiled, but his tone was like an interrogation. "My boyfriend, Chow Bian." Xiao Wanqing held Chow Bian's arm tightly and spoke in a sharp tone. "Also, don't call me Qingqing, I find it disgusting." "Boyfriend?" Li Jia laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. "Qingqing, when did your vision become so unique? So many bosses in the industry who drive sports cars want to invite you to dinner, but you ignore them and instead turn around and find a little wolf dog who's still wearing cheap clothes?" He looked Chow Bian up and down and shook his head. "It's okay. It's nice to come to Vientiane City and have a look. It can broaden your horizons and help you understand what your life's goals are." What this means is that Chow Bian is just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world and came in to use the air conditioning. Xiao Wanqing was so angry that her chest was heaving and she was about to explode. Chow Bian gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to be patient. He looked at Li Jia and spoke lazily. "Well, it really opened my eyes. For example, I learned how filthy some people are inside, even though they appear to be decent people." Li Jia's expression changed instantly. Xiao Wanqing looked at Chow Bian's calm yet aggressive look, and her eyes lit up. "This is her man." Su Xiaotang on the side also frowned. She looked at her boyfriend's hypocritical face and felt uncomfortable. "By the way, senior sister Su." Chow Bian seemed to have just remembered and turned to Su Xiaotang. "Pack up all the clothes Wanqing and I tried on just now, including that black evening gown. Please calculate the price and send it directly to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the top-floor presidential suite, to Mr. Chow." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. The gentle fake smile on Li Jia's face completely froze. Grand Hyatt House. Presidential suite. 180,000 a night. Su Xiaotang opened her mouth in shock, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Li Jia pointed at Chow Bian's broken cell phone and screamed. "You're wearing this cheap street vendor stuff and you told me you're staying in the presidential suite at Grand Hyatt? You're kidding me." Chow Bian ignored him and just looked at Su Xiaotang, who had not yet come to her senses. "Senior Su?" He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Su Xiaotang. "How much?" Oh. Su Xiaotang finally came to his senses and began to calculate in a hurry. "Excuse me, I'll calculate it for you right now. You picked out 10 pieces of clothing in total. That couture dress is more expensive, costing 500,000, so the total is 1.25 million. 1,250,000. As soon as this number came out, Xiao Wanqing's face changed instantly. She subconsciously pulled Chow Bian's sleeve hard, leaned close to his ear, and spoke in a very low voice. "Bian, it's too expensive. Can we give up that black dress? And the others as well?" To her, this amount of money was an astronomical figure. It was her gambler father who only owed 500,000 yuan from gambling. Chow Bian didn't say anything. He just turned his head and looked into Xiao Wanqing's beautiful eyes. Then he reached out and gently held her slightly cool fingertips. "I told you, Wanqing. You are my woman, so you must use and wear the best. Don't worry about the money. The man's words were like a warm current, washing away all the anxieties and worries in Xiao Wanqing's heart, leaving only sweetness and touching feelings. But in Li Zhi's eyes, this scene became a terrible performance. He let out a shrill sneer as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. 1,250,000? Act, go on. A kid still wearing cheap clothes dares to talk about being the best here? Li Zhi crossed his arms across his chest and looked down at Xiao Bian, the contempt in his eyes almost becoming tangible. You know what? Any piece of clothing here is enough for someone like you to carry bricks for a lifetime. You're so pretentious you're even going as far as LV. I've really been enlightened today. However, in the face of his sarcastic sarcasm, Xiao Bian didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. This complete disregard made Li Zhi more angry than any rebuttal. Xiao Bian just looked at Su Xiaotang beside him and said lightly, "Scan the code." Xiao Bian was still as calm as ever, as if he was not spending 1.25 million, but 125 yuan. He handed over the second-hand phone with spider web cracks on the screen. On the screen was an ordinary payment code. Puff. This time, Li Zhi really couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Xiao Bian's broken cell phone and laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out. Scan the code? Use this? Are you fucking here to make fun of me? Are you trying to break someone's barcode scanner? 1,250,000? Just for that crappy phone of yours? Li Zhi laughed so hard that tears came out. Xiao Bian, you're addicted to showing off, aren't you? Oh. Xiao Bian finally looked at him straight in the eye, with a playful smile on his lips. Senior Li, why don't you believe it? The last person who didn't believe it made a bet with me that he would eat shit while standing upside down. I wonder what you want to bet with me, Senior Li. If you can swipe it out, I'll call you daddy right there. Li Zhi, that's enough. Su Xiaotang finally came to his senses and interrupted him with a cold voice. She looked at her boyfriend's face, which was twisted with jealousy, and there was only disappointment in her eyes. Li Zhi still wanted to make trouble. Xiaotang, don't believe him, he's just... Su Xiaotang didn't give him a chance at all, and directly said to the colleague next to him, call security. 2 tall security guards came over quickly. Under Li Zhi's incredulous gaze, he was invited to leave. I'm sorry, Wanqing, and Junior Chao, I apologize to you on his behalf. I'll apply for an employee discount for you right away. Su Xiaotang's face turned red and white. It's okay, Senior Sister Su. Xiao Bian handed over the payment code on his phone. For the full payment, just swipe it directly. Just consider it a thank you for taking care of our Wanqing. He paused and added meaningfully. As for your boyfriend, I personally suggest that you forget it, it's nothing, just pay the bill. Xiao Wanqing stood aside, watching her man acting as if he was in control of the situation. My heart was filled with sweetness and I held his arm even tighter. Although Xiao Bian didn't say it explicitly, Su Xiaotang is a smart person. She knew that Xiao Bian was reminding her that Li Zhi was unreliable. Actually, apart from this meaning, what Xiao Bian was thinking about more was when would Li Zhi be able to call him dad. Drop. The prompt tone of successful payments sounded crisply. Su Xiaotang looked at the long string of numbers on the POS machine, then looked at the calm boy in front of her, and finally understood why Xiao Wanqing chose him. After paying the money, Xiao Bian put his arm around Xiao Wanqing's slender waist and smiled at Su Xiaotang. Then I'll trouble Senior Sister Su to send you to the presidential suite at Grand Hyatt. Xiao Wanqing also waved to her best friend, her eyes full of happiness. Xiaotang, we're leaving first. We'll treat you to dinner another day. After Su Xiaotang got off work, she was stopped by Li Zhi at the gate of Vientiane City. Xiaotang, listen to my explanation. That Xiao guy is definitely a liar. His money came from nowhere. Su Xiaotang looked at him coldly. Li Zhi, whether he is a liar or not has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with you either. I know I'm not as pretty as Wanqing, and I also know you've always had feelings for her. I always thought that if I hold a stone in my arms, I would eventually warm it up. She smiled self-deprecatingly. Now it seems that you are not only a stone, but also a stinking stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. She took a deep breath. Let's break up. After saying that, she turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Xiaotang. You broke up with me for a stranger? Come back here. Li Zhi's angry roar came from behind. Su Xiaotang didn't even turn his head. Some people, once you see through them, should be thrown away. Chapter 18 Attack. Hello, is this Brother Bao? It's me, Wang Hao. A rough voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, it's Master Wang. Why did you think of calling me? Do you want to find some girls to play with again? Brother Bao, I'm not looking for you for this. I want you to help me find someone. Wang Hao's voice was cold. Oh? Who should I do it to? In Jiangcheng, there is nothing that I, Chen Bao, can't handle. A student named Chao Bian. I want you to break his legs. And that woman next to him, Xiao Wanqing, bring her here. I want her to know what happens if she offends me, Wang Hao. Wang Hao's tone was full of resentment. Chen Bao on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Young Master Wang, the price is not low. Money is not a problem. Wang Hao roared, 500,000. After the job is done, I'll give you 1 million. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Young Master Wang is so open-minded. Chen Bao laughed. Okay, I'll take this job. Send me their photos and information. I'll let you see them tonight. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao showed a ferocious smile on his face. Xiao Bian, aren't you a good fighter? I've hired a dozen professional thugs. Let's see how you can handle this time. Xiao Wanqing, aren't you aloof? When I get tired of playing with you, I'll throw you to my brothers and turn you into a slut for everyone to fuck. Chao Bian took Xiao Wanqing to buy the latest model of mobile phone. Chao Bian felt a little uncomfortable because that broken cell phone was always being ridiculed. This time it went smoothly, and no monsters appeared to disgust us. Xiao Wanqing looked at their couple clothes, couple cell phones, and couple watches. I feel very happy. Although at the beginning, I expressed resistance to spending money so lavishly. But Chao Bian said, I am responsible for making money to support the family, and you are responsible for being beautiful. She melted instantly. She turned around and offered him a kiss. Thank you, Bian, for being so kind to me. Senior, you are mine now. Isn't it natural for me to treat you well? It was getting late and the two of them had dinner. Prepared to walk back to Grand Hyatt. Vientiane City is not far from Grand Hyatt residences. Just think of it as a digestive aid after a meal. The river city under the night sky is brightly lit and the river breeze is blowing on your face, which is very pleasant. Xiao Wanqing held Xiao Bian's arm tightly, leaned her head on his shoulder, and a happy smile was on her face. This was the happiest day she had had in the past 21 years. Just as the two of them walked to a relatively secluded street corner park, something strange happened. Suddenly, 7 or 8 strong men armed with steel pipes and machetes rushed out from the dark bushes and surrounded them. The leader was a bald man with a hideous scar on his face. It was Chen Bao. Boy, are you Chao Bian? Chen Bao pointed the machete in his hand at Chao Bian with a ferocious look on his face. Xiao Wanqing was so scared that her face turned pale and she subconsciously hid behind Chao Bian. Chao Bian protected her behind him, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He thought about it and realized that the people he had offended recently were Wang Hao and Li Zhe. Only Wang Hao could hire someone to kill someone. Wang Hao sent you here? He asked directly. Chen Bao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to be so calm. Boy, you know a lot. Since you know it's young Master Wang's intention, just surrender obediently. Leave your legs behind, and let your girlfriend play with us brothers, and we'll forget about this. Chen Bao showed an obscene smile on his face, and his eyes swept over Xiao Wanqing's curvy figure. Court death. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from Chao Bian's eyes. Those who dare to set their sights on his woman, none of them will be able to leave standing today. Yo, you're pretty crazy? Chen Bao was enraged by his gaze. Brothers, come on. Kill him first. At the command, 7 or 8 thugs rushed up, waving the weapons in their hands and shouting. Xiao Wanqing was so scared that she held Chao Bian's hand tightly and trembled constantly. Senior, close your eyes. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Xiao Wanqing closed her eyes obediently. In the darkness, her hearing was infinitely amplified. Crack. It's so crisp that it seems to be exploding right next to your ears. Then came the muffled groan of a man whose throat was being strangled, and the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Then came the second click. The third tone. Each sound became clearer and more terrifying than the last. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Xiao Wanqing's heart was beating wildly, and the fear almost burst out of her chest. But a stronger curiosity drove her. She quietly opened her eyelids a little. The scene before her made her forget to breathe for a moment. Chao Bian's figure was like a tiger breaking into a flock of sheep. No, he was calmer and more cruel than a tiger. A burly man holding a steel pipe just raised the weapon above his head. Chao Bian didn't even dodge, but just raised it casually. The latecomer arrives first. Before the steel pipe fell, he accurately grabbed the opponent's wrist and exerted force with 5 fingers. Crack! Another crisp sound. The sturdy man's eyes bulged out instantly, and his wrist was bent backwards at an angle that no ordinary person could do. The white bone stumps even pierced the skin. Ah! A shrill scream had just squeezed out of his throat. Chao Bian had already kneed him hard in the abdomen. The sturdy man fell silent instantly, and flew backwards with his body arched like a cooked shrimp, with the acid and blood foam in his stomach gushing out. Another gangster attacked from behind, and the machete in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed straight at the back of Chao Bian's neck. Chao Bian didn't even turn his head. The body suddenly sank in an incredible posture, and at the same time, a fierce backward kick, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, hit the attacker's shin. Crack! This time, there was an even duller breaking sound. The gangster's entire calf was bent outward into a strange less-than-sign shape. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, holding his broken leg and howling like a pig being slaughtered. Less than 30 seconds. The 7 or 8 strong men who had looked ferocious before were now all lying on the ground. Not one of them was still standing. Some had broken hands and feet, and some were even kicked in the chin by Chao Bian, with their teeth and blood foam spitting out all over the floor, and they fainted instantly. The entire corner park was filled with painful groans. The smell of blood grew stronger in the night wind. Chao Bian, who created all this, was standing quietly in the center of the mess. His breathing was not disordered at all, and the clean casual clothes on his body were not even stained with a trace of dust. Only a few drops of blood that did not belong to him splashed on his cold face. He turned around slowly. Looking at the only person still standing, the bald man with scars all over his face, Chen Bao. Chen Bao's hand holding the machete was shaking violently and uncontrollably. He has been in the underworld for more than 10 years, has killed people, and has seen tough guys. But he had never seen such a monster. How the hell is this a student? This is clearly an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Chen Bao looked at Chao Bian's calm but cold eyes, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. His legs went limp. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. The machete in his hand fell to the side with a clang. Big brother. Master. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. Chapter 19. Go, wash yourself clean. An arm, or a leg, your choice. There were no angry roars, no fierce threats. Chao Bian spoke calmly. And this kind of calmness is the ultimate horror. Chen Bao shuddered all over. He had no doubt that if he hesitated for a second, the other party would help him make a choice. And most likely, he will have to take both options. Plop! Chen Bao could no longer hold on, and his forehead hit the cold concrete floor heavily, making a dull sound. Grandpa! Ancestor! I was wrong. I was really wrong. He was in tears and no longer had any of his previous arrogance. It's Wang Hao. It was that bastard Wang Hao who asked me to come. He said you were just an ordinary student, and I was fucking fooled by him. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. My whole family depends on me. Chen Bao howled and kowtowed like crazy. Again and again. Soon, blood came out from his forehead, mixed with dirt and tears, and covered his face. Chao Bian watched his performance indifferently, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. He slowly raised his foot. Chen Bao's crying stopped abruptly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a smell of urine instantly spread. A trembling voice with a crying tone came from behind. The other side. Chao Bian raised his foot and stopped in mid-air. The murderous aura from him was enough to make evil spirits tremble. The moment I heard this sound, it disappeared without a trace, like ice and snow melting in the spring breeze. Chao Bian turned around. I saw that beautiful face with tears in her eyes. Xiao Wanqing had opened her eyes at some point and was looking at the Shura field in front of her with horror. She saw the gangster lying on the ground groaning. Saw the twisted limbs and the glaring bloodstains. I also saw a bald, scarred man kneeling on the ground, frightened to the point of incontinence. Finally, her gaze fixed on Xiao Bian, the man whose face was still splattered with someone else's blood. The moment his eyes turned to her, from the bitter cold winter, it instantly turned into the warm spring. Xiao Bian frowned slightly. He raised his hand and wiped the blood that splashed on his face with his sleeve. Never mind. I can't let my senior see too many bloody things. His girl only needs to be beautiful. He will be responsible for cleaning up the dirt in the darkness. Xiao Bian withdrew his gaze, and when it fell on Chen Bao again, his eyes had returned to indifference. Go away. Chen Bao was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. Still staying here, are you trying to make me change my mind? Xiao Bian's voice turned cold. Get out. I'll get out. I'll get out right now. Chen Bao felt as if he had been pardoned and stood up by crawling. He called upon those brothers who were still able to move and helped them to lift up their unconscious companions. They fled in a miserable state from this nightmare place that they would never forget. Go back and tell Wang Hao. Xiao Bian's voice sounded faintly behind them. Wash your neck and wait for me. This matter is not over yet. Chen Bao stumbled and almost fell again. He didn't even dare to look back and ran away even faster. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bian and Xiao Wanqing were the only two people left in the corner of the park that was bustling just now. There was still a faint smell of blood in the air. Xiao Bian walked towards Xiao Wanqing step by step. She stood there like a frightened deer, her body still trembling slightly. Senior. He walked up to her, his voice so gentle that it could drip water. It's okay. I'm here. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hug her, but then he saw that his hand seemed to be stained with blood, so he stopped in mid-air. Next second, Xiao Wanqing suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly with all her strength. Her body was still trembling. The other side. Her face was buried in his chest, her voice muffled. Yeah. Xiao Bian gently stroked her soft long hair and comforted her softly. Senior, I'm sorry, did I scare you? They're just a bunch of blind rubbish. This won't happen again. No. Xiao Wanqing suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful fox eyes were shimmering with a strange light. I wasn't scared. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and she looked at Xiao Bian with burning eyes. I just feel. She seemed to be searching for the right words. You looked so handsome just now. Xiao Bian was stunned. Really? So handsome. Xiao Wanqing's tone was full of admiration. Just like the superheroes in the movies. No, much more handsome than them. She looked at Xiao Bian, her eyes full of obsession. The scene just now had a huge impact on her. The man with cold eyes who treated his enemies like grass. The moment he turned around and looked at her, all the hostility turned into tenderness. This extreme contrast made her intoxicated. It turns out that this is the feeling of being held in his palm and protected under his wings. This feeling made her more addicted than anything else in the world. Silly senior. Xiao Bian laughed and scratched her nose lovingly. He lowered his head and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't worry, if anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, I will make his entire family regret coming into this world. The man's words are domineering and powerful. To Xiao Wanqing's ears, it sounded more pleasant than any sweet words. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she leaned in his arms, panting. Higan, let's go back to the hotel. I can't wait. Xiao Bian hugged the frightened Xiao Wanqing and returned to the presidential suite of Grand Hyatt. She could no longer control herself and suddenly hugged Xiao Bian from behind. Her hot cheek pressed against his back, and through the thin fabric, she could feel the explosive power hidden beneath those solid muscles. The other side. I want you, now. Xiao Bian raised his hand and covered the slightly trembling hands around his waist. Then, turn around. Xiao Wanqing let out a short scream and was pressed against the cold door panel. The next second, Xiao Bian's handsome face, which also had a bit of evil in it, was infinitely magnified in front of her eyes. He held the door open with one hand, completely enveloping her in his shadow, and with the other hand he gently pinched her small chin. Those deep eyes were filled with undisguised possessiveness. Xiao Wanqing's heart was beating so wildly that it almost burst out of her chest. She raised her face obsessively, welcoming his kiss that was about to fall on her. However, Chao Bian's lips stopped only 1 centimeter away from her. His rough thumb gently stroked her soft lips. A spot of dark red blood on the fingertips rubbed against the corner of her pink lips. The scarlet color was dazzling and strange. Chao Bian stopped and looked at her with a playful look. "It's dirty." His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of teasing. Xiao Wanqing trembled all over, and her eyes became more blurred in an instant. "I don't care." She spoke eagerly and even wanted to take the initiative to kiss him. Chao Bian chuckled, stepped back slightly, and avoided her kiss. He leaned over to her ear, his hot breath pouring out. "Senior, the night is long and has just begun. The smell of blood only makes me more excited. But..." He paused, raised his hand, and slowly wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her lips with the back of his finger. "I want to give you the most perfect night." Xiao Wanqing was completely stunned and let him do whatever he wanted. Chao Bian stood up, looked down at her, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Go. Wash it clean. Then, wait for me." Chapter 20 Senior, I'll do it this time. While Xiao Wanqing was taking a shower, Chao Bian was not idle either. In the shower room of the presidential suite, the water was running loudly. The warm water washed over the body, washing away the blood that belonged to someone else and was splashed on the skin. The bloodstains had long since dried up, dissolving under the running water, turning a light crimson color that swirled down the floor drain. Chao Bian scrubbed with an expressionless face, without even a trace of emotion in his heart. To him, dealing with those people just now was no different from stepping on a few ants. What made him feel a little uncomfortable was that his body was stained with other people's blood. He washed quickly. "Come out wrapped in a bathrobe and throw yourself into the soft big bed." The light from the gorgeous crystal lamps on the ceiling was soft, but it made him feel a little unreal. When he closed his eyes, all he could think of was Xiao Wanqing's tearful face and the look in her eyes that was a mixture of admiration and obsession when she looked at him. An idea was growing wildly in his mind. After all, a hotel is a temporary place to stay. He wanted to give her a real home. A safe, undisturbed home that belongs only to the two of them. Not long. The bathroom door was gently pushed open, and in the mist, a figure that could make all the colors in the world pale in comparison slowly walked out. Chao Bian's breathing stopped at that moment. What came out was not a lotus emerging from the water. It was an enchanting black rose that bloomed in the dark night just for him. Xiao Wanqing was wearing the black haute couture evening gown that he had personally selected. The ultimate deep V design reveals the breathtaking whiteness and depth of her chest without reservation. As she walks, the softness sways slightly, which is fascinating. Her face was painted with delicate but not gaudy makeup, her long burgundy hair was carefully groomed, and the slightly curled ends hung on her smooth and beautiful back, forming the strongest visual impact with the black of the dress and the whiteness of her skin. She was barefoot, and a thin red rope was tied around her white ankle. One step, one step. She walked slowly towards the bed, her fox eyes that had captivated everyone now sparkling with a natural charm. He just stood by the bed, looking down at the stunned Chao Bian. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was soft and charming. "The other side, am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." Chao Bian's Adam's apple rolled, and he uttered only one word before pouncing on him like a hungry wolf. However, a pair of soft hands pressed against his chest. It was Chao Bian who could beat the enemy until the ground was covered in blood. He was completely defenseless before this bare hand. "Don't be impatient." Xiao Wanqing leaned over, her breath as fragrant as orchid. "You just said the night was long, why are you the first to get anxious? Now." She looked at the man she loved deeply, her eyes full of love. She gently pushed Chao Bian down on the bed with her backhand. "Let me." Chao Bian's head buzzed. The opposite of Tiangang. This is simply the opposite of Tiangang. But why, damn, it feels good. Xiao Wanqing slowly straddled him, looking down at her possessions with a queen-like attitude. "You protected me. So." She lowered her head, her long hair falling like a waterfall, and kissed him gently on the lips. It was another dark and chaotic battle. In the end, Xiao Wanqing ended up crying and begging for mercy. Ding complete an intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 95, both parties are extremely satisfied. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 500 points. Current total mall currency, 2,000 points. It was unknown how long it took before the room returned to peace. Chao Bian held his senior sister who had fallen asleep from exhaustion in his arms and smiled contentedly. It seems that I need to encourage senior students to wear this kind of battlesuit more in the future. Not only is it pleasing to the eyes, but you can also earn satisfaction points, killing two birds with one stone. Early the next morning, Xiao Wanqing curled up in Qiao Bian's arms like a lazy cat, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. Qiao Bian hugged her tightly. The warmth and softness in his arms made him feel unprecedented satisfaction and peace. He suddenly spoke, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet morning light. Senior. Xiao Wanqing responded, lazy and sexy. Let's go buy a house. Qiao Bian stroked her soft long hair and whispered, buy a home that belongs to us. Buy a house? Your own house? Your own home? Xiao Wanqing's body trembled slightly. The word home is too heavy and too far away for her. It does not represent warmth, but quarrels, beatings, and unpaid gambling debts. It was the father who almost pushed her into the fire. She dreams of having a warm and peaceful home that truly belongs to her. And now, the most important man in her life actually said that he wanted to buy a house of their own with her. Tears flowed uncontrollably from my eyes again. Soaked Qiao Bian's chest. The other shore. She choked and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Why are you crying, silly? Qiao Bian smiled and wiped her tears. You are mine. Isn't it my duty to give you a home? Yeah. Xiao Wanqing nodded heavily and buried her face deeper, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. After a while, she asked in a low voice with a thick nasal tone, but buying a house costs a lot of money, and we also need a household registration, Before she could finish her words, Qiao Bian pressed his fingers on her lips. When did it become my woman's turn to worry about money? As for household registration, that's not a problem at all. On the property deed, only your name will be written. Xiao Wanqing suddenly looked up, her beautiful fox eyes widened in disbelief. The housing prices in Jiangcheng are extremely high, and a good house can easily cost hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. He just wanted to give it to me so casually? Do you want to write only her name? No. It's too expensive. She refused without thinking. Be obedient. Qiao Bian stared into her eyes with a serious expression. I said, you are my woman, everything I have can be yours. Just a house. Looking at the man's serious eyes, Xiao Wanqing could no longer say no, and her heart was filled with a huge sense of happiness and security. She took the initiative to move forward and kissed him on the lips. I'll do as you say. The two of them cuddled for a while before reluctantly getting up. After all, there is military training today. When Qiao Bian returned to the dormitory, his roommates looked at him as if he were a god. Brother-in, you haven't come home at night these past few days. The counselor has come to look for you, and the phone call is unavailable. Hiss, brother-in, that red mark on your neck is from Senior Xia, right? Holy shit, is this true? Qiao Bian touched his neck and smiled nonchalantly, neither admitting nor denying. This sense of mystery made his roommates imagine more and admire him more. The counselor's phone number? Qiao Bian looked at the intercepted calls in his new phone. Maybe it was considered a harassing call. Forget it, I'll apply for accommodation later. The sun is shining brightly on the playground. All the freshmen looked listless and exhausted from the sun. Only Qiao Bian stood straight, without even a drop of sweat on his face, as if the sun that could bake people had no effect on him. The instructor couldn't help but look at him a few more times and was secretly amazed. Finally, the final whistle blew. Disband. With the instructor's command, the entire playground cheered instantly. The military training that lasted for more than half a month finally came to an end. Qiao Bian ignored his roommate's invitation to dinner and immediately took out his cell phone to send a message to Xiao Wanqing. Qiao Bian. Chapter 21. Are you saying that this unattractive counselor in front of you has an appearance score of 91? The voice was cold. Qiao Bian paused as he was about to press the screen and slowly turned around. A woman stood not far away. She was about 1.7 meters tall and was wearing a conservatively cut-off white women's suit. On his nose rested a pair of black-framed glasses that covered half of his face, and his thick bangs almost covered his eyebrows. He looks like a principal. Qiao Bian searched his mind before he matched the face in front of him with a name. Su Qinghe. Their class counselor. Qiao Bian had only met her a few times at the beginning of the school year. Qiao Bian's only impression of her was that she was old-fashioned and serious. Just as he was about to say hello, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, high-quality beauties meeting the inclusion criteria have been detected. Generating character information. Chao Bian stopped moving. Name, Su Qinghe. Overall appearance, 91. Measurements, 92 c 60 91. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Favorability, 10. Initial impression, an undisciplined, disorganized, and problematic student. Experience value, 0. Chao Bian's eyes froze. His eyes uncontrollably fell on the woman in front of him again. Appearance, 91? What kind of joke is this? Is this the woman in front of me with thick bangs, big glasses, and clothes that look like she is going to attend a commendation meeting in the 1980s? For her outfit, it was considered a compliment from the system that she got 70 points. Chao Bian's gaze swept over her aggressively. It seems, that old-fashioned suit does indeed show a good silhouette. It seems, behind those thick lenses, the shape of the eyes seems quite nice. Like. Never mind, he really couldn't tell. However, the system authentication should be correct. Chao Bian. Su Qinghe's voice became a little heavier, and there was obvious displeasure in her cold voice. What she hated most was this kind of look. Especially since the other party was a problem student who had been marked by her as needing special attention. Come with me to the office. She said this coldly and turned away. The air conditioning in the counselor's office is turned on very high. Su Qinghe slapped a printed form on the table, making a crisp pop sound. Student Chao Bian, it's only been 4 days since school started, and you've already stayed out all night 3 times. She sat behind her desk, her arms folded across her chest, staring at him sharply from behind her glasses. I called you 7 times and sent you 3 text messages, but there was no response. According to the student handbook, if you stay out overnight more than 3 times without reason, you can be given a warning. In your case, a serious warning is more than enough. Her tone was completely businesslike. Chao Bian pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down leisurely, without a trace of nervousness on his face. He looked at Su Qinghe's face, whose appearance was seriously affected by glasses and bangs. What I was thinking in my heart was how I could make her take off this turtle shell. Teacher Su. Chao Bian spoke, his voice just the right amount of hoarseness and fatigue. I'm sorry to trouble you. His attitude was sincere, but that was all, no further explanation. Su Qinghe frowned. She anticipated that the other party might quibble, beg for mercy, or even act arrogantly and indifferently. But she never thought that he would be so calm and almost indifferent. Just an apology and that's it? I need a reasonable explanation, she demanded. Chao Bian was silent for a moment, then raised his head and met her gaze. His eyes were clear and honest, and his honesty carried a hint of helplessness that came from being worn down by life. Teacher Su, you should know that I am an orphan. Su Qinghe's heart suddenly stopped for no reason. Of course she knows. She carefully read the files of every student, especially those of disadvantaged students like Chao Bian. Zhongchang is too expensive. I need to make money to pay for tuition, and I also need to survive. Chao Bian spoke calmly, as if he was talking about something very normal. I found a part-time job and had to work at night, so I didn't go back to the dormitory. Su Qinghe's fingers gripping the pen tightened subconsciously. She came from a wealthy family and could not imagine how much effort it took to say the 3 words survive. But she remained sane. Then why aren't you answering the phone? Why aren't you replying to text messages? I lost my phone. Chao Bian spread his hands and showed a wry smile on his face. I accidentally broke it while working at a construction site a few days ago and haven't taken care of it since. I haven't had time to save your contact information yet. This reason is full of loopholes. But considering his current expression and his status as an orphan, it seems so reasonable. How can a student who is busy making a living have so much time to care about a mobile phone? Su Qinghe's anger had mostly dissipated, and she even felt sympathy and guilt. So, Teacher Su, Chao Bian took the opportunity to make his own request. Can I apply to live out here? My part-time job provides accommodation, which would save me a lot of money and also make it more convenient for me to work. He looked at her with earnestness in his eyes. I promise you, I will not neglect my studies. I will take all the exams. Su Qinghe was completely shaken. As a counselor, her job is to follow the rules. But as a human being, she couldn't refuse the request of a student who was trying so hard to survive. She looked at Chao Bian's young and handsome face, and the calmness in his eyes that did not belong to his age, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. It's not allowed by the regulations. She said this, but her tone had softened. But, considering your special situation, I can make special arrangements. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. But you must sign a safety responsibility letter and contact me at least once a week to report on your situation. Thank you, teacher. Chao Bian immediately stood up and smiled brightly. That smile, like a ray of light, instantly dispelled all the gloom and fatigue in his body, making Su Qing's heart skip a beat. She pushed her glasses up awkwardly. Okay, that's all I need to know. Remember, keep in touch. You have a new phone now, right? As she spoke, she lowered her head to take the safety responsibility letter from the drawer. Yeah, I just bought it. Chao Bian responded casually and put the phone he had been holding in his hand on the table. It was the latest model of Warwick-made foldable screen mobile phone. Under the office light, the black body shone with a low-key and luxurious luster. Su Qing, his hand holding the document, stopped in mid-air. Her eyes were fixed on the phone. She earns 8,000 yuan a month and has to go without food and drink for 2 months to be able to afford such a mobile phone. The air in the office suddenly became quiet. Su Qing has slowly raised her head and looked at Chao Bian. The eyes behind the lenses slowly narrowed. All the previous sympathy, understanding, and guilt were shattered at this moment by a huge question mark. She had only one thought in her mind. A poor student who earns a living by moving bricks at a construction site is using a latest model mobile phone that costs more than 10,000 yuan? He calls this part-time job? He calls this survival? Su Qinghe looked at Chao Bian's face, which still had a sincere smile on it, and the temperature in her eyes gradually dropped to freezing point. There's something wrong with this orphan. Something is very wrong. Chao Bian, this phone of yours, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Chapter 22. Teacher, you are right, but I want to take a leave this afternoon. The smile on Chao Bian's face remained unchanged, but he followed her gaze and looked at the phone. He reached out and slowly picked up the phone, flipping through it in his hand, with just the right amount of confusion on his face. You're talking about this? Teacher, is this phone expensive? Su Qinghe was so angry that she laughed at his question. Is it expensive? In the entire school, the number of students who can afford this phone can be counted on one hand, and all of them are rich second generations whose families have mines. Student Chao Bian, are you playing dumb? Su Qinghe crossed her arms, leaning forward slightly, a sense of oppression evident. This phone has a market value of 16,800 yuan. Tell me, where on earth can you earn over 10,000 yuan a day carrying bricks? When Chao Bian heard this, his expression became a little subtle, as if he was surprised and a little embarrassed. So expensive? He scratched his head. I really didn't know. This is something my girlfriend gave me. Girlfriend? Su Qinghe's brows furrowed even tighter. Yeah. Chao Bian nodded, his eyes clear and without any evasion. She got a new phone, so I got the old one. My previous phone was broken at the construction site, and she said she couldn't contact me, so... He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Girlfriend? Su Qinghe frowned even more tightly. A student at school casually gives away a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan as a gift? She immediately pictured a gigolo who was kept by a rich girl and had no ambition to make progress. The slight change of opinion and sympathy I had for him before instantly turned into deeper disappointment and contempt. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and her voice became 3 times colder than before. Chao Bian, I don't care what your girlfriend's family does, nor do I care how much she likes you. But you're a man. She stared at him, emphasizing every word. As a man, accepting such an expensive gift from a woman calmly, don't you feel it's too hot to handle? Money earned with your own hands, even if it's only $1, is spent with confidence. Things given by others, even if they are worth a fortune, are not worth the money you earn. You are not yet capable of taking responsibility for anyone, so you shouldn't enjoy all this with a clear conscience. This will wear down your fighting spirit and make you lose yourself. Su Qinghe's tone was stern, like an elder who was disappointed in his child. But Chao Bian caught the hidden concern behind her thick black-framed glasses. This counselor is an interesting person. Chao Bian listened quietly, without any impatience in his eyes. After she finished speaking, he nodded solemnly. Teacher, you are right. I never thought of relying on her. I was with her because I wanted to give her a home. A safe and stable home where I don't have to look at anyone else's face. He met Su Qinghe's gaze with a firm and sincere look, The reason why I work so hard part-time is that I want to achieve this goal as soon as possible. These words were spoken sincerely, coupled with Chao Bian's determined eyes, as if he wanted to join the party. Su Qinghe's prepared truths were blocked again. She looked at the boy in front of her. He was clearly admitting his mistake, but he exuded a strong sense of self-confidence, as if the future and better life he talked about were not empty words. This made her feel like she had punched cotton, with no place to put her strength. The office fell silent again. It would be ridiculous for a poor student to say such words. But for some reason, when Chao Bian said this, Su Qinghe's heart trembled inexplicably. She looked at the boy in front of her. The strong self-confidence and sense of responsibility he possessed were something she had never seen in her peers from prominent families. Maybe I really misunderstood him? After a long time, Su Qinghe sighed almost inaudibly. That's all. The road is his own, and he has said what he needs to say. At least, he listened to me and was not the kind of stubborn person who would not listen to anything. The anger in her heart had dissipated without her realizing it. It's best if you think so. Su Qinghe suppressed the strangeness in her heart and returned to her official tone. I can grant your request to stay away from home. But you must sign this safety responsibility letter. Also, send me a report at least once a week to let me know you're still alive. Thank you, teacher. Chao Bian immediately showed a bright smile. He said, Teacher, in order to give my girlfriend a home sooner, I have to go to work this afternoon. Today's afternoon military training. Go ahead. Su Qinghe waved her hand, a little upset. I promised to leave after signing the book. Chao Bian quickly signed his name on the document, then stood up and bowed to Su Qinghe. Goodbye, teacher. Chao Bian picked up his cell phone, turned around and walked out of the office with brisk steps. Go ahead. Be safe. Okay. Walking out of the office, Chao Bian breathed a long sigh of relief. He took out the phone that had caused the trouble and muttered, It seems I have to keep a low profile in front of you from now on. He remembered that Xiao Wanqing had no classes in the afternoon, so he sent her a message directly. Senior sister, let's have lunch together at noon, and I'll take you to see something good in the afternoon. The message was replied almost instantly. Xiao Wanqing, what good stuff. Cat is curious.jpg. Chao Bian raised the corner of his mouth, a home. Add Xiao Wanqing's psychological activities. After sending the message, Chao Bian directly found the largest real estate agency in Jiangcheng on the internet. His requirements were simple, close to Jiangcheng University, good environment, strict security, and the larger the area, the better. When the agent heard the request, they knew that a big client had arrived, and immediately sent out the company's most senior ace agent, a woman named Sister Li. Sister Li drove a Mercedes-Benz and took Chao Bian and Xiao Wanqing on a tour of several of the most upscale real estate projects near the school. I looked at everything from large flats with river views to townhouses. But Chao Bian always felt that something was missing. Either it is a bit far from the school, or the surroundings are too noisy and not quiet enough. Sister Li saw his dissatisfaction, rolled her eyes, and thought of a place. Mr. Chao, I have a very special house here. Are you interested? Oh. Tell me about it. This house is in the alley opposite the south gate of Jiangcheng University. It's a 3-story building with a small independent courtyard. The owner is a young widow. Her husband died in an accident a few years ago, leaving her this building. She lives on the 3rd floor and rents out the 1st and 2nd floors. Because she's not short of money and doesn't want to cause too much trouble, she never listed the house with an agent. I just heard about it by chance. The most important thing is that this location is quiet in the bustling city, just across the wall from the school, and the entire building is sold, so privacy is absolutely guaranteed. When Chao Bian heard this, he immediately became interested. An independent small building with a yard, so close to the school. Isn't this what he wants? Take us to see it. Sister Li immediately drove and took them to the alley opposite the south gate of the school. The alley is very narrow, with old houses with blue bricks and black tiles on both sides, full of the breath of life. The car stopped at the entrance of the alley and the 3 of them walked in. Soon, a 3-story building that looked a bit old but very clean and elegant appeared in front of them. The courtyard wall of the small building is covered with green vines, and the yard is planted with various flowers and plants, which are well maintained. This is it. Sister Li walked forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, a gentle female voice came from inside. Who is it? Chapter 23 Lu Ruyan. A woman wearing a plain long skirt and an apron opened the gate. The moment he saw this woman, Chao Bian's breathing stopped for a second. The woman in front of him looked to be in her early 30s. Her long black hair was loosely tied behind her head with a simple hairpin, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her facial features are not that kind of aggressive beauty, but are gentle and soft like the paintings of the Jiangnan water towns, which makes people feel comfortable when looking at them. Her skin is as white as the finest mutton fat jade and as delicate as a baby's. What attracts people's attention the most is her figure. The close-fitting mother-in-law skirt shows off her proud curves to the fullest. Especially the astonishing fullness of her chest, which seemed to be about to burst the fabric of her skirt. This is a ripe peach, and its whole body exudes the warm and attractive scent unique to a mature woman. A system prompt sounded in Chao Bian's mind. Ding, a female target meeting the inclusion criteria for Red Beauty record has been detected. The next second, a detailed information panel appeared in front of his retina. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 32. Overall appearance, 94. Measurements, 99 65 98. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Favorability, 10 charm from handsome guys. Experience points, 11. Oh shit. 94 points for appearance. This appearance is only 1 point lower than Xiao Wancheng. And these three measurements are simply a beauty. Chao Bian's heart began to beat uncontrollably. However, a 32-year-old widow has much less experience than expected. It seems that Lu Ruyan is a chaste woman. She remained a virgin for her deceased husband. Quite interesting. Lu Ruyan opened the door and was stunned when she saw three people standing at the door. Especially when she saw Chao Bian's overly handsome face, her cheeks blushed uncontrollably. She has been a widow for 3 years. She usually interacts with neighbors and elderly people. She has never seen such a handsome and sunny young man. You are? Her voice, like her, is soft and sweet, very pleasant to listen to. Hello, Miss Lu, I'm Li Ping from XX Agency. Sister Li hurried forward and handed over her business card. Well, Mr. Chao wants to buy a house near the school. I heard you were selling it, so I took the liberty of bringing him over to take a look. Ah? Buy a house? Lu Ruyan was a little surprised. I didn't say I wanted to sell the house. Sister Li looked a little embarrassed. Chao Bian spoke directly. Hello, Sister Lu, my name is Chao Bian. He held out his hand with a sunny smile on his face. Do you mind if I call you Sister Lu? Hello, Mr. Chao, it's okay. I really like your house. Would you like to name a price? Money is not an issue. Lu Ruyan looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and then gently shook it. His palm was large and warm, which made her heart tremble inexplicably. Mr. Chao, this house is the only memory my husband left me. I have no intention of selling it. Lu Ruyan pulled her hand back and said with some embarrassment. Chao Bian looked at the loneliness in her eyes and felt something in his heart. It seems that if I want to get this house, I have to start from somewhere else. He silently said to himself, System, exchange me for a strategy card, targeting Lu Ruyan. Ding, consumed 100 points of satisfaction, strategy card, exchange successful. Current remaining satisfaction, 1,900 points. Strategy card Lu Ruyan. The target's current biggest concern, due to rumors of a husband-killing woman, she has been alienated by both her in-laws and her own family. She feels extremely lonely and longs for understanding and care. Furthermore, her gambling-addicted younger brother is her biggest source of trouble. Strategy suggestion, use sincerity and warmth to break down her inner barriers and make her feel cared for again. Helping her resolve her brother's troubles will significantly increase her favorability towards you. So that's how it is. Chao Bian had an idea instantly. He looked at Lu Ruyan and said sincerely, Miss Lu, I understand how you feel. Let me put it this way. I won't buy your house. I'll rent it. I'll rent out your entire building. You can name any rent you want. I just want to find a place to live that's close to school and quiet. Don't worry, I live with my girlfriend at most. We're very clean and definitely won't cause you any trouble. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Rent the entire building? This is quite a big deal. She looked at Chao Bian's sincere eyes, and for some reason, she couldn't bear to refuse. That's okay. She nodded as if possessed by a demon. Then come in and sit down. She turned sideways and invited the three people into the yard. Xiao Wanqing didn't say a word from beginning to end. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Ruyan was obviously much more vigilant. The woman's intuition told her that this woman who looked as gentle as water was not simple. The threat she poses to her man may be much greater than that of the brainless Lin Mengyao. Chao Baiyan and Xiao Wanqing followed Lu Ruyan and toured the entire building. The first and second floors were originally single rooms rented out to students, but are now empty. Although the decoration is a bit old, it is spotlessly clean and the owner's care is evident everywhere. The third floor is where Lu Ruyan lives. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and is decorated in a very warm and elegant manner. The balcony is filled with various succulents, and it can be seen that the owner is a person who loves life very much. How is it? Junior, do you like it here? Xiao Wanqing asked in a low voice in Chao Bian's ear. Yeah, I like it very much. Chao Baiyan nodded. This place, both in terms of environment and location, perfectly meets his requirements. More importantly, there is a beautiful landlord here with a score of 94. Sister Lu, I rented this house. Chao Baiyan made the decision directly. You name the rent. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, I rented a single room to a student before, and it was 800 yuan a month. There are 10 single rooms in total, plus the third floor, so I'll charge you 10,000 yuan a month. She actually felt a little guilty when she quoted this price. After all, although the location of this house is good, the decoration is old. 10,000? Chao Bian smiled. Miss Lu, you are so honest. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 a month. Pay 1 year's rent in one lump sum, 600,000. Ha? 50,000? Lu Ruyan and Xiao Wanqing were both stunned. 50,000 a month, 600,000 a year, just to rent such a shabby little building? This is too wasteful. Junior, this is too expensive. Xiao Wanqing quickly grabbed him. Not expensive. Chao Bian patted her hand, signaling her to rest assured. He looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Miss Lu, I think your house and you are worth the price. He deliberately emphasized the words you. Lu Ruyan's face turned red in an instant. She could not fail to understand the meaning of his words. Is this young man teasing me? Isn't his girlfriend still next to him? Mr. Chao, stop joking. This is too much. I can't accept it. She waved her hands quickly. Chapter 24. Maybe he can really protect me. That's settled. He looked at the surprised expression on Lu Ruyan's gentle face. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. If you really feel bad, don't call me Mr. Chao anymore. It sounds strange. Just call me Baiyan. After saying that, he didn't even bother to talk about the price anymore and directly opened the WeChat account he had just added. Find Lu Ruyan's profile picture and enter the amount. Transfer. Buzz. Lu Ruyan's cell phone vibrated in her apron pocket. She took it out subconsciously. WeChat payment received, 600,000.00. 600,000. Just like that, the money flew into her account from the phone of a young man whom she had just met for less than half an hour. Lu Ruyan's mind went blank, and she only felt the phone in her hand was burning hot. Who is he? Chao Bian didn't care at all and turned to look at the agent's Sister Li, who was already dumbfounded. Sister Li, thank you for your hard work. According to the rules, the agency fee is 1 month's rent paid by the tenant, which is 50,000, right? Ah. Yes, that's right, Mr. Chao. Sister Li answered stutteringly, her heart pounding. The commission from this order is equivalent to her work for half a year. Chao Bian didn't wait for her to finish and sent another transfer. I'll give you 60,000, 10,000 for tea and drinks. Please make the contract professional, I want it now. Don't worry, Mr. Chao. Leave it to me. I'll go back to the company right away, print it using the most standardized template, and send it to you right away. Sister Li's face turned red with excitement. This god of wealth has to be served well. It's just a contract. If he wants to do something, it's not impossible. But Sister Li looked at Xiao Wanqing beside Chao Bian and then looked at herself. Never mind. Just work honestly. Soon, the contract was signed and Sister Li left with many thanks. There were only 3 people left in the small courtyard filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. The air was subtly quiet. Lu Ruyan, holding the hot contract, was at a loss as to what to do and was the first to break the silence. Higgin, when are you planning on moving in? I want to clear out the third floor. Clear? Chao Bian smiled. Sister Lu, you don't have to move. Ah? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. I live here too? Yes. Chao Bian's eyes were a bit aggressive, but he wore a harmless smile. I rent the first and second floors. The third floor is still your home. If you live here, I'll have another neighbor. Xia Wanqing remained silent. At this moment, her fingertips on Chao Bian's arm tightened slightly. She finally understood it completely. What, rent a house? This man of mine clearly has his eyes on this ripe peach. A feeling of sourness surged uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart, making her almost want to pull Chao Bian away immediately. But on second thought, she suppressed the impulse. She knew very well that a man like Chao Bian, like a real dragon soaring in the sky, the small pond of mine cannot trap him at all. Forcing him to stay by your side will only make him annoyed. Your own value does not lie in being a nagging and complaining woman. Instead, she acts as his most caring and sensible wife, helping him take care of his daily needs. This Lu Ruyan is indeed very beautiful. Her gentle and delicate temperament makes even a woman like me feel pity when I see her. It's just right, it can fill the gap in my personality. As long as I will always be the most special and irreplaceable one in Chao Bian's heart, that's enough. She held Chao Bian's arm tightly in an intimate manner. But, this is too inconvenient. Lu Ruyan was still hesitating, her cheeks flushed. If word got out that a man and a woman were alone in the same building. What's the inconvenience? Chao Bian's smile became meaningful. I live on the second floor, you live on the third floor, we don't interfere with each other. Besides, is it really safe for a young and beautiful woman like you to live here? I'll live here. If any foolish scum comes looking for trouble, I can still protect you. Protect you? Since her husband's death, all she has heard are gossip and the alienation of her relatives. It had been so long since anyone had said anything like that to her. Her heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. Just then. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was kicked open by someone from the outside. A tall, thin young man with dyed yellow hair, reeking of alcohol, staggered in, his eyes cloudy and greedy. Sister! I'm back! Hurry up and give me the money. I'm lucky today, I have to make up for it. When Lu Ruyan saw the person coming, her face turned pale as paper. Xiao Jie? Why are you here again? I said I don't have any money. The person who came was her gambling addict brother, Lu Jie. No money? You're kidding me. The rent for this shabby building is over 10,000 a month. How could you be broke? Lu Jie had a ferocious look on his face and tried to snatch the bag from Lu Ruyan's hand. I really have no money. The house is empty. Lu Ruyan held the bag tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Bullshit. If you don't pay me today, I'll burn down your shabby building. Lu Jie showed his vicious side and actually took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the flame with a click. You! Lu Ruyan was so angry that she was shaking all over and tears were about to come out. How could she have such a brother? At this moment, a hand, like a pair of pliers, grabbed Lu Jie's wrist. Take your dirty hands away. A cold voice sounded in Lu Jie's ears. Lu Jie looked back and saw Chao Bian's expressionless face. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Lu Jie cursed and tried to pull his hand back. But he tried his best, but Chao Bian's hand didn't move at all. Ah! It hurts. Let go. My hand is going to break. Lu Jie screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The strength in Chao Bian's hands is getting stronger and stronger. Apologize to your sister, he said coldly. I'm talking to you. Who the hell do you think you are? Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Lu Jie's scream stopped abruptly. His wrist was twisted at a strange angle. Chao Bian let go of his hand, and Lu Jie collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, holding his wrist and rolling around in pain. Now, can you apologize? Chao Bian looked down at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Lu Jie was so scared when he saw the devil-like man in front of him that his soul flew away. A foul smell came from his crotch, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Yes, I'm sorry. Sister. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. He burst into tears, holding his deformed wrist, crying and kowtowing to Lu Ruyan for mercy. looking at my brother lying on the ground wailing in pain. A sense of pleasure suddenly surged in Lu Ruyan's heart. Over the years, Lu Jia has been like a leech, draining her savings and extinguishing her last bit of hope for family affection. Now, someone finally came to vent her anger. However, when I saw his twisted wrist and pale face, that little bit of pleasure was quickly drowned out by the blood thicker than water kinship and innate kindness. No matter how much of a bastard he is still her only brother. She looked at Chao Bian, the man she had just met, who shielded her from the wind and rain in the most direct way. An indescribable bitterness and emotion instantly broke down her psychological defenses. Since her husband left, she has faced all the malice and bullying alone. And today, someone finally stood in front of her. The other side. She took a step forward. Forget it, let him go, as long as he doesn't bother me again in the future. Upon hearing this, Chao Bian turned around and looked at her. Seeing her eyes were red, her face was full of worry and pity. He nodded, his gaze returning to the puddle of mud on the ground. Did you hear that? I heard it. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Lu Jia was as if he had been pardoned. He crawled towards the gate of the courtyard, looking as miserable as a stray dog. Lu Jia felt as if he had been pardoned and ran out crawling. The yard returned to silence again. Lu Ruyan looked at Chao Bian with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. There was shock and fear, but more than that, there was an unprecedented sense of security. Ding! Lu Ruyan's favorability increased by 30, current favorability, 40 grateful. Maybe he can really protect me? Chapter 25 Come drink with me. After driving away the scoundrel Lu Jia, the yard became quiet again. Lu Ruyan looked at Chao Bian, moved her lips, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. Thank you, Mr. Chao Hagen. In the end, she could only say thank you dryly. It's okay, it's just a small favor. Chao Bian waved his hand, looking unconcerned. If he comes to harass you again, just call me directly. He looked straight at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's heart began to beat faster again. She lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. I'm going to cook. Thank you so much for today. Please stay and have a simple meal together. She made an excuse and ran into the kitchen as if escaping. Xia Wanqing was standing by and saw the entire interaction between the two. She walked to Chao Bian and quietly pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Junior, you've become really capable. You've learned how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress so quickly? Her tone was sour. Jealous? Chao Bian smiled and held her little hand. No. Xia Wanqing said stubbornly. Don't worry, in my heart, you will always be unique. Chao Bian leaned close to her ear and whispered. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. She knew that a man as strong as Chao Bian would definitely not be the only woman around him. Instead of being jealous all day long, it is better to find ways to consolidate your position in his heart. As long as she can firmly grasp this man's heart and make him inseparable from her, that is better than anything else. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to say, Junior, I have an appointment with friends from the club tonight to rehearse a performance, so I won't be able to have dinner with you. You are here by yourself, so don't bully Sister Lu. She deliberately emphasized the word bully and winked at Chao Bian. Chao Bian was stunned for a moment, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As his senior, I am creating opportunities for him. Okay, then be careful and go back to the dormitory early. Xia Wanqing stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the face, then picked up her bag and left the yard. In the kitchen, Lu Ruyan was wearing an apron and washing vegetables clumsily. Her mind was not on cooking at all. All he could think about was the domineering figure of Chao Bian. And he said, I will protect you from now on. It had been a long time since a man, except her deceased husband, had ever said such words to her. Her heart was in turmoil. Sister Lu, let me help you. Chao Bian's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lu Ruyan was so frightened that the vegetables in her hand fell into the sink. Ah! No, that's not necessary. The kitchen is very fumy. You can go out and wait. She said in a panic. It's okay, I can cook too. As Chao Bian spoke, he naturally took the potatoes from behind her and began to peel them. The two of them were so close that Chao Bian could even smell the faint gardenia-like fragrance on her body. Lu Ruyan's body froze instantly. She could clearly feel the hot masculine scent coming from the man behind her. Her cheeks were burning hot. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat. Bayan, how old are you this year? To ease the awkwardness, she asked for the sake of conversation. 20. Huh? Only 20? Lu Ruyan was even more surprised. He was only 20 years old, a whole generation younger than herself. But the maturity and stability he exudes are completely unlike that of a 20-year-old young man. What? Do you think I'm too young? Chao Bian turned around and gave her a wicked smile. No. Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The meal was prepared in an ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. There are 4 dishes in one soup, all of which are home-cooked dishes, but they taste very good. Sister Lu, your cooking skills are really great. Chao Bian praised sincerely. No, I just do it casually. Lu Ruyan felt a little embarrassed by his praise and picked up a piece of food for him with her chopsticks. Eat more. The two of them ate and chatted. Chao Bian intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to her past. Lu Ruyan was a little defensive at first, but under Chao Bian's gentle and sincere gaze, she seemed to have made a decision. But something is missing. She took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Have a drink with me. She poured a glass for herself and Chao Bian. After a few drinks, Lu Ruyan started talking more. She said that since her husband's accidental death, both her husband's family and her own family have become indifferent and distant towards her. They all say I'm a jinx who brings bad luck to anyone who gets involved with me. Lu Jia, that drunkard who just came, my younger brother. He comes here occasionally, but every time he comes he asks for money. He's almost squandered all my savings, but what can I, a weak woman, do? He is my brother after all. After all these years, this can be considered as giving myself some hope. I hope that one day he can figure it out on his own and use the money I give him to do something useful. She smiled self-deprecatingly, but her eyes were red. Thinking about it now, I was thinking too much. This house was left to me by my husband. It's the only thought he left me. I've been guarding it alone for 3 years. Sometimes I feel scared when I sleep alone at night. I'm afraid that one day I will die alone in the house and no one will know. As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. Chao Bian looked at her tearful and pitiful appearance and felt a surge of pity in his heart. He took a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Sister Lu, it's all over. He held her cold hand and looked into her eyes seriously. From now on, I'll be here for you. I won't let you be alone again. I will take care of you and protect you for the rest of my life. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. She raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Little brother, stop joking with your sister. She smiled sadly. Who would like an ominous woman like me? You are still young and have a bright future. Don't let me hold you back. I'm not kidding. Chao Bian's tone was extremely firm. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I don't care what others say about you. In my eyes, you are the best. I don't care about your past, I only care about your future. Sister Lu, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance, too, okay? Lu Ruyan looked at the man in front of her who was 12 years younger than her, and looked into his eyes that were full of sincerity and love. Her heart, which had been silent for 3 years, was completely disturbed at this moment. She didn't know whether to believe him. But she longed for it so much that what he said was true. After dinner, Chao Bian took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Looking at the deep night outside the window, he stood up and said goodbye. Sister Lu, it's getting late. I'm going back first. You should get some rest. He prepared to go back to his room on the 2nd floor. However, the moment he turned around, a soft little hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Chapter 26. Don't leave tonight. Chao Bian turned around and saw Lu Ruyan with her head down, tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, not daring to look at him. Her cheeks were flushed with an alluring blush due to the effect of alcohol. The eyes that were usually gentle as water now became watery, full of confusion and struggle. What's wrong, Sister Lu? Chao Bian's heart was also lifted up. I want to ask, that girl just now, is she your girlfriend? Chao Bian pondered for a moment, as if considering how to make Lu Ruyan accept his current situation. Sister Lu, I don't want to lie to you. She is indeed my girlfriend. Her name is Xiao Wanqing. Chao Bian briefly introduced to Lu Ruyan how he and Xiao Wanqing met. Similarly, I also hope that you can be my girlfriend. I know this sounds bad, but, Sister Lu, I really mean it. Lu Ruyan sighed. So, she is also a miserable person. Bayan, if anything happens between us, she will be sad, right? Sister Lu, how should I put it? She did seem a little jealous just now, but she still left me alone. I don't think you understand what she means. I can promise that I will never let you and her down. I will also do my best to give you the best life and the safest protection. Having said that, I want to tell you that you are all equally important to me, and you can't run away. Chao Bayan made his feelings clear directly. Lu Ruyan bit her lips and remained silent for a long time, her hands gripping the corner of Chao Bayan's clothes, tightening again and again. After struggling with himself for a long time, he finally said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Then you, don't leave tonight, okay? Boom. Chao Bian's mind was confused for a moment. He was a little surprised. This seemingly gentle, virtuous, conservative and traditional woman, after listening to the scumbag's confession. She even took the initiative to ask him to stay. Looking at her shy yet eager look, it was clear what she meant. A surge of hot blood rushed to the top of my head. He didn't say anything, but just held her cold little hand with his backhand, and then gently pulled her into his arms. Lu Ruyan screamed and crashed into his strong and warm chest. She could clearly smell his pleasant, sunny masculine scent. Her heart beat faster. Sister Lu, have you thought it through? Chao Bayan lowered his head and asked in a hoarse voice in her ear. I'm 12 years older than you and a widow. People say I'm unlucky. There was a hint of uncertainty and inferiority in Lu Ruyan's voice. I don't care. Chao Bian interrupted her with a firm tone. I said, in my eyes, you and Wanqing are both the best. After saying that, he didn't give her any chance to hesitate. He simply lowered his head and kissed her red lips that he had coveted for a long time. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. Her lips were soft and sweet, with the aroma of red wine. She resisted at first, putting her hands on his chest, trying to push him away. However, Chao Bayan's kiss was domineering and gentle. He pried open her teeth and went straight in, exploring every corner of her mouth. Lu Ruyan's mind went blank in an instant. She has been a widow for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, she has been like a flower forgotten in a corner, slowly withering away. She thought that she would never have the chance to be hugged and kissed by a man again in her life. However, the appearance of Chao Bayan was like a sudden spring rain, nourishing her long dry heart. The emotions that had been suppressed in her body for 3 years erupted like a volcano at this moment. She no longer resisted, but stretched out her arms, wrapped them tightly around his neck, and responded passionately. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. Clothes, one by one, were scattered on the floor. Chao Bian picked her up and carried her sideways, striding towards her bedroom. Place her gently on the soft big bed. That night, drywood met fire, destined to burn until dawn. The bedside lamp emits warm yellow light. At the beginning, Lu Ruyan was a little awkward, but later she became proficient and got into the state. Then she completely let herself go. She had never felt such warmth, such madness. This feeling is something that no previous lover has ever given me. It made her intoxicated. From dusk to midnight, and then to dawn. I can only say that it is indeed a ripe peach. It was different from Xia Wanqing's first time. Not only is the endurance much stronger, but there are also more varieties. Until the sky outside the window turned pale again. Chao Bayan was finally satisfied and released his enthusiasm. Ding detected the host has had their first intimate contact with a woman with a beauty score of 94. The target number of drivers is not 0. Making a fortune every day module activated. Reward calculation formula, target appearance points x 500,000. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 47 million yuan. Ding completed first intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan, appearance 94, favorability 80, both parties are extremely satisfied. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 500 points. Current total mall currency, 2,400 points. A series of system prompts sounded in Chao Bayan's mind. 47 million. Another huge sum of money. Chao Bayan glanced at the balance in his bank card, which had exceeded 140 million, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Making money, it turns out it can be so easy. He lowered his head and glanced at the woman in his arms who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, tears of happiness still hanging in the corners of her eyes. My heart feels soft. From today on, this gentle and kind woman was officially branded as Chow Bian. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Then he held her in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu Ruyan was still asleep. Chow Bian has woken up. Lu Ruyan in his arms seemed to have dreamed of something good, and the curve of her lips made her look particularly gentle. Chow Bian carefully tried to remove the jade arms that were wrapped around him. But those hands seemed to think they were about to be abandoned again, and suddenly grabbed them tightly. Higan, are you leaving? The person in my arms has woken up. There was a deep sense of loss in his words. Sister Lu, I just remembered to get you something to eat. You must have been exhausted last night. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Hearing Chow Bian's promise, whether it was true or false, Lu Ruyan gave him a gentle smile. He also loosened his grip on Chow Bian. Chow Bian tucked the quilt for Lu Ruyan. Then I went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Soon, a breakfast filled with love was ready. Chow Bian helped Lu Ruyan sit up, fed her breakfast, and gave her a box of milk. It's almost time. Sister Lu, you should have a good rest. I still have to go to school for military training today. I will be back in the evening. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Nothing, go quickly, don't be late. Chow Bian smiled and didn't ask any further questions. Chapter 27. You are so powerful, I can't handle it alone. At noon, at a restaurant near the school. Chow Bian looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was nibbling dessert across from him, and organized his words in his mind. He must confess about Lu Ruyan. Xiao Wanqing was the light that pulled him out of the quagmire, and he could never deceive her. Even if she would leave him because of this. Senior, there is something I want to tell you. Chow Bian put down his chopsticks, his expression more serious than ever. Xiao Wanqing's ice cream spoon stopped in mid-air. She raised her head, and her clear eyes looked at him quietly, as if she could see through people's hearts. The atmosphere was frozen for a moment. It's about the landlord Lu Ruyan, right? She spoke, her voice was very soft, but it was like a stone thrown into the lake of Chow Bian's heart. Chow Bian was stunned. How did you? I'm not stupid. Xiao Wanqing put down the spoon, supported her chin with both hands, and looked at him with her head tilted. The way you looked at her yesterday was practically saying, I want to eat her. There was a hint of resentment in her tone, but she didn't sound genuinely angry. I left you there all night, do you think I wouldn't have guessed what was going on? Chow Bian's throat was dry, and he was speechless for a moment. Senior sister, Bian, please listen to me first. Xiao Wanqing interrupted him, sat up straight, and looked extremely serious. You pulled me out of hell and gave me a second life. Without you, Xiao Wanqing, can't even imagine what would have happened to me. From the day I decided to be with you, I knew that I could never leave you. Every word she said struck Chow Bian's heart. Besides, that Lu Ruyan is very gentle and beautiful. Even a woman like me is moved by her. It's a blessing for her that you can accept her. When Xiao Wanqing said this, a touching blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She suddenly leaned forward, leaned close to Chow Bian's ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, her breath as soft as orchid. Besides, you're so strong. I really can't handle it alone. Boom! A stream of heat rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Chow Bian's mind went blank in an instant. He looked at the girl in front of him with a blushing face but a stubborn look in her eyes, and his heart was beating wildly. Sensible. No, this isn't just being sensible, this is a god descending to earth. She didn't cry or make a fuss, didn't fight or argue, and even took the initiative to make excuses for him, and even said such words. Chow Bian suddenly grabbed her little hand and held it tightly in his palm. Senior, Thousands of words eventually turn into just one sentence. Thank you. Just saying thank you is useless. Xiao Wanqing pulled her hand away and muttered softly, her ears turning red. Don't worry. Chow Bian leaned over and lowered his voice, in the future, I will make sure both you and Sister Lu are satisfied. On the way back, Xiao Wanqing took the initiative to speak. Bian, I don't have classes this afternoon, so I want to pack up my things in the dormitory and move in today. Good. Then come and help me tonight. I have a lot of stuff. Leave it to me. Evening. The setting sun dyed the sky a gorgeous orange. Chow Bian and Xiao Wanqing returned to the elegant little building carrying bags. In the yard, Lu Ruyan was watering the flowers and plants with a water pipe. She was wearing a simple cotton long dress. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined her plump and well-proportioned curves, and her whole body exuded a gentle and quiet glow. "Sister Lu, we're back," Chao Bian greeted with a smile. When Lu Ruyan heard the voice, she turned around and saw Chao Bian, and a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. But when her eyes fell on Xiao Wanqing beside him and the mountains of luggage in their hands, her smile froze instantly. Especially Xiao Wanqing's young, beautiful and energetic face. And the undisguised, possessive love in her eyes when she looked at Chao Bian. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly dimmed. She subconsciously took a half step back, her fingers gripping the water pipe turning white from the force they exerted. Yes. He has a girlfriend. So young, so beautiful, as dazzling as the sun. Who am I? A 32-year-old widow, an ominous person. Everything that happened last night was just a ridiculous dream. When I woke up from the dream, I found myself, the thief, right in front of the real owner, with nowhere to hide. She was so ashamed and embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. Just when Lu Ruyan was at a loss and wanted to run away in embarrassment, Xiao Wanqing put down her luggage and walked straight towards her with brisk steps. She had a warm and friendly smile on her face and naturally took Lu Ruyan's arm. "Sister Lu, hello. From now on, Bian and I will live on the second floor. We'll be neighbors. Please take care of us." Her voice was clear and pleasant, and her attitude was generous and appropriate, without a trace of hostility. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. What is going on? Shouldn't she be angry? Shouldn't she be questioning herself? Chao Bian looked at the strange yet inexplicably harmonious scene in front of him, and his admiration for his senior schoolmate rose to a new level. This lady has a very good grasp of her aura. He walked forward with a smile and took the luggage. "Why are you all standing here? Come into the house quickly. The food that Sister Lu made is almost cold." The atmosphere at the dinner table was a little subtle. Xiao Wanqing diligently picked up food for Chao Bian, and the meaning of declaring sovereignty was self-evident. But she was more passionate about Lu Ruyan. "Sister Lu, your cooking skills are amazing. They're even better than the chefs at 5-star hotels. I'm going to come here every day to eat for free. Sister, please teach me. I also want to learn how to cook for Bian." Lu Ruyan was already feeling guilty, and after being praised by Xiao Wanqing, she was even more dizzy and could only wave her hands with a red face. "It's just some home-cooked food, as long as you like it." Xiao Wanqing took a sip of soup and sighed seemingly unintentionally. "Sister Lu, you must be lonely living alone in such a big house, right?" Lu Ruyan's heart trembled, her face turned slightly pale, and she clenched her chopsticks. Xiao Wanqing smiled even sweeter. She held Lu Ruyan's hand and patted it gently. "But it's good now. We'll be with you. It will be lively from now on. That is." Xiao Wanqing paused, with just the right amount of worry and apology in her eyes. "My friend and I might make a lot of noise at night. I hope we won't disturb your rest." Chapter 28, Dealing with them one by one. After dinner, Chao Bian got up to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Lu Ruyan in a gentle voice. "Wanqing's things haven't been packed yet, you guys go upstairs first, I'll take care of this." Her voice was soft, yet revealing a deliberate sense of distance. Xiao Wanqing curled the corners of her lips, not surprised at all. She affectionately took Chao Bian's arm, picked up the suitcase with her other hand, and walked upstairs without looking back. "Then let's go up. Sister Lu, you've worked hard." Before he finished speaking, the two of them had disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Soon, the faint sound of two people playing and laughing could be heard from the room on the second floor. Lu Ruyan stood in front of the kitchen sink, letting the cold water wash over her fingertips. Every laugh coming from upstairs was like a thin needle, gently piercing her already sensitive and fragile heart. Sour and astringent. Envious. There was also a sense of loss of being abandoned by the whole world, which completely overwhelmed her. She knew very well that tonight, the warm embrace that had given her infinite comfort would no longer belong to her. The packing of luggage progressed extremely slowly. The main reason lies with Xiao Wanqing. She always made trouble from behind when Chao Bian was sorting clothes. "Bian, I'm so hot." The girl's voice had a lazy nasal tone. "Hot? Isn't the air conditioner on?" Chao Bian turned around subconsciously, but his voice got stuck in his throat halfway through his words. Xiao Wanqing in front of me had taken off her outer clothes at some point and was only wearing a cool lace top. She was bending over and taking out her cosplay costume from the suitcase. The breathtaking curve glows like milk under the light. Chao Bian's Adam's apple rolled, but he pretended not to understand. Senior, are you planning to hold a comic convention in your room? Xiao Wanqing was furious when she saw that he was pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. It's intolerable, but I can't tolerate it. She rushed forward and twisted Chao Bian's ear with her hand. You bad brother. Why, after tasting the ripe peach downstairs, you've forgotten the taste of this little hot pepper, your sister? Her tone was fierce, but her fingertips didn't use any strength at all. It was more like she was acting coquettishly. Chao Bian was happy to cooperate and shouted exaggeratedly. Ouch, it hurts. Senior sister, please spare me. He reached out and picked up Xiao Wanqing by the waist. The moment their bodies made contact, Xiao Wanqing screamed in surprise, and her whole body was instantly lifted up by the brutal force. Subconsciously, she wrapped her arms around his waist and tightly wrapped them around his neck, afraid that she would fall. Asshole, put me down. Let you down? Chao Bian grinned evilly, pressed her against the wall, lowered his head to her ear, and sprayed his hot breath on her earlobe. Senior, I don't think I forgot, but you are greedy, right? Xiao Wanqing's cheeks instantly turned red enough to bleed. She buried her face in his neck in embarrassment and anger, opened her little mouth and took a light bite in revenge. Humph, bad guy, hurry up and do whatever you want to do. We haven't finished packing yet. As you command, my queen. I promise to satisfy you. Chao Bian worked hard at doing what he loved, and finally coaxed the exhausted Xiao Wanqing into a deep sleep. Ding complete daily intimate interactions with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 95, target satisfaction increased. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 2,700 points. He looked at the girl sleeping peacefully in his arms, placed a kiss on her smooth forehead, and then quietly got up. Taking a look at the messy clothes on the floor, Chao Bian shook his head helplessly. Let us clean it up tomorrow. He walked out of the room and went straight to the third floor. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan's door, he stopped. The voice-activated lights in the corridor went out, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. This gentle and kind woman must be wrapped in anxiety and inferiority at this moment. Chao Bian could even clearly depict the scene. She cleaned up the mess alone, returned to the empty and cold room alone, and listened to the laughter of others downstairs alone. That kind of torment is enough to crush a person's heart. He no longer hesitated, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. The sound was particularly clear in the silence. After a long wait, there was finally a slight sound of bare feet stepping on the floor from inside the door. The door lock turned and opened a crack. Lu Ruyan was wearing a lotus pink silk nightgown, and her long hair, which had just been washed and was still damp, fell softly on her shoulders. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, her bare hands nervously gripping the doorframe, her knuckles turning white from the force. Surprise, anticipation, and a strong sense of timidity. Bian, it's so late, are you okay? Her voice was as light as a feather, with a barely perceptible tremor. Chao Bian just uttered a word. Yesterday we. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, her red eyes filled with tears, and she mustered up the courage to ask for clarification. Ask him if the tenderness of last night was just a dream? Ask him, what do you mean to him? However, she couldn't ask the question. Chao Bian took a step forward, used his body to forcefully push open the crack in the door, and slipped in. Click. He gently closed the door with his backhand, isolating himself from everything outside. Lu Ruyan was shocked by his domineering behavior and took a step back. Her back instantly touched the cold wall and her whole body trembled. Next second, a solid and warm embrace held her tightly, leaving no gaps. Then, the man's kiss came down fiercely with irresistible force. All of Lu Ruyan's unspoken questions, anxieties, and grievances were blocked back and turned into a broken whimper. Familiar smell, familiar temperature, exactly the same as last night. It instantly broke down all her psychological defenses. She responded awkwardly, but her tears could no longer be controlled and burst out. Chao Bian didn't say anything. He just used the most direct actions to declare his attitude. One hand tightly wrapped around her soft waist. The other hand was gently patting her back, again and again, as if comforting a child who had suffered injustice. I don't know how much time passed until both of them were breathing heavily. Xiao Bian then let go of her slightly, and looked at her red and swollen eyes and nose, feeling both distressed and a little funny. Fool. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her cheek with his rough fingertips. I thought you wouldn't come up. Lu Ruyan's voice was heavily nasal. I heard, you guys downstairs. You heard it, but you're still hiding here alone, thinking nonsense? Xiao Bian deliberately put on a stern face, but his tone was full of doting. If you dare to do this again next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. These words instantly made Lu Ruyan's cheeks flush red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't mean it. I just feel bad. I know. Xiao Bian took her hand, pulled her to the bed and sat down, then held her soft body in his arms and let her lean on his shoulder. He lowered his head, looked into her eyes, and said clearly, word by word. She is Wanqing. And you are Ruyan. Since I'm living in your building, I won't let you stay alone in the empty room. These simple and straightforward words were more powerful than any sweet talk. Like a reassurance, they instantly smoothed out all the wrinkles in Lu Ruyan's heart. Yes. He is here. After he had some tender time with that radiant girl, he still came upstairs to find her. That's enough. The moonlight was bright, the breeze was blowing the willows, and the heavy shadows of the trees were cast in front of the window, forming a wonderful resonance with the shaking desk in front of the window. There are a few birds in the tree, occasionally chirping. Stunning the whole night. Ding complete intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan appearance 94, favorability 85, both parties are extremely satisfied. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 3,000 points. Chapter 29, Huh? The world has changed after waking up? It was dawn. Xiao Bian was sleeping soundly. Lu Ruyan in his arms woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the young and handsome sleeping face right before her. All the emotions that surged last night have now settled into a quiet lake. This man used the most brutal method to break open the wall of her heart that had been closed for many years. He was genuine and wanted her. But there was another girl downstairs. When I thought of Xiao Wanqing, that peace was instantly pierced by a strong sense of guilt. I feel like a shameful thief. Lu Ruyan was full of thoughts and slipped out of his arms gently. She put on her clothes and quietly left the room without disturbing him. She wanted to go to the kitchen and cook something. Perhaps, only being busy can slightly suppress this uneasiness. However, when she went downstairs, the scene in the living room made her pause. Xiao Wanqing actually got up earlier than her. The girl was wearing cute cartoon pajamas, hugging a pillow, and curled up in the corner of the sofa. She looked at the gray sky outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking, and her profile looked a little lonely. The slight creaking of the stairs startled her. Xiao Wanqing turned around and saw that it was Lu Ruyan. The loneliness in her face was instantly replaced by a sweet smile. Sister Lu, good morning. The smile was clean and pure, as if nothing that happened last night had happened. However, Lu Ruyan felt uneasy because of this smile. She froze at the stairs, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. Good morning. I'll come down to make breakfast. Don't be busy yet, sister. Xiao Wanqing patted the seat beside her, her voice very soft. Come sit down for a while, let's talk. Lu Ruyan hesitated, but finally walked over and sat down one person away from him. In the living room, the air was so quiet that you could hear each other's breathing. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, her heart beating wildly in her chest. Sister Lu, you don't need to be so nervous. Xiao Wanqing's voice was soft, breaking the silence. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and looked straight at Lu Ruyan. I know that Bian was in your room last night. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened violently, and her face turned pale. I'm sorry. 3 words were squeezed out of her throat dryly, and she didn't even dare to look up at Xiao Wanqing's eyes. Sister, you don't have to say sorry. Xiao Wanqing interrupted her, her voice still soft. But the joints of the fingers that were holding the pillow were so white from being pinched. Do you know what kind of life I lived before I met the other side? Instead of continuing the topic from last night, she asked an irrelevant question. Lu Ruyan raised her head blankly. Xiao Wanqing's gaze drifted out the window, as if she was recalling some unbearable past. My father is a gambler and loan sharks are blocking our doorstep, trying to sell me off. I hid in school, couldn't even get enough food, and struggled with fear and despair every day. It was the other side that pulled me out of that hell. He helped me pay off my debts, gave me a home, and allowed me to live like a human being. Xiao Wanqing withdrew her gaze and looked straight at Lu Ruyan. In those clear eyes, there burned a flame that was almost like faith. So, he's not just my boyfriend. He's my life. It's my God. Lu Ruyan's heart was struck hard by these burning words, and she couldn't utter a word. Xiao Wanqing suddenly smiled, but her eyes slowly turned red. Do you think I'm pathetic? Actually, I've thought it through very clearly. A man like Bayan is so outstanding, like a shining magnet, that countless women will flock to him. I made a scene, I argued, I looked down on him, but it only pushed him further away. Rather than making things difficult for him and making him tired of me, I would rather be the one who is closest to him and the one he cannot do without. As long as he doesn't kick me out, as long as he doesn't let me go back to the dark days of the past, I can accept anything. As she spoke, she reached out and held Lu Ruyan's cold hand. Including, accepting you. The warmth of that palm made Lu Ruyan tremble violently. Sister, Bayan is a soft-hearted man. Now that he has touched you, he will not leave you alone. I know you're feeling very miserable guarding this building all by yourself. I've also heard some of the gossip from the neighbors. He can give you warmth, so why can't we have it together? Lu Ruyan stared at her blankly, seeing the sincerity in her eyes. The heart that was tormented by guilt seemed to be gently supported by a gentle hand. Tears, no longer controllable, burst out. She held Xiao Wanqing tightly with her backhand, her voice broken and choked with sobs. Qingqing, I'm just a widow that no one wants. They all say I'm unlucky and that I'm unlucky. Even my brother treats me like an ATM. In 3 years, he's the first man who doesn't despise me and treats me like a woman. I'm not worthy of him. I'll only bring him bad luck. Sister, don't say that. Xiao Wanqing helped her wipe away her tears, and she also cried like a tearful person, but with a smile on her face. There is no such thing as being worthy or not in love, only whether he loves you or not. He loves you, that's enough. And you don't look old at all. You don't know how charming you are. Even I'm attracted to you. 2 women, one invincible in youth, the other still charming, hugged each other tightly in the living room early in the morning. They were both abandoned by the world and picked up by the same man. This strange resonance caused the last wall of jealousy between them to collapse. In a sense, they are comrades who have carried the same gun. When Xiao Bian came down from upstairs yawning and sleepy, what I saw were 2 women lying on the sofa, head to head, looking at something on their phones and laughing uncontrollably. Hey, what are you talking about? You look so happy? Xiao Bian walked over with a confused look on his face. What's going on? It's only one night, where's the Shura field we were supposed to be in? The script is wrong. Tell me quickly, have you 2 reached some secret agreement behind my back? He leaned forward curiously. Xiao Wanqing raised her head and made a playful face at him. Sister Lu, let's go cook and ignore this playboy. Lu Ruyan also raised her head and gave Xiao Bian a captivating look, her eyes moving and full of charm. Okay Qingqing, ignore him. After saying that, she stood up with a smile, swayed her waist, took Xiao Wanqing's arm affectionately, and walked towards the kitchen. Only Xiao Bian was left standing there alone, scratching his head. Just now, that look from Sister Lu. Xiao Bian just felt his scalp tingling. However, seeing that the 2 women were as close as one person, he felt more proud. He was too lazy to get involved in the women's private conversations and was content to be idle. Breakfast was ready quickly. The atmosphere at the dinner table was more harmonious than ever before. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan chatted away, talking about everything from cosmetics to clothes to hit TV series. Xiao Bian tried to interrupt several times, but found that he couldn't get a word in at all. He seems a little redundant. After finishing his meal and saying goodbye to the 2 reluctant women, Xiao Bian rushed to school. The military training parade is about to begin. After the performance, the school basketball team will have training. Well, let us go and take a look. Chapter 30 I Want to Fight 5. The military training show ended successfully. Xiao Bian went home and found his basketball equipment which he had used for almost 2 years. A pair of domestically made basketball shoes that were worn and peeling. An old jersey that has been washed so much that the numbers are almost invisible. Hiss, last time I was so busy spending money on my senior sister and Sister Lu that I forgot to update a set of equipment for myself. He muttered to himself. But it doesn't matter. Does a truly strong person need to rely on equipment to show off? It's a good opportunity to try and see what level my body is at after being transformed by the primary physical enhancement potion. Jiangcheng University, Indoor Basketball Hall. Bang! 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 The sound of the basketball hitting the floor is dull and rhythmic. Squeak! The sneakers made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the floor. The air was filled with the unique salty and humid smell of evaporated sweat, mixed with the smell of excess hormones from teenagers. In the stands, many girls were whispering to each other, their eyes following the boys they liked on the field, and they burst into screams from time to time. Chao Bian walked into the bustling hall with a calm expression, carrying a shoulder bag. He immediately saw the head coach of the basketball team, a slightly plump man in his 40s, Liu Hyaming. "Hello, Coach Liu, I'm Chao Bian." Liu Hyaming was yelling at a player who made a pass error. When he turned around and saw Chao Bian, the anger on his face instantly turned into a warm smile. "Oh, the other side. I finally got you here. Hurry, go change your clothes and get ready for training with the team." This was someone who was personally called by the principal's office and specifically requested to be sent in. How could Liu Hyaming dare to be negligent in the slightest? However, the coach's enthusiasm was like a thorn that pierced the eyes of some people. A boy about 1.85 meters tall dribbled the ball and walked over slowly. He was indeed handsome, but the arrogance in his eyes made him look overbearing. Captain of the Jiangcheng University basketball team, ace point guard, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's family runs a company and he is a well-known rich second generation in the team. He has always been treated lawless. His eyes swept over Chao Bian unscrupulously, and when he saw the washed-out t-shirt, a trace of undisguised contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Coach, does our basketball team take in all the trash now?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for half the stadium to hear. "Another backdoor? This is a sports team, not a charity shelter. Our goal is to win the national championship." As soon as he finished speaking, several team members around him stopped what they were doing and looked at Chao Bian with eyes full of mockery and rejection. They all fought their way in with their real abilities, and what they hate most are these paratroopers who rely on connections. At this moment, a hot girl in a cool cheerleading uniform came over to the sidelines, twisting her waist and sweetly put her arm around Zhang Yang's arm. The cheerleading captain, Li Feifei, is also Zhang Yang's public girlfriend. Yang is right. Our team is not a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. Li Feifei spoke in a whiny voice and looked at Chao Bian as if she was looking at a pile of stinking garbage. The surrounding team members burst into laughter. Chao Bian's gaze passed over her inadvertently. Ding, a female target meeting the inclusion criteria for Red Beauty record has been detected. Name, Li Feifei. Age, 21. Overall appearance, 82. Measurements, 86 x 64 88. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Favorability, 20. Disdain, another poor idiot trying to get into the team by relying on his looks, but he looks like a decent person. Experience points, 3. Only 3 experience points? A strange smile flashed across Chao Bian's eyes. It seems that Captain Zhang Yang is all show and no substance. Faced with the overwhelming hostility and humiliation, Chao Bian was too lazy to even get angry. He just thought it was funny. Would a billionaire get angry when a salaried worker earning 3,000 yuan a month mocks his poverty? Won't. You will only feel that the other person is both pitiful and ridiculous. He completely ignored Zhang Yang and Li Feifei, the two clowns. He just turned around and looked at Coach Liu, who looked embarrassed, and gave a sunny smile. "Coach, the basketball court should be a place where skills speak for themselves, right?" Coach Liu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and looked at Chao Bian with a higher opinion. This kid has guts. Zhang Yang's face turned dark in an instant. Being ignored. This poor, backdoor kid actually dared to ignore him in front of everyone. What he wanted was Chao Bian to be the thorn in his side, so that he would have an excuse to pull out this nail with justification. Good. Boy, you have guts. Zhang Yang pointed the basketball at Chao Bian viciously, his face full of provocation. Do you dare to fight me? 1-on-1. 10 balls. You lose, get out of here now, right now, immediately. If you win, I'll kowtow and apologize to you in front of the whole team. The surrounding players immediately started to make a noise. Captain, why waste your time talking to him? I can beat up a guy like that with just one hand. That's right. Don't dirty Captain's hands. Coach Lu frowned, looked at Zhang Yang, who was becoming increasingly arrogant, and then looked at the calm newcomer in front of him. He suddenly changed his mind. Okay. This is a good opportunity to see whether this guy is a dragon or a worm. By the way, it's time to teach Zhang Yang and his group of spoiled bastards a lesson. Thinking of this, Lu Haiming folded his arms, silently stepped aside, and acquiesced to the conflict. Xiao Bian looked at Zhang Yang's face, which seemed to show that he was in control of everything, and shook his head slightly. He casually picked up a basketball from a teammate next to him. He weighed it in his hand. Then, he raised his head, facing everyone's gaze, and casually hooked his finger at Zhang Yang. 10 balls in a single match? His voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable penetrating power. It's too much trouble. Besides, it's too much for you. How about this, senior? Xiao Bian's eyes swept over Zhang Yang, and then over the main players around him who were making a fuss. You, and the ones around you. Last year's starting lineup, all of them were called up. He paused, and every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. I'm alone, and I'm going to beat the 5 of you. The entire basketball arena seemed to have been muted. Xiao Bian's voice echoed in the dead silence and reached everyone's ears clearly. I'll attack. You can touch the ball midway, or you can prevent me from scoring any goal. It's all my fault. How about it? The words fell. The world is dead silent. All the booing voices stopped abruptly. A player who was dribbling the ball suddenly lost control of his hand and the basketball rolled to the side. The chattering girls in the stands all covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes wide open. Everyone stared at Xiao Bian as if he were a madman. 1 against 5. Playing against last year's starting lineup? If he can defend one ball, will he lose? This guy is not crazy, he must have been kicked in the brain by a donkey. This is no longer arrogance. This is a humiliation. This is the most blatant and merciless humiliation to the entire Jiangcheng University basketball team. Holy shit! Who is this new student? Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? An NBA superstar? It's over, he's dead. Senior Zhang Yang will torture him until he cries for his mom. Are you crazy trying to show off in front of girls? Now you're done, just wait to be crushed into dust. I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen anything like this before. Chapter 31. This dunk is so damn cool. Dead silence. There was 3 seconds of dead silence. The next moment, the atmosphere in the entire basketball hall was completely ignited, and the noise was like a landslide and a tsunami. What the hell? What did this freshman say? He wants to fight 5 people alone? He's crazy. Who does he think he is? Is he possessed by Jordan? Senior Zhang Yang and his team made it to the top 16 of the national competition. Is this kid here to get himself killed? What a shame. This is the most blatant humiliation to the entire Jiangcheng University basketball team. He must be destroyed. The team members were all red-faced and filled with indignation. The audience in the stands were completely blown away. Zhang Yang's face had turned from liver color to ashen blue, and he was shaking with anger at this extremely arrogant provocation. He has been playing basketball for so many years, but he has never suffered such a great humiliation. Good. 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 He laughed in anger, his teeth chattering, and he squeezed out each word from between his teeth. Boy, there's a road to heaven but you didn't take it, and there's no door to hell but you broke in. You brought this upon yourself. As monkey, big bear, stone. All of you, get the hell over here. He roared at the other 4 players on the field, whose faces were equally gloomy. Those 4 players were the main starters last year. I'm waiting for you to change your equipment and come over to die. Zhang Yang's eyes were fierce and he stared at Xiao Bian. Xiao Bian casually threw the basketball back to him and turned to walk towards the locker room. 2 minutes. Soon, Xiao Bian appeared in front of everyone again. The moment he walked out, the stadium erupted in undisguised laughter. The old jersey he was wearing was loose and the color was washed out. I don't know what era it was from. The pair of basketball shoes on his feet were so old that they were falling apart. The uppers were worn out and there was even a crack on the side, revealing the yellow sponge inside. Wristbands? No. Knee pads? No. Headband? Nope. He was standing alone in the middle of the court, wearing such shabby equipment. Look across again. Zhang Yang and his 4 teammates have already formed their battle formation. 5 people, all wearing the latest Nike jerseys, expensive signature boots, and complete protective gear, armed to the teeth. On one side are the professional players who are about to step onto the battlefield. On the other side, there was a homeless man who looked like he had just picked up some clothes from the garbage dump. The contrast is too stark and the gap is obvious. Ha 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 ha. Is this guy some idiot hired by Monkey? Wearing this to play basketball? Look at those worn-out shoes of his. Won't they fall apart after a few steps? Li Feifei was laughing so hard that she was shaking all over. She leaned on Zhang Yang's arm, and the contempt in her eyes was almost overflowing. Zhang Yang patted the basketball and looked at Xiao Bian with a deadly look. Kid, are these shoes still wearable? Don't blame your equipment when you lose later. Xiao Bian shrugged indifferently, looked down at his broken shoes, and still had the dazzlingly sunny smile on his face. The shoes are a little old. But beating you to tears is enough. This nonchalant demeanor, coupled with that infuriatingly handsome face, actually made the hearts of some girls in the stands beat faster for unknown reasons. Wow. He's so handsome. Even though he's a bit arrogant, I kind of like him. Shut up, you idiot. Come on, Senior Zhang Yang. Teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Hearing that there was a girl speaking up for Xiao Bian, Zhang Yang's jealousy and anger burned even more fiercely. His eyes turned cold, and without any warning, he suddenly threw the basketball towards Xiao Bian's back. The ball was powerful and heavy, carrying the force of venting anger. However, Xiao Bian seemed to have eyes behind his back. Without even turning his head, he casually stretched out his right hand. The basketball seemed to be attracted by a magnet and fell into his palm with incredible precision. Pa! A crisp sound. He didn't even bother to warm up, just casually dribbling the ball with one hand. Seniors, are you ready? Then, can we start? Zhang Yang was so angry when he saw his behavior. You don't want to warm up? That's not necessary. Okay. I hope you can still be so stubborn when you lose next time. Zhang Yang stopped talking nonsense, lowered his center of gravity, and took a defensive stance. The other 4 team members also quickly dispersed and surrounded Xiao Bian. They didn't actually rush forward in a group of 5, that would have been too cheap. Zhang Yang has absolute confidence in his ability to defend alone. At this moment, there was an uncontrollable cry and commotion at the entrance of the stadium. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn over. A tall and beautiful figure appeared at the door. Xia Wanqing. Today, she is wearing a blue and white JK uniform, with white over-the-knee socks wrapped around her straight and well-proportioned calves, and a pair of clean white sneakers on her feet. Her long, wavy wine-red hair draped over her shoulders made her look youthful and beautiful, just like Haruko Akagi from Slam Dunk. Her appearance instantly injected a breath of fresh energy into this hormone-filled stadium. Xiao Bian also saw her. Seeing Xia Wanqing dressed like this, he was overjoyed. She is worthy of being my senior, so beautiful. He dribbled the ball with one hand, raised his hand high, and waved vigorously at Xia Wanqing at the door, with a bright smile on his face. Xia Wanqing immediately responded with an extremely sweet smile, waved at him, and mouthed "come on." This scene completely stung Zhang Yang's eyes. In front of him. In front of the whole audience. This poor, backdoor kid actually dared to ignore him and flirt with such a stunning beauty. Damn, you're just trying to show off. I'm going to break your balls right now and make you kneel down in front of this beautiful lady. In a rage, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the ball from Xiao Bian's hand with his big hand. Xiao Bian curled the corner of his mouth. Hey, senior, you're not following martial ethics and are trying to sneak attack? He joked, but his hands moved as fast as lightning. With an extremely effortless behind-the-back dribble, the basketball seemed to be stuck to his hands, and he easily avoided Zhang Yang's steal. This kind of playful attitude, which completely disregarded the opponent, completely ignited the anger of all the school team players. Damn it! He's so arrogant. Let's go together and kill him. Don't let him score. Get him. Li Feifei and her cheerleading sisters also screamed. Senior Zhang Yang, show him how powerful you are. Beat him up. This arrogant guy. Amid the noise, Xiao Bian looked around at the angry, disdainful, and mocking faces. He smiled. Well then, seniors. I'm here. The moment the words fell, Xiao Bian moved. There are no fancy moves, only the simplest and purest starting change of direction. His speed was so fast that it broke the limit of human vision. Zhang Yang only felt that his eyes went dark and a shadow passed by him with a strong wind. He didn't even have time to react. When he turned around, Chao Bian's figure was already behind him. The defense he was so proud of was as fragile as paper in the face of this absolute speed. One step over. Clean and neat. The other 4 starting players were horrified and frantically retreated their defense line in an attempt to make up for the loss. But it's too late. Chao Bian, who had just stepped into the 3-point line and reached the free throw line, didn't even look at them and suddenly kicked his feet on the floor. Boom! He jumped up from the ground. That terrifying jumping ability goes against everyone's common sense of physics. In the air, his body stretched out a perfect arc that combined strength and beauty. He swung the ball with both hands, aimed at the orange-red basket with the force of a mountain, and dunked it hard. Clang! A terrifying sound like metal being torn apart resounded throughout the entire stadium. The entire basketball hoop was shaking violently, making a shrill cry as if it could not bear the weight, as if it would be directly demolished by this earth-shattering blow at any time. The basketball hit the basket, then was pulled out by the net, bounced high, and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The whole audience was petrified. Time was completely frozen at this moment. Everyone was stunned, their mouths open, looking at the figure who landed lightly from the basket with an expression as if he were a monster. The tactical board in Coach Liu Haiming's hand fell to the ground with a click. The ridicule and contempt on Li Feifei's face completely froze and turned into endless horror. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, stood there like a puppet, staring at the back of that godlike figure, his mind blank. After Chao Bian landed, he didn't even look back at the group of starting players behind him who had turned into stone sculptures. He walked straight to Coach Liu Haiming, spread his hands, and the smile on his face was still sunny. Coach, is this level good enough to join the school team? Chapter 32 Afterglow. Enough, enough. That's enough. Coach Liu Haiming was the first to wake up from his shock. The tactical board in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The man rushed forward and grabbed Chao Bian's shoulders tightly with both hands. The fat face turned red with extreme excitement. Monster! You kid are a complete monster. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently and chaotically. As a coach, he understood the value of that shot better than anyone else in the stadium. That's not something a college student can do. That is the absolute explosive power and air-staying ability that only the top beast-style forwards in the professional league possess. With this god, why bother to fight in the round of 16? The national championship trophy is already flying towards the display case of Jiangcheng University. Wow! The entire stadium exploded instantly. The extremely oppressive silence turned into a wave of sound that broke through the roof. Oh my god! Oh my god! What was that just now? Is it a height a human can jump from? A tomahawk dunk. He chopped the basket like firewood. Mom! I saw a god. From today on, Chao Bian is my only male god. Senior Zhang Yang? Forget it. In front of him, Senior Zhang Yang isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The girls in the stands went completely crazy. Their screams pierced their eardrums. They waved their arms and looked at the figure in the field with eyes that were hot enough to melt steel. The members of the school team all stood there with pale faces and dejected expressions. The pride and skills they relied on for survival were crushed to pieces in the face of Chao Bian's unreasonable absolute talent. Now they understand. 1 against 5 is not arrogance. It is a fact they cannot refute. Zhang Yang's face turned from pale to blue, and then from blue to deathly gray. It's over. Everything about him, his skills, his status, his authority in the team, even his dignity in front of his girlfriend. They were all smashed to pieces by that devastating smash just now. Li Feifei was also completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the man who was the center of everyone's attention, the man who was shining brightly. Then look at Zhang Yang, who was standing there with his head down. A desire that she herself was not even aware of was growing wildly in her heart. Xiao Wanqing stood outside the crowd, her arms folded across her chest, her chin slightly raised. She looked at her man, dominating the stadium under the attention of everyone. Except the worship and awe of everyone. The pride she felt in having the honor brought a charming smile to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, and her eyes were full of sparkling stars. This is my man. Wherever he goes, he is the only light. It was a farce that ended with Chao Bian's absolute crushing victory. He was crowned king without any suspense and became the undisputed new core of the Zhongcheng University basketball team. Coach Lu Haiming announced on the spot that Chao Bian will be the new team captain. No one objects. Those teammates who once hated him now looked at him with awe. On the basketball court, the strong always reign supreme. Coach, there's no need for captain. I think I won't come to training from now on. Chao Bian didn't say anything, he thought it was meaningless. Of course, I can still be included. If you need me to play in a game, you can call me. I will definitely come if I can. After saying this, he didn't care about the coach's confused face. He walked up to the distraught Zhang Yang, patted him on the shoulder, looked around at everyone, and smiled brightly. Everyone, please train hard. As long as you train hard enough, one day you will be as strong as me. His face was full of sincerity and encouragement. But in my heart I was laughing. Are you kidding me? You want to be as strong as me? Unless you cheat too. After the training, the coach accepted Chao Bian's request not to come to training. After all, if such a genius is pushed too far and drops out of school, other schools will be scrambling to recruit him. Chao Bian declined the enthusiastic invitation from the coach and team members. Holding Xiao Wanqing's hand, he returned to the cozy little building amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. As the door opened, a rich aroma of food hit me. Lu Ruyan was wearing that cute floral apron. Her long hair was casually tied up with a hairpin, revealing a piece of snow-white and graceful neck, and she was gently bringing the last dish to the table. You're back, wash your hands and have dinner. Wow! Sister Lu, the food you cook is so delicious. I love you so much. Xiao Wanqing cheered, pounced over like a kitten, and hugged Lu Ruyan's slender waist from behind. The two stunning women, each with their own unique style, burst into laughter. Chao Bian felt warm in his heart as he looked at this pleasing picture. On the left hand is a youthful and invincible JK Sr., and on the right hand is a charming married woman landlord. This magical day. The romantic little thoughts in his mind began to emerge again. Tonight, can I challenge a more difficult copy? Everyone was having a great time at the dinner table, but after the meal, the situation suddenly changed. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan reached an offensive and defensive alliance at some point. The two of them huddled on the sofa, holding potato chips, watching a melodramatic romance drama with their heads touching, chatting about gossip about a male celebrity, and laughing their heads off. Chao Bian approached tentatively. What are you talking about? Don't listen to women's whispers. Xiao Wanqing said without turning her head. Sister Lu, that new drama that came out today. Ching, look, the second male lead is so handsome. Lu Ruyan ignored him. Chao Bian was frustrated and could only sit on the sofa in disappointment, scrolling through his phone in frustration. He realized that the two men had formed a united front. The criticism was directed at him as a playboy. They waited until after 10 o'clock, when the TV series ended. Then the two women yawned and went back to their rooms. The opportunity has come. Chao Bian dodged and followed Xiao Wanqing into her room, then locked the door. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. He pressed Xiao Wanqing against the door panel and asked fiercely, Are you and Sister Lu doing something behind my back? Tell me. Why are you teaming up to isolate me? Xiao Wanqing was amused by him and laughed so hard that her body felt so limp as if she had no bones. She stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around his neck, and her warm breath blew into his ears, making him feel itchy and numb. I won't tell you. Who made you stand out so much on the court today? All those little wild cats are almost staring at you. We are trying to discipline you so that you don't get too cocky. Her eyes were seductive and her red lips were slightly parted. Want to know our secret? Sure, first, serve me well. Who can withstand this? Chao Bian growled and transformed into a wolf. She hugged him tightly, feeling the strength that belonged only to her, and the pride and satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowed. Ding. Complete intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 98, target satisfaction is extremely high. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 3,300 points. After coaxing the satisfied senior sister to sleep, Chao Bian was still full of energy. He tiptoed to the third floor. Knocked on the door gently. The door opened in almost seconds. Behind the door, Lu Ruyan had already changed into a silky nightgown. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples, and there was no trace of her daytime reserve. This woman, who had been suppressed for too long, erupted like a volcano once she got a taste of the sweetness. She didn't even give Chow Bian a chance to speak. She dragged him into the room and locked the door, blocking all the questions he wanted to ask in the most direct and passionate way. Ding complete intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan appearance 94, favorability 90, target satisfaction is extremely high. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 3,600 points. Chapter 33 The Other Shore, Save Me. It is completely different from the warmth on Chow Bian's side. In a luxurious villa in the center of Jiangxing City, a scene full of violence and madness is unfolding. Bang! Clank! Crash! Valuable antique vases, limited edition action figures, expensive red wine. Everything that could be smashed was madly thrown to the ground by a young man with a ferocious face. This person is Wang Hao. He can't figure it out. Why? Why did that poor guy, that loser whose job was poached by me, suddenly become so powerful? In terms of family background, Wang Hao is the only heir to the Wang Group. When it comes to money, he spends like water. When it comes to women, he is never short of them. But why is it that the woman he likes, Lin Mengyao, is still thinking about that poor guy? I sent someone to teach him a lesson, but ended up having his leg broken, and I was also blackmailed for a large sum of money by that bastard named Qin Bao. Jealousy, hatred, and unwillingness gnawed at his heart like poisonous snakes. He is going crazy. Chow Bian. I want you to die. I must make you die. Wang Hao was breathing heavily, his eyes were red, like a mad beast. Not only do I want you to die, I also want you to be ruined. I want you to kneel before me and beg for mercy. He roared madly, and his little head began to work rapidly, thinking of the most vicious plan. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Lin Mengyao. That materialistic woman is still following him around like a dog. Although Wang Hao knew in his heart that Lin Mengyao was only interested in his money and had no true feelings for him. But so what? Just a toy that can be discarded at any time. Wang Hao didn't know how much status Lin Mengyao still held in Chow Bian's heart. Judging from Chow Bian's disdainful look towards her, it was highly likely that she was gone. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if the plan fails, all I lose is a piece of clothing I'm tired of wearing. But what if it succeeds? A sinister smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. The Qin Bao we found before was a waste and was of no use. This time, he thought of a person, the leader of the underground world in the west of the city, Brother Long. I heard that Brother Long is not only cruel and ruthless, but also extremely lustful. Although Lin Mengyao is a gold digger, her face and figure are top-notch among ordinary people. Just what he likes. As long as Brother Long can take action, a little Chow Bian can be easily controlled, right? Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt that this plan was simply brilliant. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Lin Mengyao. At this time, Lin Mengyao was staying alone in the rental house, living in endless regret and jealousy. She would secretly check the school for him every day. Seeing how successful and popular Chow Bian is in school now, her heart aches as if it were being cut by a knife. The man who once belonged to her has now become an existence beyond her reach. She was going crazy with jealousy. When she received a call from Wang Hao, she said hello weakly. Wang Hao's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? Hurry up and dress up nicely for me, and I'll take you to a nice place to have fun tonight. After saying that, Lin Mengyao received a transfer message on her mobile phone. 10,000 yuan. Lin Mengyao looked at the 10,000 yuan and felt numb. She didn't suspect anything and thought that Wang Hao was going to take her out to show off, just like before. After all, compared to those ordinary bar girls, her face can still give Wang Hao a lot of face. She sighed and resigned herself to her fate as she began to put on makeup and change her clothes. At night, in a bar room with dim lights and loud music, Lin Mengyao, wearing a sexy hip skirt, sat uneasily next to Wang Hao. Wang Hao pushed an envelope in front of her. Here's 50,000, no password. Lin Mengyao took the envelope, which contained a bank card. Wait a minute, Brother Long will be here. You, take good care of him tonight. What? Lin Mengyao's face turned pale in an instant. Wang Hao, what do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Wang Hao said impatiently, I told you to sleep with Brother Long. No. I won't go. Lin Mengyao screamed and stood up to run. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he slapped her hard on the arm with his backhand. He didn't hit her face, after all, this face would be useful later. Ah! Lin Mengyao screamed in pain and fell back on the sofa. You're a fucking bitch. You're shameless, aren't you? Wang Hao cursed viciously. 50,000 isn't enough? 100,000? Lin Mengyao covered her hurt arm, tears welling up in her eyes, and shook her head desperately. I won't go. Wang Hao, please, I don't want to go. She does love money, but she doesn't want to be a tool to be manipulated by others. Bang! Wang Hao slapped him again, even harder. Why the hell are you pretending to be a chaste heroine? Why didn't you pretend to be one when you slept with that poor bastard Xiao Bian? I'm putting this out there today. 500,000. Take it or leave it. If you dare to say no, I promise you won't be able to leave this bar today. Wang Hao's eyes were like a poisonous snake, cold and cruel. Lin Mengyao looked at him, completely desperate. She burst into tears, her heart filled with endless regret. She thought of Xiao Bian. I remembered when I was with him, although we were poor, he always tried his best to be nice to me. Whatever he wants, he will do his best to get it. He never hit himself or scolded himself. When have I ever suffered such injustice? But there is no going back. There's no going back. The situation is stronger than people, she doesn't want to die here. She wiped away her tears, took the envelope containing the bank card worth 500,000 yuan with trembling hands, and nodded. I promise you. Only then did Wang Hao smile with satisfaction. Lin Mengyao took out her cell phone, and with trembling fingers, she clicked on an unfamiliar number. That was Xiao Bian's new number that she had secretly written down last time. She held on to the last glimmer of hope and sent a text message. The other side, save me, Tianlong Bar. She really hoped, that Xiao Bian could come down from the sky like the hero in the novel and save her from this hell. As long as he comes, as long as he is willing to save me this time. She was willing to do anything for him, even to be his slave or his most humble lover. Wang Hao looked at Lin Mengyao, who looked so pitiful and tearful, and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. Damn it, if I didn't have to give you to Brother Long later. I will execute you right here and now. When Xiao Bian received the text message, he was in the small building, having a warm dinner with Xia Wanqing and Lu Ruyan. His phone vibrated and he picked it up to take a look. It was a text message asking for help from an unknown number. The other side, save me, Tianlong Bar. Xiao Bian's brows furrowed slightly. Who is it? Is this a prank? Xia Wanqing and Lu Ruyan both noticed the change in his expression. What's wrong, Bian? Lu Ruyan asked softly. Nothing, just a spam message. Xiao Bian put the phone back into his pocket and smiled. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. That's right. But what if it's a trap? Moreover, is this person called the other shore really himself? Isn't the person you care about right next to you? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Bian's mind in an instant. To save or not to save? This is a problem. Chapter 34. Are you going to tell it or not? After dinner, Xiao Bian was still thinking about the text message. Although his reason told him that this was probably a trap, or simply a mistake. But what if it's true? He couldn't gamble with a human life. Xiao Bian is still a kind person at heart. Senior, Sister Lu, I have to go out for a while. Something happened. Xiao Bian finally decided to go and take a look. It's so late, where are you going? Xia Wanqing was a little worried. A friend may have gotten into trouble. I'll go check it out and be back soon, Xiao Bian comforted. He didn't say too much so as not to worry them. I called a taxi and headed straight to Tianlong Bar in the west of the city. Tianlong Bar was as noisy and chaotic as ever. As soon as Xiao Bian entered the door, he saw a familiar figure. Wang Hao. He was sitting in a booth, surrounded by a group of younger brothers and beauties, holding a glass of wine in his hand, with a proud look on his face, pretending to be cool and boasting. I'm telling you, tonight, Brother Long is going to do something big for me. That bastard named Xiao Bian won't survive this night. When Xiao Bian heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He understood instantly. The person asking for help was Lin Mengyao. And all this was caused by that idiot Wang Hao. Xiao Bian sighed inwardly. Lin Mengyao, why don't you learn your lesson? Forget it, after all, he was someone I once loved deeply. Now that we are here, let us save them if we can. Chao Bian shook his head and walked over. He walked straight through the crowd and came to Wang Hao's booth. Wang Hao was playing the flute enthusiastically when he suddenly saw someone standing in front of him, blocking his view. He immediately looked impatient. Who is it? Don't you have eyes? Get out of my way. Without even looking up, he started cursing. Chao Bian didn't say anything. Just raise your hand. Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed heavily on Wang Hao's face. The entire booth was instantly quiet. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. Wang Hao was stunned by the slap. His face felt burning with pain and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face and raised his head. When he saw clearly that the person standing in front of him was Chao Bian, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chao Bian. Are you awake? Chao Bian looked down at him with a flat tone. Now, can you speak properly? The lackeys around Wang Hao reacted and jumped up immediately. Damn it! You dare to hit Brother Hao. You're looking for death. A yellow-haired man shouted, picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it on Chao Bian's head. Chao Bian didn't even raise his eyelids. At the moment when the bottle was about to fall on his head, he made a lightning-fast move and grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist. Just give it a gentle pinch. Crack! The crisp sound of broken bones was unusually clear amidst the noisy music. Ah! Huang Mao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and the wine bottle fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He held his wrist, which was twisted at a strange angle, and rolled on the ground in pain. The other lackeys were so frightened that their legs went limp and they dared not move forward. Bang! Chao Bian slapped Wang Hao on the other side of his face with his backhand. This blow directly knocked him off the sofa and onto the ground. Wang Hao was completely stunned, his head was buzzing in blank. Chao Bian squatted down and looked at him. Go ahead. Wang Hao hasn't come to his senses yet. The third slap, raised high. Wang Hao looked at the slap that was about to fall, and was so scared that his soul flew away, but he finally came to his senses. He rolled back, screaming in fear, Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'll tell you everything. Chao Bian's raised hand stopped in mid-air. He looked at Wang Hao and waited for a long time. Wang Hao just looked at him in horror, trembling and unable to say a word. Chao Bian was a little impatient. Bang! The third slap landed firmly. Just tell me. Chao Bian frowned. Wang Hao was beaten so hard that he saw stars and felt so wrong that he almost cried. No, why don't you ask? Chao Bian was stunned, then smiled awkwardly. Oh, yes, I was so busy fighting that I didn't ask. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Lin Mengyao, is she here? Take me to find her. When Wang Hao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. It's over. It's all over. How did Chao Bian know? How did he find his way here? Chao Bian saw that Wang Hao was in a daze again and was about to slap him for the fourth time. I said, stop hitting me. Just then, several bar security guards in uniform rushed over after hearing the news. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? As soon as Wang Hao saw the security guard, he felt his back straighten up again. He struggled to get up from the ground, pointed at Chao Bian, and shouted fiercely, Security! It's him! He's beating people here. Arrest him quickly. However, the leading security guard did not move. He glanced at Chao Bian, then at Wang Hao, with some hesitation in his eyes. This security guard was one of the people who followed Brother Long to collect debts from Xiao Wanqing last time. He had seen with his own eyes that his boss, Brother Long, was very polite in front of this young man. This person is definitely not simple. He felt that it was necessary to report this matter to Brother Long first. So he took out the walkie-talkie and started contacting Brother Long upstairs, completely ignoring Wang Hao, who was still pretending to be cool. Chao Bian was completely impatient. Bang! The fifth slap was merciless. Are you a fucking idiot hired by a monkey? Are you acting? You said you were going to say it, but now you don't want to say it? Why, do you expect this big brother to support you? Chao Bian pointed at the security guard who was reporting on the walkie-talkie. Wang Hao turned his head to look at the security guard, but found that the security guard was not even looking at him. Whistling at the sky, looking like I know nothing. Wang Hao. He turned his head in despair and looked at Chow Bian, forcing a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying. And brother, I was wrong. I said it, I really mean it. Lin Mengyao, right? She's upstairs, with the bar owner, Brother Long. Hey, wouldn't it have been over if you had cooperated earlier? Chow Bian nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and gently stabbed Wang Hao on the back of his neck. The force is neither too strong nor too weak, just right. Wang Hao rolled his eyes and collapsed like a puddle of mud. Well, that's the good thing about young people. They can fall asleep as soon as they lie down and have a really good sleep quality. Chow Bian clapped his hands, then turned his head and looked at the security guard who was still whistling. Brother Long is upstairs, right? Take me to him. His tone was calm, not anxious at all. In his heart, Lin Mengyao is actually no different from a passerby. At most, he is a passerby whom I know. She has ended up in this situation entirely due to her own fault. But since we're here, it's not impossible to rescue him. Who says I am such a kind person at heart? Chow Bian thought happily in his heart. Chapter 35 How much is your face worth? Led by the security guard, Chow Bian came to the third floor of the bar. Brother Long's exclusive office. The door was ajar, and from inside came a woman's suppressed sobbing and a man's heavy breathing. The security guard who led the way pushed open the door and made a pleased gesture to Chow Bian. He ran away crawling as if he had seen a ghost. Chow Bian stepped in. The office was filled with the smell of alcohol, cheap perfume, and sweat. A shirtless fat man was pressing a girl down on the sofa. The girl's skirt was torn into strips, her fair skin was covered with purple finger marks, her originally pretty face was swollen, tears mixed with blood, and she struggled in vain. It was Lin Mengyao. And that man was naturally Brother Long. Good things were interrupted, and Brother Long's anger instantly reached its peak. He roared without even turning his head, "Who the hell dares to ruin my good deeds? I'm tired of living." The sound stopped abruptly. When he turned his head and saw the figure standing at the door, his pupils suddenly contracted. The drunkenness was instantly dispelled by the cold sweat. Why is it this evil star? How did he find himself here? Brother Long's real name is Chen Long, and he is Chen Bao's cousin. He knew very well that Chen Bao brought people to find trouble with Xiao Wanqing, but was defeated by Chow Bian alone. That idiot Wang Hao brought this woman to see me, saying that he wanted me to do something for him. But before he could hear what was going on, his soul was seduced away by Lin Mengyao. After sending Wang Hao away, he couldn't wait to start his business. Could it be that idiot Wang Hao wants to use me to deal with this evil star? When he thought of this possibility, the hairs on Brother Long's back stood up. But he is the boss of this territory after all, and he cannot lose face. He slowly climbed up from Lin Mengyao and pulled up his pants with difficulty. Then, as if kicking away a piece of garbage, he kicked the still sobbing Lin Mengyao to the carpet. Hey, isn't this Brother Chow? The muscles on Brother Long's face twitched and he tried to force a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. What brings you here? Brother Long, good evening. Chow Bian's smile was very faint, and his eyes calmly swept over Lin Mengyao on the ground, as if he just saw a decoration. I'm sorry for disturbing you so late at night. When Lin Mengyao on the ground heard this voice, it was like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. She struggled, using her hands and feet to crawl towards Chow Bian, her voice shrill. Bian! Bian, save me! I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. She stretched out her trembling hand to grab Chow Bian's trouser leg. Chow Bian frowned slightly and took half a step sideways. It was this half step that made her miss and fall to the ground in a mess. Don't touch me, stay away from me. There was no warmth in his voice. Lin Mengyao froze and looked up at him in disbelief. Chow Bian's gaze passed her and fell on Brother Long. Brother Long, I'll get straight to the point. This woman and I have been together for a few days. She just sent me a message asking for help. I'm a sentimental person and I can't just watch her die. It would be bad for my reputation if it got out. So, come over and ask Brother Long for someone. I hope Brother Long will give me some face and let me take her away. I'll find a few cleaner ones and send them to you some other day as an apology. These words were said politely and gave Chen Long enough face. Brother Long's expression was uncertain. He had already taken a step back after the last incident with Xiao Wanqing. This time, again? Do you really think that Chen Long is made of clay? Brother Chow, isn't your face a little too big? Long Ji's voice turned cold. Once is giving you face, twice is slapping me in the face. If this incident today gets out, how will my brother Long survive in the future? So, brother Long is not going to give it to you? The smile on Xiao Bian's face completely disappeared. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Brother Long slammed the table and yelled hysterically, "Boy, don't think you're great just because you can fight. This is my territory. Someone come." At a command, the office door was slammed open. More than a dozen strong men armed with steel pipes and machetes came in one after another and surrounded Xiao Bian in an instant. Full of murderous intent. Lin Mengyao was so scared that she let out a short scream, huddled in the corner, her body shaking like a sieve. Xiao Bian looked around, his eyes expressionless. Instead he shook his head slightly. He sighed. Why bother? I just want to take away an old thing. Why do you have to force me to clean up the garbage? The moment he finished speaking, he moved. No warning. His figure turned into a shadow under the light. The strong man who was rushing in the front felt a flash before his eyes, and his throat was strangled by a hand like an iron clamp. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The strong man didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp. Everything happened in a flash. Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and terrifying muffled noises were heard in the office. Bone-crushing elbow strike. Broken knee. Cut the throat with a knife. Every move Xiao Bian makes is extremely fast, extremely accurate, and extremely ruthless. Brother Long and Lin Mengyao's eyes couldn't even keep up with his movements. All they could see were strong bodies falling down one after another like harvested wheat. The scream had just sounded when it was strangled in the throat by even more intense pain. Less than 30 seconds. The entire office was dead silent. Except Xiao Bian, no one else was standing. The dozen or so strong men were either unconscious or curled up on the ground, uttering low, wild animal-like howls. Brother Long was completely dumbfounded, slumped in the boss chair, and the fat all over his body was shaking uncontrollably. Monster! This is a monster! Xiao Bian patted the non-existent dust on his hands and walked to Brother Long. He bent down, and a smile reappeared on his handsome face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Brother Long's greasy face with the back of his hand, again and again. Brother Long. You see, things seem to have returned to the beginning. Now, tell me again. How much is my face worth? Brother Long looked at him, his lips trembling, his teeth chattering wildly, and he couldn't say a word. A warm liquid quickly spread from his crotch. The foul smell filled the whole room. Chen Long, an underground boss. He was actually frightened to death. NGE. I was wrong. He tried to beg for mercy, but could only utter indistinct syllables. It would have been better if we had done this earlier. Xiao Bian's nostrils twitched slightly, and his eyebrows twisted into the shape of a character. The foul smell made him subconsciously take a step back and distance himself from the loser. He was too lazy to look at Chen Long again. His gaze turned to the woman who was still shivering in the corner. Lin Mengyao. Leave. Xiao Bian uttered two words without any emotion, as if he was commanding a dog. When Lin Mengyao heard these two words, it was as if she had heard the pardon from God. He used his hands and feet to get up from the ground, stumbling to catch up. Her clothes had been torn to shreds, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin, which still bore traces of humiliation. Xiao Bian had just taken a step when he caught a glimpse of her appearance out of the corner of his eye and frowned. Stop. Lin Mengyao's body stiffened instantly and she dared not move. Xiao Bian's gaze passed over her and fell back on Chen Long, who was slumped in the chair. He took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a stack of red bills, and threw them at Chen Long's greasy face. The scattered banknotes were like a loud slap in the face. Find her something to wear. It's too annoying to look at it like this. Not for her, but for his own eyes. Yes, yes. Brotherin. Right now. Right now. Chen Long was hit in the face by the money, but he seemed to have received an imperial decree. He slid down from the chair and roared at his younger brother outside the door who had not yet recovered from the shock. Are they all fucking dead? Go get a set of clean women's clothes. Quick. Soon, a brand new women's suit was brought in cautiously. Lin Mengyao's hands were shaking, and she didn't dare ask others to avoid suspicion, so she changed into her clothes as quickly as possible. As she moved, tears of humiliation mixed with sweat slid down her face, but she dared not make a sound. Chapter 36 You Don't Deserve It. As I walked out of Tianlong Bar, the damp and cold night wind hit me in the face. Lin Mengyao's chaotic brain finally cleared up for a moment, and she survived. She looked at the back of the man in front of her. He was tall and straight, as if he could hold up the entire night sky. That was her heaven. Gratitude, endless regret, humble admiration, and bone-deep shame, countless emotions exploded in her chest, almost tearing her apart. The other side. Her voice trembled as she stumbled after him, trying to grasp this last straw. Xiao Bian paused and turned around. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. That's it, Lin Mengyao. His voice was colder than the night wind. Go back by yourself. Lin Mengyao's mind went blank. Ah? She asked blankly, You won't take me home? A faint arc appeared at the corner of Xiao Bian's mouth. It was not a smile, but pure sarcasm. Why should I send you off? I saved you because I remembered that you had eaten instant noodles with me for a few times in the past, and I wanted to repay you with a little kindness. Now, I've paid it back. This is the last time I'll help you, so take care of yourself. After he finished speaking, he turned around without a trace of nostalgia. Don't want. Lin Mengyao completely collapsed. She pounced on him like a madman and hugged his strong waist tightly from behind with all her strength. With her cheek pressed tightly against his broad back, she finally burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly, crushing all her dignity into the dust. Bian. Don't go. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you for money. I shouldn't have been so vain. I regret it. I really regret it. Can you give me another chance? I'm willing to do anything for you. I don't ask for a name, I can be your lover, your mistress, or even your dog. Please let me stay by your side. She begged humbly, like a stray dog abandoned by the world. Xiao Bian didn't look back, and even his body didn't stiffen in the slightest. He raised his hand and pried open her fingers that were tightly clasped around his waist one by one. The action was calm and brutal. Forget it, Lin Mengyao. There was no more anger or sarcasm in his voice, only a dead calm, an indifference that was more hurtful than any other emotion. We can't go back. You choose your own path. He paused, and finally turned his head, glancing at the tearful woman for the last time out of the corner of his eye. Those brand names, luxury cars, and houses you wanted, I can give them to you any time now. It can be piled up into a mountain. But, Lin Mengyao, you don't deserve it. In other words, based on the current market price, you are no longer worth that price. Live a good life. These 3 words, like 3 sharp ice spikes, instantly pierced through Lin Mengyao's last defense. Xiao Bian didn't say another word. He stretched out his long legs and strode into the deep night. His back was resolute and he never looked back. Lin Mengyao's hands were still frozen in mid-air, maintaining the hugging posture. Not worthy anymore. She murmured these 3 words, and the strength in her body was instantly drained away. Her legs softened and she knelt on the cold, hard asphalt road. Endless regret, like a black tide, completely engulfed her. Xiao Bian put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely on the street in the early morning. Behind him is the Tianlong Bar with its bright lights, wine and women, and deafening noise. As for Lin Mengyao, he didn't even bother to turn his head while she squatted on the road crying. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be done has been done. Do your utmost. From then on, whether she was dead or alive, whether she continued to degenerate or came to her senses, it had nothing to do with him, Xiao Bian. After all, people always have to pay the price for their choices. He is not a saint, nor a savior. He is just an ordinary man who wants to protect his own little world. Well, an ordinary man with a little money, a little handsomeness, and some ability. Xiao Bian whistled and felt inexplicably relieved. Getting rid of an old matter feels like throwing away an old piece of clothing that you have worn for a long time but no longer fits you. Although I feel a little emotional, I feel more relieved. He scratched his head as he walked. I always feel like I seem to have forgotten something? He stopped and thought carefully. Bar, Brother Lon, Lin Mengyao. Oh, I remember now. That idiot Wang Hao was knocked unconscious in the booth by his own knife attack. Never mind. Xiao Bian curled his lips and continued walking forward. If something can be forgotten, it is definitely not an important thing. Besides, there were so many people in the bar, it was impossible for him, a grown man, to sleep forever. Back to the alley opposite the south gate, the lights in the 3-story building were still on, like a warm lighthouse, waiting for the returning ship in the dark night. Chow Bian felt warm in his heart. Is this what home feels like? It's fucking good. He took out the key, gently opened the gate, and then tiptoed to open the door. 2 beautiful figures were sitting side by side on the sofa in the living room. The one wearing a cool silk suspender nightgown, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and slender, straight legs, was Xiao Wanqing. The other one was wearing a conservative but figure-hugging cotton long-sleeved pajamas, which perfectly outlined her breathtaking curves. She was the charming Lu Ruyan. Neither of them was watching TV, but just sitting quietly, as if waiting for him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked towards him at the same time. A pair of eyes with scrutiny and a hint of sourness. The other pair was filled with pure worry and concern. Ahem. Chow Bian felt like a husband who was caught by his wife for coming home late, and his scalp felt a little tingling. Why aren't you asleep yet? He put on slippers and walked over with a dry laugh. Waiting for you. Xiao Wanqing folded her arms and crossed her legs, and her tone did not reveal whether she was happy or angry. Junior, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night, running out to rescue the damsel in distress. You're so impressive. Lu Ruyan stood up, walked to his side, and gently helped him straighten his messy collar. Higgin, are you okay? Are you hurt? Her voice was soft and full of concern. It's okay, it's okay. What could happen? Chow Bian enjoyed Lu Ruyan's tenderness and felt happy. He looked at Xiao Wanqing again, sat down next to her, and said with a playful smile, Senior sister, your vinegar consumption is almost catching up with Shangxi aged vinegar. Who's jealous? I'm just being your girlfriend and showing some reasonable concern for your nightlife, isn't that okay? Xiao Wanqing said stubbornly, but the expression on her face had softened. He sighed and briefly recounted the whole story, of course, omitting the bloody scenes of fighting and killing. He just said that it was that idiot Wang Hao who wanted to use Lin Mengyao to deal with him, but he easily solved the problem. That's what happened. I told her very clearly that this is the last time. From now on, she and I will have nothing to do with each other. Chow Bian spread his hands with a calm expression. You are the only women on the other side of my Chow. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms, holding one beauty in each hand, and embraced the 2 stunning beauties in his arms. Chapter 37. How about we try it together tonight? Xiao Wanqing struggled symbolically for a moment, then leaned on his shoulder. She had actually guessed it a long time ago from Chow Bian's text message. She was not worried about Chow Bian and Lin Mengyao rekindling their old love, she had confidence in her man. What she was worried about was that Chow Bian would get into unnecessary trouble because of that woman. Now that I heard him say that the problem has been completely resolved, I feel relieved. Humph, you're smart. Xiao Wanqing gently pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Lu Ruyan's face was full of heartache. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently stroked Chow Bian's face. Bian, please don't do such dangerous things again, okay? If anything happens to you, what will we do? Seeing the tears in her eyes, Chow Bian's heart was moved. He leaned over and kissed Lu Ruyan on her soft lips. Don't worry, Sister Lu, your man is very powerful. Those few small fry are not enough for me to warm up. He turned his head again and kissed Xiao Wanqing on the cheek. Senior sister, you too, stop daydreaming. If you have that time, you might as well think about how to serve me well. Bah! Shameless! Xiao Wanqing spat, her cheeks flushed. With beautiful women on both sides, Chow Bian felt that his life had reached its peak. He smiled evilly, lowered his head and whispered in their ears, It's late, how about, let's try it together today. Roll. You wish. The 2 women said almost in unison, their cheeks flushed, and each took one side and pushed him out from the middle of the sofa. Chow Bian laughed out loud and stopped teasing them. He knew in his heart that this matter could not be rushed. But one day, he will make this dream come true. Okay, it's getting late, let's all go to bed. Chow Bian stood up and stretched. I'll take Wanqing back to her room first. He turned his head and winked at Lu Ruyan, the meaning of which was self-evident. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly felt hot, her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to burst out of her chest, and she quickly lowered her head. Ding. Complete intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing. Appearance 95, favorability 98, target satisfaction is extremely high. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 3,300 points. Ding complete intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan appearance 94, favorability 90, target satisfaction is extremely high. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current total mall currency, 3,600 points. After comforting the two women, Chao Bian was no longer sleepy. He returned to Lu Ruyan's room, looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and felt soft in his heart. But the bloody scene in Tianlong Bar could not be erased from his mind. Those thugs were indeed weak and vulnerable. But this actually sounded a wake-up call for him. Wang Hao is a fool, but the Wang group behind him is not. A local tyrant like Chen Long is nothing compared to real power. What if the Wang family hired a professional killer? One of those desperados who truly roam in the dark? My current strength is more than enough to deal with street fights. But it is far from enough to protect the woman around you in this hard-earned warmth. He needs more power. An absolute power that can crush all conspiracies and schemes and make all enemies tremble. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and the night was as dark as ink. Chao Bian opened his eyes clear and bright. With a thought, he opened the rare goods mall. Current total mall currency, 3,600 points. His eyes were fixed directly on the item list. Intermediate Physical Enhancement Potion, 1,000 satisfaction points. Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion, 3,000 satisfaction points. Perfect Gene Optimization Liquid, 50,000 satisfaction points. The price of the Perfect Gene Optimization Liquid worth 50,000 points is ridiculously high. It is probably the key to the inhuman realm, so don't think about it for now. But this Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion is said to be able to improve physical fitness to the limit of pure human beings. Just right. A blacksmith must be strong himself. System, Exchange 4, Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion. Ding consumed 3,000 satisfaction points, exchange successful. Current remaining satisfaction points, 600 points. A potion gleaming with pale golden light appeared out of thin air in his palm. Chao Bian slid off the bed silently without disturbing Lu Ruyan's dream. He walked into the vacant guest room on the second floor, locked the door, raised his head and drank the potion in one gulp. The next moment. Severe pain. An indescribable pain exploded in his body. That's not pain. It was a horrific deconstruction in which the levels of life were forcibly torn apart, crushed, and then reshaped. Well. Chao Bian clenched his teeth tightly and let out a beast-like groan from his throat. He could clearly hear the bones in his body groaning under the heavy burden, and then breaking inch by inch. It was then forcibly reorganized into a higher density structure by a brutal and overbearing force. The muscle fibers were savagely torn apart and twisted into strands of tougher and denser steel cables. Beads of cold sweat instantly broke out, soaking his clothes and leaving a puddle on the ground. He didn't dare make any sound and could only bury his face in his arms, his whole body convulsing violently due to extreme pain. Time has lost its meaning. I don't know how long it took, but the devastating pain suddenly disappeared like the receding tide. Then, a feeling of comfort and strength, as if breaking free from all shackles, swept over the whole body. Strength. Explosive power cheered and surged in every cell of his body. His 5 senses were completely opened. He could hear the faint low-pitched hum of the refrigerator compressor downstairs. You can see the trails of dust slowly floating in the air under the moonlight outside the window. One could even more clearly feel the steady and long breathing of Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, as well as the rhythm of their heartbeats, in the 2 rooms next door. There was a sticky stench coming from the body, which was the impurities in the body being forcibly expelled from the pores. Chao Bian walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Under the flushing of water, a thin layer of black dirt was washed away, revealing skin that was smooth and had a jade-like luster. He stood in front of the mirror and clenched his fist casually. Boo! The air made a slight explosion as it was rapidly compressed. The figure in the mirror did not become exaggerated, but rather more smooth and slender. Every inch of muscle line seemed to have been calculated with the most precision, and contained a terrifying explosive power that made people's heart palpitate. Is this the limit of human body? The corner of Chao Bian's mouth curled up like a wolf. This feeling of having everything firmly in control is so fucking great. Chao Bian's mind moved. System, update panel. The next second, a pale blue virtual light screen suddenly unfolded on his retina. Host panel. Host, Chao Bian. Physique, 100-100 human limit. Charm, 100-100 walking hormone. Mall currency, 600 satisfaction points. I don't know what the limit of human beings is. Chao Bian thought to himself, returned to Lu Ruyan's room, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 38 Shopping. Early the next morning, Chao Bian got out of bed refreshed. After being transformed by advanced genetic potions, he now only needs to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day to stay energetic. Lu Ruyan beside him had disappeared. He came to the living room and found that Xiao Wanqing had also gotten up and the two were busy in the kitchen. The morning light poured in through the window and shone on them. One was young and beautiful, the other was gentle and moving, forming an incomparably harmonious and beautiful picture. Good morning, my two wives. Chao Bian was in a good mood. He hugged Lu Ruyan, who was frying eggs, from behind and kissed her on the cheek. Ah! Lu Ruyan was startled, her face turned red instantly, and she slapped him coquettishly. Stop making trouble, Qingqing is watching. Xiao Wanqing, who was cutting fruit, turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Junior, you're getting more and more shameless. You're acting like a hooligan so early in the morning. Hey, to your wife, can this be called being a hooligan? This is called enhancing the relationship. As Chao Bian spoke, he leaned over and pecked Xiao Wanqing on the mouth. Okay, go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Xiao Wanqing pushed him away and kicked him out of the kitchen. Chao Bian smiled and shook his head, feeling extremely relieved. While having breakfast, Chao Bian announced a decision. We have nothing to do this afternoon, let's go shopping. Yeah. Xiao Wanqing cheered immediately. No girl can resist the temptation of shopping. Lu Ruyan also smiled and nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. She hasn't had a good shopping trip for a long time since her husband passed away. It's just right. I can get you some new clothes and some jewelry. Chao Bian waved his hand and said proudly. Sister Lu, you've been wearing those clothes for a long time. It's time to change them. And Wanqing, please stop cosplaying. If you really want to wear something, just wear it for me. You should buy more beautiful everyday clothes. I understand, butler. Xiao Wanqing stuck out her tongue. Lu Ruyan smiled gently, feeling warm in her heart. It feels so good to be cared for by others. In the afternoon, in Jiangcheng's most prosperous commercial center, Chao Bian, holding the hand of a stunning beauty, swaggered into the most upscale luxury goods mall. Xiao Wanqing is tall, has long legs, and a hot temperament, like a supermodel on the catwalk. Lu Ruyan has a plump figure and a gentle temperament, like a pampered wealthy lady. The two have very different styles, but both are top beauties. Add to that the handsome and tall Chao Bian, and the three of them walking together, the rate of people turning their heads to look at them is almost 200%. Many men stared with their eyes wide open, feeling envious and jealous. Fuck, who is that guy? He's so awesome, hugging two top-notch women? Damn it, those who are suffering from drought are dying of drought, and those who are suffering from floods are dying of floods. This world is so unfair. Look at those two girls, each one more beautiful than the other. They are so lucky. Listening to the discussions around him, Chao Bian felt so happy. This is what he wants. He just wants everyone to know that the woman he, Chao Bian, is the happiest in the world. They walked into a Chanel store. As soon as the shopping guide in the store saw the three people, he immediately came over to greet them warmly. Good afternoon, sir, madam, welcome to Chanel. How may I help you? Bring out the latest clothes from your store that are suitable for both of them. Chao Bian was too lazy to talk nonsense and spoke directly. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. This is a big client. She quickly called several colleagues and began to enthusiastically introduce and try on clothes for Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan. Xiao Wanqing was a little reserved at first, after all, she had only seen this kind of place in magazines before. But under Chao Bian's encouraging gaze, she gradually let go. She is a clothes hanger with perfect body proportions, and looks good in anything she wears. The expensive fashions she wore made her look dazzling. Lu Ruyan was a little embarrassed at first, thinking that the clothes were too expensive. Bian, this is too expensive. I can't usually wear such nice clothes. Sister Lu, money is a bastard. You can earn more by spending it. It's only natural for me to buy things for my own woman. Chao Bian asked her to go to the fitting room to change clothes without saying anything. When Lu Ruyan changed into a black slim-fitting long dress and walked out of the fitting room, everyone in the store held their breath for a second. The The dress hugged her mature body perfectly, showing off her impressive curves to the fullest. Coupled with her gentle and elegant temperament, she is simply a classical beauty walking out of a painting. So beautiful. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but admire it. Qiao Bian's eyes were wide open. He walked straight up to the shopping guide. Pack up all the clothes they just tried on. Ha? Wrap up all of them? The shopping guide was so happy that she almost fainted. What a huge achievement this is. Yes, wrap them all up, Qiao Bian said lightly. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, who was I thinking? You're so arrogant. So you're the poor idiot from the PE department? Qiao Bian turned around and saw a gorgeously dressed woman holding the arm of a greasy-haired and powdered man, looking at him with contempt. He had some impression of this woman. She seemed to be the cheerleading captain of the school team, named Li Feifei. He also recognized the man next to him. It was Zhang Yang, the captain of the school team who was beaten to a pulp by him on the basketball court that day. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. When Zhang Yang saw Qiao Bian, his expression changed instantly, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. That day, Qiao Bian hit him with a ball in front of the whole school, making him lose face. Now when he saw Qiao Bian, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. What? Bringing 2 pheasants to a luxury store? Can you afford it? Zhang Yang said sarcastically. Who the hell are you calling a pheasant? Xiao Wanqing's temper flared up instantly, and she took a step forward to argue. Qiao Bian held her back. There's no need to get angry with this kind of idiot. He smiled and looked at Zhang Yang as if he was looking at a clown. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. But you, how would you feel if I beat you up? You. Qiao Bian's words were like a knife, stabbing Zhang Yang's sore spot. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned the color of liver. Seeing this, Li Feifei quickly jumped out to defend her boyfriend. What are you so proud of? Isn't it just that you play better? Poor people are poor people. Can you afford anything here? She pointed at Qiao Bian with an arrogant look on her face. You could probably carry bricks for your whole life and still not be able to afford a single piece of clothing here. The store manager came over and respectfully handed a long bill to Qiao Bian. Sir, the clothes you just danced with have been packed up. The total is 8.76 million. I'll round it off and make it 8.7 million. Swipe the card. Qiao Bian didn't even raise his eyelids. Bite. With the crisp sound of the POS machine, the transaction was completed. The store manager and all the employees bowed 90 degrees to Qiao Bian. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit us next time. Li Feifei's face turned pale and blue. Chapter 39 Buying a Car. She just laughed at the other person for being poor and not being able to afford a single brick after carrying bricks for his entire life. As a result, they spent more than 8 million. Li Feifei's eyes when she looked at Qiao Bian changed completely. Envy? No. It was naked, undisguised greed and desire. She subconsciously let go of Zhang Yang's hand. He straightened his chest inconspicuously in the direction of Qiao Bian. She lifted her hair and gave him a charming glance. Zhang Yang's face had turned from liver color to ashen gray. He couldn't stay there any longer, feeling dejected and like a lost dog. He pulled Li Feifei, who was still posing coquettishly, and fled from the store that had dealt them a heavy blow. Qiao Bian didn't take these 2 clowns seriously at all. Come on, let's pick you some jewelry to go with these clothes. Half an hour later, we arrived at Cartier, the most high-end jewelry store in the center of Jiangcheng. Qiao Bian directly booked the entire VIP room. This necklace looks good on you, Wanqing, because you have fair skin. Wrap it up. Sister Lu, this pair of diamond earrings really suits your temperament. I want them too. And this bracelet. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruoyan had become somewhat numb from their initial shock. They looked at Qiao Bian's calm expression when he swiped the card, as if he was spending not millions, but just a few hundred yuan. This man is using the most direct and domineering way to tell them that if they follow him, they will never have to suffer any grievances again. Coming out of the jewelry store, several shop assistants followed respectfully behind, carrying shopping bags of various sizes. Qiao Bian took a look at the mountain of trophies and scratched his head. There are too many things. It's inconvenient to carry them like this. Lu Ruoyan subconsciously suggested, how about, we take a taxi back and put our things down first? Taxi? Qiao Bian raised his eyebrows and then smiled. Sister Lu, your suggestion reminds me. We really need a means of transportation. He took out his cell phone and navigated directly to the nearest Porsche center. Let's go buy a car. The group rushed towards the car dealership in a mighty manner. Porsche Center Jiangcheng. On the mirror-like floor of the exhibition hall, there are parked many steel works of art with smooth lines. As Chao Bian walked in with the two beauties, he saw two familiar figures. Zhang Yang and Li Feifei. They were surrounding an entry-level red 718 Boxster. Li Feifei was holding up her phone, taking frantic selfies of the car logo and steering wheel, while Zhang Yang was haggling with the salesperson, obviously trying to save face in front of his beloved goddess. Feifei, what do you think of this car? It's red, it suits you perfectly. If you like it, I'll. Before Zhang Yang could finish his words, he saw Chao Bian and the other two walking in leisurely. His voice stopped abruptly, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Damn, it's haunting you, right? Li Feifei also saw Chao Bian, and her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly put away her phone, straightened her clothes, and unnoticeably walked 2 steps away from Zhang Yang, as if she wasn't the one licking the steering wheel. Zhang Yang noticed her change and became even angrier, with a surge of anger rushing to his head. He sneered and spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone in the exhibition hall to hear. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chao? What's up? After buying Chanel, you're here to experience life at the Porsche Center? The cars here aren't cheap. Even touching them costs money. Be careful not to scratch the paint, or you won't be able to afford the compensation. He just wanted to humiliate Chao Bian in public and get back all the face he had just lost. Xiao Wanqing raised her eyebrows and was about to explode, but was suppressed by a look from Chao Bian. Chao Bian didn't even look at him, and walked straight with Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan to the center of the exhibition hall, in front of the black 911 Turbo S full of violent aesthetics. He asked the sales manager who had followed him, "How many of these cars do you have available?" The sales manager was stunned for a moment, but still replied professionally, "Hello, sir, this is our top-of-the-line flagship model. Currently, there is only this black car in stock in the entire Jiangcheng." Chao Bian nodded. "Okay, I'll take this one." He pointed to a raspberry pink Taycan not far away. "That one is for this lady." He was referring to Xiao Wanqing. Finally, his finger landed on a midnight blue Panamera. "And that one, for this lady." Lu Ruyan. The entire exhibition hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chao Bian, including Zhang Yang and Li Feifei. Zhang Yang's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg, and his facial expressions were full of wonderful expressions. The sales manager felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He confirmed with a trembling voice, "Sir, you mean, you want all 3 cars?" "Yes, in full." Chao Bian took out the black card and said calmly, "Swipe the card. We're leaving today." "Okay. Okay, sir. I'll do it for you right away." The sales manager's face flushed with excitement. This was like the god of wealth descending to earth. This single order was equivalent to his entire year's sales. Zhang Yang was completely dumbfounded. 911 Turbo S, more than 3 million. Taycan and Panamera are also in the million level range. The 3 cars together cost less than 10 million. He felt as if his face had been hit back and forth with shoe soles hundreds of times, and it was burning with pain. Just then, a figure ran past him. "It's Li Feifei." She ran quickly to Chao Bian, her face full of flattering smiles, her voice so sweet that water could drip out of it. "Brotherin, you are so handsome. I knew you were no ordinary person." As she spoke, she wanted to lean towards Chao Bian. "Zhang Yang is a loser, a poor bastard trying to look good. I've had enough of him for a long time. Brotherin, what do you think of me? I'm younger than the 2 guys around you, I've got a better figure, and I can do everything." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a cold voice. Xiao Wanqing stepped forward, took Chao Bian's arm, looked down at her condescendingly with a sneer on her lips. "Excuse me, Mississippi. We have no shortage of bed warmers, and even fewer dogs that wag their tails." And Xiao Wanqing's eyes swept over her, filled with undisguised disgust. "You're a public toilet that's been used by countless people, and you think you can enter our house? Dirty." Li Feifei's face instantly turned the color of liver, and her expression was even more exciting than Zhang Yang's just now. Lu Ruyan stood quietly on the other side of Chao Bian. Although she didn't say anything, there was a hint of disapproval in her eyes when she looked at Li Feifei. She doesn't like this kind of aggressive woman. From beginning to end, Qiao Bian didn't even look at Li Feifei. Holding two stunning beauties in his arms, he walked towards the VIP signing room surrounded by the sales manager like a star. Chapter 40, 3 top-of-the-line cars, only about 10 million. The air conditioning in the VIP signing room of the Porsche Center is turned on very high. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan sat on the soft sofa with an exquisite fruit plate and steaming coffee in front of them. But neither of them moved. Everything that happened outside just now still feels a little unreal to Xiao Wanqing. The woman named Li Feifei was holding Zhang Yang's arm and mocking Bian arrogantly just a second ago. The next second, after seeing Bian casually swipe his credit card to buy 3 top-of-the-line Porsches, he actually shook off Zhang Yang without hesitation and came over like a pug. Xiao Wanqing felt sick just thinking about that flattering face. A public restroom. Xiao Wanqing cursed again under her breath, picked up the coffee and took a sip. The scalding liquid calmed her down a little. She turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan beside her and found that she was also looking at her, with obvious worry in her eyes. Lu Ruyan was older than her and had experienced more, but this was the first time she had seen such a scene. What she was more worried about was Qiao Bian. This young man spends money like water. He is always calm in the face of provocation and insults, but he can burst out with terrifying power in an instant. What kind of person is he? Sister Ruyan, do you think Bian is too ostentatious? Xiao Wanqing asked in a low voice. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and smiled gently. No. I just think he's awesome. Her voice was soft, but sincere. Yes, he's very powerful. Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Those who look down on him will eventually be trampled under his feet. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. She thought of her past. If it weren't for Qiao Bian, she might still be struggling in that abyss. It was this man who pulled her out of the quagmire and gave her a new life. So, no matter what he did, in her eyes, it was right. Just then, the door of the signing room was pushed open. Qiao Bian walked in, followed by the respectful sales manager. All the paperwork has been completed. 3 cars, a total of 12.6 million. Qiao Bian said it lightly, as if he was saying that he had a bowl of beef noodles for $12.60 at noon today. He walked to the sofa and sat naturally between the 2 women. Which one do you 2 like? The keys are here. He threw 3 car keys with the Porsche crest printed on them onto the coffee table, making a crisp sound. A 911 Turbo S, a Taycan, and a Panamera. Each one represents the dream of countless men. Xiao Wanqing looked at the 3 keys with sparkling eyes, like a little girl who had obtained her favorite toy. She picked up the 911 key, tossed it in her hand, and asked with a smile, "This is the most expensive one, can I drive it?" "Of course." Qiao Bian pinched her cheek, "My little hot pepper, of course she needs the fastest car." Xiao Wanqing was amused by him and laughed. The sense of unreality in her heart completely disappeared, leaving only sweetness. Qiao Bian looked at Lu Ruyan again and handed the Panamera key to her. "Sister Ruyan, this one is for you. It has a lot of space, is comfortable to sit in, and is safe." Lu Ruyan looked at the car keys in front of her and was a little at a loss for a moment. A car worth millions, just gave it to her like that? She waved her hand subconsciously. No, Bian, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." "Here." Qiao Bian directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and stuffed the car keys into her palm. "My woman, why would she take a taxi when she goes out?" His palm was large and warm, wrapping around her hand, and a warm current spread from the palm of his hand to the bottom of his heart. Lu Ruyan's face turned red in an instant. "My woman." These 4 words seemed to have magical power, making her lose her composure in an instant. Xiao Wanqing next to her was looking at her, with no jealousy in her eyes, but a hint of smile. Lu Ruyan's heartbeat quickened. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Thank you." "That's right." Qiao Bian smiled with satisfaction. He liked to see Lu Ruyan's shy and submissive look, like a white magnolia bud about to bloom, making people want to pick it. "Then, what about this Taycan?" Xiao Wanqing shook the remaining key in her hand. "I'll drive this one," Qiao Bian said. "From now on, I'll be your driver when you go out. I don't want you to be my driver." Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. "I want to drive my own sports car." Okay, you have the final say." The three of them laughed and joked for a while, and then the sales manager came over respectfully. Mr. Chow, all 3 cars are ready. They are in the exclusive parking space outside. You can drive away at any time. Yeah. Chow Bian nodded and stood up. Let's go home. He put one arm around Xiao Wanqing's waist and naturally took Lu Ruyan's hand with the other. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, both with shyness on their faces, but neither of them struggled to break free. When the three of them walked out of the Porsche Center side by side, it was already dark outside. In the parking lot, 3 brand new Porsches were parked side by side, shining with an attractive luster under the lights. A lava orange 911 Turbo S, like a burning flame. A raspberry pink Taycan, gentle and dreamy. A midnight blue Panamera, calm and elegant. Chow Bian opened the doors of the 911 in Panamera for Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan. Then he walked towards the raspberry pink Taycan. Buzz. A convoy of 3 top luxury cars slowly drove out of the Porsche Center in the night and merged into the traffic flow of Jiangcheng. And behind them, the entrance of the Porsche Center. Zhang Yang stood there in a daze, looking at the 3 taillights of the car going away, his fists clenched tightly together. His face was pale and his eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. 12,600,000. Although his family is rich, they don't spend money like this. He wanted to buy an entry-level 718 and had to talk to his dad for a long time. But Xiao Bian, the poor bastard in his eyes, the orphan who got into the school team through connections, actually bought 3 top-of-the-line Porsches. Why? Li Feifei watched the 3 luxury cars drive away. She turned around abruptly, pointed at Zhang Yang in the corner, and shouted, "Zhang Yang! Let's break up. You're a useless piece of shit. You can't even protect your own girlfriend, and you still want to buy a Porsche? Do you deserve it?" Zhang Yang's face instantly turned purple. He stared at Li Feifei, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Being abandoned in public and called a waste, this humiliation is more painful than killing him. Chapter 41, Want to plot against me? The next day, at Jiangcheng University Basketball Hall, Xiao Bian changed into a brand new jersey and sneakers, which were the latest models he bought at Vientiane City yesterday. Compared to his previous shabby equipment, it was a world of difference. There is a very important game today, and the coach specially asked him to come back to help. As soon as he walked into the stadium, he attracted everyone's attention. Fuck, isn't that Xiao Bian? He's really upgraded. Yesterday you were dressed like a refugee, and today you're wearing designer clothes? You don't know? Someone saw him at the Porsche Center yesterday. He bought 3 top-of-the-line cars in one go. Over 10 million without blinking an eye. Is this true? It's absolutely true. It's going viral on the forums. There are even photos. The team members were talking among themselves, and their eyes were full of awe and curiosity when they looked at Xiao Bian. Those who had been hostile to him because of his flamboyance now kept their mouths shut. Are you kidding? How can they afford to offend someone who can casually spend more than 10 million to buy a car? When Coach Lu Haiming saw Xiao Bian, his eyes lit up and he greeted him with a smile. "Higan, you're here. You look in good spirits." He patted Xiao Bian's shoulder, his attitude more affectionate than before. "Hello, coach." Xiao Bian responded politely. "Well, go warm up. Today we are competing with Huada for a spot in the Cuba competition. It's quite important, so we have to rely on you," Lu Haiming said. "Good." Xiao Bian nodded and walked towards the court. He had just finished stretching when a sarcastic voice sounded from the side. "Hey, isn't this our new captain? He hasn't been to training for a long time. What's the matter? Now that you're wearing those new clothes, do you really think you're such a big shot?" Xiao Bian knew who it was without looking back. "Show off." He came today too, his face was so gloomy that water looked like it could drip out of it. He lost such a big person at the Porsche Center yesterday and was betrayed in public by that bitch Li Feifei. He couldn't sleep all night, and all he could think about was Xiao Bian's hateful face. He wished he could rush up right now and tear Xiao Bian into pieces. Xiao Bian glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to him, picked up a basketball, and started practicing shooting. Swish. 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 The basketball went into the net again and again, making a pleasant sound. His shooting posture is standard and stretched, with a pleasing beauty. Zhang Yang stared with his eyes wide open. He had to admit that Xiao Bian's skills were indeed better than his. But this made him even more jealous and crazy. Why? Why is this orphan better than him in everything? He is more handsome than him, plays basketball better than him, and now he even has much more money than him. Even the women around him are not as good as Chao Bian. When Zhang Yang thought of Xiao Wanqing's beautiful face and hot body, and then thought of Lu Ruiyan's mature and charming charm, his heart felt like it was being bitten by a poisonous snake, painful and itchy. No, he can't just let it go like this. He must take revenge. Chao Bian must pay the price. The game begins. On the scoreboard, Jiangcheng University and Hua University refused to give in to each other and kept close to each other, with the scores rising alternately. The main shooting guard made a reckless layup, but it was blocked by the opponent's center like swatting a fly. Coach Lu Haiming finally couldn't sit still anymore. He called a timeout and yelled at several breathless players on the court with a grim face. Finally, his gaze fell on the calm figure at the end of the bench. Bian, you go. As soon as he came on stage, his aura was out of tune with the surroundings. While other players were all nervous because of the tense game, there was only calmness on his face. The game restarts. The ball came to Jiang Da. The point guard dribbled across half court and was immediately double-teamed. He glanced at Chao Bian and passed the ball without hesitation. Chao Bian received the ball and faced the defense. With a simple change of direction and acceleration, he tore through the opponent's defense line. Just as he was rushing towards the basket, a figure rushed over from the side. It was Zhang Yang. He pretended to cover for Chao Bian, but his outstretched legs secretly tripped Chao Bian's feet. "Be careful," a teammate on the sidelines exclaimed. However, Chao Bian seemed to have eyes behind his back. He misstepped and nimbly went around it. The movements were smooth and flowing, without any stagnation. Zhang Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that his little action could be resolved so easily. In the stands, some sharp-eyed spectators had already noticed something was wrong. What's going on? Is that number 7 here to play basketball or to fight? Yeah, that's not a cover-up, it's clearly an attempt to smear someone. On the court, Chao Bian ignored it and hit the ball steadily. But just because he doesn't look for trouble doesn't mean trouble won't look for him. In the next few rounds, Zhang Yang was like a plaster that couldn't be thrown away. He always appears inadvertently on Chao Bian's breakthrough route. Either use your elbow to nudge him or use your knee to bump him. These insidious little moves were resolved one by Chao Bian. He didn't even frown. Coach Lu Haiming on the sidelines was so angry that his face turned green. Zhang Yang! Get the fuck away from me! Lu Haiming roared at the court, "Are you a fucking pig? Give the ball to Chao Bian. And stay away from him. You don't understand what I'm saying, right?" This roar was clearly heard throughout the entire stadium. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliation. This is public, naked humiliation. He, Zhang Yang, the captain of the team, was now being scolded by the coach in front of everyone, and was also asked to stay away from the orphan. Why? The overwhelming anger and jealousy burned away his last bit of sanity. He stared at Chao Bian's back with resentment in his eyes. If you don't let me live well, you won't be able to live well either. The game continues. Chao Bian held the ball again and launched a fast break from the left. Zhang Yang roared and ran past from the side, pretending to cover him. However, the two of them took similar routes. The two are about to collide. Zhang Yang's foot seemed to be trying to gain a firm footing. But he slid insidiously towards the path that Chao Bian had to take off and land. Tiptoe. This is the most vicious move on the basketball court and the one that is most likely to ruin a player's career. If an ordinary person steps on it, he may sprain his ankle at best and break his ankle at worst. In a flash, Chao Bian's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw clearly the despicable movements of Zhang Yang's feet, and also saw the hideous smile on his face that was twisted because he was about to succeed. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Chao Bian's heart hardened, and a fierce aura suddenly rose in his heart. Hide? I won hide today. In midair, instead of restraining his strength, he poured all his strength into his right foot and slightly adjusted his toes. He stepped squarely on Zhang Yang's ankle. Crack! A slight sound of bone cracking was heard. Ah! Zhang Yang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and instantly lost his balance. His ankle twisted at a strange angle and he fell to the ground with a bang. Chao Bian, using the reaction force of stepping on his foot, suddenly raised his body again. He was like a wild beast that had broken free from all restraints. He took one step from the free throw line, held the ball with one hand, and stretched his body in the air like a fully drawn bow. Bang! A deafening bang. He slammed the basketball into the basket with thunderous force. The entire basketball hoop was shaking violently, groaning under the heavy weight. The ball goes in. The whistle blows. At the same time, Zhang Yang hugged his right leg and rolled on the ground in pain, his forehead instantly covered with cold sweat. His right ankle was twisted at a strange angle, obviously broken. Quick! Call an ambulance! Coach Lu Hyaming was the first to react. His face changed drastically and he shouted to the outside of the court. The team members also gathered around and looked at Zhang Yang's painful appearance, their faces turning pale. Chao Bian jumped off the basket and landed silently. He walked up to Zhang Yang and looked down at him with cold eyes. Want to destroy me? Zhang Yang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He could only stare at him with resentment in his eyes. He knew he was finished. Not only did he fail to hurt Chao Bian, but he ended up ruining himself. Moreover, it all looked like an accident caused by his own careless fall. Chao Bian didn't even touch him. Even if he wanted to sue, he had no evidence. He is bound to suffer this loss in silence. Serves you right. Chao Bian spat out 2 words coldly, turned and walked away. He walked up to Coach Lu Hyaming with no expression on his face. Coach, he's probably going to need to rest for a while. Lu Hyaming looked at Chao Bian with complicated eyes. He is an old coach and has seen all kinds of situations. He saw Zhang Yang's little movements clearly. He also knew that Zhang Yang's injury was definitely not just an accident. This young man, Chao Bian, not only has superb football skills, but his intelligence and means are also far beyond his peers. The series of operations he just performed. He not only avoided the conspiracy, punished his opponent, but also got away with it cleanly. This scheming and ruthlessness made Lu Hyaming feel cold. Ah! Lu Hyaming sighed and patted Chao Bian on the shoulder. I understand. You did the right thing. There's always some trash on the court that needs to be cleaned up. His words were equivalent to defining the nature of the matter. Zhang Yang is the garbage that was cleaned up. Soon, an ambulance came roaring in and carried away Zhang Yang, who was howling like a ghost. The game did not stop, but with Chao Bian there, the opponent was nothing to be afraid of. The look in the eyes of all the team members when they looked at Chao Bian changed. If I felt a little dissatisfied before, now I admire you. It's a worship that you can never lose as long as he's around. Li Feifei, who was sitting off the court, felt a burning sensation in her lower body and wished she could kneel down to Chao Bian on the spot. Chapter 42, in front of you, using your ex-girlfriend. Zhangcheng First People's Hospital, Senior Ward. Zhang Yang was lying on the hospital bed, his right leg was covered in a thick plaster and hung high up. His face was as pale as paper and his eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. The doctor said that his right ankle was a comminuted fracture, and even if it was cured, he would never be able to play basketball again. When he thought of this, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Basketball is his only hobby and the only place where he can find some confidence. Now, it's all over. It's all because of Chao Bian. That damn orphan. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this? Chao Bian, I'm not done with you. Zhang Yang growled with gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open. Zhang Yang, how are you feeling? I'm here to see you on behalf of the team. It's Chao Bian. Behind him, there was a woman dressed in cool and sexy clothes. It was Li Feifei. She dressed up specially today, wearing a black tight suspenders, a super short pleated skirt, and a layer of black stockings as thin as a cicada's wing wrapped around her legs, which perfectly outlined her already good figure. When he saw Chao Bian, Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly shrank and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Then I saw Li Feifei behind Chao Bian, who was holding Chao Bian's arm with a flattering look on her face. Chao Bian. You bastard. And you, Li Feifei, you bitch. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Get out. Get out now. Zhang Yang roared hysterically and struggled to sit up, but it pulled the wound on his leg and made him grimace in pain. Chao Bian completely ignored his anger and put the flowers in the vase on the bedside, then pulled a chair and sat down beside the bed. Li Feifei also stood obediently behind him, like a docile maid. TSK, being so angry is not conducive to the recovery of the wound. Chow Bian said slowly. He snapped his fingers, and an invisible barrier instantly covered the entire bed. Silent space, start. This is an item he exchanged from the mall for 1,000 satisfaction points. It can create an absolutely soundproof barrier in a designated area. People outside cannot hear any sound inside, but people inside can clearly hear the outside world. It is an excellent tool for creating a private environment, or torturing people. Zhang Yang was still cursing without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Chow Bian. Fuck your mother. You bastard with no parents. You deserve to rot in an orphanage. Just wait until I get better, then I'll kill you. His voice was filled with venom, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He turned his attention to Li Feifei again. And you, Li Feifei. You bitch. I was so blind back then. You even gave up your dignity for money. A woman like you will be played with and thrown away sooner or later. The scolding was unbearable to hear. Li Feifei's face turned a little ugly and she subconsciously shrank behind Chow Bian. Zhang Yang cursed more and more excitedly, spitting everywhere, but he soon realized something was wrong. His voice seemed to be swallowed by something. He roared with all his strength, but there was not even a trace of echo. He looked at the leisurely Chow Bian in horror, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. You, what did you do? Chow Bian did not answer, but just smiled and made a please continue gesture. This silent contempt made Zhang Yan more crazy than any humiliation. Help! Nurse! Doctor! Help! He raised his voice and roared with all his might. However, everything was in vain. He could clearly see a nurse pushing a cart leisurely walking outside the ward door, and even greeting a passing colleague with a smile. They can't hear. This small space seemed to be separated from the entire world. No. Impossible. The loud shouting turned into a desperate whisper. He finally realized that he had become a trapped beast in a cage. Outside the cage was the man he hated the most, who was admiring everything about him with a smile like a cat playing with a mouse. You, what did you do? Zhang Yang looked at Chow Bian in horror. Nothing, I just want to have a quiet chat with you. Chow Bian's smile became evil. He turned to look at Li Feifei and patted his thigh. Go, close the door, then come over and sit here. Li Feifei's pretty face turned red, and she looked at Zhang Yang lying on the hospital bed hesitantly. What? You don't want to? Chow Bian's tone became lighter. Li Feifei was startled and dared not hesitate at all. She hurried over and sat obediently on Chow Bian's lap. Chow Bian's hand naturally wrapped around her slender waist. Yeah, not bad. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Yang, whose eyes were bloodshot, and said with a smile, Zhang Yang, look, your ex-girlfriend is so well behaved now. Tell me, if I did something lovemaking with her in front of you, would you be so angry that you would jump out of bed? You dare. Chow Bian, you are not a human. You are a devil. His eyes turned red with anger and humiliation, and he stared at Chow Bian and Li Feifei. Chow Bian's hands began to become unruly. Li Feifei's body stiffened, her breathing became rapid, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. Although she only tried to please Chow Bian for money. But Chow Bian's perfect figure, handsome face, perfect body, and full charm have a fatal attraction to any woman. Her body softened involuntarily, and she even let out a suppressed moan. This moan was like a red-hot iron, burning Zhang Yang's heart. His former woman was now sitting in the arms of his enemy, allowing him to play with her at will and even making sounds of enjoyment. What a humiliation! Ah! 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 Zhang Yang pounded the bed frantically, trying to escape from this silent hell, but all his resistance was in vain. Chow Bian looked at Zhang Yang lying on the bed like a madman, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Why use a knife to kill someone? To destroy one's heart is the cruelest thing. He could only watch as Chow Bian's hand reached into the sling. Li Feifei's face was getting redder and her breathing was getting heavier. I saw Chow Bian lowering his head and saying something in Li Feifei's ear. Then, he saw that Li Feifei actually took the initiative to sit on Chow Bian's vital point. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in Zhang Yang's mind. The world before his eyes began to spin and a sharp buzzing sounded in his ears. The last of his sanity completely collapsed. His eyes rolled back, white saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his body began to twitch violently. Then he fainted. He. You can't stand this? You're such a loser. He stood up and looked down at Zhang Yang, who was foaming at the mouth and unconscious, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Li Feifei also stood up with Chao Bian. She was reluctant to leave that embrace. Chao Bian remained silent. Let Li Feifei ask for whatever she wants. An hour later, Ding detected that the host had their first intimate contact with a woman with a beauty score of 82. The target's experience value is not 0. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 41 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 100 points. The closed door of the ward opened quietly. Chao Bian walked out refreshed, while Li Feifei behind him had weak legs, flushed face, and walked unsteadily. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and looked at Chao Bian with eyes full of awe and obsession. This man is simply not a human being. It's God. Chapter 43. 1 million, don't show up in front of me again. On the boulevard outside the hospital, Li Feifei followed closely behind Chao Bian, taking 2 steps at a time, her high heels making rapid noises as they stepped on the concrete floor. The scene in the ward made her heart still beat wildly. This man made her see what a real man is. Powerful, ruthless, and indifferent to rules. This kind of existence is extremely dangerous and extremely tempting. Master Chao. Li Feifei finally mustered up the courage and deliberately made her voice soft and seductive. Are you satisfied with my performance just now? She fantasized that if she was so obedient and cooperative, she would be able to win his favor and become the woman by his side. Even if it's just a secret lover, it's enough to completely turn her life around. Chao Bian stopped. He turned and looked at her expressionlessly. When Li Feifei took out her cell phone, her breathing stopped. She now knew that this phone contained a financial empire that was enough to drive the world crazy. Bank card number. Chao Bian's voice was cold. Li Feifei was overjoyed and almost blurted out a string of numbers that she knew by heart. Chao Bian tapped the screen casually a few times with his fingertips. Bite. The crisp sound of a text message alert was particularly harsh on the quiet tree-lined avenue. Li Feifei unlocked her phone with trembling hands. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 1 million renminbi at XXXX on XXXXXX, and the current account balance is 1,234 renminbi and 56 cents. 1 million. A full 1 million. Li Feifei stared at the long string of zeros on the screen. She was so excited that the blood in her body seemed to be rushing backwards and her mind was blank. She had never seen so much money in her life. Thank you, Mr. Chao. I thank you. I will listen to you in everything from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. She was incoherent, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to her knees. However, Chao Bian's next words made her blood freeze instantly. Take this money and disappear from my world. His voice was calm, yet it carried a coldness that penetrated deep into his bones. From this moment on, you are not allowed to appear in front of me again, and you are not allowed to mention me or anything that happened today to anyone. Understand? The ecstasy and flattery on Li Feifei's face froze in an instant, and her whole body felt like she was falling into an icy cave. Chao. Young Master Chao? Why? Did I do something wrong? I can change. Please don't kick me out. She couldn't understand. Why is this happening? I was obviously cooperating so well, and he was obviously not without interest in me. Chao Bian looked at her face, which was filled with shock and pleading, and suddenly found it a little ridiculous. You're right, he said. You're just a tool. Now that you're done with it, it's time to throw it away. Tool? These 2 words made Li Feifei collapse more than any humiliation. What else do you think? Chao Bian raised the corner of his mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes, only cold mockery. Do you think you are worthy of being my woman? Don't think too highly of yourself. His eyes fell on Li Feifei, making her feel as if she had been stripped naked and standing in the cold wind. Mark my words. Chao Bian lowered his voice, and every word was like a poison needle, piercing Li Feifei's nerves. If I ever see you again, or hear a single word about me from anyone else. He paused for a moment, and the invisible pressure almost suffocated Li Feifei. I don't mind sending you to the Tianlong bar and handing you over to Brother Long's gang of brothers. I heard that you have more ways to play than Lin Mengyao. They should like your type very much. Tianlong bar. Brother Long. Li Feifei's brain exploded with a buzzing sound. She didn't need to know the details. The news had already spread like wildfire in the circle. Brother Long from Tianlong Bar had hit a wall. Overnight, the place was ruined, and he was ruined too. Now he was living a worse life than a dog. And Lin Mengyao disappeared from the world since that day. Some people said she was crazy, and some said she was sent to Africa to mine. It turns out that the source of all this is Chao Bian in front of us. An indescribable fear surged from her tailbone, instantly paralyzing her limbs. Only then did she realize with horror what kind of horrible monster she had just been dancing with. What she thought was a successful journey was, in the eyes of the other party, just a boring game to kill time. And she is the ant that can be toyed with at will and crushed to death with a finger at any time. All fantasies, unwillingness, and greed were crushed in the face of absolute fear. I understand. I understand. Her face was as white as paper and her body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. I swear. I won't say anything. I'll disappear right now. I'll never appear in front of you again. Very good. Chao Bian withdrew his gaze, never looking at her again, and turned to walk towards the black Porsche 911. Go away. I'll leave right now. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. The engine was awakened, and a low roar tore through the air. The black sports car instantly shot out, turned into a black dot, and disappeared at the end of the street. Li Feifei's legs went limp and she collapsed completely to the ground. She looked at the 1 million yuan arrival information on her mobile phone screen, tears and saliva mixed together, and she couldn't tell whether she was crying or laughing. She traded her dignity and fear for a huge sum of money that she could never earn in her entire life. But she was also forever, completely expelled from that superior world. Chao Bian held the steering wheel with one hand, feeling extremely happy. The clown Zhang Yang was finally dealt with completely. He picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Wanqing's number. Hey, honey, are you done? Xiao Wanqing's sweet and charming voice, with a hint of laziness, immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, it just finished. Where are you? I'll come get you. Okay, I'll wait for you at the south gate of the school. By the way, Sister Ruyan is with me too. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, the coldness on Chao Bian's face had already melted. After getting rid of those disgusting garbage, it turns out that being with my women is the most comfortable thing. Chapter 44 Mom, Save Me. Jiangqing First People's Hospital, top floor VIP suite. Winehouse consciousness struggled to emerge from the chaos. A dull pain came from the back of his neck, which instantly reminded him of the knife in Chao Bian's indifferent face. Chao Bian. The name was like a steel needle piercing his brain, and hatred and fear exploded at the same time. He suddenly sat up from the bed, grabbed the cell phone desperately and dialed the follower's number. Hey! How's it going? Did Brother Long cripple that bastard? Where's that bitch Lin Mengyao? There was deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Then, there was an uncontrollable trembling with a cry. How, brother, how, something big happened. Winehouse's heart suddenly tightened, but he forced an excited smile. What's the big deal? Did Chao Bian get beaten to death? Tell me quickly. No. The follower's voice completely collapsed. It's Brother Long. Brother Long and the others are all finished. Dozens of brothers had their hands and feet broken by one person. It's that Chao Bian. He's the only one. Brother Long was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. Now the Tianlong bar is closed and no one knows where he has gone to hide. Boom. Winehouse's mind went blank, and the phone slipped from his palm and fell silently on the carpet. One person? Chao Bian's bottomless eyes appeared uncontrollably in his mind. There was no anger or murderous intent in those eyes, only indifference as if looking at garbage. A chill suddenly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head, making the blood in his body seem to freeze. Monster! That guy is not a human being at all, he is a monster. Isn't he a poor orphan who got into the school team through connections? Chen Bao's gang of losers were ruined by him, and now even Brother Long, who has been in the underworld for 20 years, is down. Then, what about Lin Mengyao? Winehouse's voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing against his face. This was his last hope. He was taken away by Chao Bian. It's over. This time it's really over. Winehouse collapsed on the bed like a puddle of mud. Everything he had carefully planned turned out to be a joke. Chao Bian must know that he was the one behind this. With that monster's ruthless methods, how would he deal with me? Wang Hao didn't dare to think further, and his body began to tremble like a sieve. No! I can't just wait to die. He stole my woman, slapped me in the face, and now he wants my life. I must make him die. Before I die, I must make him die too. Extreme fear and resentment madly intertwined in his chest, causing his face to be distorted beyond recognition. You can't rely on the gangsters on the street, they are all trash. Only the Wang family can deal with Chao Bian. He thought of his father, Wang Jiqing, chairman of the wine group. But as soon as this thought came up, he suppressed it. If his strict and cruel father knew that he had caused such a big trouble outside for a woman, he would be lucky not to break his legs with his own hands and would never stand up for him. My father is unreliable. That only leaves. A last glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He thought of the woman who always held him in her hands and granted his every request. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone and dialed the number that was already engraved in his bones. The phone rang for a long time. It took so long that Wang Hao's hope was almost extinguished before the call was finally connected. Hello? Xiao Hao. It's so late, what's wrong? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was elegant and noble, yet it also carried a coldness that kept people at a distance. It was his mother, Bai Susu. Mom! The moment he heard this voice, all of Wang Hao's forced toughness and disguise collapsed. He was like a 3-year-old child, using all his strength to cry out loudly. That cry was filled with the most primitive grievances, fear, and despair. Mom! I'm being bullied. Someone wants to kill me. Come and save me. He's really going to kill me. If you don't care about me anymore, you will never see your son again. Whoa whoa. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao's cries sounded like the howls of a dying beast. Bai Suzhen listened quietly, without a trace of emotion on her elegant face. Her well-maintained fingers were stroking the smooth fabric of her silk nightgown. It was not until Wang Hao's voice became hoarse due to excitement and exhaustion that she spoke in a cold and calm tone. Stop crying and speak slowly. Wang Hao recounted the entire incident incoherently, adding fuel to the fire and crying. In his description, Chao Bian became a vicious devil who killed him for no reason. He himself is an innocent and pitiful victim. Bai Suzhen finished listening. No anger, no surprise. There is only a deep feeling of fatigue and boredom rising from the depths of my heart. I see. Don't think about anything. Just rest and recuperate in the hospital. Leave the rest to me. She comforted Wang Hao with a few words and then hung up the phone. Silence returned to the room. Bai Suzhen slowly stood up, stepped barefoot on the soft wool carpet, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the river city, and the lights of thousands of homes are like scattered stars. But no light could shine into her heart. Hasn't Wang Hao caused enough trouble over the years? Fighting, playing with girls, racing and hitting people. Every time, she used the Wang family's connections and money to smooth things over for him behind the scenes. She was fed up with this kind of life. But so what? That was the son she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. He was the only thing that made her feel warm in this cold cage. As for her husband, Wang Jicheng? Bai Suzhen's mouth curled up in an icy arc, and her eyes were full of undisguised disgust and hatred. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant's number. Find me someone. Chao Bian, a freshman at Jiangcheng University. I want all his information from birth to the present. Including his relationships, sources of funding, and any recent enemies he's had. In half an hour, I want to see the results. There was only a respectful yes on the other end of the phone. This is the power of the Wang family. In the land of Jiangcheng, there are no secrets as long as they want to know. Half an hour later, an encrypted file was sent to her mobile phone on time. Bai Susu opened the document and read it carefully line by line. Chao Bian, 20 years old, orphan, special admission to the Department of Physical Education at Jiangcheng University. Past experience, raised in an orphanage, worked various part-time jobs to earn tuition, and lived a tight life. Recent news, the source of funds is unknown, but it is suspected that he has acquired a large amount of wealth. He purchased 3 top-of-the-line sports cars at a Porsche center at once, with a total price exceeding 12 million. Interpersonal relationships, closely related to Jiangcheng University's campus beauty Xiao Wanqing and widowed landlord Lu Ruyan, suspected of cohabiting. Conflict incidents, the gangster Chen Bao and his gang were crippled at the Tianlong bar. Brother Long led dozens of people to block a bar, but was beaten to death by a single person. The bar was closed, and brother long disappeared. His ex-girlfriend Lin Mengyao, after the Tianlong bar incident, is living a normal life. Bai Suzhen's pupils shrank slightly. Her fingers lightly ran over the words. All of their hands and feet were broken. This is a tough guy. A river dragon lurking in deep water. No wonder Wang Hao and Shen Long and that bunch of losers ended up in such a miserable state. When dealing with such people, simple violence and threats will only have a counterproductive effect. Countless solutions flashed through Bai Susu's mind, but she rejected them one by one. In the end, she decided to use the method she was most familiar with and most effective. In this world, there is no problem that cannot be solved by money. If so, it's because the money isn't enough. She looked at the mobile phone number at the end of the information and dialed it directly. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Hello? A young man's voice came from the receiver. The voice was clear, clean, and magnetic, mixed with a hint of laziness from just having exercise. All this made Bai Susu's heart skip a beat for no reason. Chapter 45. Actually, I am more interested in you, Mrs. Wang. The top private club in Jiangcheng, Jingxin Pavilion. In an elegant room named Listening to Snow, on the rosewood table, a set of Rukiln Celadon glazed tea sets is as warm and smooth as jade. In the air, the aroma of the special Longjing beans is clear and long-lasting. A woman sat upright. She was wearing a perfectly tailored white Chanel suit. Under the skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings were elegantly crossed, and the curves were tight and attractive. She looked no more than 30 years old, her facial features were delicate and well-carved, and her temperament was the nobility accrued by money and time, but there was an indelible coldness between her brows. She is Wang Hao's mother, Wang Jiqing's wife, Bai Susu. When Xiao Bian pushed the door open, she was gently skimming off the foam with the cup lid. Ding! Targets matching the inclusion criteria for the Hongyanlu have been detected. Name, Bai Susu. Age, 39. Overall appearance, 95. Measurements, 97D 6697. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Favorability, 60. Extremely disgusted, yet feeling sorry for you. Experience points, 10. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Qiao Bian's mouth. 95 points for appearance. He's actually on the same level as Xiao Wanqing. Moreover, this figure and temperament are simply the best of the best. Ripe peaches are always more tempting than unripe apples. That idiot Wang Hao actually has such a terrible mother? Looking at the 60 favorability rating, Qiao Bian's desire to conquer surged. Pity? Hey, are you attracted by my handsomeness? The experience value is only 10 points? Such a beautiful woman, her child is already 20 years old. Only 10 experience points? That's unreasonable, right? Qiao Bian closed the door behind him and walked straight to her. He pulled the chair away, and the wooden legs rubbed against the floor, making a harsh sound, breaking the deliberate tranquility of the tea room. Bai Susu paused for a moment, barely perceptible, while skimming the tea. She raised her eyes, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with condescending scrutiny. Are you Qiao Bian? It's me. Instead of avoiding her gaze, Qiao Bian stared straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to peel off her noble disguise and explore the truth hidden underneath. He sat down generously, picked up an empty cup, picked up the purple clay teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea is poured into the cup, clear and green. Bai Suzhen's eyes turned a little colder. This tea set, this table, this room, are all her territory. And this young man has been invading without any courtesy since he entered the door. I came to you today because of my son Wang Hao. Bai Susu put down the teacup, her voice emotionless. Wang Hao? Qiao Bian picked up the teacup, put it to his nose and sniffed it, his face intoxicated. What happened to him? I remember he just got slapped a few times. What? Is his brain damaged? Bai Suzhen's pupils suddenly tightened. Young man, don't be so angry. Bai Susu's voice was like ice. You hurt my son. This matter can be serious or minor. Oh? Qiao Bian took a sip of tea, then frowned slightly and put down the teacup with a light click sound. The tea is good, but unfortunately, your hospitality, Madame Wang, has ruined its flavor. He smiled. Then, according to Madame Wang, how should this be resolved? It's very simple. Bai Suzhen took out a check that had already been filled out from her Hermes platinum bag, held it between her two well-maintained fingers, and pushed it in front of Qiao Bian. The posture is elegant, but it looks like he is feeding a stray dog on the roadside. 10 million. Take the money, go to the hospital, kneel down and apologize in front of my son. Then, get out of Jiangcheng and never show up again. Her tone was calm, but contained an unquestionable command. 10 million, for a poor student, is a figure that is enough to shatter all his dignity and backbone. However, Chao Baiyan's gaze did not even stay on the check for more than a second. He just smiled. 10 million? He shook his head, his peach blossom eyes full of interest. Madam Wang, are you sending away beggars? You think it's too little? Bai Susu frowned. No, no. Chao Bian waved his hand, slowly leaned forward, crossed his hands on the table, and exuded an extremely aggressive and oppressive feeling. I just think it's a little ridiculous. His eyes fell on Bai Susu without any hesitation. Your son has repeatedly provoked me, hired someone to destroy me, and even tried to touch my woman. I just let him get a minor injury, which is already the greatest kindness I could offer. Now, you want me to get out of here for 10 million and even ask me to kneel down and apologize to him? When Chao Baiyan said this, the smile on his lips turned cold. Madam Wang, in your eyes, your son's face is only worth 10 million? Or do you think that my dignity, Chao Baiyan, is only worth 10 million? Without waiting for Bai Suzhen to speak, Chao Baiyan leaned forward again, almost over half the table, and his peach blossom eyes wandered unscrupulously on her heaving chest, slender waist, and plump curves. Actually, I'm not interested in money. I'm even less interested in your good-for-nothing son. His voice was low, with a hint of hot breath blowing on Bai Susu's cheek. But I am very interested in you, Mrs. Wang. These words were like a loud slap in the face, slapping Bai Susu's proud face. Many years have passed since she married into the Wang family and became Mrs. Wang, the envy of everyone in Jiangqing's upper class. No one has ever dared to look at her with such an almost obscene gaze. How dare you speak to her in such a frivolous tone? You are looking for death. The three words were almost squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. A cold, murderous intent burst out from her. However, instead of being scared away, Chao Baiyan's smile became even more evil. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the expensive dress and see through all her pretense of strength. It reached the barren land deep in her heart that had long been dry but longed for nourishment. The feeling of being completely seen through made Bai Susu feel inexplicably uneasy. Mrs. Wang, don't be so angry. Chao Baiyan leaned back in his chair, looked at her leisurely, and spoke word by word. 10 million can't buy my dignity. But you can name a price. Buy me, time for tonight. Bai Suzhen's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. She has been in the business world for many years, but has never seen such an ignorant young man. Young man, you have such a big appetite. Be careful not to eat yourself to death. There was a hint of threat in her voice. Madam Wang, don't worry about whether you will die from eating too much. Chao Bian leaned back in his chair and looked at her leisurely. I didn't come here today to negotiate with you. I just want to tell you something. From today on, keep your precious son away from me. Otherwise, next time, he won't just get hurt slightly. You dare. Bai Susu slammed the table and stood up. A powerful aura erupted instantly, and the air in the box seemed to freeze. Mrs. Wang, whether you dare or not is not a matter of words. Chao Baiwo was not moved at all, and even smiled at her. In Bai Suzhen's view, that smile was full of provocation. Okay, very good. Bai Susu laughed in anger. It seems that we have nothing more to talk about. Since you don't want to drink the wine, don't blame me for being rude. I have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to stay in Jiangcheng. After she finished speaking, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Wait. Chao Baiyan's voice came slowly from behind her. Bai Suzhen paused, turned around and looked at him coldly. Why? Do you regret it? No. Chao Bian shook his head. Mrs. Wang, let's make a deal. Chapter 46. Madam, you don't want others to know, right? Chao Baiyan made the decision the moment he saw Bai Suzhen's message. System, redeem a strategy card, target, Bai Susu. Ding. 100 points of satisfaction have been deducted, and the current remaining satisfaction value is 600 points. Strategy card used successfully. Target, Bai Susu. Strategy suggestion: the target's deepest fear and greatest shame stems from the perverted habits of her husband, Wang Jicheng. 3 years ago, in the presidential suite of the Universal Hotel, Wang Jicheng plotted to send her to Li Weiguo, then deputy mayor of Jiangcheng, while secretly observing the entire process. A sudden fire broke out at the hotel, and Bai Susu survived, but during her escape, she witnessed Wang Jiqing running from the room next to theirs. This incident became the catalyst for her separation from Wang Jiqing, a secret she must never let anyone know. Uncovering this scar will completely destroy her psychological defenses. A series of information exploded in Chao Bian's mind. After reading it, even Chao Bian couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Wang Hao's father, Wang Jiqing, chairman of Wang Group, is actually a cuckold? Still playing so big? He gave his wife to the deputy mayor while hiding next door and eavesdropping? Chao Bian understood instantly. He completely understood where Bai Susu's coldness that kept people at a distance came from. It would be strange if a woman who suffered such extreme betrayal and humiliation was not mentally distorted. Beneath her noble and elegant disguise, she hides a heart that has long been rotten and festering. No wonder the child only has 10 experience points even though she is so old. We have been separated for a long time, how can I gain experience points? Interesting. It's so interesting. Chao Bian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Hence, the previous conversation. Mrs. Wang, let's make a deal. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, fingers interlaced, and stared at her intently. Help me with a few things. I'll keep a secret for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Suzhen sneered with extreme contempt. What secrets do I have that I need someone like you to keep? That's ridiculous. Yeah. The corner of Chao Bian's mouth curled up into an extremely evil arc. He lowered his voice. How about I help you recall it? For example. 3 years ago. Bai Suzhen looked at him leisurely. 3 years ago? You were still an underage puppy. The Globe Hotel. Her hand holding the teacup stopped in mid-air. Top floor, presidential suite. The sarcasm and arrogance on her face began to solidify. Chao Bian admired her changes and slowly threw out the most fatal sentence. That deputy mayor surnamedly, the taste, shouldn't be very good, right? Boom. Bai Susu's mind was blank. After all, a big fire ruined everyone's fun. Bang. The priceless roux kiln teacup in her hand slipped out of her hand. It fell to pieces on the rosewood floor. The scalding tea splashed on her expensive Chanel dress, but she was unaware. That face that had always maintained its arrogance and coldness, all the blood color faded away at this moment. Well, including your Mr. Wang Jicheng who was hiding next door and watching? Hearing Chao Bian say these words, Bai Suzhen's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. All her disguises and pride were shattered in this instant by the young man's frivolous tone. She widened her eyes and stared at Chao Bian. There was no longer any arrogance or anger in those eyes. All that was left was the fear, shame, and disbelief of being stripped naked in the snow. This secret. It is the deepest, most painful, and dirtiest scar in her heart. It was a nightmare that would make her break out in cold sweats every time she woke up in the middle of the night. Apart from her, Wang Jiqing, and that damn Li Weigua, there couldn't be a fourth person in this world who knew. The young man in front of me. He. How on earth did he know that? You. Her lips trembled and her throat seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Who are you? Chao Bian felt extremely happy when he saw her collapse. He just wanted to see her mask of superiority being torn apart by his own hands. He deliberately added another stab, smiling harmlessly. Speaking of which, in recent years, Vice Mayor Li, oh no, now he should be called Mayor Li. The cooperation between Mayor Li and Wang Group is still as close as ever, right? I wonder how much contribution you, Mrs. Wang, made to this? These words were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing precisely into her deepest wound and stirring it violently. Bai Suzhen's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She shook her head violently, as if trying to get rid of something terrible, and her voice was filled with tears. No. I don't. Bai Suzhen's voice was sharp, completely tearing apart the elegance and grace she had maintained for half her life. Chao Bian just looked at her quietly. He didn't say anything, just leisurely admiring the dignified and cold Mrs. Wang's crazy look. He picked up his cup of slightly cold tea and blew on it gently. His silence was more oppressive than any vicious words. Bai Suzhen's scream echoed in the elegant tea room, then gradually weakened and turned into heavy breathing. Her hands, resting on the table, were shaking like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. She tried to reorganize her words and regain her momentum, but her voice was trembling. Nonsense? Chao Bian finally put down the teacup with a slight sound. He smiled, his peach blossom eyes curved, looking pure and innocent. Mrs. Wang, my memory is not very good. Please help me recall it. That night, the fire alarm at the Globe Hotel went off at 11:07, didn't it? You must have been in a panic, right? You didn't even have time to put on that expensive Givenchy custom-made nightgown, and you ran out wrapped in a sheet. Oh, by the way, that nightgown is silk, lavender, right? Time, place, clothes, details, irrefutable details. These details shattered her last bit of hope. Bai Suzhen's body swayed, she took a step back, bumped into the chair behind her, and fell down in a mess. She raised her head, and her well-maintained face had lost all color, turning as pale as paper. She looked at Chao Bian as if she was looking at a devil crawling out of hell. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse and filled with fear. How could this person know so clearly? It doesn't matter who I am. Chao Bian stood up and walked slowly to her. With a height of 1.85 meters, the shadow he cast completely covered her. He looked down at the noble woman slumped in the chair. The important thing is, Mrs. Wang, you hate him, don't you? Wang Yicheng. Chapter 47. Be my man, no, be my dog. Wang Yicheng? When this name came out of Chao Bian's mouth, Bai Suzhen's body trembled violently. Hatred? This word, like a poisonous sting, instantly pierced through the ice that she had pretended to be for many years. How can I not hate it? She hated the man for ruining her life, hated him for using her as a tool to show off and satisfy his perverted desires, and hated him for trapping her in this golden cage for 20 years with false love and responsibility. She hated herself even more, hated her weakness and compromise. Chao Bian leaned over and whispered into her ear, his voice very low and full of bewitching magic. You hate him for treating you like merchandise and handing you over to others, while he hides next door, eavesdropping like a dog. You hate him for using your body and dignity to gain the commercial interests of the Wang Group. You hate that he did such a disgusting thing to you, yet he can still pretend to be a model husband who loves his wife and has a happy family. I said that, didn't I? Bai Suzhen's breathing was completely disordered. Her eyes widened, her chest heaving violently, as if she were drowning and unable to breathe. This young man not only knew her secret, he also saw through the deepest resentment in her heart. The feeling of being completely understood and controlled gave her an unprecedented thrill. Within this trembling, there was fear, shame, and even a hint of morbid excitement. What do you want? Bai Susu finally gave up all resistance and asked in a hoarse voice. She understood from the moment the man told the secret. She had already lost, completely lost. It's very simple. Chao Bian stood up and widened the distance between them again. He slowly straightened his sleeves. Turn back into that sunny and handsome college student. First, take good care of your precious son Wang Hao. Make him disappear from my world and never mess with me or the people around me again. Otherwise, I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Bai Susu's lips moved, but no sound came out. Second, Chao Bian held up 2 fingers, his smile becoming playful. Your son owes me an apology, and you pay it back. Why? Bai Suzhen asked subconsciously. It's simple. I want you to be mine. Chao Bian's words were understated, but they were like a thunderclap, exploding in Bai Susu's mind. She looked up suddenly and looked at him in disbelief. You're dreaming. Are you dreaming? Chao Bian raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Wang, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Do you think you are still qualified to bargain with me? His voice suddenly turned cold. Believe it or not, if I could just reveal a little bit about what happened that night to Wang Jicheng's competitors or those financial reporters. Guess how many limit downs the Wang Group's stock price needs to hit? Guess what your husband, who values his reputation more than his life, will do to you? Guess what Jiangqing's upper class will say about you, the high and mighty Mrs. Wang? By then, your son Wang Hao, and the entire Wang family will become the biggest joke in Jiangqing. Madam, you don't want the Wang family to be ruined, do you? He spoke the last sentence very softly, but it was like the sharpest knife against Bai Suzhen's throat. Bai Suzhen's body completely went limp. She's finished. From this moment on, her life was completely out of her control. Looking at the young man in front of her, his handsome face was filled with an evil aura that made her heart palpitate and a calmness that made her despair. She suddenly felt ridiculous. I came here today with the intention of using 10 million to get this young man out of Jiangcheng. But now, she herself, and even the entire Wang family, have become fish on the other party's chopping board. I promise you. Those 4 words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. Her head drooped limply, and her carefully styled hair fell down, covering her defeated face. It was a gesture of complete giving up of resistance. Very good. Chao Bian was very satisfied with her reaction. He walked up to her, bent down, reached out his hand, gently pinched her smooth chin, and forced her to raise her head and look at him. Her eyes were filled with humiliation, fear, and a submissiveness that she herself was not even aware of. That's good. Chao Bian's fingertips gently stroked her delicate skin. But I changed my mind. Bai Suzhen's pupils suddenly shrank. I don't want you to be mine. Chao Bian's tone was playful. I want you to be my dog. A most loyal dog who only listens to me. Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. Bai Suzhen's body trembled violently, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. However, Chao Bian didn't give her any time to react. He just grabbed her wrist. Her wrists were slender and her skin was smooth, showing that she had a well-maintained body. She is no worse than a girl in her 20s. Chao Bian pulled gently. Bai Suzhen threw herself into his arms uncontrollably. So, as your master's obedient dog, shouldn't you now think about how to please your master so that he can forgive your precious son? What did Chao Bian mean? Bai Suzhen knew it very well. However, he has been living a life of luxury for many years. How could you give up your dignity so easily? Mr. Chao, can I? She hasn't finished yet. Chao Bian directly covered her mouth. You don't seem to have figured out your identity yet. What should you call me? Master. Master. Very good, then, next. Take it off. What is coming will eventually come. Bai Suzhen struggled in her heart for a long time. 2 small hands tightly grasped the corners of the clothes. You don't want to? Then I have no choice but to make everything public. No. Don't. I'll do it. I'll do it. Finally, Bai Suzhen made up her mind. It's already like this anyway. I can only listen to him. This woman still has some courage. After deciding to do it, it was stripped off in no time. Chao Bian swallowed his saliva. Although he had been prepared, when the perfect white jade really appeared before his eyes, he still couldn't help but sigh at God's partiality. It seemed as if time had left no trace on the white jade. The convex parts are convex, and the curved parts are curved. Ding detected that the host had their first intimate contact with a woman with a beauty score of 95. The target's experience value is not 0. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 47.5 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for achieving a satisfaction score of 1,000 points. Current satisfaction value, 1,600 points. Chapter 48 Master, please give your orders. Green apples have their own sweetness and sourness. Ripe peaches have their own richness. Chao Bian has already tasted Xiao Wanqing's passion and Lu Ruyan's gentleness. But the wealthy lady next to him, who had just fallen from the clouds into the mud, was feeling a completely different feeling. A kind of pleasure of conquest, which is to completely crush their dignity and then reshape it. In the private room of Jingxin Pavilion, a hint of decadent atmosphere still lingered in the air. On the expensive silk carpet, a torn Chanel jacket and scattered clothes silently tell the story of the fierce battle that took place not long ago. The smell of sandalwood seems unable to cover up the unique fragrance. Chao Bian leaned on the sofa with a lazy look on his face, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the armrest of the sofa. He was checking Bai Susu's system panel. Name, Bai Susu. Age, 39. Overall appearance, 95. Measurements, 97D 6697. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Favorability, 80. Submit to your stick education. Experience points, 20. When Chao Bian saw the favorability column, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. From 60 to 80, there is a huge gap of 140 points. This is much more exciting than simply increasing favorability. This represents complete conquest and comprehensive possession from the spiritual to the physical. A soft moan came from the carpet. Bai Susu's long eyelashes trembled a few times and she slowly opened her eyes. The soreness and strange yet strong aftertaste coming from deep within her body made her mind go blank. Her eyes were a little confused at first, as if she had just woken up from a long and absurd dream. When her eyes focused on Xiao Bian lying on the sofa, the confusion was quickly replaced by a complex emotion. It was no longer the disgust and hatred of before, nor was it pure fear and humiliation. It was a desire with dependence and a hint of fear even for herself. She subconsciously moved her sore body, as if wanting to get closer to the man who brought her extreme pain and extreme relief. Xiao Bian glanced over coldly. He didn't move, but just looked at her quietly, his eyes as if he was examining a trophy he had just obtained. Bai Suzhen's movements froze. She suddenly realized that the relationship between herself and this young man had undergone a drastic change. She was no longer the high and mighty Mrs. Wang, and he was no longer the poor student who could be bribed by her. Xiao Bian stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers. A simple action. This made Bai Suzhen's body tremble. After hesitating for a moment, she crawled over obediently and knelt at his feet. Xiao Bian's fingers gently pinched her smooth chin, forcing her to raise her head. His voice was soft, but it carried a coldness that brooked no argument. What should be the reaction when seeing the master? These words were like an electric current, instantly penetrating Bai Suzhen's body. Her delicate body trembled violently, the blood drained from her face, and her lips quivered, but she couldn't make any sound. Humiliating? Of course it's humiliating. Think of Bai Suzhen, who came from a scholarly family and married into a wealthy family. For 39 years, she has been the one that others look up to. Have you ever been treated like this? But why, under this extreme humiliation, deep in her heart surged a sense of excitement and comfort that even she herself was afraid of. A scene flashed through her mind uncontrollably. It was late one night when her husband, Wang Jiqing, looked at her with a cold gaze and said, "If you can please mayorally at the cocktail party next week, that piece of land in the west of the city will be ours." That look was 1,000 times colder than Xiao Bian's at this moment. One treats her as a commodity that can be exchanged, and the other treats her as an exclusive plaything. She remembered everything that had just happened. How this man tore apart all her disguises and pride in the most direct and brutal way. And how he had trampled her soul under his feet with the deepest secret. For the past 39 years, she has been like a person in shackles, trapped in a so-called wealthy family, without any freedom. Wang Jiqing is her shackle and Wang Hao is her burden. She thought she would remain numb like this until she died. The appearance of this man. He broke everything and gave her new clothes and shackles. Strangely, this new pair of shackles made her feel an unprecedented sense of freedom. A kind of freedom that allows you to completely sink into oblivion, without having to think or pretend anymore. So, let it be. Since I can't resist, then, just let myself go completely and enjoy it. Once this thought arises, it is like a wild weed that grows wildly and can no longer be contained. Bai Suzhen's eyes gradually changed. The struggle and humiliation in her eyes slowly faded away, and her eyes became charming and seductive. She raised her eyes, met Xiao Bian's gaze, and opened her red lips slightly. "Oh nar." Xiao Bian let go of his hand with satisfaction. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. "Look, isn't this great? Forget your ridiculous dignity, forget your failed past. Tell me, does your husband treat you as a commodity?" Bai Suzhen's body stiffened and her breathing became rapid. "Does your son only cause trouble for you and use you as a tool to clean up your mess?" Every word revealed the truth that Bai Suzhen was most reluctant to face. "Your life is like a joke, isn't it? Only by obeying me and sinking into me can you forget the pain. This is your paradise, your liberation." Xiao Bian guided Bai Susu to admit the sad fact herself and completely broke down her defenses. "Yes, he is right. My life is a joke. It is better to sink into depravity than to stay awake in pain." Bai Suzhen's body completely softened, and she rested her cheek on Xiao Bian's knees, like a cat that had found a home. "Master, you are right." Xiao Bian gently stroked her soft hair and changed the subject. "Okay, now it's time to talk about your good-for-nothing son." When Wang Hao was mentioned, a trace of undisguised disgust flashed across Bai Susu's eyes. It was this piece of trash that caused her to have an intersection with the man in front of her, and caused her to fall to this point. But, it was precisely because of this waste that she was able to taste the joy of depravity. How ironic. She raised her head, a fierce look in her eyes. "Master, let me deal with that piece of trash. I promise that he will never appear in front of you again and will never be a nuisance to you again." Xiao Bian looked at her. In order to show her loyalty to her new master, this woman could even abandon her own son without hesitation. That's really cruel. But he likes it. Chapter 49. I'll open a company for each of you. Your awareness is very high, I am very satisfied. Chao Bian nodded. But I have a better idea. It's such a waste to only deal with Wang Hao. There was a hint of cold laughter in his voice. What I want is the entire Wang family. Bai Suzhen's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't expect that this young man's ambition would be so big. Chao Bian's gaze seemed to penetrate her heart. He spoke slowly, his voice full of aggression. I want to replace your husband, Wang Jicheng. I want everything he has. His status, his wealth. Chao Bian's fingers lifted her chin again, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. And, his you. These words made Bai Susu's heart beat wildly. Chao Bian's voice continued to ring in her ears, full of temptation. Think about that image. That arrogant idiot Wang Jicheng was on his knees, watching with his own eyes as everything he had worked so hard for became mine. Looking at his most proud and perfect wife, enjoying herself under me. Doesn't he like seeing you like that? We'll tie him up and make him watch until he doesn't want to watch anymore. How about it? Isn't this a good idea for revenge? Bai Suzhen's breathing became rapid, and her eyes flashed with excitement and sickness. The scene described by Chao Bian made her feel excited just thinking about it. Master, I do. I'm willing to do anything for you. I'm willing to be the knife that takes down the Wang family. Very good. Chao Bian stood up and looked down at her. Now, I will give you my first instruction. Call your son Wang Hao and tell him that the matter has been settled. Have him hide in the villa where you live alone for a few days to avoid the limelight. I'm going to be there and prepare a big gift for him. Bai Suzhen nodded without hesitation, her eyes determined. Yes, master. She quickly got up from the ground and began to tidy up her appearance, returning to the noble and elegant appearance of Mrs. Wang, but there was an indelible hint of charm and obedience between her eyebrows. Late at night, the ice raspberry pink Porsche Taycan cut through the night like a flash of lightning and quietly stopped in front of the three-story building outside the south gate of the university town. Chao Bian turned off the car. He leaned back in his chair, thinking about everything that had just happened in Jingxin Pavilion. The pleasure he felt from conquering Bai Suzhen even exceeded the tens of millions in cash he received as a reward from the system. How to say it? It's like completely destroying a perfect work of art and then reshaping it according to your own wishes. The sense of accomplishment is indescribable. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. I don't know if the two women at home are asleep. Thinking of Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, the hostility and darkness in Chao Bian's heart brought about by conquest instantly dissipated a lot. He pushed open the car door and walked gently into the courtyard. The lights in the living room on the first floor were still on, and warm yellow light shone through the windows. Is this what home feels like? No matter what time, there is always someone waiting for you. Chao Bian felt warm in his heart and pushed open the door. On the sofa, two beautiful figures immediately stood up. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a cool silk nightgown that showed off her hot body curves, but her face was full of anxiety and worry. Lu Ruyan was wearing a conservative set of cotton pajamas, and her gentle face was full of concern. You're back. Xiao Wanqing rushed over and looked Chao Bian up and down, fearing that he was missing a single hair. How was it? That Mrs. Wang, did she give you any trouble? Did anyone from the Wang family do anything to you? She bombarded him with questions, unable to hide the nervousness in her tone. Lu Ruyan also came over. Although she didn't say anything, her watery eyes were almost filled with worry. He smiled and opened his arms, holding both women in his arms, hugging them on both sides. Don't worry, what can happen to me? He spoke lightly without revealing any details about Bai Suzhen. It was enough for him to know those dark and dirty things alone. There was no need to pollute their world with them. After hearing him say this, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiao Wanqing was still a little worried. She broke free from Chao Bian's arms and looked at him suspiciously. Is it really resolved? The Wang family is so powerful in Jiangcheng, how could they let you go so easily? The mountain man has his own clever plan. Chao Bian scratched the tip of her upturned nose and decided to change the subject. He looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him, one like a fiery red rose with thorns, the other like a warm white camellia, and suddenly a strong sense of responsibility surged in his heart. He not only wants to give them love, but also a stable and worry-free future. A future that truly belongs to them and can be controlled by them. Okay, let's not talk about those unhappy things. Xiao Bian pulled them to sit on the sofa and spoke seriously. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. I'm going to give each of you a company. Ah? Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan were both stunned. Xiao Bian looked at Xiao Wanqing and continued, Wanqing, haven't you always been a famous cosplayer in the industry? You know more about fashion, makeup, and styling than anyone else. Besides, you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. You are born to do this job. I want to invest in you and set up an MCN agency, or directly create your own fashion brand. I transformed you from a cosplayer chosen by investors into a female boss who controls the market. What do you think? Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. Becoming a famous coser was the path she had to choose in order to survive and pay for her tuition. Although she kept her bottom line, the sadness and difficulty involved cannot be understood by outsiders. Xiao Bian's proposal undoubtedly opened a door for her. It was a future she had never dared to imagine, a future dominated by herself. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's favorability increased by +3, currently at 98 devoted and absolutely loyal. Xiao Bian turned to look at Lu Ruyan again, and his tone became gentle. Sister Ruyan, you have a gentle personality and are not suitable for engaging in intrigues in the business world. But your cooking is the best I've ever tasted. I want to open a top-notch private restaurant for you, right here. Don't worry about how much money you make, just treat it as your own business, a place where you can feel at ease. I'll take care of all the investments, renovations, and hiring. You just need to do what you like, okay? Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned red. Since her husband's death, she has been like a rootless duckweed, guarding this small building every day, living in the gossip of others and fear of the future. The appearance of Xiao Bian illuminated her gloomy life. Now, this man not only provides her with a safe haven to rely on, but also plans for her future and her life. The feeling of being cherished and cared about for the future moved her beyond words. Ding! Lu Ruyan's favorability increased by +5, currently at 95 devoted and absolutely loyal. Seeing the two women so moved that they were about to cry, Xiao Bian felt filled with satisfaction. Isn't the greatest significance of money to allow your women to do whatever they want without any scruples? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better and better, Xiao Bian suddenly smiled evilly, tightened his arms, and hugged the two women into his arms again. How about this? To reward me for this wise and brave decision, tonight, let's try it together. As soon as the words fell, the two beautiful faces turned red. Roll. You wish. The two women's cheeks instantly turned red with shame. They pinched his waist at the same time and then worked together to push him away. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bian dodged with a smile, and the living room was filled with playfulness and laughter. Chapter 50, It's time to catch that little fish. It's late at night. Xiao Bian first came to Lu Ruyan's room on the 3rd floor. This gentle sister always has things hidden in her heart and is most likely to have wild thoughts. He needs to use the most practical actions to fill her inner anxiety. There was no light in the room, only moonlight streaming in through the window screens, forming a layer of silver frost on the floor. Lu Ruyan lay quietly on the bed, breathing steadily, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Xiao Bian walked over quietly, lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down in it. As soon as he lay down, a soft and delicate body came up to him and hugged him tightly with a slight trembling. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Her voice was filled with uneasiness, scratching Xiao Bian's heart like a feather. Xiao Bian felt a pain in his heart and hugged her tighter, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, making her fit completely against him. Fool, how could that be? He lowered his head and kissed away a tear that slipped quietly from the corner of her eye. His voice was low and firm. I said, I won't let you stay alone in this empty house. I am in every corner of this house. No further words are needed. He proved his promise with his actions, dispelling all her fears and anxieties. The moon outside the window shyly hid in the clouds. In the room, moving music gradually sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan, favorability 95, and gaining 300 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 1,900 points. An hour later, Xiao Bian returned to his room on the 2nd floor refreshed. As soon as I opened the door, a soft pillow flew towards me with a fragrant breeze. Humph! You still remember to come back. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a cool and sexy black lace nightgown. She sat on the edge of the bed with a righteous look on her face, her arms folded, like a little wild cat with its fur standing on end but pretending to be fierce. I thought you were going to stay upstairs with Sister Wenru tonight and not come down. Chao Bian caught the pillow with a smile and locked the door. He walked to the bedside, looked down at her, and deliberately teased her, "What's the matter? I smell something sour. Is our Wanqing jealous?" "Who's jealous? I'm not." Xiao Wanqing retorted stubbornly, but her face turned to the side uncontrollably, with a suspicious blush on her ears. "No?" Chao Bian leaned over and pressed on her, his warm breath blowing on her sensitive earlobe. "You say no, but your body is very honest. Your heart is beating so fast, what are you expecting?" He picked up Xiao Wanqing and carried her horizontally, moving forward. "Since you're not jealous, I have to do a thorough check to see if our Wanqing is really saying one thing and thinking another." Xiao Wanqing's body softened instantly, and she made a few protests as soft as a mosquito's, but her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing. Favorability 98, and gaining 300 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 2,200 points. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. On the table were shrimp porridge and soup dumplings made by Lu Ruyan herself, and next to them were the soft-boiled eggs fried to perfection by Xiao Wanqing. Chao Bian was very satisfied with the meal. Looking at the two beautiful women opposite him, he felt that his life had reached its peak. Both women looked a little listless, but their eyes and eyebrows revealed an unconcealable spring and satisfaction. Chao Bian put down his chopsticks, looked at their lazy appearance, and suddenly smiled evilly. "My wives, you've worked hard. You exercised too much last night. Rest at home today. How about we try some couple yoga?" Xiao Wanqing immediately rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks flushed. "Get lost. Didn't I squeeze you dry last night? My waist is almost broken." Lu Ruyan blushed with shame. She pinched him lightly and said angrily, "Bian, stop messing around and eat your meal." Chao Bian laughed out loud, grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and kissed her. "As you command, my wives." He enjoyed this rare warmth and homely atmosphere, which was the feeling of home that he longed for most in his heart. After breakfast, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan each went to work on the company's preparations, full of enthusiasm for the future. Chao Bian sat alone on a rattan chair on the balcony, holding a cup of tea and basking in the sun with his eyes closed. His eyes swept over the vibrant flowers and plants in the yard, and his heart was filled with peace. In order to protect this tranquility and beauty, any weeds that attempt to destroy it must be uprooted and burned to ashes. After a moment, he took out his cell phone. The lazy and comfortable look disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in his eyes turned into cold indifference. He opened Bai Susu's dialogue box and tapped lightly on the screen with his fingertips. A message was quietly sent out. "It's time to start cleaning up that little fish." At the same time, Jiangchang, inside a top private club. Bai Susu was sipping a cup of civet coffee elegantly. Opposite her, several wealthy ladies who usually fawned over her were chattering about the latest gossip and luxury goods. She listened to these women discussing what new Hermès models had come out and whose husband had bought jewelry. She felt bored and even felt a little pity. A group of vulgar women trapped in a golden cage. They flaunt the shackles of material things, but they will never be able to experience the ultimate, trembling joy that comes after the soul is completely conquered. Only I understand that kind of happiness. Only the master can give it to me. The phone on the table vibrated slightly. Bai Susu picked up her phone and saw the message from the contact with the notemaster. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her body tensed instantly. A trembling excitement, like an electric current, instantly rushed from her tailbone to her brain, causing a fine blush to appear on her fair neck. She smiled apologetically at the wealthy ladies around her, her demeanor still elegant and noble. "Sorry, I have an important call, please excuse me." After saying that, she took her cell phone and walked into an empty lounge next to her. The door was closed, blocking out all sounds from outside. She leaned against the cold door and took a few quick breaths to calm her heart, which was beating wildly due to her master's orders. She gathered herself together. This was the first official task given by her master, and she had to complete it perfectly. Then she pressed the voice button. Using a voice so sweet that it's enough to make any man's bones soften, she unreservedly shows her most charming and submissive side to the man on the other end of the phone. She replied softly, "I received it, my dearest master." On the rattan chair on the balcony, Chao Bian's cell phone vibrated slightly. He picked up his phone and clicked on the voice message. That voice, so sweet that it was sickening, and so charming to the core, came out from the receiver. A playful smile appeared on Chow Bian's lips. This proud white swan has now learned how to please its owner. He could even imagine the expression of shame and excitement on Bai Sujan's face at that moment. Quite interesting. He casually threw his phone aside, ignored it, and looked into the distance again. Chapter 51 Master, your puppy misses you. On the other side, in the lounge. After sending the message, Bai Susu calmed down her excitement, then found Wang Hao's number from the address book and dialed it. That beautiful face instantly turned into an expression of cold disgust. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hey! Mom! What are you doing? Why are you calling me now? On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao's extremely impatient complaints were heard. I've been waiting for you all night. Is this thing finally settled? Has that poor bastard Chow Bian gotten out of Jiangchang? Hearing her son's stupid and arrogant tone, Bai Susu felt a surge of physical nausea in her heart. How could I give birth to such a thing? The past 20 years of my life have been wasted on such an idiot. Suppressing the disgust in her heart, Bai Susu spoke in the calmest tone possible. It's settled. I gave him 10 million, and he has promised that he will never appear in Jiangcheng again. What? 10 million? Wang Hao's voice immediately rose an octave. Mom, you're too generous, aren't you? Giving a poor guy like that $1 million is already a big deal. 10 million is way too cheap for him. I should just break his legs and throw him out of Jiangcheng like a dead dog, so he knows the consequences of offending me, Wang Hao. Listening to Wang Hao shouting on the phone, Bai Susu's eyes became colder and colder. Idiot. What a hopeless idiot. He still can't see the situation clearly and still thinks he is the eldest son of the Wang family who can do whatever he wants. She continued following Wang Hao's words. Well, it's over. However, the trouble you caused this time made your father very unhappy. He asked you to behave yourself recently and stop hanging around outside. You can stay in my villa at Jingxin Lake for a few days to avoid the limelight. I also have some follow-up matters to explain to you in person. When Wang Hao heard your dad is unhappy, his arrogance instantly subsided. He is not afraid of anything except his father, who is too strict to be normal. When Wang Hao heard that he didn't have to go home to face his father and could have fun in his mother's villa, he immediately agreed. Okay. I'll be there right away. You're so good to me, Mom. By the way, Mom, how about inviting some young models over to have a party tonight? Let's celebrate that poor bastard getting out. Beep beep beep. Bai Susu didn't answer him and hung up the phone directly. She was afraid that if she listened for another second, she would burst out cursing on the phone. She walked to the window and looked at the bright sunshine outside. The sense of loss in her heart had long since disappeared. Fortunately, there is this idiot. If it weren't for his stupidity, how could I have met my master? The man who freed me from the cage of hypocrisy and allowed me to see the true paradise. Thinking of Chow Bian, a hint of morbid fanaticism appeared in Bai Susu's cold eyes. She picked up her phone and saw on the screen the exclusive note she had just set for Chow Bian. Press the voice button again. Master, the fish has taken the bait, you can reel in the net anytime. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked her scarlet lips. Those beautiful eyes flickered with heart-pounding excitement and cruelty. Bai Susu sent another message. Master, your puppy misses you. The tone was seductive, with a hint of impatient desire. On the rattan chair on the balcony, Chow Bian's phone vibrated again. When I clicked on the message, that charming tone sounded again, followed by those straightforward words. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Chow Bian's mouth. It had only been a short time, but this dignified and noble beautiful woman had already completely learned to wag her tail and beg for mercy. Very good, a dog should act like a dog. He stood up and greeted Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, who were cleaning the house in the living room. I'm going out to do something. Xiao Wanqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance, and asked sourly. You're going out to fool around again? Tell me, which blind vixen asked you out this time? Lu Ruyan gently put down the work in her hands, walked to his side, and carefully helped him straighten his collar. Bian, if things get tough, don't handle it alone. We're all waiting for you at home. Chow Bian felt warm in his heart and kissed both women on the cheek. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. I'll be back soon. Chow Bian casually picked up the key to the lava orange Porsche 911. The sports car sped along the road, and the neon lights outside the window rapidly receded. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and Baisusu's noble yet humiliated face flashed through his mind. Conquering such a woman can bring far more pleasure than just money. Soon, the vehicle drove into the wealthy area of Jingxin Lake and stopped in front of a detached villa surrounded by the lake on three sides. It was broad daylight, but the villa was uncomfortably quiet. All the nannies and security personnel had apparently been dismissed early. As soon as Chao Bian got out of the car, the heavy carved door of the villa was slowly opened from the inside. An extremely enchanting figure appeared at the door. Chao Bian's pupils shrank slightly. The fire in my heart suddenly ignited. Nothing else. Today's Baisujian is a fairy who was born to ignite men's desire. She wore delicate and charming smoky makeup, with upturned eyes and plump red lips, full of aggressive beauty. She was wearing a black lace suspender dress that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her mature and plump white curves were faintly visible under the translucent fabric, which was very tempting. Her slender and straight legs are wrapped in a layer of shiny black stockings, which perfectly outline the lines of her legs and exude a fatal temptation. What makes people's blood boil the most is that she wears a black leather necklace inlaid with tiny rhinestones on her snow-white swan neck, and a small silver bell hangs under the necklace. Nobility and decadence, holiness and lewdness, these two completely opposite temperaments are perfectly integrated in her, forming an unparalleled visual impact. Master, you are here. Baisujian bowed and her voice was charming. Chao Bian strode forward, picked her up by the waist, walked into the villa, and slammed the door shut. You can't wait any longer, dressed like this? His deep voice rang in her ears. Baisujian was held in his arms, her arms wrapped around his neck, and her warm breath sprayed on his ears. She stretched out her arms, put them around his neck, put her red lips close to his ear, and breathed sweetly. Master, there is no one here. Master, you can do whatever you want to me. Chao Bian was so aroused by her appearance that he could no longer restrain himself. He turned around and pressed Baisusu against the cold and gorgeous entrance door behind him. The high heels fell on the smooth marble floor with a clang, making a crisp echo. Then let's start here. Chao Bian's voice was low and domineering. Be good and please your master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Baisusu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current host satisfaction value, 2,500 points. Chapter 52 Mom, you call this poor guy master? Lakeside Villa. This is Jiangqing's top wealthy area, with a quiet environment and strict security. A fiery red Ferrari sports car made a shrill roar, did a beautiful tailspin, and stopped steadily at the door of the villa. The car door opened, and Wang Hao, wearing a fashionable brand, jumped out with a cigarette in his mouth and a smug smile on his face. In his mind, he had already imagined the poor guy Chao Bian, who was grateful for the 10 million yuan and ran out of Jiangcheng like a dog. Fight with me? What are you fighting with? I can kill you with money. He swaggered open the heavy carved door of the villa and walked in, shouting at the top of his voice. Mom, I'm here. Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving. Did that guy get out of here? Did you take a picture of that pathetic face he had when he took the money? Send it to me so I can have some fun too. However, the empty living room was dead silent, with only his voice echoing. Wang Hao frowned, feeling a little unhappy. What are you doing? He took a few steps inside and scanned the living room. The next second, his voice stopped abruptly, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his whole body seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. A young man was leaning leisurely on the expensive Italian leather sofa in the middle of the living room. He was holding a cup of black tea in his hand, his posture calm, as if he was the real owner of the villa. The young man raised his eyes, his gaze passing over the teacup and falling lightly on him. He raised the teacup in his hand towards Wang Hao, with a playful smile on his face. Oh, the eldest one is back. Boom! Wang Hao's mind went blank in an instant, as if he was struck by a bolt from the blue. The person in front of him was the one he hated to the core, the one he thought had already run away with his tail between his legs. Chao Bian. You. How come he is here? This is impossible. He subconsciously took a step back, his heel hit the doorsill, and he stumbled and almost fell. The huge fear and sense of absurdity made him forget to think in an instant. All that was left was a timid roar. Chao Bian. Why are you here? Who let you in? Where's the security? What are you arguing about? You don't have any manners at all. A female voice, cold but lazy, and even with a hint of joy and satisfaction, came from the direction of the bedroom. Wang Hao turned his head suddenly. I saw his mother, Bai Susu, walking out slowly. There was still an abnormal flush on her face, and her eyes and eyebrows were full of charm. Her hair was simply tied up, with a few sweaty strands hanging playfully on the sides of her face, adding a bit of breathtaking charm. She was wearing a Suzhou embroidered cheongsam that was tailored to fit her body perfectly, outlining her mature and plump curves. A little fatter would be too much, and a little thinner would be too little. The collar around her neck was still there, and the bell jingled as she walked. This outfit. Before Wang Hao had time to think about it, he saw his noble and cold mother walking straight behind Xiao Bian. She lowered her head slightly, humbly placed her hands on Xiao Bian's shoulders, and gently squeezed them for him. The picture was harmonious yet weird. They were as harmonious as a pair of intimate lovers, yet so strange that Wang Hao felt that his worldview was shattered at this moment. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. But everything in front of me is so real. It was so real that it made him feel cold all over and his hands and feet were icy. Mom! He pointed at Xiao Bian, his voice stammering because of extreme shock and fear, like a rusty gear turning. You, what are you doing? Why is he here? What is going on? Bai Suzhen seemed not to hear what he said, and was too lazy to even lift her eyelids. All her attention was on the man in front of her. She simply asked Xiao Bian in a soft voice, in a flattering and fawning tone that Wang Hao had never heard before. Master, the fish are back. Shall we collect them now? Her voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in Wang Hao's mind. Master! Master? Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out, and he felt like his ears were pierced by something. He pointed at Xiao Bian and screamed hysterically at Bai Susu. What did you call him? Mother! Are you crazy? You call this poor devil master? Do you know who he is? He is our enemy. Only then did Xiao Bian slowly put down the teacup and tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa with his bony fingers. He raised his eyelids and looked at Wang Hao, who looked like a madman at the door. He smiled, and in Wang Hao's opinion, that smile was scarier than the devil. Well, how should I put it? You let your mother handle me. Xiao Bian's tone was full of ridicule. In a sense, your mother has indeed got me. He paused, his eyes swept over by Susu's graceful curves, and changed the subject. Or rather, I dealt with your mother. How is it, my dear? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xiao Bian raised his hand and gently patted Bai Suzhen's little hand that was massaging his shoulders. Bai Suzhen finally turned her head and looked at Wang Hao straight in the eye. There was no longer the doting and indulgence of the past in her eyes, only biting coldness and undisguised disgust. Wang Hao, from today on, Mr. Chow is my master. Naturally, that is, your master. Now, kneel down and greet the master. These words, like the sharpest knife, stabbed into Wang Hao's heart fiercely, and then stirred it wildly. He can't accept it. He would never accept it even if he died. His high and mighty mother, a famous noble lady in Jiancheng, actually became a slave to his most despised enemy? This makes him feel worse than killing him. No. Impossible. This can't be true. Wang Hao's spirit completely collapsed. He yelled and screamed like a madman, speaking incoherently. Mom! Are you threatened by him? Tell me. My dad will save you. My dad will kill him. Looking at his ugly appearance, Bai Suzhen's eyes became more and more impatient. She walked slowly to Wang Hao. Under Wang Hao's astonished gaze, she raised her hand and slapped him hard in the face without mercy. Bang! A crisp slap echoed throughout the living room. The whole world seemed to be quiet. Wang Hao staggered after being hit, and half of his face swelled up instantly, with a burning pain. He covered his face, looked at his mother in disbelief, and tasted a hint of blood in his mouth. From childhood to adulthood, his mother never hit him, let alone said a harsh word to him. Today, she actually beat him for an outsider? Bai Suzhen looked at him, her eyes as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Shut up. Don't be rude to the master. This slap completely shattered all of Wang Hao's dignity, fantasies, and his miserable world. He finally realized that everything was over. His world collapsed. Wang Hao's legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop. His eyes were empty, like a puppet with his soul sucked out. Xiao Bian then slowly stood up, walked in front of him, and looked down at him condescendingly. He stretched out his foot and gently patted Wang Hao's swollen cheek with the sole of his foot. Now, do you know who the master is? I'm giving you a chance. I accidentally dropped your mother's shoes at the door. Now, crawl over and pick up your mother's shoes with your mouth. Chapter 53. What are you doing? Looking at Wang Hao lying on the ground like a dead dog, Chao Bian smiled. He walked slowly to Wang Hao and looked down at him condescendingly. My dear, you seem to have forgotten something. It seems there's still a bet between us that hasn't been fulfilled. Chao Bian squatted down and patted Wang Hao's swollen face with the back of his hand lightly. Who said that if you lose you have to stand upside down and eat shit? You see, I've always had a good memory. But, for your mother's sake, I will show mercy this time. He stood up and spoke lightly to Bai Susu beside him. Susu, I don't want to see this garbage anymore. You don't mind if you take care of it? Bai Suzhen immediately bowed down, her attitude extremely respectful. It's all up to the master, Susu won't say a word. Hearing the 3 words deal with it, Wang Hao, who was about to collapse, suddenly shuddered and came back to his senses. The instinct of survival made him forget all the shock and humiliation in an instant. He rolled and crawled to Bai Suzhen's feet, hugged her legs, and cried with tears streaming down his face. Mom! Mom! Save me! I'm your son! I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please ask him to let me go. I don't want to die. However, what greeted him was Bai Susu's cold and ruthless kick. She kicked Wang Hao aside as if she was kicking away something dirty, and the disgust in her eyes almost solidified. I don't have a useless son like you who would offend his master. Wang Hao was completely desperate. He watched the man he called poor guy leisurely take out his mobile phone and call Brother Long. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Master Chow. What do you want? Long Ji's voice was filled with awe and fear. Chao Bian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and gave orders directly. Help me with something. Arrange someone to send the eldest young master of the Wang family to northern Myanmar for further studies. Let him experience life for a bit, just like fulfilling his bet to eat shit while standing upside down. I paid for the tuition. Brother Long on the other end of the phone understood what he meant and immediately made a promise. Don't worry, Master Chow. I promise to make every possible arrangement for young Master Wang. That place doesn't have anything else to offer, except for plenty of food. He'll have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Chao Bian said and hung up the phone. When Wang Hao, who was lying on the ground, heard the words Northern Myanmar and eating shit upside down together, his whole body twitched violently as if he had been electrocuted. A foul-smelling liquid flowed out of his crotch, forming a puddle of yellow water on the floor. He was frightened to death. As a top-rich second generation, he knows better than anyone what the 2 words Northern Myanmar mean to people like them. It is a place more terrifying than hell. He knew that his life was completely over. Not long after, 2 burly men in black suits and expressionless faces walked in. They bowed respectfully to Chao Bian, and then, one on each side, supported the limp Wang Hao. No! Let me go! My dad is Wang Zhicheng. If you dare to touch me, my dad will not let you go. Wang Hao used up his last bit of strength and let out a pig-slaughtering howl. The 2 strong men dragged him out of the villa like a dead dog. Peace returned to the living room. Just then, Bai Susu's cell phone rang. The caller ID showed Wang Zhicheng. Bai Suzhen's body stiffened and she subconsciously looked at Chao Bian. Chao Bian smiled at her, nodded slightly, and motioned for her to answer the call. Then, he stretched out his hand, gently hooked his fingers around the silver bell under the leather collar on Bai Susu's neck, and shook it maliciously. Jingle! Bai Susu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she answered the phone with forced calmness. Hey, Zhicheng. As soon as she opened her mouth, she found that her voice was trembling. Wang Zhicheng's calm and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Has that bastard Wang Hao come to your place yet? Chao Bian's fingers slowly slid down her collarbone. The warmth of his fingertips and the crisp sound of the bell made her tremble all over. An unprecedented pleasure, a mixture of fear, betrayal and excitement, instantly swept through her limbs. She bit her lip hard, trying to make her voice sound normal. Yeah, we're here. He didn't repent and even talked back to me. I was so angry, I had him sent to live with a friend abroad. Her breathing became rapid and her voice was intermittent. Let him suffer a little outside to temper his temper. I also confiscated his cell phone and bank card. This statement was reasonable and completely consistent with her usual attitude of being disappointed with Wang Hao. Wang Jiqing on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, obviously extremely disappointed with this useless son. Whatever you want, as long as he doesn't cause me any more trouble. Wang Jiqing was not very concerned about his son's fate, but instead became suspicious of Bai Susu's condition. What are you doing? Why are you panting so hard? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Susu's cheeks turned red instantly, and she felt a hand reaching into the slit of her cheongsam. She took a sharp breath, turning all her surging emotions into hatred for her husband, and her tone suddenly became sharp. Do I need to report to you about what I do? Wang Jiqing, don't forget, what qualifications do you have to control me? This threatening remark hit Wang Jiqing's soft spot. He fell silent again on the other end of the phone, and then his tone softened. Susu, that's not what I meant. Don't think too much about it. Since everything is fine, let it be. After saying that, Wang Jiqing hung up the phone in a hurry. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Bai Suzhen collapsed into Chao Bian's arms as if exhausted, gasping for breath. Chao Bian chuckled, straightened her up, and pinched her chin. You see, he's very afraid of you. Bai Suzhen's eyes were blurred, and then she felt a sense of revenge and infinite admiration for the man in front of her. She looked at Chao Bian with seductive eyes and kissed him actively. Master, you are so mean. Chao Bian chuckled, picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. This is just the beginning. He put Bai Susu on the bed, leaned over and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Sooner or later I will help you get rid of Wang Jiqing. Before that, let's do the important things first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 500 points. Current host satisfaction value, 3,000 points. Chapter 54 Wang Jiqing's backstage revised. The big bed in the bedroom was in a mess, and the air still had the scent of joy. Bai Suzhen lay lazily on Chao Bian's strong chest, her green fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on his smooth abdominal muscles. The blush on her face had not yet completely faded, and her eyes were moving, but the nobility and coldness that belonged to Mrs. Wang had long disappeared. Chao Bian held her soft and boneless waist with one hand, and the fingers of his other hand slowly moved on her smooth jade-like back. Su. He suddenly spoke, his voice having a slightly hoarse magnetism afterward. Master. Bai Susu responded coquettishly, rubbing her cheek against his warm chest gently, like a cat that was content after being pampered by its owner. What's your good-for-nothing husband, Wang Jiqing's biggest trump card? When Bai Susu heard the name Wang Jiqing, her body stiffened slightly. Then, she held up her soft upper body, and her plump curves rose and fell with her movements, exuding a thrilling mature charm. It's Li Weigua. Bai Suzhen uttered the name without hesitation. The current mayor of Jiang City, deputy secretary. She leaned against the headboard and elegantly tucked her sweat-soaked hair behind her ears. Wang Jiqing had already formed a deep interest bond with Li Weigua through various means. Many of Wang Group's shady projects, as well as the most profitable land, were approved through Li Weigua. It can be said that Li Weigua is Wang Jiqing's strongest backer. As long as Li Weigua remains standing, it will be difficult for Wang Jiqing to be truly shaken. Really? Collusion between officials and businessmen is the most classic and solid combination. No wonder that pervert Wang Jiqing came up with such a dirty plan to give his wife to Li Weigua. It really kills two birds with one stone, as I can hug her thighs and satisfy my disgusting quirks at the same time. He withdrew his thoughts. It is indeed troublesome to defeat the Wang Group, which has an official background, head-on in business. But a cold arc appeared at the corner of Chao Bian's mouth. The quickest way to make a building collapse is to remove its most critical load-bearing column. He turned to look at Bai Susu. This mayorly is the first nail we need to pull out. Bai Susu frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her words. Master, this is probably more difficult than dealing with Wang Jiqing. Li Weigua holds a high position and acts impeccably, leaving almost no room for suspicion. Trying to find dirt on someone of his caliber is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yeah? Chao Bian laughed instead. Maybe for others, but not necessarily for him. He remembered the strategy card he had exchanged from the system mall in order to control Bai Suzhen. That card even revealed the old secret that Wang Jiqing had set up a plan to make Bai Susu accompany Li Weigua. Although the incident was interrupted, it cannot be used as direct evidence. But this also proves that the system's capabilities far exceed his imagination. As long as one is human, there will be weaknesses and secrets. Xiao Bian's mind moved, and he opened the system mall that only he could see. He used his mind to try to use the strategy card on Li Weiguo. Ding! System prompt: strategy card is only effective for female targets who meet the inclusion criteria of the beauty record, and is invalid for the current target. No. This system seems to be quite specialized. Xiao Bian closed the system panel and his gaze returned to the bed. Bai Suzhen is like a lazy Persian cat, with exquisite body curves, exuding fatal temptation under the dim light. Xiao Bian reached out and gently stroked her smooth back. It seems that to deal with Li Weiguo, we can only use the most primitive and most effective method. Bai Suzhen hummed comfortably, turned over, stretched out her jade-white arms, and took the initiative to hook them around Xiao Bian's neck. Her breath, with its warm fragrance, sprayed into Xiao Bian's ears. Master, what method do you want to use? Her voice was soft and sticky, with a deliberately flattering submission. Xiao Bian pinched her small chin and looked at her fox eyes that were sparkling with water. You say that such a powerful and cautious old fox has no black material at all. Do you believe it? Of course there are some, but it will be difficult for us to get them. If we can't get it, someone else will. Master, what do you mean? Susu, you've been with Wang Jiqing for so long, you should know who he and Li Weiguo's enemies are. Who is the enemy Li Weiguo wants to kill the most? Let's go find him. Now that you mention it, I remember someone. Li Jianan, the deputy secretary of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee, was at the same level as Li Weiguo. They both fought fiercely over how to remove the word deputy from their title. Then, what weaknesses does this Li Jianan have that are worth us breaking through? Bai Suzhen's eyes flickered. It's his family. Bai Suzhen gave the answer without hesitation. Especially his family, whom he cared about the most. Oh? Xiao Bian raised his eyebrows and motioned her to continue. Seeing that her master's interest was aroused, Bai Suzhen was cheered up. The shrewdness and sharpness that belonged to a businesswoman instantly returned to the depths of her eyes. Master, I know Li Weiguo better than you do. He and my husband have been partners in interests for many years, and I've met him many times. This person is very careful in his actions. On the surface, he doesn't seem to have any relatives other than a very well-behaved son. Li Jianan is different. He has a daughter named Lianqi. Lianqi? Xiao Bian repeated the name. Yes, Lianqi. Bai Suzhen's eyes became calm. She is Li Jianan's only child, 21 years old this year. He has held her in his arms since she was a child and treated her like a treasure. I heard that when Lianqi was a teenager, she just took a second look at a limited edition sports car in a foreign magazine, and Li Jianan used his connections to get it for her from Europe at several times the price. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, there's always smoke without fire. At least we know that he would do anything for his daughter. Bai Susu paused, her tone becoming more determined. So, as long as we can control Lianqi, we'll have Li Jianan completely under our thumb. When the time comes, whether it is round or flat, isn't it all up to you, master, to decide? The corners of Xiao Bian's mouth finally raised into a satisfied arc. This plan is simple and crude, but absolutely effective. Well done, my clever little dog. Xiao Bian was generous with his praise. When Bai Suzhen heard this name, her body trembled slightly, and her eyes revealed a morbid excitement and satisfaction. She immediately picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and skillfully searched foreign social media. Master, look, this is Lianqi. She quickly found a public account. The account's avatar is a beautiful girl with delicate smoky makeup and bold eyes. A large number of photos and videos are posted on the homepage, each of which is full of luxury and youthful hormones. Private jets, luxury yachts, limited edition bags, all kinds of top parties. Lianqi's life is exactly what every girl dreams of. Xiao Bian leaned over and clicked on the latest photo. In the photo, Lianqi is standing on the deck of a white yacht wearing a bright pink bikini with a bold cut. Behind it is the bright sunshine and blue ocean of California. She is tall and well-proportioned, with a healthy tan skin and a carefree and confident smile on her face. Just by looking at the photos, Xiao Bian could conclude that this was a girl with extremely high looks. He muttered to himself. System, check her information. Ding. The target is out of sight, so the red beauty record cannot be triggered. Really? You have to see the real person with your own eyes. Let's start with her. Chao Bian's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. He looked at Bai Suzhen and gave new instructions. Book me 4 tickets to the beautiful country, the sooner the better, leaving in 3 days. 4? Bai Susu was stunned for a moment. Yes, 4. Chao Bian laughed. For something so fun, of course I have to bring my other 2 good wives along. There was a hint of amusement in the smile on his face. Just think of it as a family reunion. Bai Susu looked at the smile on her master's face and immediately understood what was going on. A complex emotion of jealousy and excitement surged in her heart, which she couldn't even explain. But she didn't dare to object and just lowered her head more respectfully. Yes, master. She immediately started operating on her mobile phone with quick movements. Chao Bian admired her submissive look, and the sense of conquest in his heart was greatly satisfied. He lay back down and patted the area beside him. Come over. Bai Suzhen put down her phone and leaned over meekly. Chao Bian turned over and pressed her under him again. Before I leave, let me reward your clever little dog. Soon, suppressed and moving gasps were heard again in the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 500 points. Current host satisfaction value, 3,500 points. Chapter 55, Disobedient? Just convince me. When I returned to Lu Ruyan's small building, it was already very late at night. The lights in the living room were on warmly. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan curled up side by side on the sofa, the TV screen flickering with light and shadow, but their attention was obviously not there. The door lock clicked softly as the key turned. The 2 of them jumped up from the sofa almost at the same time, their beautiful eyes looking towards the door. You're back. Xiao Wanqing came running over in slippers, with a subtle complaint in her voice, but more of it was uncontrollable concern. Lu Ruyan followed behind her, her steps light and her eyes gazing at him tenderly. Bian, are you hungry so late at night? I'm warming up the soup for you in the kitchen. Chao Bian looked at the 2 beautiful women in front of him who were worried about him, and his heart was soothed and comfortable. This was what he had always longed for, the feeling of home. He opened his arms and effortlessly embraced Xiao Wanqing, who was running towards him, and Lu Ruyan, who was following him. With a beautiful and tender girl in your arms, this is the greatest joy in the world. Did you miss me? Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she symbolically punched his strong chest lightly. Who misses you? Stop being sentimental. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes shyly, snuggled up to him tenderly, and let his strong arms wrap around her. Chao Bian let out a hearty laugh and gave each of the 2 women a loud kiss on their smooth cheeks. Okay, let's get down to business first. He untied his arms and guided them to sit down again on the couch. I've made arrangements. I'm going to the beautiful country in a couple of days to take care of some things. He looked at them and announced his decision. You 2, pack your things immediately and come with me. Ah? Going to the beautiful country? Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan both showed expressions of surprise. Xiao Wanqing was the first to come back to her senses, and her delicate eyebrows were slightly frowned. What are you going there for? Are you going to play? She shook her head, her tone serious. I'm afraid that's not possible right now. I finally managed to get an appointment with the investment manager of Shanghai Technology, and we're meeting this week. If we can secure their angel round investment, our company can launch immediately. Her mind is now full of how to expand the company and how to become the most useful person standing next to Chao Bian. She has no intention of playing at all. Lu Ruyan also echoed in a low voice. Yes, Bian. The design drawings for my private restaurant have just been finalized. I also found a set of Qing Dynasty tableware from an old gentleman. I was just about to supervise the construction team to build the matching wall cabinets. As the boss, I'm not here. What if the workers damage it? Looking at their serious expressions as if they were saying, I want to contribute to my husband's career, Chao Bian felt both amused and touched. He sat between the 2 women, stretched out his long arms, and put his arms around their slender waists again. My dear wives, I know you care about me and want to help me solve my problems. He pinched Xiao Wanqing's face and scratched Lu Ruyan's nose. But there's no rush to make money. As for the manager of Shanghai Technology, let's talk to him after we return from our trip. He'll be more sincere. Xiao Wanqing's mouth opened slightly. Chao Bian turned to Lu Ruyan again, his voice gentle. As for Sister Ruyan's restaurant, we'll find a museum-level restorer and security team to take over that Qing Dynasty tableware. We'll also replace the construction team with the country's top ancient architecture construction team. I guarantee it will be 100 times better than if you just looked after it yourself." He looked at the two women who were speechless due to shock and announced domineeringly, "All you have to do is follow me beautifully, eat well, drink well, and have fun." After he finished speaking, he didn't even give the two women a chance to organize their words again, and suddenly exerted force with his arms. Two cries rang out almost at the same time, and Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan were easily picked up sideways by him. "Now, it's my turn as your husband to convince you two disobedient little brats." Chao Bian curled up his lips into a wicked smile and strode towards the stairs with them in his arms. Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan exclaimed at the same time, their cheeks instantly turning red as if blood could drip out. "Ah! You unreasonable villain! Put us down now." However, just as Chao Bian was about to throw the two of them onto the soft big bed, Xiao Wanqing in his arms took advantage of the time when he was adjusting his posture. She slid out of his arms with incredible dexterity. With Chao Bian's current physical condition, it is impossible for a little girl to escape from his arms. But he felt her body stiffen momentarily and a slight resistance. After all, he loves his woman. "I am unwilling to use force to force them on such matters." Xiao Wanqing rushed out of the master bedroom barefoot without looking back, leaving behind only a few angry and anxious words. "I don't want to be with a tyrannical villain like you." With a bang, the door of the room next to her was slammed shut, venting the owner's emotions. Lu Ruyan in his arms was so embarrassed that she buried her pretty face deeply in his chest. Her body was so hot that she couldn't even speak. Chao Bian looked down at her and smiled helplessly. "One ran away, but luckily we caught one." He gently placed Lu Ruyan on the bed and tidied her messy hair. "Sister Ruyan, no one will disturb us now." He leaned in closer and looked into her eyes. "Do you want to run away too?" Lu Ruyan shook her head like a rattle, but still didn't dare to look up at him, her long eyelashes trembling nervously. Chao Bian lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry about the restaurant, leave it all to me. You just have to trust me without reservation. And then, enjoy our first trip." The warm breath blew on the sensitive earlobe, and Lu Ruyan's body trembled slightly. Finally, she made an inaudible hum sound, acquiescing to everything. The subsequent persuasion process will naturally come naturally. The temperature in the room rose steadily, accompanied by suppressed breathing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Lu Ruyan, and gaining 300 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 3,800 points. When Lu Ruyan fell into a deep sleep with a blush of satisfaction and fatigue, Chao Bian got up quietly. He came to Xiao Wanqing's door. I turned the door gently and found that it was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked in. The little girl who was so aggressive just now was now wrapping herself in a quilt like a silkworm, with only her puffy head facing the door. Chao Bian walked to the bed and sat down, then reached out and patted the big dumpling that was constantly rising and falling. "Still angry?" A muffled sound came from under the quilt. "I'm not angry. I just feel useless. I want to do something for you, but you just snap your fingers and it's all done. Then what's the point of all my efforts?" Chao Bian felt soft-hearted when he heard her aggrieved defense. He didn't say anything more, but reached out and took the person and the quilt into his arms steadily. "Ah!" Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, feeling herself falling into a solid and warm embrace, with his familiar scent lingering around her nose. She twisted her body twice symbolically. "Let me go." "No." Chao Bian's voice, with irresistible tenderness, held her tightly. "Xingxing, I know you want to help me and be a useful person, not just a vase that can only depend on me. But to me, your efforts and your intentions are more important than any results. The company can be opened at any time, and money can be made at any time. But to me, accompanying you to see the world's scenery is more meaningful than making any amount of money." Under the quilt, Xiao Wanqing's body suddenly stopped moving. He understands her. This man could always see through all her pretense of strength so easily and accurately hit the softest and most uneasy part of her heart. Chao Bian felt that the person in his arms had stopped struggling, so he pulled back a corner of the quilt, revealing her pretty face, which had already turned red and still showed a bit of grievance and emotion. Her eyes were also red, as if she had been crying secretly. "You are the only one who has a lot of sense." She murmured softly, but took the initiative to stretch out her slender arms, tightly wrapped around his neck, and buried her face in his neck. "Then, I'll listen to you then." A triumphant smile appeared on Chao Bian's lips. That's good. He gently kissed away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Since you are so obedient, your husband will have to reward you, a duplicitous little thing. Xiao Wanqing instantly understood what he meant. Her cheeks turned even redder, and her body felt slightly hot. I don't want your reward. She said no, but her body was much more honest than her mouth. Instead of pushing him away, she hugged him even tighter. Soon, another form of persuasive education was heard in the room. This time, Xiao Bian did not give her any chance to escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing and gaining 300 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 4,100 points. Chapter 56 Teacher Su, I want to drop out of school. The next day. Xiao Wanqing is going to school to apply for leave. Xiao Bian suddenly remembered that he seemed to be a student too. Besides, I have missed classes for who knows how many days. He took out his phone and unlocked the screen. In the interception mailbox, there were more than 20 missed calls lying quietly, all from the same person. His counselor, Su Qinghe. Xiao Bian touched his nose and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This beautiful counselor, who is known for her strictness and beauty, seems to be particularly concerned about this problem student of hers. He thought about it and decided to take this opportunity to completely end his student identity. Now, it is impossible for him to go back to the classroom and listen to those boring theories. This small campus can no longer accommodate this giant dragon crossing the river. He drove the flashy lava orange Porsche 911, carrying the youthful and beautiful Xiao Wanqing, who was wearing a cool suspender skirt, to Jiangcheng University. As soon as the sports car drove into the school gate, it instantly became the focus of the whole school. When I saw the man in the driver's seat who was so handsome and had an outstanding temperament that made people unable to take their eyes off him. And when they saw the breathtakingly beautiful Xiao Wanqing sitting in the passenger seat, the crowd went completely wild. Holy crap! Isn't that Xiao Bian from the physical education department? Isn't he a dirt poor special recruit? How can he possibly afford a Porsche 911? This car must cost over 3 million. That girl next to him is Xiao Wanqing, the beauty from the design department. My goddess! How could they be together? Bullshit about a handsome man and a beautiful woman. I think Xiao Bian is being kept by some rich woman. Xiao Wanqing has also fallen into depravity. A player who once excluded Xiao Bian from the basketball team. He was hugging his new girlfriend and bragging, but when he saw the scene, his eyes almost popped out. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground with a click, and his face was full of an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Bian seemed oblivious to these discussions filled with envy, jealousy, and sourness. But Xiao Wanqing was different. She enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. She proudly puffed out her full chest, leaned over and kissed Xiao Bian on the cheek. Then, she walked out of the car gracefully like an elegant white swan. The two agreed to meet at the school gate and then went their separate ways. Xiao Wanqing went to the department head to ask for leave, and the process went very smoothly. She is well known in the design department for her excellent character and academic performance, and is considered a favorite student by her teachers. In the department head's office, a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle temperament was correcting documents. When she saw Xiao Wanqing, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. Wanqing is here, come and sit down. Xiao Wanqing obediently handed over the leave application and spoke a little embarrassedly. Director Zhang, I'd like to take a few days off. The woman called Director Zhang adjusted her glasses, a little surprised. Ask for leave? That's not like you. How could a top student in our department be willing to skip class? Her eyes inadvertently swept from Xiao Wanqing to the window. I just happened to see the eye-catching lava orange Porsche parked downstairs. Director Zhang's eyes lit up, and then he smiled knowingly. She put down the pen in her hand, leaned back in her chair, and looked at her most proud student with interest. Hey, our Wanqing is in love? Xiao Wanqing's cheeks turned red in an instant. But she didn't shy away. Instead, she nodded generously, with an unconcealable sweetness on her lips. Director Zhang looked at her like this and smiled even more happily. She pointed out the window. That car downstairs, my boyfriend's? You have a good eye. Much better than those young guys in our department. Xiao Wanqing felt even more embarrassed after hearing what she said. She walked over and gently shook Director Zhang's arm, acting a bit like a little girl. Oh, Director. Please stop making fun of me. Sign it for me quickly, he's still waiting for me. Director Zhang laughed out loud at her, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Okay, a girl can't be kept at home when she grows up. Her elbows will turn outward. She picked up the pen and signed her name on the leave application in a flamboyant manner. Go ahead, young people should have a good relationship. Have fun. He signed without saying a word. Chao Bian walked straight to the administrative building and knocked on the door of the counselor's office. Come in. A cold female voice came from inside. Chao Bian pushed the door open and walked in. Behind the desk, a woman in a white shirt and black framed glasses was sorting documents with her head down. She looked up when she heard footsteps. The moment Su Qinghe saw that the person coming was Chao Bian, she was obviously stunned. Today, Chao Bian is wearing a well-tailored Versace casual outfit. He has an upright figure, a calm and composed temperament, and his peach blossom eyes have a faint smile. He is completely different from the sunny but slightly immature student in my memory. Su Qinghe quickly suppressed the flash of surprise in her heart, and a layer of frost instantly formed on her pretty face. She slammed the documents in her hand on the table. Student Chao Bian, you finally showed up? There was suppressed anger in her voice, like a volcano about to erupt. You didn't answer the phone, didn't reply to messages, and you were absent from classes for half a month without reason. Do you still care about school discipline? Do you still care about me as a counselor? Faced with her thunderous rage, Chao Bian showed no panic at all. Instead, he pulled out a chair opposite her and sat down leisurely. He even crossed his legs. Teacher Su, calm down. Anger is harmful to your health. He smiled, his tone sincere, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Sorry, I've been so busy making money lately that I haven't had time to check my phone. This sentence made all the sermons that Su Qinghe had prepared stuck in her throat. She looked at Chao Bian's cynical look and her chest heaved with anger. Make money? As a student, what kind of money can you make that is more important than studying? Chao Bian leaned forward slightly, looked into her eyes, and spoke seriously. Teacher Su, I came here today just to talk to you about this. I want to drop out of school. As soon as the words fell, the air in the entire office froze. Su Qinghe stood up suddenly from her chair as if struck by lightning, her face full of disbelief. Drop out of school? Her voice was sharp with shock. Chao Bian, do you know what you are talking about? Are you crazy? You worked so hard to get into college, and now you're just saying you don't want to go? Are you being fair to yourself? She walked around the desk and walked quickly to Chao Bian, her eyes full of anxiety and concern. Is there something wrong at home? Are you facing any unsolvable difficulties? Tell the teacher. No matter what it is, the teacher will help you. Looking at Su Qinghe's anxious and red eyes, a long-lost warmth flowed through Chao Bian's heart. Since leaving the orphanage, this is the first person, other than his women, who truly cares about him. He shook his head, putting away his cynicism and speaking in a sincere tone. Teacher Su, thank you for your concern. I am not having any difficulties. On the contrary, I just found a life path that suits me better than going to school. Su Qinghe looked into his clear and determined eyes and knew that he was not joking. She was silent for a long time, sat back in her chair, and sighed deeply. Have you really thought it through? I've thought it through. In the end, under Chao Bian's insistence, Su Qinghe compromised. But instead of getting the withdrawal application form, she found a leave of absence application form. The school can retain the student's status for a maximum of 1 year. She lowered her head and her voice was a little muffled. I still hope you can leave yourself a way out. The world outside is very complicated. If you ever feel tired or regretful, the school door is always open to you. Su Qinghe handed him the certificate of leave of absence. Chao Bian took the thin piece of paper, but felt its heavy weight. He looked at the kind, stubborn, and even a little cute old-fashioned teacher in front of him and nodded solemnly. Thank you, Teacher Su. He remembered this favor. Coming out of the office, Chao Bian stood in the corridor, looking at the young figures running and laughing on the playground outside the window, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Just a few months. His life, unlike theirs, has already sailed towards a completely different sea of stars. His eyes involuntarily turned to the window of the office again. I wonder what kind of shocked expression this kind Teacher Su would have if he knew his real life one day. It must be interesting. Chapter 57 The First Meeting of the Three Women. 3 days later, Zhangcheng International Airport. The atmosphere in the VIP waiting room was a little subtle. Xiao Bian sat on the sofa with his legs stretched out. On the left is the heroic Xiao Wanqing, and on the right is the gentle Lu Ruyan. Sitting opposite them was a mature and beautiful woman with noble temperament and extraordinary grace. It was Bai Suzhen. From the first moment they saw Bai Susu, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's eyes were full of scrutiny and vigilance. How could they not know Bai Suzhen? The wife of the chairman of the Wang Group, one of the most famous ladies in Zhongqing's upper-class society, often appears in financial magazines and fashion publications. More importantly, she is Wang Hao's mother, Xiao Bian's enemy. But now, why would this woman, who should be an enemy, appear here with Xiao Bian? And looking at her posture and the look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Bian, there was a kind of respect and intimacy that they could not understand? What is going on? Thousands of questions and a strong sense of crisis arose in Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's hearts at the same time. They felt that their status as hostess seemed to be under some serious threat. Xiao Bian naturally also felt the murderous aura from the two little women around him that was almost condensed into substance. He laughed inwardly but kept a straight face. This is the first formal meeting of his harem. If it is not handled properly, it will cause trouble in his backyard. He cleared his throat and introduced himself to the two of them calmly. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Susu, Sister Susu. From today on, she is our business partner and, of course, a member of our family. He deliberately emphasized the three words family. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wanqing couldn't bear it anymore. She frowned and asked directly. Bian, are you sure? She's Wang Hao's mother. We are enemies with the Wang family. How can you bring her with you and still call her a family? Her voice was filled with undisguised hostility, and she stared at Bai Suzhen warily like a small animal guarding its food. Xiao Bian didn't look at her, but turned his gaze to Bai Susu with a flat tone. Susu, tell them where Wang Hao is now. Bai Suzhen immediately stood up and bowed slightly to Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, her attitude a little too respectful. My two ladies, that wicked boy has been sent to northern Myanmar for further studies by his master. He will never appear again in this lifetime. The Wang family will soon cease to exist. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan were stunned. Xiao Wanqing even caught the most harsh word, as if she was struck by an electric current. Owner? Her voice instantly rose an octave, carrying a strong sense of questioning and absurdity, and her eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Bian and Bai Suzhen. What do you call him? Xiao Bian then turned his head, pinched Xiao Wanqing's tense little face, and patted the back of Lu Ruyan's cold hand, his voice low and domineering. Don't worry about the name. Anyway, Sister Susu is my woman now. If my women want to achieve success, they need someone knowledgeable to protect them. She is the most suitable candidate I found for you. His eyes swept across the three women, finally landing on Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's faces, with an irrefutable determination. In short, we are all family. I hope you can get along with each other in a friendly manner. Do you understand? When Xiao Wanqing heard Xiao Bian say this, she felt very unhappy, but she could only suppress her emotions temporarily. There was no way she could really leave Xiao Bian. If she had left in anger out of jealousy, she would have left long ago, and Lu Ruyan would not have had a chance to show up. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes silently, feeling mixed emotions, but subconsciously leaned closer to Xiao Bian, seeking a little peace of mind. Then, Xiao Bian said to Bai Susu again. Susu, I don't need to introduce these two, right? Bai Suzhen immediately understood and a perfect smile appeared on her face. She walked up to Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan and bowed slightly again. Miss Wanqing, Miss Ruyan, I have long heard of your great names. Please take good care of me from now on. Her posture was extremely low to the dust. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan were both stunned. They had anticipated many situations, such as Bai Suzhen mocking them or acting superior. But I didn't expect that she would have such a humble and respectful attitude. Bai Susu seemed to see their confusion and did not give them a chance to ask questions. She took out two documents that had been prepared long ago from her Hermes bag and handed them to Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan respectively. Ms. Wanqing, this is the 5-year development blueprint for your MCN organization, tailored for you, based on the master's, instructions from the other side. This also includes a detailed plan to establish your personal IP as a leading domestic fashion blogger. Xiao Wanqing took it subconsciously, flipped through a few pages, and her originally disdainful look gradually became solemn and shocked. This plan is so detailed and professional. She took a deep breath, tried to find a flaw, and asked the question out of the blue. This plan calls for connecting with luxury brands under the LVMH group within the first year. That's way too ambitious. Why would they be interested in a small startup? Bai Suzhen still had a decent smile on her face and answered calmly. Miss Wanqing asked a very good question. Anna Wang, PR director of LVMH Group in China, was my best friend during college. I've already spoken to her on the phone. She's very interested in the influence of your yuan EIP among young people, and she promised that as long as our content quality meets the standards, the promotion contract for the first quarter can be signed at any time. She also saw your photo and thought you'd be perfect for being the youth ambassador for their latest jewelry line in the Asia-Pacific region. Xiao Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank and she was completely speechless. Bai Suzhen turned to Lu Ruyan again, and the smile on her face became even gentler. Ms. Ruyan, here are the site selection plans for 3 top-notch private restaurants I've found for you, along with a complete Michelin star restaurant operation and management model. The property near Jingxin Lake was once the garden of a nobleman from the Qing dynasty. It has a lake view and excellent privacy. The original owner was a poker friend of mine. I've persuaded her to sell it at a 30% discount to the market price. I've also had my legal team handle the agreement, and the property will be transferred to you within a week. I've also contacted 3 chefs from Michelin 3-star restaurants for you. They can fly over at any time to discuss their experience in dish development with you. Bai Suzhen's speech was slow, clear and concise, full of convincing professionalism. The documents in Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's hands seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. There was a storm in their hearts. This is no longer just a plan, it is a road to success that is paved directly under their feet. For the first time, Xiao Wanqing felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The efforts and plans that she was proud of seemed so childish and ridiculous in front of this woman's connections and skills. Lu Ruyan was even more shaken. The ideal she had longed for but was out of reach was realized so easily by this woman. After realizing this, the hostility in the 2 women's hearts suddenly dissipated and turned into a complex awe. An invisible Shura field was cleverly resolved into nothingness by Bai Suzhen's flawless and proactive show of goodwill. Of course, the alarm is not completely lifted. Xiao Wanqing walked to Chao Bian, pretended to be casual, stretched out her little hand, and twisted the soft flesh on his waist 360 degrees with all her strength. Then, in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, he warned through gritted teeth. Just wait for me, and I'll show you how I'll drain you when I get home. Lu Ruyan just looked at him gently, with helplessness, indulgence, and a hint of resentment in her eyes. It was as if she was saying, "You kid, all you do is mess around with other girls outside. You're breaking your sister's heart." Chao Bian grimaced in pain, but could only put on a smile. Done, safe for now. He looked at Bai Suzhen and gave her an approving look. Chapter 58:3, Ah no, Shuangfian. The 4 of them quickly boarded a flight to Angeles City. Bai Susu booked the top level and only air suite on Emirates A380 aircraft. When the flight attendant led them into the huge independent space with a respectful attitude, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan couldn't help but hold their breath. This isn't so much an airplane. It is more like a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel suspended 10,000 meters in the air. There is a soft beige leather sofa, a double bed covered with Egyptian cotton bedding, and even a private bathroom with a shower system. In the private bar, the champagne in the ice bucket is quietly waiting for the owner to open it. Xiao Wanqing tried hard to act calm and knowledgeable, but her beautiful eyes that looked around had already betrayed her inner shock. Lu Ruyan was like a child who had strayed into a fairy tale castle. Everything she saw was new, and her little hands were nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. Bai Suzhen's behavior was completely different. She was used to all this. She skillfully took out a bottle of Golden Spade Ace champagne from the ice bucket on the bar and opened it with a pop. The golden wine bubbled happily in the crystal glass, and her every move and gesture displayed the elegance and composure of a wealthy lady. The plane climbed steadily, and outside the window was a sea of cotton candy like clouds. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan leaned against each other, lying by the porthole, chatting excitedly in low voices, like 2 little girls traveling far away for the first time. Chao Bian and Bai Susu sat on the sofa on the other side, talking in low voices. "Master, a girl like Lianqi, a darling of heaven, has seen too much money and too many men." Bai Suzhen swirled the champagne in her glass, her voice calm and professional. "Simply showing off your wealth will only make her think you're tacky. What you need to do is to attack her in the area she's most proud of, using a method she can't understand. Let her be curious about you, then admire you, and finally conquer you." Chao Bian nodded. This was pretty much what he thought. To deal with this prickly little wildcat, you either have to use force or use some tricks. However, he was not worried. With the system in hand, the world is mine. As the night deepened, fatigue from the long flight set in. Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan were both a little tired. They leaned on the sofa and dozed off in a daze. Qiao Bian looked at the three beauties in front of him, each with different looks but all of them being the most stunning beauties in the world, and the restless thoughts in his heart began to stir again. One is heroic and dashing, one is gentle as water, and one is noble and charming. If only, he. He leaned close to Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan's ears with a wicked smile and whispered in a magnetic voice. The night is long and sleep is unbearable. Why don't we study how to do difficult couple yoga at an altitude of 10,000 meters? The warm breath tickled the two women's ears, and they woke up instantly. After realizing the obscene meaning in his words, their cheeks turned red enough to bleed. Rogue. Shameless. Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan were both ashamed and angry, so they joined forces and each punched him, pushing him away. Qiao Bian laughed out loud and didn't take it seriously. He knew that these two little women were thin-skinned and only spoke harshly. He turned his head and cast his gaze on Bai Suzhen, who was watching all this with a smile on her face. She didn't know when she changed her clothes. A silk long dress with a texture like liquid mercury tightly wrapped around her mature and plump curves. The color of the skirt glows coldly and seductively under the light. The deep V neckline was boldly open, almost reaching her flat belly, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. The entire smooth and beautiful back is completely exposed to the air, with only two thin diamond chains crossing at the shoulder blades, outlining a breathtaking curve. Silver strappy high heels wrapped around her tight and well-proportioned calves all the way to her knees. Qiao Bian stood up and walked in front of Bai Susu. She didn't say anything, but just stretched out her slender nail-painted fingers and slowly and gently stroked the dangerous edge of her neckline. Her eyes are moving and charming. Qiao Bian was not polite. He stretched out his arm and held her, skirt and all, firmly in his arms. Ah! Bai Susu let out a soft moan of satisfaction, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her hot cheeks against his chest. Are you wearing this because you're worried I'm not hot enough? Qiao Bian hugged her and lowered his head to whisper teasingly in her ear. The warm breath made Bai Susu's body soften. Susu will spend her whole life to extinguish the master's fire. Qiao Bian held her in his arms, under the complicated gazes of Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan, which were filled with anger and shyness. He swaggered into the suite's separate bedroom with a double bed. With a bang, the door was closed. In the living room, Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, their faces blushing and their hearts beating fast. After a long while, Xiao Wancheng spat softly. This bastard is such an energetic buffalo. Lu Ruyan shook her head helplessly and pulled her hand. Okay, don't be angry, let's just pretend we didn't see anything and go to sleep. They could only pretend that nothing had happened, find a comfortable position and close their eyes. However, the faint sound coming from the bedroom, which was not suppressed deliberately, scratched their hearts again and again. Let them toss and turn, unable to fall asleep for a long time. 3 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current host satisfaction value, 4,400 points. Xiao Wanqing was in a daze when she felt someone lying down beside her and a familiar embrace wrapped around her. She mumbled something, sounding sleepy. Bad guy, I want to sleep. A deep, laughing voice sounded in her ears. Shu, Sister Ruyan is still here, don't wake her up. Lu Ruyan's body suddenly stiffened. She had actually woken up a long time ago and was just pretending to be asleep. She could feel Qiao Bian approaching and could hear every word he said. Her heart was beating like a drum and her mind was blank. She should open her eyes, let them into the room, and maintain her last bit of dignity. But her body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and her hands unconsciously moved up and down. Qiao Bian did not expose her. He just kept teasing Xiao Wanqing in his arms. There was no way Xiao Wanqing could resist him. After some hesitation, she soon lost her temper and could only let him do as he pleased. Qiao Bian held Xiao Wanqing with one hand and cleverly adjusted the angle so that she could not see Lu Ruyan beside her. His other hand quietly reached out and gently embraced Lu Ruyan's incredibly soft waist. Lu Ruyan almost screamed out loud, but she bit her lips tightly and swallowed all the screams back into her stomach. How dare he? How could he do this? Shame, anger, panic, helplessness, countless emotions exploded in her mind. However, when the warmth of the big hand with thin calluses came over, a strange electric current surged from her waist and instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones, making her last bit of resistance disappear without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, and gaining a satisfaction score of 2,000 points. Current host satisfaction value, 6,400 points. Arrival at Angeles City. Chao Bian stretched lazily, feeling refreshed, as if nothing had happened last night. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's faces flushed red, and they didn't even dare to look at each other. Their eyes would occasionally meet in the air, then quickly look away as if they had been electrocuted. Chao Bian looked at them and teased them deliberately. What's going on? Are you arguing so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, the two women seemed to have found a common enemy and united against it once again. One person pinched the soft flesh on one side of Chao Bian's waist and twisted it hard. Chao Bian immediately raised his hands and took an exaggerated breath. Hiss, it hurts. I was wrong, isn't that okay? Bai Suzhen had just finished handling the handover matters on the ground and walked over and saw the scene. She watched the three of them fighting, looked at Xiao Wanqing's coquettish anger, and Lu Ruyan's helpless and indulgent eyes. An emotion called envy quietly crept into my heart. This is what young people should be like, lively, enthusiastic and full of vitality. It was nothing like her past life, which was like a stagnant pool of water. But it's okay now. She looked at the man who was being bullied by two girls but looked like he was enjoying it, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. I am also a part of this family. Chao Bian seemed to sense her gaze and smiled at her. Chapter 59 Angel City Travel Plan. An extended version of the Cadillac Presidential one was already waiting on the tarmac. The group left the airport directly through the VIP channel and drove to a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills. Bai Susu rented this villa through a high-end agency. The rent for just 1 week is as high as $200,000. The villa comes with a huge private swimming pool, a tennis court, and a spacious garage that can accommodate more than a dozen cars. For the next 2 days, Chao Bian completely gave up all his plans and devoted himself to being a third companion. Eat with you, play with you, and sleep with you. He took the three women and turned Angel City into their private playground. The first stop, of course, is Rodeo Drive. This is the world's top luxury pilgrimage site. Although Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan had seen some of the world, they were still a little nervous when they stepped onto this street. Especially Lu Ruyan, looking at the goods in the window with a long string of zeros after the price tags, she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Chao Bian's clothes. Bai Suzhen seemed to have returned to her home turf. She changed into a classic Chanel suit today, walking with ease and full of aura. Let's go, first store, Hermes. She led everyone straight into the store, which required an appointment to enter. The store manager was an elegant French woman. When she saw Bai Susu, she immediately put on her warmest smile and greeted her in fluent French. Bai Suzhen also responded in the same fluent French, and the two of them were as familiar as old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan had no idea what they were saying and could only stand aside, feeling a little out of place. Chao Bian sat down on the sofa in the VIP lounge with great confidence, and the waiter immediately brought him top-quality Perrier Jouet champagne. He held the wineglass and watched Bai Suzhen's performance leisurely. Bai Suzhen quickly ended the greetings and walked to Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan with a gentle smile on her face. Ching, Sister Ruyan, we are women from the other side. When we go out, we represent his reputation. So, don't look at the price, just look at whether you like it or not. Her words directly elevated wasting money to the level of maintaining a man's face. The discomfort in Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's hearts immediately dissipated a lot. Take out your haute couture collections that haven't been released yet this fall and winter and show them to these two ladies. Bai Susu instructed the manager. The manager's eyes lit up and he immediately bowed respectfully. Okay, Ms. Bai, please wait a moment with the other guests. Soon, several shop assistants came out pushing hangers full of gorgeous clothes. The design, cut, and fabrics of those clothes were of a level that Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan had only seen in top fashion magazines. Ching, you are tall and have fair skin. This red velvet dress suits you very well. Sister Ruyan, you have a gentle temperament. This off-white cashmere coat can highlight your elegance. Bai Suzhen had a sharp eye and chose the most suitable styles for them in just a few words. When Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan changed into new clothes and walked out of the fitting room, the whole store seemed to be quiet for a moment. Xiao Wanqing's red long dress perfectly outlined her already hot figure, and her whole body was as bright as a burning flame. Lu Ruyan was made to look even more gentle and graceful by the off-white coat, and her every move was filled with the charm accumulated over the years. There was a flash of deep surprise and possessiveness in Xiao Bian's eyes. Good. He put down his glass and spoke briefly. Wrap up. Bai Susu said to the manager with a smile. Everything these two young ladies like today will be put on my account. She pulled out a black card and handed it over. When the manager saw the card, his eyes became even more respectful. That is the legendary Centurion Black Gold card, which is issued in limited quantities worldwide. With Bai Suzhen as the perfect wingman, the subsequent shopping trip went extremely smoothly. From Chanel to Dior, from Van Cleef Arpels to Patek Philippe. They swept across Rodeo Drive like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Bai Suzhen not only took the initiative to pay the bill, but also used her keen sense of fashion to match Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan with one stunning look after another. Xiao Wanqing went from resisting at first to being half-hearted and finally completely immersed in the joy of shopping. Lu Ruyan gradually relaxed her restraint and a long-lost, heartfelt smile appeared on her face. The gap between them and Bai Suzhen was quickly narrowed during this exciting shopping trip. The car, loaded with spoils, drove to the next stop. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan excitedly discussed their newly bought bags and jewelry, and their relationship became much closer. In the evening, the four of them came to a Michelin 3-star restaurant on the Santa Monica beach, overlooking the entire coastline. Three beauties surrounded the tall and elegant Xiao Bian as they walked into the restaurant, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Eyes of jealousy, amazement, and inquiry came from all directions. For an Asian man to have three such top beauties at the same time is a sin in itself. Xiao Bian didn't care about it at all. He pulled out chairs for the three women, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Just as they ordered and waited for the food to be served. Three well-dressed white young men at the next table, who looked like they came from wealthy families, cast their eyes over unscrupulously. Hey, look at that Asian guy, he's so lucky to have three such hot girls. The oldest one in the middle is the most flavorful, like a ripe peach. I really want to taste it. Their voices were not loud, but they were loud enough for Xiao Bian, whose hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, to hear clearly. Xiao Bian's eyes turned cold. The blonde young man in the lead finally couldn't hold back anymore and walked over with a glass of wine. Hey, beauties, don't you feel bored on such a beautiful night with only one man? He looked greedily back and forth among the three women, the desire in his eyes undisguised. His companion glanced at Xiao Bian with contempt. Xiao Wanqing's pretty face turned cold in an instant. She was about to speak, but Bai Susu took the lead and spoke softly in a pure London accent. Even if I'm bored, I won't talk to a country bumpkin like you who can't even button his suit correctly. The blonde young man's smile froze on his face. He subconsciously looked down at his suit and found that the bottom button was indeed buttoned, which was a big taboo in formal occasions. His face instantly turned purple. You yellow-skinned bitch, what did you say? The other companion was so angry that he cursed out using vulgar language. The atmosphere in the restaurant froze instantly. Lu Ruyan was so scared that her face turned pale and she subconsciously leaned towards Xiao Bian. Xiao Wanqing stood up suddenly, grabbed the red wine glass on the table and was about to pour it over. Xingqing, sit down. Xiao Bian's voice sounded, calmly without a trace of ripples. When Xiao Wanqing heard his voice, she stopped and sat back unwillingly. Xiao Bian picked up the napkin and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth. He raised his eyes and looked at the young man who was cursing, with a cold smile on his face. Apologize. He said softly. What? Asking me to apologize to a bitch? You're fucking dreaming. The young man laughed arrogantly. The smile on Xiao Bian's face remained unchanged, and he slowly stood up. An invisible pressure suddenly spread out with him as the center. He looked at the young man and spoke word by word. I'll give you 3 seconds. Kneel down. Apologize to my woman. Otherwise, I don't mind making you disappear from this world forever. Chapter 60. I just want to have a meal, but someone always comes to spoil my fun. This chapter has been radically revised. He picked up the fork at hand. Under the astonished gaze of the blonde young man and his companions, Xiao Bian slowly pinched the fork of the fine steel fork with 2 fingers. The metal groaned under the strain of his fingers. He twisted the 4 steel teeth into a twisted knot like a soft hemp rope. He casually threw the scrap metal onto the table, making a crisp ding sound. What did you say? Xiao Bian still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as the Siberian cold wave. I didn't hear clearly, please say it again. The blonde young man's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue, as if he had opened a dyeing factory. His companion behind him was so frightened by this move that he took 2 steps back and knocked over the plate behind him. You. The blond young man pointed at Chow Bian in a timid manner, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Another companion with an even hotter temper, relying on his height and strength, roared and rushed forward with his fists raised. Fuck you. Chow Bian didn't even turn his head. He just casually stretched out his hand backwards and caught the opponent's fist accurately. Crack. A dull sound, like the breaking of dry wood, echoed clearly in the quiet restaurant. The burly young man let out a short, mournful cry as if his throat was being strangled, and his entire body collapsed instantly as if all the bones had been pulled out. The blond young man and his remaining companion were all terrified, and a chill rushed from their tailbone to the top of their head. Now, can you talk properly? Chow Bian let go of his hand and let the guy with a broken wrist twitch and wail on the ground. He stood up and walked towards the blond young man, whose face had already turned pale. His pace was not fast, but it was like the drumbeat of death, and every step hit the opponent's heart. The blond young man was so frightened that his legs went weak and he stepped back repeatedly. Finally, he tripped over a chair and sat down on the ground. Chow Bian looked down at him condescendingly. He raised his foot and gently stepped on the blond young man's shoulder. A huge force like a mountain came, and the blond young man felt that his shoulder blade was about to be crushed on the spot. Ah! He screamed in pain and his body involuntarily shrank. Finally, under the horrified gaze of all the diners in the restaurant, he was forced to kneel on the ground, his cheek pressed against the cold floor. Seeing this, the remaining companion was terrified and turned around and ran away without thinking. Chow Bian didn't even look at him, but just picked up a hard baguette from the appetizer bread basket on the table. The muscles in his arms tensed and he flicked his wrist lightly. The baguette flew out with a whistling sound like a cannonball. Bang! A muffled sound. The bread hit the back of the fleeing young man's head accurately. The young man's eyes rolled back, and without even a groan, he fell face down to the ground and fainted on the spot. The entire restaurant was dead silent. Everyone looked at this calm and composed Oriental man as if he were a devil. Xiao Wanqing's beautiful eyes were already full of brilliance, which turned into fanatical admiration and love. Lu Ruiyan's small hands tightly grasped the tablecloth, her heart beating fast, but looking at Chow Bian's back, who was not tall but extremely reliable, the fear strangely turned into a strong sense of security and a hint of secret throbbing. Bai Suzhen elegantly picked up the wineglass, took a sip of champagne, and a smile of appreciation appeared on the corner of her mouth. This is the master she chose, powerful, domineering, and unscrupulous. Chow Bian retracted his foot and adjusted his sleeves, which were not wrinkled at all. He still had that harmless smile on his face as he spoke gently to the blond young man kneeling on the ground. Apologize. The blond young man was shaking like a sieve, and he rolled and crawled towards the 3 women, kowtowing and crying. I'm sorry. Beautiful ladies. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real you. I was wrong. Please let me go. His companion, whose wrist was stepped on and broken, ignored the pain, struggled to kneel down, and kowtowed for mercy as well. We were wrong. We were assholes. We won't do it again. Chow Bian ignored them and turned to look at his 3 women, his voice so gentle that it seemed as if water could drip out. Hey babies, what do you think we should do? Xiao Wanqing snorted coldly and turned her face away in disgust. Tell them to go away. Don't be an eyesore here and affect my mood for eating. Lu Ruiyan looked at their miserable appearance and finally softened her heart and agreed in a low voice. Forget it, Heigenbun. Bai Suzhen wiped the corner of her mouth elegantly with a napkin and added slowly. Remember to pay the bill for our table before you leave. Chow Bian snapped his fingers. Did you hear that? Pay the bill, and get out of here with your rubbish friends. Yes. Yes. The blond young man was as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly took out his wallet from his pocket, threw down a large stack of cash, then crawled to support his companion and fled the restaurant in a mess. None of the diners around dared to cast disrespectful glances over here anymore. They all lowered their heads and pretended to concentrate on the food on their plates. The storm was finally settled. After dinner, the 4 returned to their villa in Beverly Hills. As soon as she entered the door, Xiao Wanqing could no longer hold back and hugged Chow Bian. Honey, you were so handsome just now. Lu Ruiyan and Bai Susu followed behind, and looking at their intimate appearance, they both showed knowing smiles on their faces. Okay, calm down quickly. Chow Bian patted Xiao Wanqing on the back. I bought so many new clothes today, why don't you try them on? In a word, it successfully ignited the nature of women. Oh, that's right. Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up, she slid off him, and ran upstairs with Lu Ruyan in her hand. Sister Ruyan, come on, let's go change clothes and give him something exciting tonight. Lu Ruyan was pulled by her pretty face flushed, and she said stop fooling around, but she didn't stop. Bai Suzhen cast a meaningful glance at Qiao Bian and followed him with elegant steps. Qiao Bian sat down leisurely on the sofa in the living room, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and waited quietly for the private visual feast that was about to take place. Not long after, there were footsteps on the stairs. The first one to come down was Xiao Wanqing. She changed into a black lace suspender nightgown, covered with a layer of gauze as thin as a cicada's wing. There was very little fabric. She walked down the stairs step by step with her snow-white bare feet, like a captivating fairy of the night. She walked in front of Qiao Bian and deliberately turned around, her skirt fluttering, looking extremely beautiful. How is it? Does it look good? Qiao Bian's Adam's apple rolled, he raised his wine glass, his eyes burning. Full marks. Xiao Wanqing smiled triumphantly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and breathed a sweet scent. Then, compared to what Sister Bai wore on the plane, which one looks better? Then there is Lu Ruyan. She changed into an off-white cheongsam with delicate buttons and a very high slit. As she walked, her pair of round and slender legs were faintly visible under the silk. Her face was filled with shame and her hands were twisted together nervously. The shyness that made her want to speak but not to was in stark contrast to her figure. Sister Ruyan, you make me feel like a bad person. Qiao Bian exclaimed sincerely. Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder and she argued in a low voice. Xingqing insisted that I wear this. The last one to come down was Bai Suzhen. She didn't choose any of those very sexy styles. He was only wearing a white shirt from Qiao Bian. Loose and baggy. Two dazzling long legs are completely exposed. She leaned on the handrail of the stairs, looking at the three people in the living room, her red lips slightly parted. It's late at night. Qiao Bian looked at the vivid scene in front of him and felt the blood in his body begin to boil. 3 different styles. He let out a hearty low laugh, exerted force with his arms, and picked up Xiao Wanqing horizontally. The night is short, don't stand. The crystal chandelier in the villa's living room went out quietly at some point. Only the moonlight outside the window remained, quietly falling on the carpet. Messy clothes were scattered all over the floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intimate interaction and obtaining 3,000 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 9,400 points. Chapter 61 Pool Party, lock-in 91 points Hot Pussycat. Revised version 2, there's nothing much here, why didn't it pass the review? I'm so upset. The next day, the sky was getting light. Qiao Bian woke up from the soft big bed and stretched his muscles. The 3 beauties are fat and have peaceful sleeping faces. The scene of last night is still vivid in my mind, and I don't know what agreement these women reached in private. It was actually a wonderful show. She is worthy of being my woman. He was very proud and felt that this was how life should be. As if sensing his movement, Xiao Wanqing woke up first. She groggily leaned over and placed a lazy kiss on his lips. Good morning, husband. Her soft voice with a hint of hoarseness was particularly alluring. The noise here also woke up Lu Ruyan, who was standing nearby. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Wanqing affectionately holding Qiao Bian's arm, and her arm was on Qiao Bian's waist. Those ridiculous and embarrassing scenes from last night suddenly flooded into my mind. Lu Ruyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. Like a frightened rabbit, she suddenly retracted her hand and pulled the quilt to cover her face. Seeing her like this, Xiao Wanqing reached out with a wicked smile to pull the quilt that was covering her face. Sister Ruyan, stop pretending to be asleep. The sun is shining on your butt. At this moment, Bai Suzhen on the other side also woke up. She stretched lazily, her perfect curves revealed under the thin blanket. Leaning against the head of the bed, her beautiful eyes smiling, she watched with interest as Xiao Wanqing teased Lu Ruyan. Xiao Wanqing felt her playful gaze, and the little alarm in her heart instantly sounded. She snorted softly and turned to face Qiao Bian again. This time, she deliberately pressed her red lips harder and glanced at Bai Suzhen provocatively. Husband, you haven't told me yet, who performed the best last night? This question is simply a death question. Qiao Bian smiled. Xingqing is a burning flame. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who was hiding in the dark, and his voice was gentle. Smoke is like gentle water, which makes me intoxicated. Sister Susu is a volcano waiting to erupt. She surprises me every time. Tell me, among fire, water, and volcano, can I tell which one is the best? I just hate that I can't do it all at once. The three girls' cheeks turned red after hearing these words. Xiao Wanqing snorted and slipped out of his arms. You're just sweet talking. Sister Ruyan, run! This cow is going crazy again. She pulled up Lu Ruyan, who was still pretending to be an ostrich, and the two of them ran out of the bedroom with red faces, wrapped in sheets, and laughing. At this time, Bai Suzhen also stood up gracefully, performed an impeccable kneeling salute to Chao Bian, her eyes moving. Master, I have to go take care of some things first. After saying that, she also left with graceful steps, leaving Chao Bian alone in the empty bed. Chao Bian watched them leave, and the smile on his lips gradually faded. This is the home he wants, a home that will never disband. To protect this home, we need stronger power and more chips. He turned on his phone and looked at the new information sent by Susu. Angeli is hosting a pool party tonight at a private mansion in Vinewood Hills. Chao Bian's eyes became sharp. He let the women rest well in the villa and enjoy their vacation, and they had no interest in such noisy occasions. He changed into a Versace printed silk shirt and paired it with white slim fit trousers, looking lazy and noble. When he arrived at the garage, he saw many luxury cars parked there. They were included with the rental of the villa. Chao Bian chose a Porsche 911 and drove to the party. A lava orange Porsche 911 stopped at the door of the mansion, and a parking attendant immediately came up to greet him with a big smile on his face and respectfully took the car keys. The party scene was already bustling with people. In the swimming pool, young men and women were laughing and playing, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of alcohol and hormones. The deafening electronic music almost overturned the entire mountain top. The appearance of Chao Bian was like a drop of cold water dropped into a boiling oil pan. The surrounding noise seemed to quiet down. An oriental man who was so handsome that it infuriates both humans and gods, with an outstanding temperament, is out of tune with the group of young people who are partying around him. Almost all women's attention was involuntarily attracted to him. Chao Bian didn't care about these gazes at all. His eyes swept quickly through the noisy crowd like a radar. Soon, he locked onto his target in a booth by the swimming pool. A girl wearing a hot red bikini was holding a glass of wine and laughing and joking with some of her close friends. It was Li Anqi. In person, she is even more beautiful and energetic than she looks in the photos. The system's prompt sounded in Chao Bian's mind on time. Name, Li Anqi. Age, 21. Overall appearance, 91. Measurements, 90c62-92. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Favorability, 30 naturally favorable towards good-looking opposite sex. Experience value, 0. Experience value 0? Unexpectedly, this experience value is completely different from what she shows on social media. Chao Bian's mouth curled up slightly. He picked up 2 glasses of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter, took a long step forward, and walked straight over. Li Anqi, who was chatting with her best friend, had already noticed the overly handsome man walking towards her. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she made no effort to hide her interest. Hey, beautiful lady, drinking alone, don't you think it's a waste of such a good night? Chao Bian walked up to her and handed her one of the glasses of champagne with just the right amount of ruffian on his face. Li Anqi's girlfriends all burst into laughter. Li Anqi herself took the wine glass generously, tilted her head back and took a big sip. Her beautiful big eyes looked at him boldly, from top to bottom, as if she wanted to see through his clothes. It was just one person. She stuck out her tongue, licked the wine stains on her lips, and gave him a wink. Not anymore. What a straightforward and hot little wildcat. Chao Bian secretly praised in his heart. Just when the atmosphere between the two was just right and sparks were flying, an untimely voice rang out. A young man wearing a flowered shirt, with dyed yellow hair and slicked back grease, looking like a spirited young man, came over with a glass of wine. Angie, who is this? Chapter 62. You were shouting so happily, I guess you don't have any real skills. The man's eyes as he looked at Chao Bian were filled with undisguised hostility. His name is Zhao Kai. His family has some assets in China. He has been pursuing Li Anqi madly. Unfortunately, Li Anqi has always been lukewarm towards him. My new friend, what's wrong? Li Anqi didn't even look at him and replied perfunctorily, her eyes still glued to Chao Bian. Zhao Kai was so angry at her disregard that his face froze, but he didn't dare to get angry. He transferred all his anger to Chao Bian. Brother, where are you from? My name is Zhao Kai. My family runs a small business and has a good relationship with the Chinese Chamber of Commerce here. He paused, deliberately raised his voice, and boasted. I just picked up a Ferrari SF90. It's parked right outside. I can take Angie for a ride later. He tried to use this childish way to show off his financial resources and connections and suppress Qiao Bian, his rival in love, who came out of nowhere. Qiao Bian listened with a smile, taking a sip of champagne from time to time. That expression was like watching a jumping monkey performing a one-man show in the zoo. He didn't even look at Zhao Kai, but just leaned forward slightly, leaned close to Lianqi's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Your friend is a bit noisy. Lianqi burst out laughing, shrugged her shoulders, and looked at Zhao Kai with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Zhao Kai felt extremely humiliated when he saw the two of them whispering intimately as if no one was around and laughing at him. His face instantly turned purple and his voice became shrill. Boy, I'm talking to you. What's your attitude? He looked Qiao Bian up and down with contempt in his eyes. What car did you drive here? Did you get in by hitching a ride? Faced with Zhao Kai's questioning, Qiao Bian finally responded. He slowly turned his head, but still didn't look at Zhao Kai. His eyes fell on Lianqi's pretty face, which was full of interest. A lazy smile appeared on Qiao Bian's lips. The sound was not loud, but it clearly drowned out the surrounding music. It seems like anyone can sneak into your party. He drank the remaining champagne in the glass and extended an invitation to Lianqi. Would you like to change places and talk about some adult topics? Zhao Kai boasted for a long time with saliva flying everywhere, and found that Qiao Bian opposite him not only did not show any inferiority or envy, but the mockery in his eyes became more and more intense. This made him feel like a clown who was performing hard but punched cotton, which made him feel extremely frustrated. Lianqi, who was standing next to him, didn't even bother to glance at him. Her beautiful eyes never left Qiao Bian's face. Zhao Kai was burning with jealousy. Hey, kid, what the hell do you do? He finally couldn't help it and questioned in a bad tone. Looking at the way you're dressed, you don't look like a rich person. How did you get into this party? Qiao Bian shook the wine glass in his hand and spoke slowly. Me? I'm just a homeless person. As for how he got in, of course he walked in. His nonchalant attitude made Zhao Kai even more annoyed. Pretend. Keep pretending. Zhao Kai pointed at Qiao Bian's nose and cursed. I'm telling you, Angie is the woman I'm interested in. A poor bastard like you'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in Los Angeles. Lianqi's face finally darkened. She hates it most when people tell her friends what to do. Zhao Kai, shut up. Is it your business to decide who I make friends with? If you dare to be rude to him again, get out of here immediately. Seeing Lianqi getting angry, Zhao Kai's arrogance immediately subsided. He didn't dare to offend Lianqi, so he could only stare at Qiao Bian with resentment. Qiao Bian put down his wine glass, patted Lianqi's shoulder, and signaled her not to be angry. Then he took a step forward, leaned close to Zhao Kai's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You know what? There's a saying in my hometown. It's called, the dog that bites doesn't bark. You're yelling so happily, so I guess you don't have any real skills, right? Zhao Kai's face instantly turned purple. This is a naked humiliation. He was about to have a fit. Lianqi finally lost her patience completely. She waved her hand impatiently, as if to shoo away a buzzing fly. Zhao Kai, you are really noisy. You are not welcome at my party. Now, get out. Zhao Kai was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Lianqi didn't even look at him, but grabbed Qiao Bian's wrist and turned away. Come with me. Her palms were a little warm and damp, with a hint of strength that could not be refused. The two walked through the noisy crowd, pushed open a door, and walked into a dark guest room. The door closed with a click, blocking out the deafening music outside. The room was dark. Only the huge floor-to-ceiling windows let in the hazy lights of the pool party outside and the cold moonlight. The interweaving of light and shadow stretched the figures of the two people into slender shapes. Lianqi let go of her hand, took off her bikini jacket and threw it on the sofa. The fiery red bikini showed her fit and energetic body to Qiao Bian without reservation. She leaned against the cool glass, her arms folded across her chest, and studied him with interest. May I have your name? I don't think I've ever seen someone like you in the Angel City Circle. Qiao Bian walked in front of her, with only a fist's distance between them. He could smell her sweet scent, a mixture of perfume and champagne. Chow Bian. A newly unemployed vagrant naturally doesn't belong to your group. Li Anqi burst out laughing. She stretched out a finger with red nail polish and gently touched the chest of his Versace shirt. Her fingertips traced the outline of his pectoral muscles through the thin silk. A homeless person can't afford to wear this brand. Her fingers continued to slide down, feeling the firm and distinct abdominal muscles. I can't even afford to support your muscles that make women scream. Chow Bian allowed her little movements and just looked down at her with an aggressive look in his eyes. Did you scream then? Li Anqi paused, raised her head, met his gaze, and slightly opened her red lips. Not yet. But it will be soon. She took the initiative to take a step forward, stood on tiptoe, put her red lips close to his ear, and exhaled a sweet breath. Let me see if you are just like that Zhao Kai, a paper tiger that can only bark. Chow Bian smiled. He grabbed Li Anqi's waist, lifted her up, turned her around and pressed her onto the soft big bed. He looked down at the little wild cat beneath him who had shown its claws. The moonlight shone through the window onto him. He slowly and methodically unbuttoned his shirt one by one and took it off. The perfect inverted triangle figure and flawless muscle lines looked like a work of art carved by God himself under the moonlight. Li Anqi's breathing suddenly became disordered. She had seen too many men, those trained in the gym and built up with drugs, but none of them could be like the one in front of her, full of primitive, wild, and deadly noble beauty. She felt her body begin to heat up uncontrollably. Just as Chow Bian bent down, ready to completely tame the little wildcat. A rapid ring of a cell phone broke the ambiguous silence in the room. Chow Bian stopped moving. He picked up his phone. The name flashing on the screen froze the smile on his face. A small vinegar jar in the late Qing dynasty. His heart skipped a beat. They knew they were out on business. Xia Wanqing called at this time. Something happened. Chapter 63. Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. What's up? Is your girlfriend here to check on you? Li Anqi's red lips curled up slightly, her fingers still drawing circles on Chow Bian's chest, her tone full of teasing. Chow Bian did not reply. He simply raised his hand and gently held Li Anqi's restless hand with an irresistible force. The movement was very light, but it made the smile on Li Anqi's face freeze for a moment. The call is connected. Xia Wanqing's crying and extremely panicked voice immediately came from the other end. The other side. Help! The background noise of the phone was mixed with a man's frivolous whistle and obscenities. Sister Royan, Sister Susu, we were shopping in Chinatown when we got picked off by a bunch of thugs. They were drunk, they wouldn't let us leave, and they even got physical with us. Boom! In Chow Bian's mind, the string called reason broke. The peach blossom eyes that were still smiling a second ago, in an instant, all the light and warmth faded away. All that was left was a dead sea of ice. A bone-chilling murderous intent emanated from him without warning. The air in the room seemed to be frozen by this murderous intent, and the temperature dropped sharply. Li Anqi felt as if she had fallen naked into an ice cave, and all the hairs on her body stood on end in an instant. She looked at Chow Bian's profile, a face so handsome that it made her heart beat. But at this moment, there was a strangeness and horror that made her soul tremble. Don't be afraid, tell me the exact location. Chow Bian's voice was terrifyingly calm, without a trace of emotion. This extreme calmness is more frightening than hysterical roars. I'll be right there. He comforted Xia Wanqing on the other end of the phone in a deep voice, asking her not to hang up and to keep talking. He let go of Li Anqi's hand, without even looking at her, turned around and walked out with big strides. It seems that the lively and colorful things behind me are just insignificant dust. Hey! Where are you going? Li Anqi looked at his cold and resolute back and shouted subconsciously. She had never seen a person whose aura could change so dramatically in just 1 second. Just now he was a cynical womanizer ready to have sex with her. Now, he is like a god of death who has returned from hell and is about to choose someone to devour. Chow Bian's figure had disappeared outside the door. The only answer she got was the thunderous roar of the Porsche 911 downstairs, which was instantly ignited by its engine. The next second, this lava-orange beast, like a blood-red arrow shot from a bow, rushed down Hollywood Hill with endless murderous intent, roaring towards Chinatown. Inside the car, Chow Bian's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He held the phone in front of him and turned on speakerphone. On the phone, Xia Wanqing's crying, the gangster's teasing, and even Lu Ruyan's suppressed exclamation were all clearly heard. Every sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Suzhen are the softest and most untouchable reverse scales on Xiao Bian's body. Dare to touch his woman? He wanted to let those people know what it meant to live a life worse than death. The Porsche was driving madly through the streets of Angel City at night, and the roar of its engine was composing a prelude to death. Vehicles on the road avoided the scene in panic. Xiao Bian's eyes were fixed on the front, with only one thought in his mind. Hurry up! Faster! Finally, the block of streets covered with neon signs in the distance came into view. Chinatown, here we are. The harsh sound of tires rubbing against each other cut through the night sky. A lava-orange Porsche 911 did a brutal drift and stopped in front of the brightly lit tea restaurant. The car lights were as bright as daylight, clearly illuminating the filth and ugliness in the alley. Xiao Bian's gaze penetrated the windshield and froze in an instant. His 3 women were surrounded by 7 or 8 ruffians who looked like hooligans and were drunk. Bai Suzhen protected Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan behind her. Fortunately, she had learned some self-defense skills, and there was a skinny gangster lying at her feet, holding his stomach and groaning. But the other side was more numerous and powerful, and this insignificant resistance instead aroused their worse animal nature. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan hugged each other tightly, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Especially Lu Ruyan, she had never seen such a scene before. Her pretty face had turned pale and her lips had lost their color. Seeing their companion being kicked down by Bai Suzhen, the group of thugs were not afraid but burst into laughter. Hey, Jerry, are you okay? Did a woman knock you down? Don't tell anyone you know us when you get home. It's too damn embarrassing. The leader was a yellow-haired man with earrings and a fat face. He stopped his companions from laughing and looked at Bai Suzhen with his cloudy eyes. Yo, this chick is pretty hot, huh? He spat and approached with a lewd grin on his face. Boyfriend? Where is your boyfriend? Let him come out and see me. So what if he comes? We brothers can just open his eyes and let him see with his own eyes how his girlfriend is loved by us, ha ha ha. The thugs around all let out obscene laughter. As the yellow-haired boy spoke, he stretched out his dirty, oily hands. He actually went straight towards Bai Suzhen's delicate face. Stop! Just when the dirty hand was about to touch Bai Suzhen's skin, a bone-chilling roar rang out. The laughter of the gangsters stopped abruptly and they looked back subconsciously. Bang! The Porsche's door was slammed open and hit the car hard. Xiao Bian got out of the car. The buttons of his Versace-printed silk shirt were long gone, and the collar was open. The chest and abdominal muscles are clearly defined, and under the light of the car lights, they seem to be covered with a layer of frost. The expression on his face was colder than the deepest shadow in the alley. Those peach blossom eyes that usually always contained a smile were now filled with overwhelming anger. The moment she saw him, Bai Suzhen's forced strength collapsed in an instant and tears burst out. All the fear and grievances of the 3 women turned into sobs. The other side. The yellow-haired gangster looked at the handsome man who suddenly appeared, then looked at the luxury car behind him. A hint of jealousy first flashed in his eyes, and then was covered by even stronger contempt. In his opinion, this pretty boy is nothing but an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless. He turned his head, licked his cracked lips, and whistled frivolously at Xiao Bian. Hey, the real boss is here? Boy, you've come just in time. Don't go away. There will be something exciting to watch soon. As he spoke, that greasy hand reached out to Bai Suzhen's delicate cheek again without caring about the consequences. However, his hand stopped in mid-air. A large hand, like an iron clamp, appeared out of nowhere and tightly grasped his wrist. The yellow-haired thug was stunned and was about to curse. Crack! A sound of bone cracking, so crisp and tooth grinding, suddenly rang out in the silent alley. Ah! What followed was a heart-wrenching scream that was completely out of tune. Chapter 64, The Dragon Has a Reverse Scale, Touching It Will Lead to Death. Ah! A shrill scream that was completely unlike a human voice cut through the noisy night in Chinatown. The yellow-haired gangster's entire arm was strangely bent backwards at an angle that went against the human body's anatomy. The white bone stumps even pierced the skin, glowing greasy under the neon light. There was no extra expression on Xiao Bian's face. He raised his foot and kicked the yellow-haired man in the chest cleanly. Huang Mo flew backwards like a discarded garbage bag, hit the wall 5 or 6 meters away, and slid to the ground. His head tilted and he fell silent. Close your eyes. Chow Bian's voice was very soft, but it reached the ears of the three women behind him clearly. No extra comfort, just the simplest commands. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan subconsciously did as they were told and buried their faces in Bai Susu's arms. Bai Suzhen also closed her eyes, but her body was still shaking slightly because of fear. The remaining thugs were stunned for a moment by the bloody scene. The ferocity brought by the alcohol instantly overwhelmed the fear. Fuck! Kill him! Come on together! Damn it! They roared and pulled out shining daggers and folding knives from their pockets. With ferocious faces, they pounced towards Chow Bian from all directions. A cold light flashed. Chow Bian's body moved. He didn't use any fancy fighting techniques. It's just relying on the speed and strength that have been enhanced to inhuman levels by the system. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the knife coming from the left. He clenched his right fist and fired it like a cannonball, hitting his opponent's jaw first. Crack! There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. The man didn't even let out a scream. He spat out a mouthful of blood mist mixed with a few broken teeth and fell straight back. At the same time, he grabbed the knife-holding wrist of a thug who attacked from the right. Twisted hard. Crack. Same position, same angle, same sound of bones breaking. The gangster's screams were even more miserable than the yellow-haired ones before. Chow Bian snatched the dagger that fell from his hand. A gangster who was relatively smart, seeing that the situation was not good, did not rush towards Chow Bian. With a fierce look in his eyes, he turned and pounced on the three women who were hugging each other tightly with their eyes closed. Court death. Chow Bian's eyes turned cold. Without even looking at it, he turned around and threw the dagger he had snatched away. The dagger turned into a silver stream of light, drawing a deadly arc in the air. Puff! The blade accurately pierced through the gangster's palm as he stretched out his hand towards the woman, nailing him to the wall behind him. Ah, my hand! The gangster looked at his palm that was pierced by the nail and let out a desperate wail. The whole process was smooth and happened in the blink of an eye. In the alley, there was no one standing except Chow Bian. 7 or 8 thugs who were so arrogant just now were now lying on the ground with broken hands and feet, and their lives or deaths were unknown. The strong smell of blood, mixed with the smell of cheap alcohol, filled the air. Chow Bian slowly exhaled, and the terrifying murderous aura on his body gradually subsided. The ice in his eyes melted away and turned back into those peach blossom eyes filled with tenderness. He turned around, opened his arms, and hugged the 3 frightened women tightly. It's okay. I am coming. His voice was so gentle that it could melt ice and snow, and it had a power that could bring immense peace of mind. Feeling his warm chest and strong heartbeat, Xiao Wancheng and Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back and lay in his arms, crying loudly. Bai Suzhen's forced strength finally collapsed, tears burst out, and her voice was filled with tears and strong self-blame. I'm sorry, Bian. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so careless. I thought it was safe here and sent all the bodyguards away. Chow Bian patted her back gently and spoke softly in her ear. It's none of your business, Sister Susu. I failed to protect you. I won't do that again, I promise. He lowered his head, kissed Xiao Wanqing's forehead, and wiped away the tears from Lu Ruyan's face. Okay, stop crying. It won't look good if you keep crying. Wait until the 3 women calm down a little. He let them go and walked up to a thug who was still groaning on the ground, holding his broken arm. He raised his foot and stepped hard on the gangster's chest, making him unable to breathe instantly. The thug's eyes were bulging out from being stepped on, tears were streaming down his face, and he made vague threats. You, just wait, the Flying Dragon Gang will not let you go. Flying Dragon Gang? Chow Bian nodded and wrote down the name. He exerted a little force with his foot, and the gangster immediately let out a muffled groan and almost fainted. The murderous intent appeared again in Chow Bian's eyes. You touched his people and you want to let it go? To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. At this time, the shrill sound of sirens came from far away. A police car roared over and several tall policemen rushed out. They glanced at the thugs rolling on the ground, and then looked at Chow Bian and his 4 companions who were dressed in smart clothes. The leading white fat policeman put his hand directly on the holster and shouted sternly. Don't move. Put your hands up. Get down on the ground. Chow Bian frowned. Officer, we are victims and this is self-defense. The fat policeman didn't listen at all. Instead, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Chow Bian. Shut up. I told you to get down. You yellow monkey, don't you understand what I'm saying? His companion also drew his gun, glanced at the three women with contempt, and whistled. Hey, looks like there's going to be a lot of fun tonight. Chow Bian's face turned completely cold. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. The fat policeman felt a flash before his eyes and a sharp pain in his wrist. By the time he reacted, the gun in his hand was gone. Chow Bian had stood in front of him without him noticing, playing with the Glock pistol in his hand. He removed the magazine with one hand, pulled the slide, and ejected the bullet from the chamber. Then he gently placed the empty gun, the magazine, and the bullets on the hood of the police car. The whole action was so fast that it was dizzying. The two policemen were stunned and broke out in cold sweats. This is a monster. Bai Susu had regained her composure by this time. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. She spoke calmly to the person on the other end of the phone in fluent English. It's me. I'm in front of the Jean Man Lu Tea restaurant in Chinatown and I'm having some trouble. Yes, from the Angel City Police Department, the Central District Police Station. She glanced at the police numbers of the two policemen. Officers 9527 and 9528 pointed guns at my man and made racial slurs. Tell their commissioner that if he doesn't want to be on the headlines tomorrow because of the scandal of racial discrimination and violent law enforcement, he has 10 minutes to come here and apologize to us in person. After saying that, she hung up the phone. I just contacted the mayor of Angel City. I donated some money here before, so he should at least give me some face. After listening to this, Chow Bian looked at the two pale-faced policemen in front of him with a cold smile on his face. It seems that you are in big trouble. Chapter 65, Comforting the Three Frightened Women. Less than 5 minutes. A shrill siren sounded from far away. 3 police cars stopped at the entrance of the alley in a surrounding formation. A Chinese man in a white shirt crawled out of the car. The back of his shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. As soon as he saw Bai Suzhen, his calves went weak instantly. Ms. Bai. Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. The man ran over with a nod and a bow, without even looking at his two subordinates, and first bowed 90 degrees to Bai Susu. Then he turned to Chow Bian, and the smile on his face was uglier than crying. This must be Mr. Chow. I'm Li Hua, the chief of the Central District Police Station. I offer my sincerest apologies to you and the ladies for the stupidity and rudeness of my subordinates. The 2 white policemen were completely stunned. Their immediate superior actually kowtowed to a yellow-skinned boy. Chow Bian didn't say anything. He simply picked up the yellow bullet and tossed it carelessly between his fingers. Director Li Hua's heart was in his throat with every rise and fall of the bullet. Mr. Chow, don't worry. I'll send these 2 idiots back home right now. No, I'll be kicked off the police force forever. I guarantee that they will never receive a penny of pension in their lifetime. When the fat policeman heard this, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Chow Bian finally stopped what he was doing. He put the bullet in his pocket and spoke lightly. These people on the ground, and the Filong gang behind them. I need the most detailed information. Deliver it to my residence within half an hour. Director Li Hua nodded vigorously as if he had been pardoned. No problem. Of course. I'll deliver it to you personally. Chow Bian ignored him and turned around to take off his discarded shirt. He gently draped the blanket over the still trembling Lu Ruyan. Then, he picked up Xiao Wanqing, whose legs were too weak to stand. His left hand tightly held by Su Zhen's hand. Let's go home. He walked towards the orange Porsche with his 3 women as if no one was around. Director Li Hua hurried forward and respectfully opened the car door for him. The engine roared again. The Porsche sped away. All that was left was a mess on the ground and a group of policemen with pale faces. Back to the Beverly Hills villa. The crystal chandelier in the living room emitted a soft light, isolating the darkness and blood from the outside world. As soon as Xiao Wanqing was put down, she could no longer hold on and threw herself into Chow Bian's arms like a kitten seeking shelter. Her body was still shaking uncontrollably. I was so scared, Higgin. I thought I would never see you again. The crying voice made Chow Bian's heart tighten. Lu Ruyan also came over and sat down beside him, her small hands tightly grasping the corner of his clothes. Her eyes were red and her voice was full of guilt. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to go to Chinatown for a late-night snack. Bai Susu poured him a glass of warm water and handed it to his mouth. She had regained her usual composure, but the fear deep in her eyes could not be hidden. I was too careless. I dismissed the bodyguards and gave them an opportunity to take advantage of me. Looking at the three women who took all the responsibility on themselves, Chao Bian felt both pain and warmth in his heart. He put down the water cup, opened his arms, and held all three of them tightly in his arms. What nonsense! You are my women. It is my responsibility to protect you. I'm sorry I came late and scared you. He lowered his head and placed a soothing kiss on each person's forehead. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Go take a shower and wash away all the bad luck. Then, have a good sleep. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. The bathroom was filled with mist. In the huge jacuzzi, the water gurgles. Chao Bian personally washed away the coldness and fear from the three frightened women. His hands were steady and his movements were gentle, as if he was wiping away rare treasures covered in dust. Xiao Wanqing leaned on his broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Lu Ruyan was held in his arms, and the sense of security that came from her bones made her forget all her shyness. Bai Suzhen rested her head on his strong arms, enjoying this pure protection she had never experienced before. No one spoke. There is only warm water flow and the steady breaths blending with each other. Their nerves, which had been tense all night, completely relaxed at this moment. Return to the bedroom. Three beautiful bodies soon fell into a deep sleep in his strong arms. There were still traces of tears on their faces, but there was a relieved smile on the corners of their mouths. Chao Bian looked at their peaceful sleeping faces, his eyes filled with tenderness. Even in her sleep, Xiao Wanqing's brows would occasionally furrow. Lu Ruyan's hand was still subconsciously grabbing the corner of his clothes. Bai Suzhen had her hair tied up high. I am trying hard to resolve the guilt in my heart. Work hard all night. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 300 points. Current host satisfaction value, 9,700 points. The three girls slept soundly. Chao Bian looked at the three women's peaceful sleeping faces, and his heart softened. But at this moment, Xiao Wanqing in his arms suddenly uttered a sound in her sleep and her body trembled violently. Her brows were furrowed painfully in her sleep, obviously suffering from a nightmare. Lu Ruyan's small hands also subconsciously grasped the corner of his clothes, as if she would fall into the abyss if she let go. Bai Suzhen was sleeping the deepest, but she was also the one who was trying the hardest to stay awake. A teardrop oozed from the corner of her eye. This scene was like a heavy hammer, hitting Chao Bian's heart hard. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself lightly. Damn, what an idiot! He owns a mountain of treasure, but he only thinks about becoming stronger. There are clearly things in the rare goods mall that can help them protect themselves. Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion, 3,000 satisfaction points per potion. As long as each of them has one, let alone a few thugs, even if a special forces team comes, they will be able to fight. It's really useless to have a system but your brain can't keep up. He thought about it and opened the mall. Current total mall currency, 9,700 points. He looked at the three potions that were shining with a light golden light without hesitation. System, exchange for 3 Advanced Physical Enhancement Potions. Ding, 9,000 satisfaction points consumed, exchange successful. Current remaining satisfaction points, 700 points. 3 potions appeared out of thin air in his hands, as smooth as jade. He did not wake them immediately. They were too tired last night and needed a good rest. He was just a little bit expectant, not knowing that these 3 beauties were already captivating everyone. After being optimized to the limits of the human body, it will bloom with such breathtaking beauty. As he thought about it, Chao Bian started to feel a little moved. Chapter 66. It hurts a little, just bear with it. The next morning. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the big white bed. Xiao Wanqing's eyelashes trembled and she woke up first. The pleasant masculine scent of him lingered in her nose, and the fear of last night had long since disappeared. She rubbed against his arms out of habit, like a lazy cat, her voice soft and sticky in the morning. Good morning, husband. Her little movement woke up Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, she saw that she was still resting her head on Chao Bian's strong arm, and her cheeks instantly turned lightly red. She subconsciously pulled the silky quilt to cover her beautiful body. Bai Suzhen on the other side also sat up gracefully, her long hair falling down her shoulders like a waterfall. She watched the scene with her eyes moving around, a satisfied smile on her lips. Are you all awake? Chao Bian smiled, opened his arms and pulled the three women into his arms again. He would never allow the helpless situation of last night to happen again. As if by magic, he produced 3 potions that shone with a pale golden light. Here, I've prepared some rewards for my 3 heroes. Lu Ruyan looked at the potion that was so beautiful that it seemed unearthly and hesitated. Higan, what is this? It looks so beautiful. Xiao Wanqing came over curiously, her big eyes full of inquiry. Bai Suzhen's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She took one and shook it gently in her hand. The liquid in the tube refracted a charming halo, and a strange sense of energy emanated from it. She had a hunch that this thing was definitely not simple. Again, those mysterious things of yours? Her eyes were seductive and her white fingers were drawing circles on Chao Bian's chest. If you just want us to have more energy, there's no need to worry. Master, whatever you want from me, I will satisfy you. Chao Bian slapped her perky but in an unpleasant manner, causing her to let out a charming cry. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a real treasure. His expression grew serious. Drinking it will make you more beautiful and healthier. Most importantly, it gives you strength. A strength that is enough to protect yourself and never let anyone bully you again. No one can bully me anymore. These words instantly struck the hearts of the 3 women. The fear and helplessness of being surrounded last night came to my mind again. The charm in Bai Suzhen's eyes faded, becoming sharp and decisive. She was the first to unscrew the bottle cap and looked at Chao Bian deeply. As long as it's something you give me, I'll drink it even if it's poison. After saying that, she raised her head and drank the potion in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan also opened the potion, their eyes full of resolute trust. It might hurt a little, but trust me, it's worth it. Chao Bian gave them a shot of prevention in advance. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Susu's body trembled violently, and her delicate face instantly lost its color. But she just groaned, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It is a kind of decisive pleasure of breaking the old self and gaining a new life. Lu Ruyan followed closely behind. Severe pain came over her. She bit her lips tightly and tears flowed uncontrollably. But she was stubborn and refused to make a sound, but buried her face in Chao Bian's arms, seeking support. Xiao Wanqing was the most stubborn. Her whole body was shaking violently, and her nails were almost digging into her palms. Veins bulged on her forehead, and she swallowed all the cries of pain back into her stomach like a female leopard fighting against fate. Chao Bian embraced the 3 of them one by one in his arms, using his body as their most solid support. He could feel the drastic changes taking place in their bodies, and his heart was filled with heartache and anticipation. I don't know how long it took, but the pain receded like the tide. The 3 women collapsed in his arms almost at the same time, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Then, they smelled a fishy odor emanating from their bodies. Ah! It stinks! Xiao Wanqing was the first to scream, looking at the black oil oozing from her skin with disgust. Lu Ruyan and Bai Susu's pretty faces also turned red, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. Go, wash away the past and embrace the new life. Chao Bian urged with a smile. Half an hour later. The 3 women came out of the bathroom wrapped in bath towels. They were all stunned and looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Wanqing's skin is so white that it seems to be glowing, and her figure is even more breathtaking, every inch is just right. The fine lines at the corners of Lu Ruyan's eyes disappeared, and she seemed to be 10 years younger. Her mature charm was enhanced with a bit of girlish tenderness and pure desire. The one who changed the most was Bai Suzhen. Her skin became firm and smooth, glowing with a jade-like luster. She looked radiant and full of amazing vitality and charm. Oh my god, is this me? Lu Ruyan stroked her smooth jade-like cheek, her voice trembling. Xiao Wanqing ran to the mirror, jumped excitedly, and felt her body was so light that she could fly. She turned around to open the door and share her joy with Chao Bian, so she casually grasped the brass door handle and turned it gently. Crack! With a crisp sound, the solid copper door handle was twisted off by her like a twist. Ah! Xiao Wanqing was so scared that she quickly dropped the debris in her hand and looked at her little hand in horror. Bai Suzhen picked up an apple from a crystal fruit plate thoughtfully, and applied a little force with her 5 fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound, the hard apple was crushed into puree in her fair hands, and the juice dripped through her fingers. Bian, what kind of magic medicine is this? Bai Suzhen's eyes when she looked at Chao Bian were full of shock and fanaticism. Chao Bian leaned against the head of the bed, admiring his masterpiece. I said, no one can bully you from now on. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. You guys are like Superman to ordinary people now. If you run into someone like that last night again, you'll be slapped away with just one slap. It doesn't matter even if someone dies. I'll take care of everything. The three girls' hearts were struck hard, and their feelings of emotion and love almost overflowed. You must get familiar with this power as soon as possible, or you might accidentally hurt your husband. Chow Bian made a joke. Hate. The three girls spat in unison, their cheeks flushed. Bai Susu suddenly asked with burning eyes. Bian, where does such a magical thing come from? If it can be mass-produced. Chow Bian shook his head and interrupted her. Sister Susu, put away your businessman's thoughts. He looked at Bai Sujin, then glanced at Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, and spoke word by word. The origin of this thing is my secret. It can't be mass-produced, and even if it could, I wouldn't do it. Because this is something that belongs only to us. It is the most unique gift I give you. The experience after upgrading Chapter 67 is really great. Bai Susu's body trembled slightly. The fire in her eyes turned into an unquenchable passion. She completely understood that in this man's heart, their value far exceeded those miracle drugs. Xiao Wanqing buried her hot cheeks deeply in his chest and nodded vigorously. Lu Ruyan was so moved that her eyes were blurred with tears. This man could always easily touch the softest corner of her heart. Hate it, you say that again? Xiao Wanqing sniffed, and a muffled sound came from his arms. She raised her head, her red eyes filled with anger. Do you have to make others cry to be happy? Chow Bian was amused by their cautious look. He felt the atmosphere was a bit weird. The little girl Xiao Wanqing seemed really worried that she might accidentally break it for her second brother. He smiled evilly, his eyes wandering freely over the three bodies that were optimized to perfection. That look made the three women's cheeks instantly hot. However, you do need to master this new power as soon as possible. Especially the strength in certain areas, you need to practice it well. How about letting your husband come and check it out himself right now? Take a look at your upgrade package. What new features have been updated? Bah! Shameless! Xiao Wanqing spat, but her body moved forward actively. Bai Sujin responded directly with action, her hot red lips pressed against his neck. Only Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she was about to hide under the quilt, but Chow Bian grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. He was about to say something when Xiao Wanqing gave him an excited hug, which made him feel his breath stop instantly. The force was like being hugged by a little bear. Immediately afterwards, the scratches left by Bai Susu on his back made him feel a clear stinging pain. Although he recovered instantly due to his abnormal recovery ability, the force was definitely extraordinary. The most gentle Lu Ruyan just gave a shy push. Chow Bian slid backward a little uncontrollably. He was in a state of confusion. The power of this upgrade package was beyond his expectations. The fierce battle slowly subsided amidst the stumbling blocks and ridiculous accidents. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 3,000 points. Current host satisfaction value, 3,700 points. The next morning, Xiao Wanqing stretched lazily and subconsciously reached out to hold the floor lamp next to her. Crack! A crisp sound of metal twisting was heard. The brass lamp pole bent like noodles in her fair little hands. Ah! Xiao Wanqing was so scared that she quickly let go, like a child who had done something wrong, and all sleepiness disappeared. This exclamation woke Lu Ruyan and Bai Susu up. Lu Ruyan wanted to get up and gently supported herself on the mattress with her palms. There was a loud click, bang. The leg of the expensive custom-made bed was broken at one corner by this force, and the whole bed tilted instantly. The three of them suddenly rolled into a ball. Bai Sujin subconsciously reached out to the wall to steady herself. When she stood firm and took her hand away, she was shocked to see a clear palm print on the smooth wall. Pieces of pillows and torn sheets were scattered on the floor. The whole room looked like it had just experienced a small-scale explosion. Oh my god, were all this caused by us? Lu Ruyan's cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She pulled the quilt to cover herself and apologized to Chow Bian in a low voice. Bian, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to do that. This amount of strength. She was afraid that she would accidentally hurt this precious man. Only Bai Suzhen was lazily leaning on the broken headboard, admiring the masterpiece in front of her with seductive eyes. She licked her rosy lips, her tone full of admiration and teasing. "Hubby, it looks like we'll have to live in a bank vault from now on." Xiao Bian was amused by her. He stood up, walked to Xiao Wanqing, took the bent lamp pole from her hand, and threw it aside. "It's okay, it's not ours, the worst that can happen is I can just pay some money." He ruffled Xiao Wanqing's hair and held her and Lu Ruyan in his arms again. "That's the power I want you to have. A power where no one dares to bully you anymore." His tone was calm, but it made the three women's hearts tremble violently. The terror of last night is still fresh in my mind. And now, they hold in their hands the power to easily destroy steel. This sense of security was all given by this man. Xiao Bian looked at their moved eyes, changed the subject, and added with a wicked smile. "But next time, be more careful and don't really break your husband's bones." The three girls spat at the same time, and the atmosphere instantly changed from touching to charming. Xiao Wanqing blushed and hit him lightly with her small fists that could just crush the copper handle. "Who told you to be so bad?" Lu Ruyan buried her face even deeper, her ears turning red. Only Bai Suzhen looked at him with seductive eyes and slightly parted red lips. "Husband, are you complaining that we are too strong and can't serve you well?" Xiao Bian laughed, but he was complaining madly in his heart. "Not serving well? This is more than good, it's too good." He cursed himself again for being such an idiot. "I should have thought of this earlier. Spending these 9,000 satisfaction points is simply the best value for money in the universe. The user experience is perfect, but it takes up a lot of space." He glanced at the system panel in his mind. The clothes on several people had long since turned into strips of cloth. Xiao Bian got down naked from the messy bed, carefully avoiding the lamp debris on the ground and the palm prints on the wall. "I walked to the closet and took out a few sets of clothes I had just bought 2 days ago." He changed into a neat casual outfit and gave the three girls their clothes. "You guys get familiar with your bodies at home. I'm going to go out and do something." Bai Suzhen walked up to him, carefully straightened his collar, her eyes flickering. "You're going out?" Xiao Bian nodded. "There's some trash that needs to be cleaned up." His voice was very soft, but Bai Susu could hear a chill in it. She knew he was referring to those people from last night and the gang behind them. "Do you need my help?" "Need not." Xiao Bian pinched her cheek and smiled gently. "Your mission is to keep yourself plump and beautiful. Leave the rough work like fighting and killing to me." He walked out of the bedroom, leaving the three women with a broad back. The moment the door closed, the gentle smile on Xiao Bian's face slowly disappeared. He raised his hand and looked at his clean, slender knuckles. These hands can give the ultimate tenderness. It can also bring absolute destruction. His expression turned cold and indifferent. He took out his cell phone and called the police chief Li Hua. "Send me the information." Li Hua's respectful voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Chow. It's been sent to your email. The information of all the core members of the Filong gang is in it." "Very good." Xiao Bian hung up the phone, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 68, Eradicating the Filong Gang. Golden Dragon Entertainment City. The most extravagant and decadent den in Chinatown at night. It is also the nest where the Filong gang has been entrenched for many years. Tonight, there is no loud music or merrymaking. The air was filled with the pungent smell of cheap cigarettes, alcohol and sweat, which made people dizzy. Hundreds of shirtless, tattooed, and fierce-looking gang members filled the entire hall, creating a depressing and manic atmosphere. In the center of the entertainment city's lobby, the leader of the Filong gang, Huang Filong, was standing on a greasy pool table, spitting everywhere. He was short and fat, with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, big enough to tie a dog, that gleamed gaudily in the dim light. "Brothers. We, the Filong gang, have been established in Chinatown for so many years, and we've never been subjected to such humiliation. My people were beaten to pieces right here on our own territory, and thrown back like dead dogs. The guy who hit me was a gigolo driving a shabby Porsche. The police came, but instead of arresting the murderer, they detained our people. Is there any law or justice left here? Is there any justice left here?" The thugs in the audience were incited and became very excited. They waved the steel pipes and bottles in their hands and roared like wild beasts. "Kill him! Catch that pretty boy, chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Huang Filong was very satisfied with the effect. A grim smile appeared on his fat face. He raised his hand and lowered his voice. I've already announced that tomorrow, all of us will go sit in front of the police station. I want to see whether they will support a foreign gigolo or give us taxpayers an explanation. Well said. A clear sound of applause suddenly rang out at the entrance of the hall. Bang! There was a deafening bang. The heavy carved wooden door of the entertainment city was kicked into pieces by someone from outside. Amidst the flying wood chips, the applause instantly drowned out all the noise. This sudden sound made everyone's shouts get stuck in their throats. Hundreds of fierce gazes were cast at the ruins at the door. A man in a well-tailored black silk shirt was leaning against the broken doorframe, clapping his hands leisurely. He has a tall and straight figure and a clean temperament, which is out of tune with the filth here, as if he is a god who has strayed into hell. Huang Feilong narrowed his eyes, which were as small as green beans, feeling that his authority as the king was being challenged. Who the hell are you? Are you tired of living and looking for death? Chao Bian walked in slowly, with the corners of his mouth raised, but there was no smile in his peach blossom eyes, only cold murderous intent. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I should be the arrogant pretty boy you mentioned. He paused, glanced contemptuously at the thugs around him who looked stunned, and added slowly. Let me correct you, the term pretty boy is not quite accurate. After all, I'm spending my own money, unlike some people who have to rely on protection money to make a living. I'm just a handsome guy that your boss's women want to take a second look at. No, I heard you were looking for me? In order to save you the trouble of waiting until tomorrow, I specially delivered it to your door. You can tell me directly what you want to say now. Huang Feilong was stunned at first, then he reacted and his fat face turned purple. Are you that pretty boy? He looked at Chao Bian, who was alone, as if he had seen a huge joke, and laughed so hard that his fat body was shaking. He pointed at Chao Bian and roared cruelly at his men. I, Huang Feilong, have been roaming around Angel City for so many years, but I've never seen a kid as arrogant and willing to die as you. Upon hearing this, Chao Bian nodded seriously. Well, it seems that you have indeed had little experience before. It's okay. After tonight, you will never forget me for the rest of your life. Huang Feilong's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had strangled him. This kid actually dared to talk to him like this in front of all his brothers? Fuck. Everyone's just watching the show. Hack him to death for me. Just leave him with a breath. I want to kill him myself. At the command, a dozen thugs closest to the door, grinning, drew out machetes and steel pipes and rushed forward. The expression on Chao Bian's face remained unchanged, he just sighed softly. The terrified tears in the eyes of the three women last night flashed through his mind. That weakness and helplessness turned into the most fierce murderous intent in his heart at this moment. I wanted to reason with you. Since you don't understand human language, then communicate in the only language you understand. After saying that, he moved. The figure left a blurry afterimage. The first strong man who rushed up felt a flash before his eyes. His wrist, which was holding the machete, was tightly grasped by a clamp-like hand. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound, as if dry wood was being broken. The strong man's entire wrist was bent backwards, the white bone pierced the skin, and blood splattered. Chao Bian snatched the machete from his hand without even looking at it, and with a smooth backhand swing, he hit the steel pipe swung by the second man accurately. When? Amidst the sharp sound of metal clashing, the steel pipe flew out of his hand. The blade's force remained undiminished, and it struck the second man's face hard. The man's nose collapsed instantly, blood plasma mixed with a few broken teeth spurted out, and he fell down with a muffled groan. He moved among the terrified crowd like an elegant and cold-blooded god of slaughter. Every attack was accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones and suppressed screams. Every time he dodged, several fatal attacks missed and hit his own people. He accurately disabled the weapon-holding hand and the supporting leg of every person who rushed up. There is no death, but it makes people feel more desperate than death. The whole process was smooth and took only half a minute. At the entrance of the hall, there was a pile of human-shaped garbage lying there with its body twisted and rolling around wailing. The remaining thugs were terrified by this hellish scene. The hands holding the weapons were shaking, and the feet subconsciously retreated frantically, leaving a large empty area. Huang Feilong's face turned from red to as pale as paper. Shoot! Shoot him to death! He rolled off the pool table, screaming in terror, and hid behind the crowd. A confidant hiding behind the crowd finally overcame his fear and tremblingly took out a Black Star pistol from his arms. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger randomly in the direction of Chao Bian. Bang! The gunshots were deafening. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, waiting for the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. However, the expected scene of Chao Bian falling to the ground did not appear. When they opened their eyes again in horror, Chao Bian was still standing there, unharmed, even his posture hadn't changed. However, he raised his right hand, and between his two slender fingers was a bullet that was still emitting a faint smoke and was completely deformed due to the impact. He casually threw the still warm bullet on the ground, making a crisp ding sound. That crisp sound was like the death knell of the trial, shattering the psychological defenses of everyone present. Who else wants to reason with me? He raised his eyes, scanned the entire audience, and asked softly. The entire hall was dead silent, with only the groans and heavy breathing of the injured. The gangster who fired the gun rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted from fright. Huang Feilong's legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thump. A foul-smelling liquid quickly spread from his crotch, forming a disgusting puddle on the floor. Chao Bian walked up the stairs step by step, stepping on the mess on the ground, and looked down at him who was lying limp like mud. He stretched out his foot, stepped lightly on Huang Feilong's fat face, which was twisted with fear, and rolled it slowly. Now, tell me, what is the explanation you want? Chapter 69. From today on, I have the final say in the Chinatown Underground, who is in favor and who is against. Chao Bian's feet gently rolled on Huang Feilong's fat face. The force was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. I'll ask again. What is the explanation you want? Chao Bian's voice was calm, without a trace of ripples, but it was like an ice-cold knife, piercing the heart of everyone present. Huang Feilong's body shuddered violently, and the foul smell in his crotch became even stronger. He was in tears and wailing incoherently. Master Chao. I was wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I can't recognize a great man. You are so magnanimous, please spare my life. Chao Bian's gaze passed over him and swept coldly across the entire hall. Those gang members who were so ferocious just now were now like chickens with their necks strangled. They huddled in the corner, shivering and lowering their heads, not daring to meet those cold gazes. Hundreds of desperate criminals were suppressed by one person, and the place was completely silent. Only then did Chao Bian retract his foot. He took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped the toes of his shoes, which were not stained at all. Flying Dragon Gang. He spoke lightly, as if stating a trivial matter. From today on, disband. Huang Feilong was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes burst into ecstasy of surviving a disaster. As long as I can survive, gangs don't matter. However, Chao Bian's next words made him fall into a bottomless ice cave in an instant. Or, change the owner. Chao Bian's gaze slowly moved among the frightened crowd. Everyone he saw lowered their heads in fear, fearing that they would be chosen by this demon. His gaze finally stopped at a corner. Standing there was a man about 30 years old with a hideous scar on his arm. He was also trembling, but deep in his eyes, besides fear, there was also a burning of suppressed ambition and greed. He was one of the few who did not kneel down. May I have your name? Scarface's body stiffened, and his heart almost stopped beating when his name was called. He answered with gritted teeth. Master Chao, my name is Adeo. Chao Bian nodded, seeming very satisfied with the answer. Very good. He pointed at Huang Feilong, who was lying limp on the ground, and gave orders. Get rid of him. From now on, you are the new owner of this place. Adeo's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stopped. He looked at Chao Bian, then at Huang Feilong, who was terrified on the ground. Huang Feilong also heard these words and screamed miserably with all his strength. No. Ah Dao. You can't. I treat you well. Adeo's eyes were struggling violently between fear and greed. The opportunity is right in front of you, you can reach success in one step, or you can be doomed forever. The struggle lasted only a second. The fear in his eyes was completely replaced by ruthlessness. He picked up a blood-stained steel pipe from the hand of a fainted thug nearby and held it tightly. Then, step by step, he walked towards Huang Feilong. Master Chao said that it's time for the Feilong gang to change its owner. Ah! The shrill screams rang out again, but were quickly drowned out by the dull and bloody sounds of beatings. Chao Bian didn't look at the bloody scene again. All the gang leaders present didn't dare to breathe. Chao Bian looked around the audience, his voice calm but with unquestionable majesty. From today on, I have the final say in the underworld of Chinatown and Angeles City. Who's in favor? Who objects? There was complete silence. No one dared to look into those cold eyes. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and had a gentle temperament suddenly walked out of the crowd in the corner. He walked to the front of the stage and bowed deeply to Chow Bian. Chenin, Chinji Martial Arts School, is willing to serve Mr. Chow as the master. With the first one, there will be the second one. We in the association are also willing to obey Mr. Chow's orders. The Hongqing Society is willing to obey Mr. Chow's orders. In the blink of an eye, all the gang leaders present lowered their once proud heads. Chow Bian's gaze fell on the man named Chenin. You, come here. Chenin suppressed the awe in his heart and walked onto the stage respectfully. I don't care what you did before. Chow Bian's voice was clearly heard throughout the venue. From today on, 3 rules will be established. First, pornography, gambling, and drugs. Anyone who dares touch them will have their entire family wiped out of Angel City. Second, you are not allowed to bully men or women, or force people to buy or sell things. If anyone dares to point his fist at his compatriots again, I will chop off his fist and feed it to the dogs. Third, I will give you some money to start legitimate businesses. Within a year, I want to see that there are no more so-called gangs in Chinatown, only chambers of commerce. He took out a black bank card from his pocket and threw it to Chenin. There's 50 million in here. From now on, when I'm not around, all the affairs of Chinatown will be managed by you, Chenin. Of course, you can also try and see if anyone dares to spend this money recklessly. Chenin took the thin card with trembling hands, but it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After Chow Bian finished speaking, he turned around and walked off the stage and walked straight out of Jinlong Entertainment City. Outside the door, Director Li Hua was waiting anxiously with a large number of police officers. Seeing Chow Bian coming out safely, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to meet him. Mr. Chow, inside. Let's wrap it up. Chow Bian's tone was indifferent. There's been an internal conflict in the Filong gang, and the new leader, Adeo, has taken over and killed the old leader, Huang Filong. Is it okay for you to lead your men in to arrest him? Director Li Hua immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. No problem. No problem at all. I'll take care of it right away. In addition, Chow Bian added, from now on, Chenin from Chen's martial arts school will be responsible for maintaining order in Chinatown. He's my spokesperson. Please communicate with him more often. I don't want anything like last night to happen again. Yes. Yes. I understand. Please rest assured, Mr. Chow. Li Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. To thank you for clearing out this cancer in Chinatown, our police department has unanimously decided to award you the Outstanding Citizen of Angel City Medal of Honor. I will personally deliver it to your home tomorrow as a perfect tribute to your actions last night. Chow Bai. And waved his hand, said nothing more, got into his car and left in style. The car drove out of Chinatown smoothly, and the blood and noise behind it were gradually left behind. Chow Bian took a deep breath and exhaled the foul air and murderous intent in his chest. The frightened faces of the 3 women appeared in his mind, and the coldness in his eyes quickly melted into soft warmth. When he returned to the villa, it was already early morning. The villa was brightly lit. Chapter 70, Outstanding Citizens of Angel City. When Chow Bian pushed open the door of the villa, he was greeted by warm lights and the aroma of food. 3 beautiful figures jumped up from the sofa almost at the same time, their faces filled with the same anxiety. Xiao Wanqing was the first to rush over and looked him up and down. You're back. Are you hurt? Lu Ruyan followed behind, her beautiful eyes full of worry, and her hands nervously twisting her apron. The other side, things. Bai Suzhen was the calmest, but her phoenix eyes, fixed on him, also revealed her inner unrest. Chow Bian opened his arms and embraced all 3 beauties in his arms, feeling the security and trembling coming from their bodies. He took a deep breath of the air mixed with the fragrance of their hair and the aroma of food, and the murderous aura in his heart instantly dissipated. I'm back. Don't worry, it's all worked out. He smelled the pleasant scent of shower gel on their bodies and bent down to kiss Xiao Wanqing on the forehead. From now on, no one will dare to disturb you again. The table was filled with steaming dishes, all of which were home-cooked dishes, but they were filled with love. Chow Bian was indeed hungry, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating with relish. The 3 girls didn't pick up their chopsticks, but just watched him eat quietly, as if they couldn't see enough. You guys should eat too, why are you looking at me? Xiao Bian smiled and picked up a piece of food for each of them with chopsticks. Xiao Wanqing then picked up the chopsticks, but when she picked up a piece of pork ribs, she exerted a little force with her fingers. There was a soft pop sound. She actually bent the pair of stainless steel chopsticks into a strange arc. Ah! Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she tried to hide the chopsticks in embarrassment. When Lu Ruyan and Bai Susu saw this scene, they couldn't help laughing. After a whole day of adapting, this kind of ridiculous little accident has happened several times. It seems like you've adapted well. Xiao Bian was also amused. From now on, our tableware must be replaced with titanium alloy. Lu Ruyan gently served him a bowl of soup and handed it to him. As long as you come back safely. Bai Suzhen picked up the wineglass, opened her red lips slightly, and looked seductively. Cheers to our heroes, and to ourselves. The 4 cups touched each other gently, making a crisp sound. This meal was particularly heartwarming. After dinner, the 3 girls rushed to clean up the dishes, while Xiao Bian leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the hard-earned peace. They were busy in the kitchen, and occasionally there were screams and complaints from people who broke dishes because they lost control of their strength. Xiao Bian looked at all this and felt very satisfied. This is home. The home he wanted. It's late at night. The damage during the day also affected the guest room, so the 4 people naturally squeezed into the master bedroom. Their bodies recovered quickly due to the transformation of the medicine. Xiao Bian looked at them, each of them eager to try, and smiled in his heart. After upgrading your hardware, you want to challenge the administrator? He decided to let them deeply experience what the real version gap is. Initially, the 3 women relied on their newfound strength to initiate a joint attack. But soon they discovered the seriousness of the problem. Their power was like a stream flowing into the sea in front of Xiao Bian, unable to cause even a single ripple. As time went on, the 3-person defense line was defeated. In the end, all he could do was beg for mercy. The next day. The sun was high in the sky and Xiao Bian woke up slowly. The 3 beauties around me were sleeping soundly, with blushes of satisfaction on their faces. Last night's upgraded experience was outstanding. He glanced at the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting intimately with Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu, and gaining 4,000 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 7,700 points. Xiao Bian nodded with satisfaction. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Xiao Bian put on his clothes and went downstairs. He saw the person standing outside the door through the surveillance camera and raised his eyebrows. The person who came was the police chief Li Hua. He was wearing a neat uniform today and followed by an assistant carrying a camera, looking quite formal. Xiao Bian opened the door. Director Li, what brings you here? Li Hua immediately put on a warm smile and extended his hands. Mr. Qiao. Excuse me for interrupting you. I've come here specifically to honor you. As he spoke, he took an exquisite velvet box from his assistant and opened it solemnly. Inside was a shiny gold medal. Mr. Qiao, last night you braved the powerful and assisted our police in dismantling the Filon gang, a cancer that has been entrenched in Chinatown for many years. You have made an outstanding contribution to the stability of the community. After careful consideration and decision by our police department, we have awarded you the Outstanding Citizen of Angel City Medal of Honor. As Li Hua spoke, he gestured for the camera behind him to point at them. Come on, Mr. Qiao, let's take a picture. This is also necessary for our police to promote positive energy. Xiao Bian looked at the medal, then looked at Li Hua's sincere face, and felt a little funny. He disabled all the people and wiped out the gangs, and in the end he became a good citizen? This operation is really full of black humor. He accepted the medal calmly. Thank you very much, Director Li. Crack. The camera flashes lit up, recording this harmonious scene. Mr. Qiao, you're so polite. If there's anything else in Chinatown that requires our police cooperation, just let us know. Li Hua shook hands enthusiastically again, and then left with satisfaction. Xiao Bian closed the door and weighed the medal in his hand, feeling that it was quite heavy. He casually threw the glittering golden medal of Outstanding Citizen of Angel City on the coffee table in the living room. The medal collided with the glass tabletop, making a crisp clang sound. At this time, Xiao Wanqing was wearing his loose shirt, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and walked down from upstairs with her bare snow-white feet. The hem of the shirt barely covers the key points, and the 2 straight long legs make people dizzy. She leaned over curiously, saw the medal, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Outstanding citizen? Xiao Wanqing ran over barefoot, picked up the medal, tossed it in her hand, and laughed so hard that her body shook. She picked up the medal, weighed it in her hand, then walked around Xiao Bian and tiptoed close to his ear. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Look at the murderous look on your face last night, and you're still a citizen? I'd say you're more like a public enemy. If I bring this thing back home and hang it on the wall, it will definitely be more interesting than any certificate. Bai Suzhen and Lu Ruyan also came down in their pajamas. Seeing this funny scene, they couldn't help laughing. Chapter 71. Let us go out to sea. Chao Bian casually threw the glittering golden medal of Outstanding Citizen of Angel City into the drawer of the coffee table in the living room. The medal collided with the debris, making a dull sound, and then there was no sound. He looked at the three women on the sofa who were still chattering and laughing because of the medal. It seems that this identity of good citizen makes you very happy. Chao Bian smiled and shook his head. The weather is nice today, let's rent a yacht and go out to sea. The proposal was immediately passed unanimously. On the blue coastline, a huge white super yacht is quietly waiting for its owner. Chao Bian did not ask for any crew members. He used 1,000 satisfaction points in the system to redeem ship driving proficiency. Exchange successful, consuming 1,000 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction balance, 6,700 points. A huge torrent of knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. From interpreting the instrument panel to planning the route, from turning into the wind to emergency avoidance. He is now the top captain in these waters. One person is enough to operate this cruise ship. He didn't want any outsiders to disturb him on this sea. He would feel uncomfortable if his woman was looked at even for a second. The warm sea breeze blew across the deck, bringing a salty and fresh scent. Bai Suzhen was the first to walk out of the cabin. She changed into a beautifully tailored pure white bikini, with only a thin gauze dress covering it. The sea breeze blew by, and the gauze dress clung to her mature and plump curves, outlining her breathtaking figure perfectly. The diamond necklace given to her by Chao Bian on her neck sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Noble, holy, yet revealing an astonishing charm that makes her fall for just one person. Xiao Wanqing was the second one to rush out of the cabin. She chose a very daring black string bikini. The thin fabric was wrapped around her hot and curvy body in a way that challenged the visual limit. Every inch of skin seems to be clamoring for youth and sexiness. Like a proud black swan, she walked up to Chao Bian with her bare white feet, stood on tiptoe, and deliberately puffed out her chest. Her rosy lips moved close to his ear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Honey, does it look good? Chao Bian's eyes scanned her without any concealment and he nodded. The black and white devils, one pure and lustful, the other cool and sassy, did you guys plan to come here and take my life? Lu Ruyan lingered in the cabin for a long time before coming out with a red face. She chose a relatively conservative lake blue one-piece swimsuit. The swimsuit's fabric is soft and fits closely to the body, perfectly wrapping her plump figure full of wifely charm. From the front, only the unique hollow design on the chest is eye-catching. But when she turned around shyly, her true charm was revealed. The entire smooth and beautiful back is left blank, and the edge of the fabric slides down along the waistline, stopping just above the straight curve. That implicit and restrained sexiness is far more intriguing than Xiao Wanqing's direct impact. Sister Ruyan, the designer of your dress is very creative. Chao Bian admired sincerely. Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder. She quickly walked to the parasol and sat down, not daring to look at him again. 2 brand new jet skis were lowered. Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. She pulled Bai Susu up. Sister Susu, let's go to the competition. Bai Suzhen agreed with a smile, and the two of them soon rode the jet ski, drawing 2 white waves on the blue waves, and their clear laughter could be heard from far away. Only Chao Bian and Lu Ruyan were left on the deck. Lu Ruyan sat quietly on the lounge chair, looking at the 2 people playing on the sea in the distance, with a hint of envy in her eyes. But when Chao Bian looked at her, she would immediately lower her head and pretend to look at the juice in her hand. Chao Bian walked over and sat down beside her. Don't you want to go have some fun? Lu Ruyan shook her head and spoke in a low voice. I'm a little afraid of water, so I'll just watch them play here. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the recliner beneath her. Chao Bian did not persuade him again. He stood up, walked over to the other jet ski, and started the engine. Then he held out his hand to her. With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Lu Ruyan looked at his outstretched hand, then looked at his determined eyes, and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she stood up and placed her slightly cold hand in his warm palm. Lu Ruyan got on the jet ski and sat behind him, her body stiff with nervousness. She subconsciously stretched out her arms and hugged Xiao Bian's waist tightly. The motorboat started slowly and slid smoothly into the sea. Xiao Bian did not speed up immediately, but took her in circles slowly around the yacht to let her adapt. "How does it feel?" It's okay." Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. "Hold tight." As soon as Xiao Bian finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The jet ski was like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking through the waves in an instant and rushing forward. "Ah!" Lu Ruyan let out a short scream and pressed her whole body tightly against his back. The cold sea water turned into tiny water droplets, mixed with the sea breeze, and blew towards your face. In my ears was the whistling of the wind and the roar of the engine. The initial fear strangely began to dissipate at the extreme speed, transforming into an unprecedented stimulation and excitement. Her scream gradually changed from fear to a cry of joy. Xiao Bian took her and galloped freely on the vast sea. He took her to the waves, jumped high on the crest of the waves, and then landed steadily. Lu Ruyan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. The fear and gloom that had been accumulating in my heart for the past few days were completely torn apart at this moment and expelled from my body with a scream. It was unknown how long it took before Xiao Bian slowly stopped the motorcycle. There is an endless blue ocean all around, and the city of angels in the distance has become a blurred line. The world was so quiet that the only sound was the gentle lapping of waves on the motorboat. Lu Ruyan's breathing was still rapid, and her cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush of excitement. "Now, are you still afraid?" Xiao Bian turned his head and asked her. Lu Ruyan shook her head and leaned her cheek gently against his back, feeling the solidity and warmth. "I'm not afraid anymore." At this moment, she felt an unprecedented peace. "As long as I rely on this man, I don't have to be afraid even if the sky falls." When they returned to the yacht, Lu Ruyan was glowing with a different radiance. She jumped into the water and swam in the safe area beside the yacht, playfully splashing water at Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then exaggeratedly shouted rebellion, and jumped into the water to join the battle. Bai Suzhen leaned elegantly on the floating cushion, holding a glass of champagne, watching them play with a smile. Xiao Bian lay on the deck chair, looking at the scene in front of him. Very satisfied. This is the home he wants. The afternoon sun dyed the sea surface into a piece of broken gold. Xiao Bian took out several sets of top-level sea fishing equipment and announced the rules of the competition with a smile. "Let's have a fishing competition this afternoon. Whoever catches the most fish can make a request of me tonight." Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she was the first to grab the fishing rod. "You said it." She rubbed her hands together, looking determined to win. Bai Suzhen elegantly picked up another fishing rod and cast a coquettish glance at Xiao Bian. "Master, if you win, can you ask for anything?" Lu Ruyan looked at the surging waves nervously, but under Xiao Bian's encouraging gaze, she picked up the last fishing rod. The game begins. The first one to make a move was Xiao Wanqing. The fishing line was pulled suddenly, she screamed excitedly, and then jerked the rod back. Whoosh! A half-meter-long tuna was thrown out of the water like a cannonball, drawing an exaggerated parabola, and fell on the deck with a bang, jumping around alive. Xiao Wanqing looked at the fishing rod in her hand, then looked at the fish and stuck out her tongue. "Oh, it seems I used a little too much strength." On the other side, Lu Ruyan also exclaimed. She felt the pull at the other end of the fishing line and subconsciously pulled it hard. With a crack, the carbon fiber fishing rod was pulled into a terrifying arc and was about to break. The other side. She was terrified. Xiao Bian walked over with a smile, held her hand from behind, helped her steady the fishing rod, and slowly reeled in the line. A beautiful yellowtail was successfully pulled up. Only Bai Suzhen moved slowly and calmly. It seemed as if she was not fishing but performing an elegant ritual. But her efficiency is the highest. Almost every few minutes, she would safely hook a large sea fish onto the deck. The afternoon was quite fruitful, with the ice bucket filled with all kinds of fresh seafood. Night falls quietly and the yacht floats quietly on the dark blue sea. After counting the results of the battle, Xiao Bian announced with a smile. "Okay, the game is over, and the winner is." He deliberately drew out his voice and looked at 3 pairs of expectant eyes. "Sister Susu. We caught 12 in total." "Yeah." Although Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan lost, they were happier than if they had won. they hugged Bai Suzhen and laughed and jumped. Bai Suzhen also had a look of victory on her face. She pushed her two sisters aside and walked in front of Chao Bian. She stretched out her white fingers, gently hooked his chin, and exhaled a sweet breath. "Master, now it's time to fulfill your promise." Chao Bian held her rebellious little hand and asked with a smile. "Tell me, my sweet little dog, what do you want?" Bai Suzhen looked around the brightly lit deck, then looked at Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan who were standing beside her with curious expressions. She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Chao Bian's ear, and whispered a few words in a voice that only he could hear. "Tonight, I want you to be mine alone." Chapter 72. I think you don't know the version difference. The yacht's kitchen is spacious and bright, comparable to the kitchen of a five-star hotel. The various sea fish caught in the afternoon were now lying quietly in a tray covered with crushed ice, their scales sparkling with a fresh luster under the light. "Let me handle it." Lu Ruyan naturally rolled up her sleeves, ready to show her virtuous nature. Xiao Wanqing and Bai Susu also gathered around, excited about the rich spoils. "Today, don't move." Chao Bian stopped them with a smile and pushed the three women with different styles out of the kitchen operation area. "Just sit outside and wait for a feast." His tone was doting. The three women looked at each other and saw curiosity in each other's eyes. They sat obediently on the high stools outside the kitchen bar, like three kittens waiting to be fed. Looking at them sitting side by side, with three pairs of straight beautiful legs swaying gently under the high stools, Chao Bian felt a huge sense of satisfaction in his heart. He wants to give them the best. Everything has to be the best. He muttered to himself. System, open the Rare Goods Mall. The Rare Goods Mall has been opened. A dazzling list of products comes to mind. His eyes were directly fixed on the life skills column. God-level cooking skills, knife skills, heat control, seasoning, plating. Instantly transform you into a world-class food god. Exchange price, 1,000 satisfaction points. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful, consuming 1,000 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction balance, 5,700 points. In an instant, a huge torrent of information flooded into Chao Bian's mind. Countless recipes, countless techniques, and countless experiences are integrated in an instant. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his entire demeanor had changed. If just now he was just a sunny boy preparing to cook. So at this moment, he is a master who was about to start artistic creation. He picked up a processed tuna and held a sharp willow blade knife in his other hand. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with the knife. There's an almost hypnotic grace to his movements. The blade fell without any unnecessary movement, separating the fish perfectly along the texture structure, making a subtle and crisp sound. The thick fish meat was quickly broken down in his hands, cut into fillets of exactly the same thickness, and neatly stacked on the ice tray, like a piece of ruby art. The three women outside the bar were stunned. They saw that Chao Bian's movements were smooth and full of indescribable beauty. He alone is a Michelin kitchen team with tacit cooperation. Soon, a super luxurious seafood feast was served on the table. Thick-cut tuna belly sashimi, steamed grouper with vermicelli and garlic sauce, baked Australian lobster with cheese, and a milky white soup made with various fish bones. Oh my god! Xiao Wanqing picked up a piece of sashimi that was shining with tempting oil, put it in her mouth, and her eyes widened instantly. The moment the fish touched the tip of her tongue, the rich fat melted away, and the extreme sweetness mixed with the soft aroma instantly ignited her taste buds, making her almost faint with happiness. It's so delicious. This is 100 times better than any Japanese restaurant I've ever eaten at. Lu Ruyan drank the fish soup in small sips, and the rich and delicious taste seemed to penetrate into every cell. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, and her whole body radiated a gentle glow. Bai Susu held a glass of red wine and looked at the man who was serving them food at the dining table with ease, her eyes blurred. This man always brings her an unexpected sense of conquest. After dinner, the four of them lay side by side on the large sofa bed on the deck, covered with a soft thin blanket. Above our heads is a brilliant night sky without any light pollution. It's so beautiful. Lu Ruyan sighed softly and leaned her head gently on Chao Bian's shoulder. Chao Bian responded and put his other hand around Xiao Wanqing and Bai Susu. Xiao Wanqing, like a kitten, took the initiative to crawl into his arms and found a comfortable position. Bai Suzhen rested her cheek on his chest and listened quietly to the strong heartbeat. The waves gently hit the hull, like an eternal lullaby. No one spoke anymore. Chao Bian looked at the warm scene of four people hugging each other reflected in the glass window, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a gentle smile that he himself did not even notice. This is home, a home that will never abandon him and always keep the lights on for him. In the silence, Xiao Wanqing suddenly turned over and lay on Xiao Bian's chest, her big watery eyes turning cunningly. Honey, we weren't prepared last night. She stretched out her slender fingers and poked Xiao Bian's strong abdominal muscles, feeling the amazing elasticity. Today we've all adjusted to our new bodies and are full of energy. Bai Suzhen and Lu Ruyan also looked over with understanding, with a hint of provocation in their eyes. Or. Xiao Wanqing leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and charming, like a feather brushing across his heart. Try again tonight? Let's see where your limits are. Xiao Bian smiled. He embraced the three eager beauties and patted their curvy curves with his big hands, neither too hard nor too light. Okay. This is a good opportunity to show you what the real version gap is. Bai Suzhen refused to give in and looked at him with seductive eyes. We agreed that the master would be mine tonight. Xiao Bian smiled evilly. Okay, let's start with Susu. Let them see how you, the champion, receive your award. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a deep and intimate interaction with Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu, and gaining a satisfaction score of 4,000 points. Current host satisfaction value, 9,700 points. While Xiao Bian was enjoying the warmth of home and the land of gentleness, someone on the other side of the City of Angels couldn't sleep all night because of him. The atmosphere in the Beverly Hills mansion was cold as ice. Lianqi irritably swept a valuable antique vase to the ground, making a sharp, crisp sound. 2 days. The figure of that man always lingered in her mind uncontrollably. He crushed the steel fork with ease. He stepped on the yellow-haired man's arrogance. And those aggressive peach blossom eyes when he walked towards her. Every scene was engraved in her mind like a brand. It's not like she hasn't thought about having some fun to distract herself. Yesterday, a popular male model asked her out. The man had 8-pack abs and was quite handsome. But he sat opposite her, his eyes filled with flattery and fawning, almost overflowing with it. Lianqi just felt bored. Roll. Today, she met another rich second-generation man whose family was in the oil business. The other party wants to learn to be a bad man. He deliberately yelled at the waiter in front of her to show how strong he was. But to Lianqi, that pretentious look was greasy and ridiculous. You get out too. Lianqi scratched her hair irritably and stepped barefoot on the cold marble floor. Compared with Xiao Bian, those men were like docile house cats, poorly imitating tigers in the jungle. Only Xiao Bian, the aura around him is real. That is the true domineering power of controlling everything. She wanted him. Once this thought arises, it is like a wild weed that grows wildly and can no longer be contained. But she couldn't find him. He was like a shooting star, streaking across her night sky and then completely disappearing. Lianqi picked up her cell phone and called her family's security director. I don't care what method you use or what price you pay. Her voice was cold and firm. I want someone, an Asian man, in his early 20s, who showed up at Rodeo Drive the night before last in a lava orange Porsche. Dig him out for me. Chapter 73. Tonight, I'm going to hunt a little wildcat. The yacht slowly came to a stop at the dock. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire Beverly Hills a warm golden color. Xiao Bian and his group of 4 returned to the hilltop villa overlooking the entire city in a Rolls-Royce. After the daytime carnival at sea, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan's relationship has obviously taken a step forward. At this moment, the 2 men were holding Bai Suzhen on the left and right, chattering and interrogating her. Sister Susu, please tell me, what brand is this dress of yours? It's so pretty. Xiao Wanqing's eyes sparkled, and she did not hide her envy. Lu Ruyan also echoed gently. Yes, Susu, this material feels really comfortable, and the cut is great, it sets off your figure perfectly. Bai Suzhen felt a little embarrassed when her 2 younger sisters praised her, but she couldn't hide the smile between her eyebrows. I don't have any brand names. They're all custom made by designer friends I know. If you like, I'll give you his contact information, and he'll be responsible for your clothes from now on. Really? That's great. Xiao Wanqing almost jumped up with excitement. Xiao Bian leaned on the sofa, looking at the harmonious scene in front of him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Each of these 3 women is beautiful in her own way and has completely different personalities. Xiao Wanqing is like a burning fire, Lu Ruyan is like a pool of gentle water, and Bai Susu is the graceful and elegant peony. Now that they can get along so closely, he feels an unprecedented satisfaction. This is the feeling of home. A home that truly belongs to him, Xiao Bian. He enjoyed the warmth for a moment, then remembered the real purpose of his trip. He looked at Bai Susu and asked, Susu, is there any movement from Lianqi? When it came to serious matters, Bai Suzhen immediately put away her smile and became serious. She took out a tablet from her handbag and swiped her fingers on it a few times. Master, this Lianqi has almost turned the whole of Los Angeles upside down in the past 2 days. She used her father Li Weiguo's many connections in the United States to inquire about your whereabouts. But don't worry, I've already dealt with all the clues related to you. She won't be able to find anything. Xiao Bian listened to Bai Susu's report with a playful smile on his face. Oh? You want to find me so badly? It seems the lesson I taught her last time wasn't profound enough. His mind is as clear as a mirror. A young lady like Lianqi, who has been the center of attention since childhood, has everything she needs, but what she can't stand the most is being ignored. The fact that he had embarrassed her at the party that day and then disappeared without a word was enough to arouse all her curiosity and desire to conquer her. Now, this proud little wildcat must be extremely anxious. Master, do you need me to do anything? Bai Susu asked for instructions. Xiao Bian shook his head. Need not. Prey must learn to walk into the trap. Please help me find out where she will go tonight. Bai Suzhen immediately started operating on the tablet, and within just a few seconds, she got the result. I found it. She's meeting up with a few friends tonight to have a party at a top club called Phantom. This club is a membership-based one with strict security and extreme privacy. It is one of the favorite places for top dignitaries and celebrities in Los Angeles. Would you like me to help you arrange that? Xiao Bian waved his hand. No need to bother. He stood up and stretched. No hurry, let me watch a movie and have a meal with you first. Let that little wildcat wait a little longer. Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu looked at each other and smiled, and they all understood what Xiao Bian meant. It's a game of cat and mouse. And their owner obviously enjoys the feeling of being in control of everything. In the next few hours, Xiao Bian completely forgot about Lianqi. He accompanied the 3 women to watch the latest Hollywood blockbuster in the villa's private cinema. He also asked the villa's top chef to prepare a sumptuous candlelight dinner. Fine wine, fine food, and beautiful women. That's how life should be. Until night falls completely, the city's neon lights merge into a brilliant galaxy at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Bian slowly returned to his room. Bai Suzhen had already prepared a set of clothes for him. It's not a top brand, but a well-tailored black casual outfit made of top-quality silk and linen blend, which has a low-key luster under the light. With a limited-edition Patek Philippe watch, he looks lazy and noble, with a bit of nonchalant casualness. Master's figure really looks good in anything she wears. Bai Suzhen straightened his collar while praising him sincerely. Her eyes were full of obsession and admiration. Xiao Bian pinched her tender cheeks and said with a smile. Sweet talk. He dressed and walked into the living room. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Honey, are you going out? Xiao Wanqing came forward to greet him. Well, go and tame a disobedient little wildcat. She rolled her eyes at him and no longer cared how many women he found. As long as he loved her, that was enough. Xiao Bian scratched her nose. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Ruyan also stood up and gently helped him straighten his wrinkled cuffs. Be careful on the road. Her voice is always so gentle, like a spring breeze blowing through the heart. Bai Suzhen stood aside and winked at him charmingly. Happy hunting, master. Xiao Bian smiled and kissed each of the 3 women on the forehead. Then he turned around and walked out of the villa with a leisurely pace. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan had already been parked quietly at the door. He got into the driver's seat and started the car. The engine let out a low roar, like a beast ready to pounce. On the way to the Phantom Bar, Xiao Bian opened the system mall in his mind. Mall currency, 3,300 satisfaction points. Without hesitation, he spent 100 points of satisfaction to exchange for a strategy card targeting Lianqi. There was a flash of light, and a virtual card appeared in his consciousness. Strategy card. Target, Lianqi. Strategy suggestion: she despises obedience and longs to be conquered. Additional information: the target is currently in a state of extreme conquest and curiosity, and hates all forms of flattery and flattery. If the host can show a little more strength, perhaps unexpected gains will be obtained. Chao Bian looked at the contents on the card and understood. Just as expected. This kind of spoiled girl who grew up in a honeypot has no shortage of men who lick her like kowtow. The more you try to please her, the more she will look down on you. On the contrary, if you ignore her and trample on her pride, she will become very interested in you as if she has discovered a new world. Quite interesting. Chao Bian thought about it and stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, like a black lightning, cut through the dazzling night of Los Angeles and rushed towards the Phantom Club. He couldn't wait to see what kind of wonderful expression the little wild cat would have when it saw him. Chapter 74 Boy, I'll have someone break your legs. The Phantom Club is like a black diamond, inlaid on the top of the hill in Hollywood. Thick velvet curtains block out the hustle and bustle of the city. The air was thick with the scent of Cuban cigars and expensive perfume. Soothing jazz music flowed from the hidden speakers, the kind of tune that only old-fashioned gentlemen could understand. Well-dressed men and women held wine glasses and talked in low voices, and each of them was labeled as upper class. The appearance of Chao Bian did not cause much waves. His custom-made outfit was not conspicuous here. He ignored the inquiring glances and walked straight to the darkest corner of the bar. From this position, you can have a panoramic view of the entrance and main passage of the entire club. A glass of Yamazaki 18-year-old with ice. He spoke calmly to the bartender. Then he just quietly looked at the crowd in the middle of the dance floor, like an observer from the outside. However, his calm demeanor that was out of tune with the environment was the most attractive thing about him. Soon, a hot blonde woman came over with a glass of wine. She flicked her hair in what she thought was a very coquettish way. Handsome guy, drinking alone is so boring. My name is Cindy. Would you mind having a drink? Chao Bian didn't even take his eyes off the ice ball in the wine glass. In my mind, the system panel was calm. She is not even qualified to be included in the record of beauty. I'm sorry, I refuse. He uttered a few words in a low voice, but the smile on the woman's face froze instantly. The woman's face turned pale and blue, and she could only leave in disappointment. This happened for several times in a row. Chao Bian began to feel a little bored, so he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. At this moment, a burning gaze fell on him. He raised his head and met a pair of beautiful eyes burning with flames. Li Anqi. She was sitting in a booth not far away, holding a glass of champagne, chatting and laughing with a few friends. The moment she saw Chao Bian, the smile on her face immediately disappeared and her eyes were instantly lit up. It's him. This bastard finally showed up. Angie, what are you looking at? That handsome Asian guy is pretty good. Do you want to meet him? The friend next to her followed her gaze and whistled. Zhao Kai, who was standing aside, immediately showed an unhappy look. Angie, ignore that kind of person. Come on, let's continue drinking. He tried to hold Li Anqi's hand. Li Anqi, however, pushed him away as if he were the plague. She didn't even look at Zhao Kai and walked straight towards the bar. The high heels made crisp sounds as they stepped on the smooth marble floor, and every step seemed to be stepping on the heartbeats of the people around them. She walked up to Chao Bian, put her hands on the bar with a snap, and trapped in between herself and the bar. An aggressive scent of perfume hit me in the face. You still remember to show up? There was suppressed anger in her voice, and a hint of grievance that she herself was not aware of. It's fun to disappear, right? Chao Bian finally raised his head and looked at her calmly. The girl in front of me had delicate smoky makeup on, her long wavy hair casually draped, her lips were red like fire, and her eyes were like an angry wildcat. She was wearing a black leather tube top. The tube top hugged her tightly, highlighting her amazing curves. A translucent black tulle cape was casually draped over her shoulders. As she moved, her snow-white skin appeared faintly. The lower body is a super short leather skirt made of the same material. The two straight long legs glowed white under the light. A shiny silver necklace around her neck adds a touch of untouchable aura. It is indeed a top-notch product. Cleared a few buzzing flies. He replied nonchalantly, taking another sip of his whiskey. This nonchalant attitude made Li Anqi even more furious. She felt that her anxiety and madness over the past 2 days were like a punch on cotton. Chao Bian looked at her like a little wildcat with its fur standing on end, and the curve of his mouth deepened. Why, did you miss me? Who missed you? Li Anqi was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she immediately got angry. Last time, you flirted with someone and then disappeared without even saying hello. How do you want to settle this account? Yeah? Xiao Bian drew out his tone. That's true. Before he could finish his words, a discordant voice interrupted him. Out of the corner of Xiao Bian's eye, he caught a glimpse of a greasy-haired and powdered figure squeezing over. Zhao Kai. Hey, isn't this the homeless guy? He looked Xiao Bian up and down, his tone full of sarcasm. Why, are you here again to get free food and drinks? Do you want to hook up with a rich woman so you can save yourself 30 years of hard work? Xiao Bian seemed not to see him and continued to shake his wine glass. The amber-colored Yamazaki whiskey forms a beautiful arc on the wall of the glass. In his eyes, this guy named Zhao Kai was far less interesting than this glass of wine. This complete disregard made Zhao Kai more angry than any counterattack. Boy, you haven't suffered enough from the pain I gave you last time, right? Lianqi also frowned and looked at Zhao Kai with disgust. Zhao Kai, what are you doing here? Get out of the way. Angel, why are you still speaking for this kind of person? Zhao Kai was furious. He's just a pretty boy, don't be fooled by him. He took out his cell phone and pointed at Xiao Bian viciously. Boy, let me tell you, if you offend me in this beautiful country, you will suffer the consequences. With just one phone call, I can summon the most ruthless Ngu in Chinatown. When the time comes, I will watch your legs being broken before my eyes, and then throw you into the sea to feed the fish. He thought these harsh words could scare Xiao Bian. Lianqi's expression changed instantly. She shouted angrily, Zhao Kai, you are fucking crazy. Do you know who you are talking to? She had heard that things had changed in Chinatown recently, and the new guy in power, Chenin, was a ruthless character who killed people without blinking an eye. Zhao Kai was so jealous that he made the call regardless of anything. In order to show his ability in front of Lianqi, he even turned on the hands-free mode. He instantly put on a servile expression when talking on the phone. The flattering tone gave goosebumps to everyone around them. Hello, is that Ngu? It's me, Zhao Kai. I'm at the Phantom Club. Some stupid guy messed with me. Yes, the one I mentioned to you last time. Hurry up and bring your brothers over here, so that I can teach him a lesson. Don't worry, the money will definitely arrive. Double it. When Lianqi heard the word Eng, her heart sank completely. For the first time, she looked at Xiao Bian with real worry in her eyes. She suddenly grabbed Xiao Bian's sleeve and lowered her voice in an anxious tone. Hurry up and leave. Chenin and his gang are all desperate criminals. This idiot Zhao Kai will really kill you. Seeing this, Zhao Kai became even more proud. What? Are you scared now? He shouted at Xiao Bian. Don't run if you dare. Xiao Bian chuckled. Why should I run? He turned to look at Zhao Kai with a hint of pity in his eyes. I was just thinking, when your brother comes later, how are you going to explain it to him? He put down his wine glass, and it collided with the bar, making a crisp sound. He turned his head and looked at Lianqi, who looked anxious, with a reassuring smile on his face. Don't worry. His voice was calm and steady, and his composure instantly soothed the panic in Lianqi's heart. He stretched out his fingers and tapped them lightly on the bar, as if setting the beat for the show that was about to begin. Sit down. He looked into Lianqi's eyes and spoke word by word. Watching a show. After saying that, he even raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the bartender in the distance. Another one. Chapter 75. Hello? Aren't you going to cut off my legs? Less than 10 minutes. The heavy door of the Phantom Club was violently kicked open by someone from the outside. A loud bang brought the jazz music in the entire club to an abrupt end. All conversations disappeared in an instant, and countless astonished eyes looked towards the door. I saw a burly man with a hideous scar on his face, leading a dozen men in black, rushing in with murderous intent. These people all have bulging temples, fierce eyes, and an aura that says keep away from strangers. The guests in the club screamed in fear and scattered like a flock of frightened birds, fearing that they would be affected. The person who came was not Chenin. But it was a scarred man named Zhangyan. Lianqi felt a little relieved. She said, with a fellow like Zhao Kai, how could he possibly contact a big boss like Chenin directly? I guess he just knows a small leader under Chenin. However, even a small leader was not someone she and Xiao Bian could easily offend. She was still filled with worry. When Zhao Kai saw Zhangyan, he felt like he had seen a savior, and his face was instantly filled with ecstasy. He immediately went up to him with a big smile on his face. Brotherin! You are finally here. He pointed at Xiao Bian at the bar and shouted viciously. Brotherin, it's that brat. He's so ignorant and dares to mess with me. Destroy him for me. Zhang Yan looked in the direction of his finger. When his eyes fell on the face of the man sitting at the bar, leisurely shaking his wine glass, the ferocity and murderous look on his face froze in an instant, as if swept by a cold current of -100 degrees Celsius. The blood seemed to drain from his face, leaving only a deathly paleness. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Zhao Kai didn't notice the change in Zhang Yan's expression at all. He walked up to Qiao Bian in a domineering manner and pointed his finger at Qiao Bian's nose. Boy, are you scared now? I'm telling you, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, I might even save you from breaking a leg. Qiao Bian still ignored him. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if Zhao Kai was a ball of noisy air. Instead, it was Zhang Yan who reacted first. In the shocked eyes of everyone in the audience, Zhang Yan shuddered all over and suddenly jumped out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He rushed to Zhao Kai in 2 steps and raised his palm as big as a palm fan. Bang! An extremely crisp and loud slap exploded in the silent club, so clear that it was terrifying. Zhao Kai was whipped around like a top and spun twice. A bloody tooth flew out and fell to the ground in a mess. Shut your dog mouth! Zhang Yan roared, his voice filled with unconcealable fear and terror. Zhao Kai was stunned. He covered his burning face and looked at Zhang Yan in disbelief. Engu, why did you hit me? Zhang Yan ignored him completely. He made a move that made everyone in the audience drop their eyes to the ground. He turned around, faced Qiao Bian, and suddenly bent down, making a standard 90-degree bow. His huge bald head almost touched the ground. He shouted in a trembling voice. Mr. Qiao. I, Zhang Yan, didn't realize you were here and disturbed you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The dozen or so strong men in black behind him dared not stand there when they saw their boss like this. They all reacted at once, bowed sharply, and shouted in unison. Meet Mr. Qiao. The unified roar echoed in the silent club, filled with awe and fear. The entire club was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The smile on Zhao Kai's face completely froze, his mind went blank, and he sat on the ground like a fool. Lianqi's beautiful eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, and she had no idea what was going on. What is going on? Was this scarred guy named Zhang and the one Zhao Kai called to deal with Qiao Bian? How come when they meet, he kneels down like a mouse seeing a cat? And still call him Mr. Qiao? Qiao Bian finally put down his wine glass. He stood up slowly and glanced at Zhang Yan, who was shaking like a sieve. Who are you? His tone was very flat, as if he was asking a passerby. When Zhang Yan heard the question, he was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He straightened up quickly, but still maintained a humble posture and introduced himself with great trepidation. Mr. Qiao, my name is Zhang Yan, I'm brother and, a younger brother under Chenin. Today I was blind and offended you. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Do you want me to notify Engu to come over right now? Zhang Yan asked cautiously. Qiao Bian thought about it. Okay, call him over. Let him come and see how his subordinates do things. Yes. Zhang Yan quickly took out his cell phone and tremblingly dialed Chen An's number. Qiao Bian ignored him. He walked up to Zhao Kai, who was still lying on the ground, and looked down at him. Then, he pointed at Zhao Kai and said to Zhang Yan calmly. Hey, didn't you say you were going to break my legs? Now that they're here, why aren't you fighting? Zhang Yan's whole body trembled violently. He hung up the phone and turned around suddenly. The eyes he looked at Zhao Kai were so fierce that they seemed to want to eat someone. He raised his foot and was about to kick Zhao Kai. Okay. Qiao Bian spoke up to stop him. Zhang Yan's feet stopped in midair, and he looked at Qiao Bian in shock and fear. Keep him. Qiao Bian's tone remained calm. Wait for Chen An to come. He said he wanted to chop off my legs. Let Chen An see who should be chopped off. Yes, Master Qiao. Zhang Yan was so frightened that he even changed the way he addressed Zhao Kai. He stood respectfully aside, like a door god, staring at Zhao Kai intently, afraid that he would run away. Zhao Kai was so frightened that his whole body went limp, and a hot and wet feeling came from his crotch. He finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. That was not the horrible person he could imagine. Lianqi stood aside and watched the dramatic scene in front of her. She felt like her heart was trying to break free from the constraints of her chest and began to beat wildly. A shudder she had never experienced before ran from her tailbone to her brain, causing goosebumps to appear all over her skin. She subconsciously supported herself on the bar with her hands to prevent her weak legs from kneeling down. She looked at the man who remained calm and composed from beginning to end. He hadn't even uttered a word out loud, hadn't lifted a finger. Just sitting there scared these arrogant gangsters to death. What kind of power is this? How majestic is this? This is the real power. This is the man she has always longed for deep in her soul. Chapter 76 Mr. Chow, I will do whatever you say. The entire Phantom Club fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, not even daring to breathe. Zhao Kai collapsed on the ground, his face ashen and his body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Zhang Yan stood by his side like an iron tower, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidifying into substance. Lianqi stood not far away, staring at Xiao Bian with her beautiful eyes without blinking. That look was so hot that it seemed to melt him. Xiao Bian, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He sat back at the bar and poured himself another glass of wine. He still had the mood to smile at the bartender, whose face turned pale with fear. More ice, please. The bartender did as he was told in a panic, and even couldn't hold the tongs steady, making a clinking sound. Time passes by every second. Every second was like a torture for Zhao Kai. For Lianqi, every second was like her heart being kneaded repeatedly by an invisible big hand. Is this man really not afraid? How can he be so calm? Shannon arrived much faster than expected. In less than 5 minutes, the club's door was pushed open again. This time, a middle-aged man wearing a black Mao suit and with a stern face walked in. He didn't have a large group of younger brothers following him, only 2 people. But the aura that emanated from him, which was intimidating without even being angry, was 100 times more powerful than those dozen people combined. He is Chenin, the underground emperor of Chinatown today. As soon as Chenin entered the door, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Bian who was sitting at the bar. When he saw that young yet unfathomable face, his pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Without any hesitation, he quickened his pace and walked in front of Xiao Bian. Then, with everyone's jaws dropped, he bowed deeply, his head almost hanging to his chest. Mr. Chow, Chenin failed to discipline his subordinates properly, and they disturbed you. I'm here to apologize. His attitude was 100 times more respectful than Zhang Yan's just now. If Zhang Yan was afraid, then Chenin was filled with awe from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Bian gently shook the ice ball in the wine glass without saying anything or even looking at him. When Chenin saw this, his heart skipped a beat and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He suddenly turned around, his eyes like knives, shooting at Zhang Yan who was standing aside. Tell me, what's going on? Zhang Yan was so scared that he fell to his knees. He spoke incoherently, but recounted everything that had just happened as quickly as possible. In particular, it focuses on describing how Zhao Kai threatened to break Mr. Chow's legs and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. With every word Chenin heard, his expression grew darker. By the time he heard the last part, veins popped out on his forehead and he was filled with murderous intent. He turned around and looked at the frightened Zhao Kai lying on the ground, his eyes as cold as the Siberian cold current. Mr. Chow, he turned to Xiao Bian again, asking, how do we deal with this fool who doesn't know how to live or die? The focus of the whole audience was on Xiao Bian. What will he do? Should I let him go lightly or strike him with thunder? Lianqi's heart was in her throat. She was nervous, yet vaguely expectant, and a morbid excitement made her cheeks flush. Xiao Bian finally put down his wine glass. He stood up and walked slowly to Zhao Kai. I squatted down, looked at the face distorted by fear, and smiled. You just said you were going to break my legs and throw me into the sea to feed the fish? His voice was very soft, but it hit Zhao Kai's heart hard. I was wrong. Mr. Chow. I was wrong. I'm not a human being. I didn't recognize the real thing. Zhao Kai burst into tears and called out frantically for mercy, his forehead soon covered in blood. Xiao Bian stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands. He looked at Chenin and asked in a flat tone. He said he would do 2 things to me. Break the legs and feed the fish. You see, I've always been a very reasonable person and I don't like to embarrass others. He stretched out a finger and gently pointed at Zhao Kai, who was shaking. Let him choose one himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kai's eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright. Lianqi's breathing suddenly stopped. She looked at Xiao Bian, the man who said the cruelest words in the calmest tone. This is not a multiple choice question, it is a verdict. This is the real power of life and death. Shannon didn't hesitate at all. He waved coldly at his men behind him. Drag him out. Do it cleanly. Yes, Ange. The two men immediately stepped forward and dragged the unconscious Zhao Kai out like a dead dog. Soon, a muffled scream was heard from outside the door, followed by the sound of bones being broken by being stepped on. Finally, everything fell silent. The guests in the club all looked pale, and some even started retching. Chao Bian, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. Without even glancing at the door, he said to Chenin, "Wait a moment." Shannon's body stiffened, and he asked respectfully, "Mr. Chao, do you have any other instructions?" "Forget about feeding the fish, it's polluting the environment." Chao Bian said lightly. "One leg is enough. It's a lesson for him to learn. Learning how to walk with a limp is also a life experience." "Yes, Mr. Chao is kind." Shannon immediately understood and made a gesture to his men outside the door. After dealing with all this, Shannon walked up to Chao Bian again. "Mr. Chao, as an apology, I will pay for all your expenses here tonight. Also, I've prepared some light wine upstairs. I wonder if Mr. Chao would be so kind as to come and have some." Chao Bian shook his head. "No." He glanced at Li Anqi, who was completely stunned beside him. "I have something else to do." After saying that, he walked straight towards the door. Shannon followed him respectfully and sent him to the club's gate. Not until Chao Bian's figure disappeared into the night did Shannon dare to straighten up. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt a little scared. Fortunately, this gentleman did not really get angry. Otherwise, not to mention a small Zhao Kai, even Shannon would be in trouble today. Li Anqi stood there in a daze, as if her soul had been taken away. In her mind, the scenes just now kept replaying. Chao Bian is calm and composed. Shannon's thundering methods. Zhao Kai's miserable end. All of this brought her an unprecedented huge impact. Compared with Chao Bian in front of her, the so-called rich second generation and official second generation she knew before were just a group of babies who had not yet been weaned. What they show off is their money and family background. And Chao Bian, himself, is the embodiment of power. He doesn't need to show off. He only needs a look or a word to decide a person's life or death, honor or disgrace. This power of control that overrides everything completely fascinated her and made her completely addicted. When she came to her senses, she found that Chao Bian had already walked far away. She hurriedly picked up her skirt and chased after him in a panic. She couldn't let him go like this. If she missed it today, she might never meet such a man again in her life. Chapter 77. Is this fast enough? The night wind is cool. Chao Bian walked out of the Phantom Club. The waiter at the door had already driven his black Mercedes-Benz S-Class over. He got into the driver's seat, but did not start the car immediately. The passenger door was yanked open. Li Anqi came in, reeking of alcohol. The strong scent of her perfume instantly filled the entire car. Chao Bian glanced at her. He didn't say anything. He just started the car. The engine let out a dull roar. The black car drove smoothly away from the door. The atmosphere in the car was terribly depressing. Li Anqi opened her red lips several times, wanting to say something. She looked at Chao Bian's stern profile, and all the words were stuck in her throat. Her mind went blank. Apologize? Grateful? Or questioning? None of it seems right. After experiencing the shocking scene just now, she felt that all her pride had become vulnerable. Chao Bian suddenly took the initiative to speak. "I guess you really like excitement." He was like a calm hunter, observing all the reactions of his prey. She couldn't hide her panic and excitement. Very good. This is exactly the effect he wants. Suddenly, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The sound of the V8 engine exploded instantly, turning from a low growl into a roar. A powerful push on the back came. Li Anqi was pinned down on the seat. She uttered a short cry of surprise. The car speed suddenly increased. The street scene outside the window quickly receded, turning into a blur of light and shadow. Li Anqi's heartbeat quickened along with the numbers jumping wildly on the dashboard. On the empty midnight avenue, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class roared wildly like a beast that had broken free from its shackles. The sharp bend up the mountain is right in front of us. Chao Bian didn't slow down at all. He yanked the steering wheel hard. The tires made a harsh screeching sound as they hit the ground. The smell of burning rubber permeated the car. The rear end of the car swung almost sideways. The tires on the outside of the car were only a few centimeters away from the cliff guardrail. Lianqi could even hear the metal guardrail buzzing in the strong wind. She subconsciously grabbed the handrail by the door. His knuckles turned white from the excessive force. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Bian caught her expression of fear and excitement. He was very satisfied. This composition, this light and shadow, is perfect. There was no unnecessary expression on his face. He held the steering wheel with one hand and rested the other hand leisurely on the car window. It was as if the fatal drift just now was just a random turn. Next, there is another continuous S-shaped bend. The black sedan was like a dark dragon, drawing a smooth arc on the narrow mountain road. To the left is the icy mountain wall. On the right is a bottomless abyss. During an extreme turn, Lianqi caught a glimpse of the bright lights of Angel City under the wheels out of the corner of her eye. At that moment, she felt like half of the car was hanging in the air. My heart felt like it was about to jump out of my throat. But after the extreme fear, what came up was a morbid pleasure. She suddenly understood. The so-called excitement in the past was nothing more than a fight in a greenhouse. She drives a sports car and competes on the track, that's called a game. She used her father's money and spent it lavishly on parties. That's called escaping. She knew what was behind her father's glamorous appearance. Those dirty deals and those shady interests built her affluent life. She enjoyed it and hated it at the same time. So she used indulgence to resist and rebellion to disguise herself, like a hedgehog with its spikes erected. But that's all fake. Only at this moment, this trembling on the edge of life and death, is it true living. She suddenly laughed. The laughter carried a madness that had been suppressed for a long time. She held on to her seatbelt tightly, but her eyes were fixed on the man beside her. She felt like every cell in her body was trembling and cheering. Xiao Bian pressed a button. The skylight above my head slowly opened. Lianqi understood instantly. She unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up. The upper body was leaning out of the car through the sunroof. A strong night wind blew in. Her long hair flew wildly in the air. She opened her arms and embraced this dangerous freedom. Ah! She had never experienced such a feeling before and screamed wildly. As she laughed, she suddenly burst into tears. The car is going very fast. Her translucent tulle shawl was blown away by the strong wind. Then, the black leather bra could no longer withstand the strain and broke. The tears on my face disappeared into the night. Xiao Bian keenly captured the change in her expression. He tilted his head, his voice penetrating the wind. Do you like this speed? What did you say? The strong wind ripped apart all her remaining words. Xiao Bian raised his voice and asked again. I said, do you like it? Like. Lianqi almost shouted. Can it be faster? The corners of Xiao Bian's lips curled up. This is the answer he wants. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force on his feet. The roar of the engine became louder. The whole car shot out again like an arrow. The oncoming strong wind was like countless hands, violently tearing away everything of Lianqi. Hair, self-esteem, and her disguise called pride. Ah! Faster, faster. It feels so good. The corners of Xiao Bian's mouth curled up. I don't know how long it took, but the car finally slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting intimately with Lianqi and gaining 100 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 9,800 points. Xiao Bian parked the car steadily at a viewing platform halfway up the mountain. From here, you can overlook the entire night view of Angel City. The lights of thousands of homes merge into a dazzling sea of stars, spreading out under your feet, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. The engine shut down and the world became quiet in an instant. Only the sound of each other's rapid breathing echoed in the small space. Lianqi's chest heaved violently, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. She felt her legs go weak and she sat back in her seat weakly. Xiao Bian unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around and looked at her calmly. His eyes were as deep as the night, as if they could absorb people's souls. Is it exciting? He spoke lightly, his voice hoarse. Lianqi met his gaze and her heart skipped a beat. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say a word. She could only nod vigorously. Xiao Bian smiled. He reached out and gently pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. His fingers were cold, and when they touched her hot skin, it caused a slight shudder. That force was so strong that it could not be resisted. "Is it exciting?" he asked again, with more pressure in his voice. "Stinging, stimulating." Lianqi finally found her voice, stuttering a little due to nervousness. "Do you like it?" Chao Bian's fingers gently stroked her smooth jaw in an ambiguous manner. Lianqi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She felt a surge of electricity starting from her chin and spreading throughout her body. She didn't answer, but her blurry eyes had already given him the answer. "Look at me," Chao Bian ordered. Lianqi's eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look him in the eye. "I let you look at me." His voice grew cold. Lianqi trembled all over, like a tamed wild beast. She finally raised her eyes and met his aggressive gaze. She saw her own reflection in those eyes. A small and out-of-control self. "I like it. I love it so much," she almost shouted out, with a crying voice. "Remember this feeling." Chao Bian's face slowly approached her. "From now on, only I can give you this feeling." His voice, like a whisper of a spell, rang in her ears. Lianqi's mind went blank. She gave up all resistance. Because there was a voice deep inside her that was screaming wildly. "It's him. This man is the true conqueror she has been looking for." The next second, she pounced on him desperately. She used all her strength to kiss those lips. She wished she could merge herself completely into Chao Bian's body. Chapter 78. I have 3 women, are you still willing? Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting intimately with Lianqi and gaining 300 points of satisfaction. Current host satisfaction value, 10,100 points. When everything returned to calm, the air in the car was still filled with a charming atmosphere. Lianqi curled up in the passenger seat like a lazy cat. She was covered with Chao Bian's coat, and her face was still flushed. Her eyes were blurred as she stared blankly at the night view outside the car window, as if she had not yet recovered from the extreme experience just now. Chao Bian leaned in the driver's seat and lit a. Oh no, he didn't light a cigarette. He didn't like smoking because it was harmful to health. He just sat quietly, looking at the woman beside him whom he had just completely conquered. Lianqi is now like a blank sheet of paper, all her pride and rebellion have been wiped away, leaving only the purest obedience and infatuation. The time is right. Lianqi. He spoke, breaking the silence in the car. Lianqi's body trembled slightly, and she turned to look at him with a hint of inquiry and dependence in her eyes. "Before you answer my question, I need to tell you something." Chao Bian's expression was calm and his tone was serious. "I'm not single." Lianqi's pupils shrank slightly. Chao Bian ignored her reaction and continued. "I have women, more than one. Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Susu. They are all my women." He spoke the 3 names slowly and clearly. He did not hide anything or feel any guilt, as if he was just stating a normal fact. After saying that, he stopped talking and just looked at Lianqi quietly, waiting for her reaction. This is a test. It was also the only chance he gave her to choose. If she couldn't accept it and made a big fuss, then after tonight, there would be nothing between them. He doesn't need a woman who will cause trouble in Chao Bian's harem. Lianqi was indeed shocked. She thought Chao Bian might have a girlfriend, but she never imagined that he actually had 3. Moreover, Bai Susu. Mrs. Wang, who is known as the most noble and elegant woman in the Chinese community in Los Angeles and the goddess in the eyes of countless men, is actually his woman. How is this possible? This news shocked her even more than seeing Zhao Kai's legs being chopped off. Her first reaction was absurdity and disbelief. But looking at Chao Bian's calm eyes, she knew that he was not lying. A man as proud as him would not lie about such a thing. After a brief shock, what surged into Lianqi's heart was not anger or jealousy, but an even stronger, almost perverted excitement and curiosity. She is a person who admires the strong very much. In her opinion, if a man can have an excellent woman, it means he is capable. For a man to have 3 women at the same time, including a top-notch woman like Bai Suzhen, he is no longer just ordinary capable. He is a king. A true emperor with his own kingdom. And she had just become the emperor's new trophy. This realization not only did not make her feel offended, but instead gave her a sense of honor to be recognized. She even began to imagine what the scene would be like when those 3 women, like her, were conquered by this man. What kind of relationship do they have with each other? So what? Lianqi finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse, but surprisingly calm. Does this mean I can't join? Her answer surprised Qiaobian. He raised an eyebrow and looked at her. You don't mind? Lianqi smiled, and her smile was a little coquettish. She propped herself up, slowly climbed onto Qiaobian's body, and sat astride his legs. She stretched out her arms, hooked them around his neck, and spoke sweetly in his ear. Why should I mind? Excellent men should have more resources, right? I'm just curious, is that high and mighty by Susu also like me in front of you? Her fingers gently drew circles on his chest. His eyes were full of provocation and inquiry. Qiaobian grabbed her rebellious hand and pressed her into his arms. She is much more obedient than you. Lianqi's body stiffened. This sentence can stimulate her competitive spirit more than any love words. Yeah. A fire of unwillingness to admit defeat ignited in her eyes. Then let's try and see who is more obedient. She lowered her head and proved her determination to him with her actions. The night outside the car window became darker. There was no one on the observation deck. Only the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was swaying rhythmically. Perhaps there was not enough space in the car for Qiaobian to move. He picked up Lianqi and placed her on the hood of the car. Over and over again, until Lianqi fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the car window onto Lianqi's face, she slowly woke up. She found herself lying on the flat back seat, covered with a soft blanket. Qiaobian was sitting in the driver's seat, reading a document in his hand. The morning light outlined his perfect profile, making him look like an ancient Greek sculpture. Hearing the movement in the back seat, Qiaobian turned around. Woke up? Lianqi responded and sat up. The blanket on her body slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and ambiguous traces. But she didn't care and just stood there naked, looking at him. After a night of baptism, the thorny rebellious aura in her has been smoothed out a lot. Instead, there is a lazy and charming style. Are you hungry? Qiaobian asked. I'll take you to breakfast. Lianqi shook her head. She hugged his neck from behind and rested her cheek on his back. I don't want breakfast. I want to eat you. Her voice was hoarse and naive, a voice that was unique to the early morning. Qiaobian smiled. It seems that this little wild cat has really been tamed. He turned around and held her in his arms. Good. Then feed you first. The car began to shake gently again. Wake up in the morning light together with the city below the mountain.